This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Your Majesty. Listen to my explanation. Everyone, line up and be honest. The father-in-law of the Ministry of Internal Affairs was holding a half-covered portrait of a palace maid, and carefully compared it with the palace ladies lined up in front of him. The woman in the painting has beautiful peach blossom eyes. So Shino, who has single eyelids, was only glanced at by her father-in-law, and was ruled out as a suspect. She hid in a deserted corner, wiped away the honey stuck to the folds of her eyelids with water, and instantly regained her bright eyes. He looked around again warily, and carefully took out a handkerchief folded into a piece of tofu from his sleeve. Unfolding the veil, I saw a tree lying quietly inside. Curly hair. At the same time, a soft and cute voice sounded in her mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of pulling out a tyrant's leg hair. Points bonus plus 10. Current points are 20. The host completes the task for the first time and receives the big wheel reward once. As soon as the voice fell, a big turntable with flashing lights appeared in Shino's mind. The carousel was divided into 12 equal parts, 8 of which had the words "Thank you for your patronage" written in big, ominous and conspicuous words. Shino turned the wheel, and the final reward was fixed on amnesia powder. Congratulations to the host for obtaining amnesia powder. Using amnesia powder, the person who inhales the powder can lose the memory of the previous 3 minutes. The host can choose to take a short break or continue taking on tasks. If you complete tasks one after another, you can get rewards with points doubled. The points were doubled. She gritted her teeth and had to continue taking on the mission. After all, there are only 2 ways to leave this lish place. Either to ascend the throne and become the queen, or to accumulate 1,000 points. He, Mabai, is a famous tyrant in history. He plucked out a hair from his leg, and he already ordered an investigation into the palace maids to find her out and kill her. He is still trying to regicide and usurp the throne? Let's save our lives first. Please, can you please not do such perverted things to me in your next mission? Good host. A new task has been issued. Slap the tyrant. Points for a successful task are plus 20. And points for a failed task are minus 20. Please also ask the host to complete the task before dawn tomorrow. I will give you my feedback. Good guy. Just pulling out the hair on her legs would kill her. Now she wants to slap her? Others were given Goldfinger when they traveled through time. So how come she was given such a broken system that only tortured people? Help. The original owner's identity was just that of a low-level maid serving in front of the emperor. She was responsible for serving tea and water to Mabai on a daily basis. She has no identity, no background, but a pretty face that cannot be used as food. But the emperor of the Qi dynasty, Mabai, was the most feared tyrant in history. Shino, who studied the historical background of the Qi dynasty, knew Mabai very well. There are countless evil deeds such as plundering people's wealth, being extremely extravagant, cannon-burning loyal ministers, burning books and humiliating scholars, etc. He has done almost all the things that a tyrant has done. Even if he traveled through time and came to this lish place, he still encountered a system designed to fight against tyrants. It's not just about pulling teeth out of the tiger's mouth. It is clearly asking itself to do a whole set of radio gymnastics in the tiger's mouth. Just when Shino was despairing of all her thoughts, a faint blue light flashed through her eyes, and she felt like there was something in her palm. When he raised his hand, he saw a packet of white powder. This should be the so-called amnesia fan of the second girl system. Right? Amnesia for 3 minutes. Yes. Shino had an idea and began to analyze carefully. If you slap the tyrant first and then use amnesia powder on him, won't he remember nothing? It's a good thing to get 20 points for free. Just do it. Shino returned to her veranda. First put an ink dot on her palm with the tip of a brush, and then used honey to glue her beautiful double eyelid folds into a single eyelid to disguise. Today happened to be the day she was on duty in the Chancery's study room, serving the tyrant's pen and ink. Didn't this opportunity come? When she arrived, Mabai was sitting on the dragon chair, concentrating on reviewing the memorial. He was wearing a bright yellow nine-claw dragon robe with gold threads. He lowered his head and lowered his eyes. His eyelashes were long, and the bridge of his nose was thin and straight. Your Majesty, what was delivered from the Imperial kitchen today is the newly imported Mengding tribute tea. Shino placed the teacup next to the dragon table and introduced the varieties of tea to Mabai according to the rules. Mabai put down his pen, rubbed the sore back of his neck, and slowly raised his head. His expression was a bit cold. and his eyes looked like ink, staring at Shinseyo, as if he could see the sea of clouds rising in his eyes. I have to say that this dog emperor is quite good looking. Li Mobai was about to get the tea when he suddenly heard Shinseyo shout, "Your Majesty! Don't move!" He paused and looked at Shinseyo again. Shinseyo tiptoed closer to Li Mobai, and when he wasn't prepared, she raised her hand and slapped him on the face. The sound of pop is crisp and sweet. Anyone hit by this unexpected slap in the face would be stunned. Not to mention that Li Mobai was still the emperor. He was furious, pointed at Shinseyo, and was about to scold him, when he saw Shinseyo spread out his palm and waved it in front of him. "This desperate mosquito dares to covet the emperor's body. He deserves to be killed. How can the emperor's dragon body be damaged? And how can the dragon's blood be fed to mosquitoes?" The ink dot she put on her palm looked like a dead mosquito from a distance. But even if it was a mosquito, her slap actually hit Li Mobai's face. How could Li Mobai, who was known as a tyrant, let go so easily? Pass her? Seeing that Li Mobai was about to have an attack, Shinseyo had no choice but to use his ultimate move. She took out the amnesia powder very quickly and blew it towards Li Mobai. "You slave is so impudent!" Out of anger, Li Mobai waved his hand, and his broad sleeves made a sound of wind, making him even more domineering. With such an inadvertent movement, Xiaofeng happened to return the amnesia powder to Shinseyo without missing a trace. After inhaling the amnesia powder, Shinseyo couldn't help but shudder, and her memory was instantly blank. Li Mobai saw her acting strangely and looked at her suspiciously. Then, Shinseyo shouted again, "Your Majesty, don't move!" Immediately afterwards, he slapped Li Mobai on the face with lightning speed. Li Mobai's eyes were as wide as bells, and in an instant, his entire outlook collapsed. "What's going on? Are you scoring twice with me here?" After Shinseyo slapped her, she still waved her palms and explained to Li Mobai, "Your Majesty, look, there are mosquitoes." This time, when he waved his palm in front of Li Mobai grabbed her wrist. He rubbed Shinseyo's palm with his fingertips, and the ink spots faded away. Shinseyo was shocked and turned pale. She was so panicked that she could not speak coherently. "Your Majesty, please listen to this servant explain to you. Things are not what you think." Her free left hand searched randomly all over her body for the packet of amnesia powder. But it's a big deal that hangs on a thread. After not finding him for a long time, he was captured by Li Mobai again. Shinseyo was so frightened that he lost his mind, and sweat broke out from his forehead. The sweat slid all the way down her fat skin, overcoming the obstruction of the willow leaves' curved eyebrows, and dripped onto her eyelids, turning into honey. Li Mobai just watched her change from a single eyelid with swollen eyes to a big double eyelid with peach blossom eyes. He frowned, and his eyes were full of viciousness, as if it could bite people. "The masked maniac who sneaked into my bedroom and pulled out my leg hair last night was actually you." Chapter 2 Keep You Alive. Good guy. Okay, big guy. Isn't this the end of the game? Shinseyo couldn't argue, so she could only kneel on the ground and kowtow, begging Li Mobai to spare her life. "Report, Your Majesty. Urgent delivery of newspapers 800 miles from the front." The eunuch's thin voice came from outside the door. Li Mobai frowned and said coldly to Shinseyo, "Go aside and kneel." Shinseyo ran to the side with small steps and knelt down obediently. The internal prison officer presented a letter to Li Mobai. "Your Majesty, General Lu's troops were ambushed by the enemy. I request the Emperor to send additional support." Li Mobai read the letter with a solemn expression. After reading 10 lines at a glance, he said firmly, "The advanced troops were attacked by barbarians. If we lose this battle, wouldn't I, Daki, lose face? This battle can only be won, not defeated. Go! Call me Admiral Chu." Li Mobai was extremely anxious, while Shinseyo was silently counting the days in his heart. The 4th year of the Qi dynasty. April 14th? Isn't it the famous Lu Hui rebellion in history 10 days later? He pretended to be attacked by barbarian enemies and asked the Dog Emperor to send reinforcements. In fact, he had already colluded with the enemy barbarians. He was just waiting for the Dog Emperor to send troops for reinforcements, and then connected the enemy barbarians with his own troops to catch Qi's army off guard and severely damage Qi dynasty. This was the first time that the Dog Emperor made a mistake in his decision-making and hired people incorrectly, which added to his own reputation. It was also the beginning of his future being reviled by the people. I didn't expect that I could witness history by traveling through time. It's not a bad trip. But then I thought again. It's not a loss to your sister. I didn't travel back in time from 1,600 years ago just to see how the dog emperor stumbled and report to the underworld. My paper hasn't been published yet. My Lucky is still waiting for me to go back and walk him. I can't die like this. Otherwise it would be such a loss. Shinxiai thought sadly for a long time, not noticing the strange gaze of Li Maobai on the high platform. He was staring at Shinxiu. Was this slave talking just now? Why can't I hear her voice even though her mouth didn't move? Is it witchcraft? She said she came from 1,600 years ago? She mentioned Lu Huai's rebellion? Lu Huai was promoted by me after I ascended the throne. How could he rebel? Also, did she just call me the dog emperor? Li Maobai just felt a little strange. But at the moment, the war was going on. He didn't bother to delve deeper. It wasn't until Admiral Chu Yueji entered that he heard Shinxiu's voice becoming clearer in his ears. What the heck? Is this the famous Chu Yueji in history? Known as the god of killing? This pretty face. These long legs. This waist and this butt? The ancients did not deceive me. No wonder they said he was more beautiful than Panin, and made the dog emperor covet him. She had a look on her face as she looked back and forth between Li Maobai and Chu Yu. No wonder historical records show that Li Maobai had no heirs in his life. I originally thought that he died at the age of 28 and had no time to live. Now it seems that Chu Yueji's appearance can be compared with the top modern people. It seems quite reasonable that the dog emperor would like such a man. Shinxiu's voice kept lingering in Li Maobai's ears, making him upset. Who spread the rumor that I have an affair with Admiral Chu? I have to pull out his tongue. Business matters. Li Maobai gave Lu Huai's letter to Chu Yueji for review, and asked, according to my wishes, I will send 60,000 troops to rush overland for reinforcements. What do you think? Before Chu Yueji could speak, Shinxiu began to mutter in her heart again. It's also fortunate that Mr. Chu has the brains to persuade you to only send 40,000 troops, and not go by land but by water. Otherwise, wouldn't all the 60,000 elite soldiers sent out by you, a foolish king, be blown up by the explosives Lu Huai planted along the Huaishan mountains? What made Li Maobai feel horrified was that Chu Yueji later actually said that sending 40,000 troops should take the water route, which was exactly the same as the noisy voice of Shinxiu he heard in his ears. Later, Shinxiu was able to speak more accurately what Chu Yueji was about to say. Such a mysterious thing made Li Maobai have to suspect that the palace maid in front of him might really be someone from the future. He sent Chu Yueji to discuss the matter later, and called Shinxiu to come forward. I ask you, why do you want to pluck my leg hair? Ah, your majesty was wronged. And you are not a slave. Then why slap me? There are really mosquitoes here. Maybe the slave was slow, and the mosquitoes flew away. Now these things are no longer what Li Maobai is struggling with. He is now eager to know whether this palace maid really has the ability to predict the future. Or is she originally from the future? Okay, let me ask you. What do you think of what happened just now? Shinxiu hesitated and said, how can a little girl like me know about important national affairs? I tell you to say what you say. Then I think the emperor handled it very well. 60,000 elite troops went to the aid of General Lu and returned home proud after winning the battle. It is a good thing. Hurry up and send troops. Hurry up and lose the battle. Hurry up and be embarrassed. Looking at the memorials on your table, those who approved them thought you were very strategic. He's just a useless idiot with a big addiction to food. If you are 24 or 28 this year, you will die suddenly. You can live for up to 4 years. After you died, your body was dug out of the imperial mausoleum. Your bones were crushed, and the ashes were thrown away. They even blew up the imperial mausoleum for you. He became the only emperor in China for 5,000 years who did not have an imperial mausoleum or bones after his death. Your existence depends entirely on historical records, and the history books are all about the bad things you did. When you were on trending searches, netizens commented below, saying that you single-handedly delayed the development of the country for at least 300 years. It's not an exaggeration to say that you will be infamy for eternity. Li Maobai's hands placed under the dragon case slowly clenched into fists. No matter who it was, who dared to say these words in front of him, he would definitely take off her head. But she said she would die suddenly at the age of 28. He also said that after his death, his bones would be crushed and his ashes scattered, and even his tomb would be blown up? Ask yourself. You can be regarded as a diligent and patriotic wise king. Why did he end up like this? If everything went wrong, it all started when he trusted Lu Huai. So what if I don't send troops this time? Li Maobai was silent for a moment, and secretly decided to take a gamble. He decided to keep Shinxiu alive for the time being, and not send troops to reinforce Lu Huai. He wanted to see if what he heard from this woman's heart was true or false. If true, this woman could be of great use in the future. If it's false, it won't be too late to cut her into pieces. So he waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "That's all. I don't want to argue with you. I won't punish you with death for the rudeness you just committed in front of the Emperor." A hint of disbelief flashed in Shinseo's eyes. Hack. The dog Emperor finally became a human? Li Mobai. But the death penalty can be avoided. But the living crime cannot be escaped. From tomorrow on, you will go to the royal room to clean the royal bucket. This is a small punishment, but a big warning for you. WCNMLGB. Still a dog. My slave. Thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty. After saying that, she rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Li Mobai stopped her and asked, "What's your name?" Shinseo scolded Li Mobai's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. But he replied with a smile. "Slave. Shinseo." Chapter 3 kicked the tyrant into the bucket. When I returned to the veranda, I didn't even bother to finish my meal when the system's voice came to my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Delete the tyrant's slap. The points reward is plus 20. And the current points are 40. The host can choose to continue the task or take a break. Forget it. Who knows what tricky tasks you will do? Okay, host. Please have a good rest. Host. And try your best tomorrow. Wait a minute. I don't know your name yet. Grassmud Horse. Shinseo was silent for a moment. Are you polite? Or the host can also call me Alpaca. Shinseo had a dark look on his face. Little Tuachuo. Are all your tasks so bloody? Do you have to let me provoke that tyrant? Isn't it good to live well? Sorry. Host. The tasks are randomly generated, and I have no right to interfere. Yeah. It's 6 o'clock. I should get off work. Goodbye. Host. Shinseo's face was full of questions. You live in my body. What kind of work do you do? We firmly implement the 8-hour single-day off policy and refuse to work overtime. During off-duty hours, the host can stroll around in the convenience store to see if there is any favorite product, which can be redeemed with points. Later, Shinseo called the system numerous times, but received no response. She closed her eyes, and a convenience store with a wide variety of products really appeared in her mind. This convenience store has everything you need, including normal products, such as modern snacks and drinks. There are also unusual products, such as quick scrolls of piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, powerful pills, and water of wisdom. Shinseo's eyes were dazzled by the sight. The more goods you get, the more you get. But it's also really evil. A bottle of Coke costs 5 points. I'm trying to pull a tooth out of a tiger's mouth to make trouble with Tai Sui. I only get a dozen or 20 points for doing tasks with my life. How about 5 points to buy you a bottle of Coke? Are you risking your life by drinking a drink? A quick scroll of piano, chess, calligraphy and painting costs 100 points. A powerful pill also costs 100 points. And a bottle of wisdom water costs another 100 points. Looking around, all she can afford now are food and drink. And she can't afford anything that is really useful. Until she walked to the far corner of the convenience store and saw a mobile phone placed on a high shelf. iPhone 18. 50 points? Shinseo's eyes lit up. Damn it. Is this system so inflated? Can I buy an iPhone 18 with 50 points? She now has 40 points. So she is only 10 points away from buying a mobile phone? In this long night in the lonely palace. Even if there is no internet, and only a mobile phone for her to play Xioxiol. That would be great. Shinseo became inexplicably excited, and wanted to wake up Xiao Tuachuo, and tell her that she had to do the task immediately. But unfortunately, she was off work and ignored her. Early the next morning, Shinseo was taken to the groom's room by the internal prison guard to start her day's work. Cleaning the groom's bucket. The eunuch's face was covered with a veil, and he pointed at the rows of buckets and ordered, "The first thing in the morning is to pour out yesterday's night fragrance from the palace masters. After pouring it out, wash it 3 times with clean water, and then wash it with water. After cleaning it carefully with soap, locust, and mint powder, put the bucket in a ventilated place to dry. After drying it thoroughly, apply a layer of fragrant powder and prepare it for the master to use in the evening. It's so troublesome," Shinseo muttered in a low voice. "If she's clean today, won't she have to have a bowel movement tomorrow? Do you need to be so particular? What are you talking about?" The eunuch rolled his eyes at Shinseo. "If you eat today, you will have to eat tomorrow. Why don't you stop eating today? Be smarter. You're wasting time and eat carefully. Bored. After sending away the inner prison, Shinseyo sat at the door of Gong's room and began to worry. She had just counted that there were a total of 12 buckets in the palace waiting for her to clean. After cleaning them all, she still had to be soaked in the smell? Just as she was worrying about what to do, Xiao Tuatua, whom she had been looking forward to all night, was finally online. Little Tuachuo, I have a mission to do. What a diligent host. Now match the latest mission for you. Kick the tyrant into the bucket. Points for completing the task will be plus 20. Points for failing the task will be minus 20. Host, please cheer up. Hearing this mission, Shinseyo felt like a bolt from the blue. Hey. What is all this? Co-author, you just have to watch me seek death and let that dog emperor chop off my head to satisfy you. I plucked his leg hair the day before yesterday. Slapped him twice yesterday. And today I want to kick him into the bucket again? I see your name is correct. You are such a bad guy. If the host is not satisfied, you can change the task? Can I change tasks? Then give me another one quickly. Good host. Changing tasks requires 40 points. Are you sure you want to change? In the end, after a verbal battle with Xiao Tuachuo, Shinseyo bit the bullet and accepted the lishly difficult task for her iPhone 18. In order for her to have some emotional sustenance during the countless lonely nights in the palace in the future, she risked her life. But if she really kicked Li Maobai into Gongtong, would she have a future? How could that tyrant spare her life? Moreover, this is the Gongfang. How could the majestic emperor be so humble as to come to this ghostly place? After racking his brains, Shinseyo came up with another clever trick. Yes, it only asked me to kick the dog emperor into Gong's bucket. But it didn't say that there must be dirt in Gong's bucket. I first washed it clean with humiliation, and then kicked him in. In this way, Gongtong was at least clean, and I wouldn't be punished to death. Right? Just do it. Shinseyo put on her veil, rolled up her sleeves, and began her long journey of cleaning the toilet bowl. On the other side, Li Maobai, who had gone to the morning court, was sitting alone on the dragon seat in the Golden Palace, feeling uneasy. This morning, Lu Huai sent another letter in blood, reporting that the war on the front line was tense and asking for his quick support. He was the one who promoted Lu Huai. Li Maobai thought about it all night. If he had heard Shinseyo's thoughts for no reason, he would have believed that crazy palace maid and let his loyal minister be exposed on the battlefield. Do you have to regret it for the rest of your life? But thinking of Shinseyo's description of his later life, he was despised by the people. His bones were smashed and ashes were thrown away. His tomb was bombed, and he would be stink for thousands of years, which made Li Maobai shudder. So he decided to meet Shinseyo again. He wanted to make sure again that the so-called Shinseyo's thoughts he heard yesterday were not hallucinations caused by overwork, because it was not respectable to go to Gong's house. Li Maobai was anxious to see her. The person who ordered people to send her back and forth didn't know how long it would take, so he decided to go secretly in person. When they came outside Gong's room, they saw that Shinseyo had already washed Gong's buckets and hung them in a ventilated place to dry. He deliberately coughed to attract Shinseyo's attention. Shinseyo looked back at him, her eyes shining with greed. May your majesty be blessed. He was saying low, but he clearly heard the voice in her heart. Hey, God's will. The dog emperor actually delivered it to my door, so I can't blame you. What is she going to do? Not allowing Li Maobai to think too much, Shinseyo walked straight towards him. When he walked in front of him, he pretended to stumble and slipped in front of Li Maobai. But in fact, he gave Li Maobai a sliding shovel. As a result, Li Maobai lost his focus and took root impartially in Gongtong. Chapter 4: Rebellious Ministers and Traitors. Oh, your majesty! How wonderful is this? Shinseyo quickly helped Li Maobai up from the pail, and then patted the fragrant powder on Li Maobai's dragon robe with an anxious look on his face. What are you going to do? You damn slave! I have to kill you today! Li Maobai yelled angrily and scared Shinseyo to the ground. She squeezed out 2 tears and pouted while crying. Your majesty, please forgive me. It was an unintentional mistake for me. It was an unintentional mistake for me. You just gave me 100. Don't be brave. I don't dare to trip you up on purpose. Give you 100 courages? I see that all you have left is courage. Where is the honest mistake? You have obviously put all your efforts, painstaking efforts, planning for a long time, Li Mobai's tolerance for Shinseou has reached its limit. At this moment, he doesn't care whether this palace mate is someone from the future. He just wants to kill her to vent his anger. Someone is coming! Before he finished shouting, Shinseou jumped up and covered Li Mobai's mouth. Li Mobai was stunned by what she was doing, and he heard her whisper softly in his ear. Your Majesty, you don't dare to shout. You can punish this slave any way you want, but you can't make this matter public? Your Majesty, what do you want? Your Majesty, as the Emperor, if you let the slaves know that you fell into the palace, there is no airtight wall in this palace. Tell me, where will you put your face? Tell me, what should the concubines do? Look at you? Tell me, what do the ministers think of you? Tell me, what do the people in the world think of you? Let me tell you. Look at your uncle. Li Mobai pushed Shinseou away with force. He glanced at Gong Tong on the ground with a dull look, then at Shinseou's hand, and then said in a trembling tone of disbelief, You brushed Gong Tong's hand to cover my mouth. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've washed my hands 3 times. She stretched out her hand and put it to the tip of Li Mobai's nose. You don't believe me. Vomit. Li Mobai turned his back and retched. This woman who suffered 1,000 blows. She is crazy. She must be crazy. But at this moment, Shinseou's heartbeat sounded in his mind again. What you said just now should be able to scare him. Right. Historical data records that the Dog Emperor was the most face-saving. And let everyone in the palace know that he fell into the Gomtong. Where would he put his dog-like face in the future? Jade Emperor. Tathagata. Buddha. Jesus Christ. Bless and bless you. Bless me to escape smoothly. I am a pitiful time-traveling girl. What bad thoughts can I have? I just want an iPhone. He didn't pity Li Mobai because he couldn't see it. But Li Mobai could see clearly that she was crazy in love. No matter what, this crazy woman cannot be tolerated this time. Li Mobai looked back and stared at Shinseou. The Sichuan lines on his brows were so deep that they could pinch mosquitoes. Just as he was about to speak, far away, the chief eunuch Sanfu, who was personally serving him, ran towards him and shouted out of breath, Your Majesty, the slaves are looking for you. Your Majesty, the front line. The spies came with news that General Lu's army will soon be unable to withstand the barbarian army's attack and is about to break through. What did you say? Li Mobai's expression was filled with confusion, and the veins on his temples were twitching. Shinseou sneered coldly in her heart. Hey, what kind of stupid trick? If you can take the bait, you will not only be a dog emperor, you will also be a stupid dog emperor. The spies on the front line are his people. Naturally, he can say whatever he wants. He said that your mother can fight Lu Huai on the front line for landlords. I remember that Lu Huai was just a deputy general before. He came to the position because he defeated Sarui, the main general at that time. Sarui was imprisoned in the heavenly prison by the Dog Emperor. It seems that before the Dog Emperor could vindicate him after Lu Huai's rebellion, he had committed suicide in despair in the heavenly prison. Let me think about it. This section seems to have played an important role in the decline of Qi dynasty's national destiny. Damn it! Why didn't I write it in my paper? The dirty tricks Lu Huai used to frame Sarui were considered clever even in ancient times. He wrongly accused Sarui of colluding with the enemy, and found the letters between them. The letter was written with starch and usually looked like a blank piece of paper. Only when iodine is added to the water and sprayed on the paper will the blue words appear. The calligraphy that appeared in this way was smudged. But it was just like Sarui's calligraphy. The Dog Emperor took this as evidence of his collaboration with the enemy and treason. Historical data says that Sari is left-handed. So according to his writing habits, all uppercut strokes should be slanted to the left. In fact, you only need to compare the difference between the left and right uppercut strokes to prove that the letter was not written by Sarui himself. This trick, in modern times, can be seen through by handwriting witness experts at a glance. That is to say, only in ancient times could Lu Huai's treacherous plan succeed. Shinseou was so focused on her thesis that she completely forgot that she was in danger. She knelt on the ground and looked down at the pebbles on the ground, analyzing the omissions in her paper very selflessly. Who would have expected that when he looked up again, Li Mobai had already disappeared? He just let me go. It shouldn't be. Isn't it a tyrant? Why doesn't it fit the character? Could it be that he likes my face? TSK. He is indeed a bitch. And what about Li Mobai? After listening to Shinseou's thoughts, he almost ran all the way back to the Jinluan Palace and ordered someone to present the evidence that convicted Sarui that day. Then he took the memorial that Sarui had given him before, and compared the handwriting carefully. This comparison revealed a clue. As Shinatsuyo said, there is indeed a problem with this writing. A big problem. At this moment, Li Maobai carefully recalled the details of Lu Huai's appearance in Sarui that day, as if everything seemed so logical, and the evidence was so conclusive. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. I only blame myself for being blind before and mistakenly believed in the thief. In anger, Li Maobai announced that he had come to Chu Yueji. Ask your generals to go to the front line of Huaishan Mountain and tell the barbarians that I am willing to spend 20,000 taels of silver to quell the war and exempt them from taxes for 2 years. As long as they are willing to stay safe, I will no longer send troops to them. The premise is, they must hand Lu Huai over to me and escort him back to Jiangdu. What is the emperor suspicious of? Li Maobai angrily threw the memorial and the letter in front of Chu Yueji. Look at the handwriting on the letter that condemns Sairui. All the uppercuts of the gestures are to the right? Sairui is dominantly left-handed. And what he said on the memorial, the uppercut gestures are all to the left. Lu Huai falsely accused Sairui of colluding with foreign enemies in order to gain my trust. But in fact, he was secretly colluding with the barbarians. How can such a treacherous villain be retained? After Chu Yueji carefully compared the handwriting, he said solemnly, if this is really the case, I'm afraid that the barbarians will not be willing to return Lu Huai back to Jiangdu even if they offer 20,000 taels of silver. Li Maobai sneered all his life, sitting on the dragon throne. His eyes were like torches, and his voice was steady and steady. You tell him, if he is wise, he will stop after taking the money. If he is stubborn and gives up, then don't blame Chi Chao and the whole country. 800,000 elite soldiers and cavalry went out to reduce his barbarian land to plains. Chapter 5. My iPhone is a piece of trash. From this point of view, what he heard from Shinseo's heart was not his own imagination. But why can I only hear the voice of a palace maid, but can't hear others? Could it be that God secretly guided her and arranged for her to help him stabilize the country's political affairs and rewrite history? Although this palace maid is crazy, her appearance is pretty and charming. At this moment, it is not possible to judge whether her appearance is a blessing or a curse for Qi dynasty. But she prevented herself from making a big mistake by some combination of circumstances. This alone should be rewarded. Well, let's forget about the reward. She pulled out his leg hair, slapped him in the face, and kicked him into the bucket. Such evil deeds were done in the past. Now, at best, the merits and demerits are equal. However, it is indeed inappropriate to let her continue to wash the toilet in Gong's room. The inappropriate reason was not because Li Maobai felt sorry for her, but because he felt that he would inevitably meet her more often in the future. He didn't want to talk to someone who dealt with Gong Tong every day. Asterisk. After a busy day at work, Shinseo was being inspected by internal supervisors on her work effectiveness. The internal supervisor carefully inspected each Gong Tong one by one, and said with a satisfied expression, yeah, you did a good job. It seems that you are born to be a good material for cleaning Gong Tong. Shinseo rolled her eyes at him. Her words, MMP, stuck in her throat. The next moment, the eunuch in front of the emperor came to announce the decree. The Holy Spirit has spoken. The period of punishment for the palace maid Shinseo has come. She will return to the Ministry of Internal Affairs today, and she will still serve in front of the emperor from now on. The father-in-law who was in charge of cleaning Gong's room was dumbfounded. This eunuch Su has never done anything like this before. She has only been here for a day. How can she do this? You are so presumptuous. Eunuch Su glared at him and said sternly, how dare you presume on the emperor's holy will? I don't dare. I don't dare. Only then did Eunuch Su look at Shinseo. You? Go back to your room and rest. Is this good luck? Or was it that the dog emperor was knocked unconscious by his head being kicked into Gong's barrel? Did he let himself go so easily? This is not scientific. After returning to the veranda, Shinseo looked at himself in the mirror, looking at his troubled and beautiful face, and determined one fact in his heart. This dog emperor just sees sex and lusts after his own body. Thinking of this, Shinseo couldn't help but take a breath. Isn't the dog emperor a crook? Chu Yueji is his true love. Those concubines are just decorations. I thought that if he fell in love with me and wanted to make her his concubine, Chu Yueji, the murderer, would get jealous when he found out. Wouldn't he have to put his severed hands and feet into a wine jar and make him a human pig? How could she be so faithful? I came to such a crappy place through time travel. I didn't do anything. I just made enemies. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task of kicking the tyrant into the bucket. The points are plus 20. The current points are 60. Got 60 points? Then can she buy an iPhone 18? Little to Achuo. I want to shop. Hey. The host is really a little loser who can't save money. You scold again? Host, please feel free to purchase. No need to choose. I chose it yesterday. I want the iPhone 18 that can be exchanged for 50 points. Okay, host. I will redeem the reward for you immediately. Successfully redeemed iPhone 18. Points minus 50. Remaining points 10. Immediately afterwards, Shinseyo felt her palms heating up. Then, there was a flash of dazzling blue light, which made Shinseyo unable to open his eyes. After the blue light gradually faded, a brand new iPhone 18 appeared in her palm. She picked up her phone and looked at it over and over. The smoothness of the body, the 3 cameras on the back, and the sapphire phone screen are amazing. It's almost indistinguishable from the iPhone 13 she used before. Shinseyo skillfully pressed the power button and held it for 3 seconds. But there was no response. After 5 seconds, there was no response. 1 minute passed. But there was still no response. Shinseyo, why doesn't the screen of this mobile phone light up? Is it broken? You won't tell me it's because there's no power. Right? You wouldn't hide the charger and power supply and let me redeem them with points. Right? Of course not. Host, what do you think? The reason why its screen doesn't light up is because its screen can't light up in the first place. Hee hee. Xiao Tuotuo's evil laugh was so despicable. Shinseyo's anger immediately surged up, and she instantly felt like she was being played by an unscrupulous businessman. Then let me ask you, what do I need this crap for? Use it as a brick to beat you to death? Please forgive me. Host, because the time and space you traveled to was in ancient times, and the Time and Space Administration does not allow modern products to appear in ancient times. But it's not completely useless. To compensate, it was given a completely new functionality. That means it can fulfill any of your wishes. Real? Then I think, in addition to returning you to your original space, then I really R&M refund the money. Hee hee. Host, the products sold in our store are non-returnable and exchangeable. If you think about it differently, it's better than having it of no use. You are really good at comforting people. So how can I make a wish? Say it directly? Can't. Because it doesn't recognize voices. It only recognizes passwords. When the host needs to make a wish, just speak the password to it. What is the password? It's very simple. Just like when the host operates a mobile phone in modern times. All you have to do is shout hi, Siri to it, and say your wish. Haha. What an advanced waste. That night, Shinseyo hugged her brand new iPhone 18 and fell into a dream. When she got up the next day, she took the beautiful tile and began to think about what wish she should make. Now my only wish is to return to modern times and my own home. She really didn't want to stay in this damn place for another day. But her only wish has been blocked by Xiao Taochua's cheating system. What else can she wish for? After thinking about it, Shinseyo suddenly thought that every time Xiao Taochua gave her a task, she was to commit suicide in front of the Dog Emperor. Just because she had narrowly escaped death a few times before did not mean that she would always be so lucky. She would take on more missions in the future. And if they were still suicide missions, she would inevitably annoy the tyrant. If the Dog Emperor really wants to chop off her head one day, this wishing phone might really be able to save her life. Thinking of this, Shinseyo carefully put away the phone and hid it. Asterisk. 3 days later, Shinseyo heard the news while trimming weeds in the Imperial Garden. Lu Huai, who was supposed to rebel, did not rebel. Instead, Li Maobai sent people to escort him back to Jiangdu from the front line. After Shinseyo heard the news, he almost drowned in his own saliva. What the hell? No rebellion? That's not right. This is an official historical record. How could he not rebel? How could he be ridiculed by the ministers and reviled by all the people if he didn't rebel against the Dog Emperor? If he doesn't rebel, how can I watch the Dog Emperor's jokes? I have been dormant for so long just to watch the Dog Emperor make a fool of himself. You tell me now, happiness is gone? As she silently recited these words in her heart, Shinseyo felt a slight chill running down her spine. How did she know that at this moment? Li Maobai was staring at her from the dark with his eyes, like falling stars? Hey, crazy woman. Do you want to see me make a fool of myself? Want to see me beaten to ashes? Sooner or later, I will let you know who will make a fool of himself and who will be crushed to ashes. Chapter 6 Prison Break. Lu Huai was escorted back to Jiangdu 5 days later. Shinxio still had the last fantasy. That maybe Lu Huai ran away halfway. Maybe he finally succeeded in the rebellion? As a result, it didn't. According to the news from the imperial court, Li Maobai will interrogate Lu Huai in front of all the civil and military officials tomorrow morning. Lu Huai's rebellion was discovered by Li Maobai, and his life was definitely not saved. If Li Maobai were to execute him, wouldn't history be rewritten? It's not that whether or not history is rewritten has nothing to do with her. What she feels sorry for is the thesis that she stayed up for 2 months at night to write. Good guy. You just changed history so casually. All the hair I lost in 2 months turned white? No. We have to find a way to stop him. After learning that Lu Huai was imprisoned in the Tianlao, Shinxio had no choice but to rob the prison to rescue him. But the prison was heavily guarded, and she didn't know martial arts. How could she successfully rob the prison? Fortunately, she still has 10 points. Why not go to the convenience store and see if there is anything that can come in handy? Shinxio closed her eyes tightly, and the convenience store came to mind. She carefully checked every product, including teleportation spicy bars and apparition jumping candies. The points that needed to be redeemed all started at 30 or more, which she couldn't afford. After shopping for a long time, Shinxio, who had a sore back and back, sat down leaning on the shelf and sighed leisurely. She took out her mobile phone and stared at it. No. Is the only chance I have to make a wish wasted on Lu Huai? Exhausted. At this moment, with a casual glance, Shinxio saw something rare. Invisible water. Priced at 10 points? She picked up the bottle of mediocre mineral water and read its instructions. After taking the invisibility water, the user and the objects in contact with it can become invisible for 1 hour. It will automatically expire upon expiration. This thing is great! She became invisible, and no soldiers inside or outside the prison could see her. Wouldn't it be enough if she took an iron rod and knocked it all the way, then stole the key and released Lu Huai? God helps me. So she used her remaining 10 points to exchange for the bottle of invisible water without thinking. After nightfall, Shinxio took an iron rod and hid in a bush not far from the prison. She looked outside the prison from a distance and saw a scene that shocked her. The 8 soldiers guarding the Sky Prison had all fallen to the ground, and the door of the Sky Prison seemed to be slightly opened. This? Has someone come to rob the prison? Just say it! Although I am a time traveler, I have not interfered with the historical process. How could history change suddenly? It turns out that someone has already come to rescue Lu Huai. But Shinxio was still uneasy. She thought to herself, what if there was an accident? Anyway, I have already redeemed the invisibility water, so I don't use it in vain. If you go there yourself, you can ensure that this prison robbery is foolproof. Thinking like this, she drank the bottle of invisibility water in one gulp, then picked up the iron rod and rushed into the prison. As soon as she came in, Shinxio was dumbfounded. Why is this prison so big? It's like a maze with twists and turns. And it was so late at night that I only had a few candles lit, and I couldn't even see the way. How could I find it? She speculated that a person with the level of a serious criminal like Lu Huai would be interrogated by the Dog Emperor himself tomorrow. So he must be imprisoned in the innermost place. So Shinxio groped all the way towards the deepest part of Tianlao. At the same time, deep in the prison, the door of the room where Lu Huai was imprisoned had been opened. For men in black took off the guards' clothes and put them on Lu Huai, saying, General, follow us quickly. The righteous act of the 4 loyal men today will be unforgettable by Lu. After he escapes from the imperial city and joins the barbarians, Lu will definitely repay your great kindness. The 4 men in black walked in front, while Lu Huai, disguised as a bodyguard, followed behind them. At this moment, Shinxio had already lost his way in the prison. She couldn't tell how much time had passed, but she only knew that she seemed to be going in circles. Suddenly, she saw a guard in front of her, secretly following several men in black. Shinxio's rational analysis. Well, these men in black should have gone to rescue Lu Huai, and the guard following behind him must have discovered them. I'm going to go up and knock this guard unconscious with a sap right now, creating an opportunity for these men in black. Just do it. Shinxio picked up the stick and stepped forward quickly, hitting the guard hard on the head. As soon as the sap went down, the guard fell to the ground and fainted. Almost at the same time, a bright and dazzling fire lit up behind Shinxio. The 4 men in black in front of her were looking at Shinxio, and the guards lying on the ground in bewilderment. while walking towards her from behind was the future god of death and the current emperor's favorite concubine Chu Yueji. Shincio let out a long sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they couldn't see me. She was looking at Chu Yueji. And the next moment, she saw Chu Yueji suddenly drew his sword and came towards her. She was so scared that she closed her eyes and held her head, screaming until she felt warm liquid dripping on the back of her hand. She raised her hand and took a look, using the firelight to see clearly that the bright red color was blood. Looking up again, it was Chu Yu's sword that pierced the heart of a man in black, and the blood dripped from his chest. The man in black held a dagger in his hand. Judging from its position, it seemed that he was not going to attack Chu Yueji. It's more like he's going to attack me. Kill the thief on the spot, Chu Yueji ordered in a cold voice. And the guards behind him immediately stepped forward and wiped the necks of the remaining 3 men in black. Shincio secretly thought it was a dangerous situation and was about to grease his feet and run away. But unexpectedly Chu Yu grabbed him by the collar. Oops. When did this invisible water expire? Then didn't this god of death see himself helping the man in black to rob the prison? Die. 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 Shincio was so frightened that she could not speak coherently. Don't kill me! It's none of my business! Me! You are so courageous! You didn't report such a thing! How dare a female prostitute go to the prison alone? Shincio stared at Chu Yueji with big watery eyes. Brother, what did you say? Are you crazy? Chu Yueji kicked the guard, who was lying on the ground, and said with a smile. The attack is quite heavy. I'm afraid he won't be able to wake up for a while. Someone, take Lu Huai to the Jinwan Palace immediately and hand him over to the Emperor. I go. What the hell? I'll go for it. The person who I just knocked out with a sap turned out to be Lu Huai. Shincio watched Lu Huai being dragged down by the guards, gritting his teeth with hatred. You unlucky thing. Everyone wears black, and you wear it too. You have to find another way to take off the clothes of the guard and put them on. What are you pretending to be? Stinky idiot. Before she could finish complaining, Chu Yueji put his hand on her shoulder and patted her. Let's go! You have made great achievements. I will ask for a reward for you in front of the Emperor. All this? It's not necessary. Why did Chu Yueji pay attention to her? He thought she was shy and carried her like a little chicken, forcefully dragging her to the Golden Palace. The reward in Chapter 7 is gone? Shincio's sap was so strong that Lu Huai was still dragging him all the way from the prison back to the Golden Palace. Chu Yu ordered the guards to move him to the side hall, and asked them to use cold water to awaken Lu Huai, and then take him to the main hall to face the saint. However, he took Shincio to reply to the order first. When Li Mobai saw Shincio, his expression turned serious. After hearing Chu Yueji explain the whole story, he became even more suspicious of Shincio risking his life to capture Lu Huai. How could you go to Tianlao alone? Back to the Emperor. The servant thought that the dew condensed at night, so it would be best to collect it and use it to make tea for the Emperor later. So he went out to collect dew. All the way around the prison, he saw several men in black who had knocked out the guards and were sneaking into the prison. I thought they were going to do something shameful, so I followed them in. Look, she said it so righteously, but compared her to a contemporary Hua Mulan. Li Mobai squinted his eyes and looked at her, listening to her muttering in his heart. Can I succeed if I don't save Lu Huai? If you chop off his head, wouldn't history be tampered with? Is it easy for me to analyze the rise and fall of the Qi dynasty in my more than 80-page paper? Lu Huai's rebellion was an important chapter that kicked off the decline of the Qing dynasty. If you just deleted him from history, then I'm not allowed to write my thesis from scratch? It's not your hair that's falling out. Oh, is she going to save Lu Huai? Are you afraid that I will change history and cause trouble to people in the future? Hee hee. I didn't intend to take Lu Huai's life, but for your sake, he must die today. What kind of boundary is that prison? It's a place where a few men in black can break into it. It was Li Maobai who had expected early on that Lu Huai must have an insider in the palace. So he deliberately let things go and staged such a good show of catching a turtle in an urn. And Shinatsuyo, at this moment, naturally became one of those turtles. This turtle liked to act, so Li Maobai accompanied her in the act. He rarely showed a smile to Shincio. As a woman, you deserve to be rewarded for having such courage. Well, you have a share of the credit for capturing Lu Huai, and you and Governor Chu can sit in and watch my handling of Lu Huai. I will reward you well after I deal with him. looking at Li Mobai's treacherous smile. Shincio knew that things must not be as simple as she imagined. After half a stick of incense, Lu Huai had also woken up from his coma. He was kidnapped by the guards Wu Huada and taken into the Jinwan Hall. As soon as he saw Li Mobai, he became addicted to drama and knelt down in the hall crying, "Your Majesty, I devoted my allegiance to the Qi dynasty and led the troops to the front line to attack the barbarian tribes. Unexpectedly, I was ambushed by the barbarian tribes and was imprisoned. I asked the emperor to send troops for reinforcements. But unexpectedly what I waited for was not reinforcements, but the emperor's treatment. Sir, it's so heartbreaking. Are you cold?" Li Maobai glanced at him with the corner of his eye, and the leader eunuch Sanfu immediately understood and presented to him the forged letter that could accuse Lu Huai of framed Sairui. "What did you do that you don't know about? You forged letters to make me think that Sairui was colluding with foreign enemies, found fictitious personal and material evidence, and encouraged me to remove him from his official position and hand the military power into your hands. This war, I'm afraid that you have already secretly colluded with the barbarians, planning to put on a good show for me. If I really send troops to rush for reinforcements, the barbarians and the tiger guards under your command will definitely turn against each other, surround and suppress the reinforcements, and turn them into enemies. Prisoner of war, how can I tolerate you with such intentions?" Lu Huai was so frightened by his words that he broke into a cold sweat and turned pale. "Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Sir, I am the emperor. What I see with these eyes is the truth. I don't need to listen to your explanation." Li Mobai stood with his hands behind his hands, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. "It is my will that General Lu Huai of Fuyuan colluded with foreign enemies to murder Sairui. Oh, I'm here." Halfway through Li Mo's words, a somewhat robotic female voice suddenly came from the hall. Everyone's eyes turned to Shincio, because she was the only woman in the Jinwan Palace now. Shincio was already petrified at this moment, because that mechanized voice came from the mobile phone attached to her waist. "Murder of Sari. Harm Sari. Hi. Sir?" Li Mobai, a thief, actually summoned her wishing phone? Just when Shincio was alone and messy, she heard Li Mobai scold her again. "Shut your mouth. Okay. This will grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the phone stopped making any sound. Then, Shincio watched helplessly as the mobile phone hidden in her waist turned into a real brick. "Li Maobai, I hack you, uncle. My wish that I bought with my life for 50 points has been used by you like this. How unreasonable. You deserve to have your grave dug up. You deserve to be beaten to ashes. You deserve to be mixed with ashes." Li Maobai didn't understand what happened. He only knew that Shincio was crazy again. She is scolding herself for no reason now. Probably because she saw that she was about to deal with Lu Huai. So she jumped over the wall in a hurry. Li Maobai secretly sneered in his heart. "Be angry or scold me. You don't dare to scold me in my face anyway. The more you scold him now, the crueler my method of executing Lu Huai will be later. Do you want to see me being plotted against? Or having my grave dug up? Ha! Crazy woman." Li Maobai waved his hand and immediately ordered, "Drag Lu Huai down and be quartered with 5 horses. All those who are close to the Lu clan will be killed with a stick, and those who are alienated will be exiled to the north of the Great Wall. They will not be allowed to return to Jiangdu alive or dead. All underage men in the clan will be purified, serving in the inner court. The women will be sold into officialdom and will be slaves for generations." With the imperial order, the 9 Lu Huai clans were immediately convicted of serious crimes. He pointed at Li Maobai's nose and yelled, "You are an unjust and foolish king. I am responsible for all the things I do. But you are so cruel that you want to exterminate my whole Lu family. Even women, children and the elderly are not spared. You implicate innocent people and are extremely violent. Aren't you afraid of going to H.L. after death?" Li Maobai didn't know whether he would go to H.L. or not. He only understands one truth: to cut the grass, you need to root it out. What's more, when facing Lu Huai, the traitorous minister who would make him notorious for thousands of years in the future, he was determined not to be merciful. He picked up the pen holder on the desk and threw it at Lu Huai's head. The pen holder was made of sapphire, and it hit Lu Huai on the nose, causing his face to be covered with blood. Seeing Long Yan's anger, the guards quickly stepped forward to cover Lu Huai's mouth and dragged him out of the Jinwan Palace. After he came out making noise, Chu Yuezhi stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Li Maobai, saying, "After dealing with the traitor, The Emperor plans to release Sairui and reinstate him to his post? General Sai is already old. I will give him 1,000 taels of gold so that he can return to his hometown and retire in peace. Chu Yueji is a sensible person. He knew the meaning of Li Mabai's move. A wrongful conviction has already broken the hearts of loyal ministers. There is no turning back after making a big mistake. No matter how Li Mabai makes up for it in the future. This rift will always remain in Sairui's heart. If he is allowed to hold the power again, it is inevitable that he will not really have the wrong intentions out of hatred in the future. So Chu Yueji did not try to persuade him, and only said, "Your Majesty is wise. It is so late at night, so please rest early." Li Mabai looked at Chu Yueji with a pleasant look and said, "The governor of Chu has worked hard tonight, and the reward will be delivered to the governor's mansion early tomorrow morning. Please step aside first. As for me..." He turned to look at Shinseo, and his expression suddenly became cold and solemn. "There is also a reward. I must give it to this talented and brave palace maid." Shinseo, look. He smiles playfully when he is facing his main palace. But he has a slump on his face when he faces me. The double standard dog is confirmed. Chapter 8. Is she praising me? After Chu Yueji left, Li Mabai ordered Sanfu to take the palace people to retreat, and close the door of Jinluan Palace. Alone with him, Li Mabai's eyes wandered leisurely on Shinseo's face. The longer he stared at Shinseo, the more hairy Shinseo became. What is this dog emperor looking at? He sent everyone else away, and left me alone with him. Could it be that he was just having sex? He is such a troublemaker, and is as good as the capital of Chu and Yu. But he still wants to take advantage of women from good families? Is it disgusting? Shit stirrer? Fragments corresponding to this noun flashed through Li Mabai's mind, making his teeth itch with anger. This crazy bitch. Who wants to belittle you? Who is the troublemaker again? I think you are tired of living. Li Mabai's eyebrows were violent. Or because he had stayed up all night. The bloodshot heel in the whites of his eyes made him look very wild at the moment. He descended from the high platform and pressed on Shinseo step by step without saying a word. Shinseo stepped back step by step. "Don't come over here. If you dare to touch my finger, I will fight you today." "Fight? I want to see how you plan to fight with me." Li Mabai was joking with Shinseo, like he was playing with a little beast in a cage. He was approaching Shinseo more and more closely. Just when he was about to approach Shinseo, because the candlelight in the hall was dim, he didn't notice at all that the pen holder he used to hit Lu Huai was now at his feet. Lung Buting stepped on it, and his whole body weightlessly lunged forward. He pressed Shinseo under him so impartially, and his wet lips pressed against her very naturally. Time seemed to stand still. The two of them maintained the posture of stacking arhats. Both stunned. Shinseo looked at Li Mabai with wide eyes. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and her cheeks turned crimson. She looked at Li Mabai's long and dense eyelashes, his deep and energetic eyes, his thin and straight nose, felt the faint scent of ambergris on his body, and his soft lips that tasted like QQ candy. And she felt inexplicably excited. This bitch is really good looking. And he's quite classy. After enjoying it for a moment, she realized something was wrong. She pushed Li Mabai and screamed, "Ow!" The screams alarmed Sanfu, who quickly pushed open the palace door and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, what's the matter?" The scene that appeared before him was somewhat indescribable. Li Mabai hesitated and was about to get up. At this moment, his hands were on the ground, hanging above Shinseo's body in a push-up position, and Shinseo's screams continued. Could he, a eunuch, see the scene for free? Sanfu quickly licked his smiling face and said, "Oh, Your Majesty, I'm really sorry. Please continue. Please continue." After that, he closed the palace door heavily. Li Mabai staggered up and kept wiping his lips with the hem of his sleeves. He even scolded Shinseo. "What are you yelling about? Shut your mouth." Shinseo also wiped her lips hard and glared at Li Mabai angrily. Dog Emperor. Dog Emperor. Dog Emperor. How could an ancient person have so many tricks? No matter what, he is still an emperor. How could you do such a shameless thing to tease a woman from a good family? But at this moment, Li Mabai was really suffering and couldn't tell. Am I teasing you? I'm out of my mind and want to tease you. This crazy bitch. I have been guarding my body like jade for 24 years. And my first kiss was given to you. A crazy bitch? I just want to die. However, she seemed to be praising me for my good looks just now. Li Mabai was also blushing because his first kiss was taken away. In order not to show his timidity in front of Shinseo, he had to pretend to be calm and said, "Okay, Please step back. Ah? Your Majesty. This. What? You don't think that I will be responsible for you after I kiss you? Do you? Li Mobai sneered. Oh. For a lowly slave like you, I advise you to do less. Shinxio rolled her eyes countless times in her heart. But she said honestly, the Emperor misunderstood. This slave didn't mean it. But didn't the Emperor just say that he wanted to reward this slave? Isn't it enough that you stole my first kiss? Still want a reward? I give you a stick. So he said coldly. I suddenly don't want to give it. Shinxio. You dog emperor. China has only had an emperor as stingy as you for 5,000 years. Stealing my wish. Taking advantage of me. Slapping my butt continuously. And just want to run away. You wait. Just wait for me. I will work diligently on the task starting from tomorrow. And then I will redeem the Dali pills and the heavenly thunder-breaking talisman from Zayatuochuo. If I don't do justice to heaven, I will kill you in advance. Shinxi left angrily. But this night, Li Mobai couldn't sleep. First, he had an inexplicable dream, in which the scene of him and Shinxio kissing was repeated over and over again, which frightened him into a cold sweat. What a nightmare. After 4 years on the throne, his harem was considered substantial. The main palace also has 4 concubines and 6 concubines. To outsiders, it seems that he has enjoyed all the blessings of his family. But only he knows the real situation. Emperors have been suspicious since ancient times. And Li Mobai was no exception. The queen was married to the queen mother. But he didn't care. Most of the remaining concubines were the daughters of important officials in the court. And they all competed to flatter him. Li Mobai couldn't see through the thoughts of these women. He didn't know whether they were trying to please him, or whether they were trying to please his own identity and his throne. In addition, since he came to the throne, he has been diligent in his work and devoted all his energy to handling political affairs every day. Therefore, he has never touched any of the concubines in the harem. Many times, he would review memorials in the Chancery's study room. And when he was tired, he would simply sleep there, because he was so diligent and caring for the people. He was puzzled by the historical facts told by Shinxio. A man from the future. Why did he become an unscrupulous and tyrannical king that would be reviled by all people in future generations? With such confusion, Li Mobai stayed up until dawn before rushing to the morning court. When he went to court today, he was a little absent-minded. 3 feet of ice cannot be frozen in 1 day. If it was just because of Lu Huai's incident, he would not be known as a foolish king in later generations. He looked at the important ministers in the hall and murmured in his heart. How many people in this court are wearing hypocritical masks and plotting against him for their own personal gain? If it doesn't work, I have to find Shinxio again. Let's see if we can get any more information from her. Shinxio is a maid in charge of serving the emperor in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and lives in the maid's residence of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. She asked Sanfu to find out that the task assigned to her by the Ministry of Internal Affairs today was to prune flowers in the Imperial Garden. However, after searching around the Imperial Garden, Shinxio was nowhere to be seen. Later, Li Mobai's spies came after searching and reported that Shinxio was lying in bed, claiming to be ill and resting in the veranda. Li Mobai sent everyone out of the palace maid's office and sneaked out of Shinxio's veranda. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he realized that as long as he was close to Shinxio, he could hear her heart even if she couldn't see anyone through the door. But what he heard today seemed a little different from usual. She seemed to be arguing with someone about something. Chapter 9. What kind of treasure is an alpaca? When the host points are cleared, the system will automatically trigger the protection mechanism, and the host will not be able to accept new tasks within 3 days. Is there any mistake? If I don't accept the mission, how can I use my points to redeem items in the convenience store? The thunder-splitting talisman was the best thing that day. I want to buy the dog emperor's head and chop it off to use as a chair for him to sit on. Host, please be patient and don't be impatient. The rules are like this, and there is nothing we can do about it. How about Chow and I Ma sing a song for you? Can you please stop calling me by that name? Wouldn't it be better for you to just call yourself Alpaca or Little Tuachuo? Indecent. Good host. What the heck knows? Calculating what I exchanged from you. I accidentally used that amnesia powder on myself. The original plan was to use the invisibility water to rescue Lu Huai from the prison. But in the end, he accidentally knocked him out and showed up at the critical moment, allowing someone to catch him. The most annoying thing is that bloody iPhone 18. The dog emperor woke it up by saying, Arm Sairue. And then he said, shut up, for no reason. But it took it as my wish to come true? What kind of bloody plot is this? No novel is written like this. Later, Shinseio complained a lot to this guy called Little Toachuo, and Limabai gradually figured out the whole story. It turns out that she pulled out my leg hair, slapped me, and kicked me into the bucket, all to complete the task assigned to her by this Little Toachuo. Listening to their conversation, it seems that Xiao Toachuo will reward her with points after completing the task, and the points can be exchanged for many weird things. These things are not available in this era. If you get these things, wouldn't it be like receiving divine help? Therefore, Limabai became very interested in this mysterious Little Toachuo. Returning to the Jinwan Hall, Limabai immediately summoned the bachelor to come to see him. Academician Mo Jiaoran was the most knowledgeable person in the Qi dynasty. He had traveled to many countries and was well informed. After Mo Jiaoran entered the Jinwan Palace, Limabai did not greet him, but asked straight to the point. As Mo Aiqing, who has a well-known blog and extensive knowledge. Ever heard of the word Little Toachuo? Mo Jiaoran frowned slightly, not knowing why. Can the emperor be more specific about what he said? Limabai recalled it for a moment, patted his thigh and said, or is it a grass-mud horse? Mo Jiaoran's face was full of black lines. Your Majesty, are you polite? No. No. It's not the literal meaning. Limabai explained helplessly. There seems to be another name. Called alpaca? Alpaca? Where did the emperor hear about this rare thing? Mo Jiaoran joked. That thing is an animal from the South Vietnamese Ocean. It looks a bit like a sheep, but it has a short body and a long neck, and its dissimilar appearance is not very good looking. Really? Limabai leaned forward slightly and folded his hands at the desk, looking a little excited. Maybe he found it? Mo Jiaoran thought for a moment and replied. Wei Chen remembers that South Vietnam seemed to have paid tribute to one the year before last and kept it in the strange beast garden. But I don't know if it is dead now. Quick! Immediately order someone to go to the strange beast park to bring me the alpaca. Half an hour later, a rare guest came to the Jinwan Palace. It looks like a sheep, with a slender face, long pointed ears, and big, round eyes. The whole body is cotton white in color, with a slender neck, short tail, and toes spread apart. The way it walks is a bit like a camel, but it is still a strange creature. Limabai had never seen such a strange-looking animal before, and he looked at it for a long time. Is this thing an alpaca? Is that crazy woman completing the task assigned by her? This thing looks strange. Maybe it really has great powers. Chi Chao did not believe in strange powers and chaos. In order to prevent the palace people from thinking that the emperor was suffering from mental illness, Liemo retreated to the left and right sides. Just like this. One person and one hunchback, looking at each other in the Jinwan Palace. He first touched the alpaca's head tentatively. It was quite docile, with its eyes narrowed and its neck slightly drawn back, looking very well behaved. This cute and ugly thing made Limabai laugh, making him laugh. It's actually quite cute, even if it looks pleasing to the eye. He quickly cleared his throat and suppressed his smile, pretending to be serious. Ahem. There is no one around now, but you are alone with me. I already know the secrets about you, and I also know that you can talk to others. You don't have to be reserved. You can communicate with me. In one sentence, it was like playing the piano to an ox rather than playing the harp to an ox. No response. Is there any other code? The bachelor said it was called alpaca, but I heard that crazy woman called it another name. Does it only respond if you call someone else's name or say a secret code? So, Limabai leaned close to the alpaca's ear and called in a very light voice. Little Toachuo. Really? The alpaca reacted just after calling it. It first ran around the hall twice excitedly, then jumped up and squatted slightly on Limabai's dragon throne, looking at its majestic appearance. Limabai thought it was going to speak next moment, but after waiting for a long time, except for the shishi sound from the tip of the alpaca's nose, nothing else was heard. After a while, he vaguely smelled a foul smell. He hurried up to the high platform and bypassed the dragon case, only to see a scene that shocked him. This thing actually defecated on his own dragon throne. Limabai turned around and almost vomited. The alpaca was intelligent and knew that he was in trouble and quickly hid behind the beam. Limabai calmed down and thought that for the sake of those weird treasures, he had to make this man happy today no matter what. He forced out a seemingly bright smile and approached the alpaca, gently stroking the soft hair on its back. Don't be afraid. I won't hit you. Everyone has 3 urgent needs. And besides, you're not a human being. So it's reasonable that you can't hold it back. But since you're on my dragon throne, don't you have to give me some help? To save face? I know you can understand what I say and speak human language. But I didn't say the code correctly just now. After thinking about it for a while, Shinseo's alpaca seemed to have something to call himself. So Limabai once again leaned close to the alpaca's ear and called softly, "Grass mud horse." The next moment, the alpaca swept its hooves and took 2 steps back. A pair of big black eyes stared at Limabai, smacking its lips from time to time. Limabai looked at it and thought it was about to speak, so he subconsciously moved closer to it. "Oh! Tui!" A viscous liquid sprayed on Limabai's face, with an extremely stinking stench. That alpaca was actually spitting at him. Limabai raised his sleeves and frantically wiped the alpaca's saliva from his face, becoming so angry that he could not speak coherently. "That's unreasonable. You are deliberately trying to trick me. You and that crazy woman are obviously in the same group." "Oh! Tui! Oh! Tui!" The more aggressive he gets with the alpaca, the more the alpaca chases him and spits. In the end, Limabai was defeated and shouted desperately outside the palace, "Come here! Get this ugly thing out of here!" Sanfu came in and ordered someone to take away the alpaca. Limabai, who was covered in dirt and suffocated, said, "You guys clean up here. I'll go back to take a shower and change clothes," and then walked away. Sanfu yelled at the young eunuchs to clean up the palace. After seeing the piles of feces on the dragon throne, he couldn't help pinching the tip of his nose, frowning and complaining, "Oh, this ugly thing shouldn't have been brought to the Jinwan palace. Look, he's scared the emperor." Chapter 10. The dog system was subdued. Although Limabai's actual reward did not come, the news that Shinseo had successfully captured Lu Huai soon spread like wildfire in the palace. She gained face in front of the imperial court, and the servants in charge of the Ministry of Internal Affairs took care of her naturally. He was discussing in private, "This girl is pretty and smooth, and now she has gained face in front of long-lived Lord. There is no guarantee that she will not be successful in the future. She is a maid in the maid's house under Eunuch Luo, so Eunuch must keep his eyes open. Take care of it. Good things may come later." Gonglan Luo was aware of current affairs, and when he returned to the palace maid's office, he rearranged the duty list and posted it. He assigned the chores that Shinseo should do to pay her and cheer, leaving Shinseo to do the good job of serving the emperor, thinking of letting her show her face in front of Limabai more and giving her a chance to rise to the top. He also licked his smiling face and said to Shinseo, "Your luck is about to come." Shinseo said that the unwanted blessings have increased again. Eunuch Luo's arrangement can be said to be unsatisfactory to both ends. Payer and Cheer were already very busy with their original workload, and now they were also responsible for Shinseo's job, which even left them no time for lunch. That day and night, Payer and Cheer were busy until they stopped. Both sides were so tired that their backs and legs were weak, so they sat cross-legged on the couch and massaged each other's backs. Their penthouse was adjacent to Shinseo's penthouse. Payer first said in a strange tone, "But look, she was already sleeping peacefully when I came back. She saw me today when I was cleaning, and she even smiled at me and said low, as if she was a villain." She seemed to be confused. Didn't she know that all the work I was doing was for her? No. We can't be bullied for nothing. There are so many people in the palace maid's office. Why are we being arranged by Eunuch Luo? It must be that we had a dispute with her before, and she holds a grudge in her heart and wants to take revenge on us. Yes, that bitch. If we don't live a good life, she won't be able to feel comfortable either." The dispute that Payer and Cheer were referring to was that they had occupied Shinseo's lunch for 2 months. Shinseo had just come to the palace maid's office at that time. It was common for people who were unfamiliar with the place to be bullied. Later, Eunuch Luo found out and reprimanded them, and they stopped. But this was a conflict between the original owner and them. Shinseo couldn't even tell what their names were. So how could he hold such a grudge? During lunch the next day, Shinseo ate an embroidery needle from the steamed bun. Fortunately, she had developed a habit of eating in modern times. When eating steamed buns, she would break them off piece by piece, so she could detect it in time and not put the embroidery needle into her mouth. The food delivered to the palace maids from the imperial dining room was careless to begin with, and it was not uncommon for anything to be eaten in the food. So Shinseo didn't think too deeply about it. She couldn't eat enough and planned to go back to her room to take a nap. But when she opened the quilt, she saw 2 flower snakes. She grew up in the fields, and after seeing many of these snakes, She could tell whether they were venomous or not. And she didn't make much of a fuss when she saw a non-venomous snake. However, he grabbed the snake with his bare hands and threw it out of the window very calmly. If the needle hidden in the bed was an accident, then the snake hidden in the bed must have been done intentionally. Who in this palace has a problem with her? Without the memory of the original owner, there is no one to suspect of being plotted against. The original owner may have been weak and easy to bully, but she was a tough one. Little Tuacho, can you help me restore the memory of the original owner? Yes, host. But it will cost 50 points to restore the original owner's memory. You know I have no points. So you still want 50 points? Can I pay on credit? Sorry, host. No credit is allowed for small transactions. Shinseo was about to be tortured crazy by this cheap system. I don't know who the original owner provoked in the past, but now someone wants to harm me. If you don't let me find out the villain behind it, I'll be killed one day. If I die, you won't be able to live well. Hee hee. There are thousands of people who have traveled through time. If one host dies, there are still thousands more. Don't panic. These unpleasant words, coupled with the system's mean tone and lewd laughter, made Shinseo almost have a heart attack. She couldn't hold her breath, so she beat her chest violently twice. Ouch yo. After this fight, the system actually responded? Shinseo tried to hit her chest again, and the force was stronger than before. Ouch. Ah. That's right. It was the scream coming from the system. Haha. I thought you were really invulnerable. Shinseo sneered, and then began to beat her chest and feet to treat herself well. This method of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 800 at one's own really worked. Shinseo slapped her chest so hard that her chest turned red. The system finally couldn't withstand it anymore and began to give in. Host. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Know that you are wrong? If you know you are wrong, please give me the memory of the original owner quickly. This really doesn't work. The Space and Time Administration has regulations, and I don't have the right to give the host so many points on credit at once. No rights? Shinseo said while beating her chest. Do you have any rights? No rights now. Ah! I was wrong. I was wrong. But I really don't have the right to give the host so many points on credit. Shinseo sneered and raised his hand to continue the fight. The system became anxious. Don't fight. Don't fight. My permissions allow the host to credit 5 points. 5 points? 5 points from your crappy store is enough to buy a bottle of Coke. Forget it. You'd better be obedient and let me beat you until you get off work. Host. Wait. Although 5 points cannot allow you to retrieve the memory of the original owner, it is enough to deal with the current difficulties. You can use 5 points to exchange for the magical crispy corner. After eating it, you will know who wants to harm you. Shinseo opened his palms impatiently. There's so much nonsense. Bring it to you. The next moment, a blue light flashed in the palm of his hand, and a puff food that looked like a crispy corner appeared in Shinseo's palm. Ever since I traveled to this ghost place, I have been controlled by this dog system. Others can coexist peacefully with their own systems when they travel through time. The system is the golden finger that leads them to the pinnacle of life. If you travel by yourself, the sand sculpture system will be of no use except to make you die in front of the tyrant or to ridicule you on a daily basis. Now that I have found a good way to threaten the system, I will see if it will still be a ghost in front of me in the future. It's just that this method is good, but it's a bit laborious. Shinseo glanced at her proud curves in the bronze mirror and couldn't help frowning and shaking her head. No! If I keep beating it like this, will it be flat in one day? She shuddered unconsciously, looked at the wonderful crispy horn in her hand, and ate it in one bite. After swallowing, the scene of Pear and Cheer plotting against her began to play like a slideshow in her mind. It turned out that not only did they hide needles and release snakes, they also added laxatives to Shinseo's teacup. Shinseo glanced at the teapot on the small table in front of the couch, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 11. Why is the Emperor here? Shinseo did not react immediately, although she knew the ins and outs of the matter. She had no direct evidence. She needs to find an opportunity. Late at night, she heard rustling outside the door, so she tiptoed through the cracks in the door to eavesdrop. Sprinkle more. Tomorrow. Make her fall into pieces and eat shit as soon as she goes out. It's better to land on the back of your head and turn her into a fool. Shinseo just listened quietly. When there was no movement outside the door, she opened the door very gently. The silver moonlight shines on the ground, especially the ground in front of Shinseo's door that reflects the most. She reached out, dipped her fingertips in some, and rubbed it in. It was oil. Oh, you want to harm me with just this little trick? Tomorrow morning, I will let you know what cruelty is. She lay on the couch, thinking about her plans for tomorrow. Ah! Boom! Suddenly there was a man's scream outside the door, followed by the sound of falling to the ground. The person who fell down outside Shinseo's veranda at this moment was none other than Li Mobai. He was still energetic after reviewing the memorial tonight, so he thought of eavesdropping outside Shinseo's room to see if he could get any useful information. Who knew that the door of Shinseo's room was smeared with oil, and he fell down before he could stand firmly. Damn it! When did this crazy woman know that I would eavesdrop outside the door at night? His fall was so loud that almost the entire palace was awakened by the exclamation. More importantly, it was a man's voice. There have always been dirty things in the palace, such as fornications between palace maids and guards. So everyone is very vigilant. Seeing the lights in the palace maid's room turn on. In desperation, Li Maobai had no choice but to break into Shinseo's room to stay away from the wind. When he sneaked in, he met Shinseo's confused eyes. Your Majesty? She still considered etiquette and hurriedly got down and saluted to Li Maobai. Shoo! Be silent. He is a dignified emperor. If someone finds him running to the palace maid in the middle of the night, why should he be regarded as a peeping pervert? Does he still want to be famous in this life? Don't talk nonsense. Find a place to hide me first. I have a reward. Shinseo was stunned for a moment and muttered in her heart. Where is this dog emperor making trouble? He came to my room in the middle of the night and asked me to hide him. Could it be that he was playing hide-and-seek with his concubine Chu? TSK. TSK. It's really a toad pretending to be a frog. Being ugly makes you spend money. Being ugly is not ugly. But you are playing tricks. It is hard to disobey the king's orders. Even though Shinseo was unwilling to do so, she did not dare to offend the tyrant. But the veranda where he lived was too simple. Looking around, there was no place where Li Maobai could hide. At this time, the courtyard outside had begun to become noisy. Eunuch Luo spoke in a high-pitched voice with a hint of laziness. Search every room of the Zha family. The Zha family wants to see who is so brave and dares to commit such a taboo in the palace. Li Maobai became anxious when he heard his voice about searching the palace. So without thinking, he ran to Shinseo's couch and lay down, wrapped himself in a quilt, patted the bedboard, and said, Come! Lie down with me! What the H.L.? What does this dog emperor want to do? I don't want to sleep in the same bed with you. If I ask you to come, you can come. If you continue to ink, you are disobeying the order. Carefully, I will pick off your head. No way. The head is important. Under Li Maobai's obscene power, Shinseo had no choice but to push Binbin into bed. She was lying outside, and Li Maobai was lying inside, covering his head with a quilt. After a while, the door of her veranda was banged and banged. Eunuch Luo, Shinseo's side room is the only one left that has not been searched. And she still lives alone. That's right. If she doesn't have any evil intentions, why should she lock the door while sleeping? Look, father-in-law, there are oil stains on the ground. And there are shoe prints on the oil stains. Such big shoe prints must belong to men. Pair and Cheer were irritated with each other's words, wishing that Shinseo could be convicted of adultery and punished on the spot. Here comes someone. Kick open the door to the Zajia family. After Eunuch Luo gave the order, the door of the veranda was kicked open by the guards. A large number of palace maids, eunuchs, and guards swarmed in and surrounded the veranda. Shinseo rubbed her sleepy eyes and pretended to be surprised to see so many people. Hey, what's going on in the middle of the night? You still have the nerve to ask? Pair spat and cursed. You have done something shameless. Don't you know it in your heart? Shinseo continued to pretend to be stupid. I was sleeping, and a bunch of you guys came in, and you still want to say it's not mine? May I ask you, what should I know? Ahem. Eunuch Luo cleared his throat and said righteously, There are assassins in the palace. According to the rules, the miscellaneous family must also be searched. Now that everyone else's side rooms have been searched, you are the only one left. This room. Oh, there's an assassin? Shinseo smiled coldly. I have no money and no enemies. I don't think the assassin would have to cross the mountains and break into the palace to kill me. The slave's annex is only about the size of a palm. There is no place to hide people. After a quick look, Eunuch Luo knew that the assassin was not in the slave room, so he could rest in peace. Why is there no place to hide someone? Pear pointed at Shinseo's bed and said in a strange tone. Your bed is very big, so it's easy to hide someone. Shinseo glanced at her and said sternly. What do you mean? There is an assassin in the palace. Can I hide the assassin under my bed? Or do you suspect that I am with the assassin? Of? Eunuch Luo. She has always been a sharp talker. Why are you talking to her with such nonsense? Just lift her quilt and capture the madman. Eunuch Luo nodded in acquiescence, waved his hand and said, Here comes someone. Lift off Shinseo's quilt for the Zha family. Let's see who dares. Shinsei growled coldly and in such a domineering voice that even Li Mobai, who was hiding in bed, was frightened. This crazy bitch is quite courageous. Seeing that the guards who were about to take action were restrained, Shinseo continued to build up his momentum and said, I am sleeping under the quilt wearing a belly band. And you want to lift my quilt? My body has been looked at by you men. Do you still want Xingyu? Then he looked at Eunuch Luo and said, Eunuch Luo, when you serve in front of the emperor, you can see the emperor's face every day. Today you lifted my quilt and exposed my body. If you find what you want to find, you can still find it. It's easy to say. If I don't find it, I can't guarantee what I will say in front of the emperor. This one sentence frightened Eunuch Luo. What if his pounce was in vain and Shinseo ran up to Li Mobai and chewed his tongue? Wouldn't his life be gone? Even if there is really a man hidden under the quilt, what does it have to do with him? No one would reward him with any money if he was caught. But if there was no one under the quilt, wouldn't he be looking for death? After a moment of silence, Eunuch Luo made a decision that surprised everyone. I guess the assassin has left and everyone has dispersed. Chapter 12. She doesn't seem to be that heinous. As soon as these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. And Pear and Cheer were even more reluctant. Li Mobai snickered. How dare you use my name to deceive me here? I respect you for your courage. Eunuch Luo just left like that. Everyone was watching. Your attempt to protect Shinseo is too obvious. Originally, the maids in the palace lady's office had many complaints about Eunuch Luo's different treatment of Shinseo. The so-called rejection of Shinseo by everyone. But now everyone is waiting to see the joke. How can they let Shinseo off easily? Seeing Eunuch Luo in a dilemma, things were about to get out of hand. Suddenly, amidst all the noise, a wonderful sound came out. Puk! Putchichi. Those were two undisguised fart sounds, which could be described as shocking. The fart sound came from Shinseo's bed. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shinseo's couch, and Shinseo covered her nose in embarrassment. The next moment, I saw someone lifting the quilt. Li Mobai clutched his butt and rushed out of it, trotting aside the crowd and hiding in the palace. Immediately afterwards, another wonderful sound came from Gong's room. Crackling. Crackling. In this silent night, the sound was particularly harsh. Those who didn't know thought that someone was setting off firecrackers in Gong's room. Everyone present was dumbfounded. From the corner of her eye, Shinseo saw that the teapot that Pear and Cheer had added laxatives to on the small table in front of her bed seemed to have bottomed out. God! When did he drink the tea? I caught the adulterer, but I didn't expect to catch an emperor. Things are getting serious now. While Li Mobai was going to the toilet, the surrounding palace maids, eunuchs and guards immediately dispersed as if nothing had happened, so as not to be recognized and punished by the emperor later. They can run away. But Eunuch Luo can't run away. He froze in place, really wanting to die. And Shinshin, the emperor is here with you. Why don't you say a word? Shinseo spread her hands and shrugged, and said helplessly, I told you to leave quickly and stop meddling in other people's business. But you can't stop me even if you have to commit suicide. Do you blame me? Eunuch Luo almost knelt down in front of Shinseo. Okay. My aunt. This. You said I am. Oops. He stamped his feet anxiously, sweating like rain. Good aunt. Look. As I take care of you in my daily life, you can persuade the emperor to say a few good words for me. Shinseo pretended to be relaxed and yawned. I don't have time to mind your business. Then he raised his eyebrows and winked in the direction of Gongfang. But I can tell you a piece of news. When I went to the toilet at night, I used up the last toilet paper in Gongfang and forgot to refill it. The one where the emperor is squatting now, there is no paper in the pit. Why don't you hurry up and wait for me? I think the emperor will probably remember this and won't pick your head. Thank you. Great aunt. Thank you. Great aunt. Eunuch Luo bowed to Shinseo 3 times and hurriedly ran to Gong's room. As he ran, he kept shouting, Your Majesty, Don't worry. I'm here to bring you a paper. After everyone had dispersed, Shinseyo quickly got out of bed and closed the balcony door tightly. At this moment, there were already 10,000 grass and mud horses spinning and jumping in her heart. What kind of weird thing is this? When you get up tomorrow morning, what will people outside tell you? The emperor stayed overnight in the palace maid's room. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself and ended up excreting like crazy. Does she still want this face? Shinseyo couldn't help but find a hole in the ground and get into it right now. But something even more desperate was yet to come. After Li Maobai took care of his big life matters, he opened her door angrily. Shin! See, I worry! He lifted up the quilt, glared at Shinseyo and shouted angrily. Get up! Your Majesty! You are so cruel! Shinseyo reluctantly got up and immediately started talking to each other. You can't blame me for this. I didn't ask you to hide in my room in the first place. Secondly, I have already put in my best effort to show off your face. But you can't hold back what you should. No wonder I... You? Li Maobai's face turned livid with anger. Didn't you spill the oil on the ground outside the door? Didn't you add the laxative in the teapot? You did all the tricks just to make me lose face. You challenge my bottom line again and again. Believe it or not, I will kill you. Shinseyo burst into tears and cried out. Your Majesty is wronged. How could I, my slave, know that you are outside? And the oil on the ground and the laxative in the teapot have nothing to do with my slave. Good guy. Did Pinxie meet me here? I haven't asked you why you are spying on me. Judging from your tone, this isn't your first time. Damn pervert. Aren't you a crook? What's so good about a woman sleeping? Also, if I knew you were coming, what kind of laxative would I put in the teapot? I'll just administer the poison. Okay? Li Maobai heard it clearly. Words on the lips can lie, but words in the heart are the most real. Could it be that it's really not her? She doesn't know anything? But what about the oil on the ground and the laxative in the tea? Most of Li Maobai's anger dissipated, and he sighed helplessly and asked, If it weren't for you, could you explain to me where all those dirty things came from? Yo? Then if you ask me, I will tell you the truth. As a result, Shinseyo told Li Maobai in tears that Pear and Cheer had teamed up to plot against her. The two maids did not plot against Shinseyo, but they plotted against him, the emperor, even if she was schemed by Shinseyo. A servant girl. Why did two more people appear to join in the fun? In anger, Li Maobai immediately issued an order to kill the two palace ladies. Shinseyo also wanted them to suffer some hardships, but it would not be enough to kill them just because of this trivial matter. Although she is determined to retaliate, she is not a cruel person. So she started to persuade her. Your Majesty, there is some misunderstanding between the two of them and their slaves. The fact that you are involved in today's matter is just a mistake. Even if you give them 100 courages, they will not dare to take your idea. It is said that those who don't know are not guilty. Just now, Your Majesty, you said that you would give me a reward for hiding you. Since they are harming me, it shouldn't be too much for me to ask you for a chance to punish them personally. Li Maobai didn't expect that this crazy woman could say such a thing. At first, he thought she was pretending to show off to him to win his favor. But she didn't expect it this time. What she said was exactly the same as what she was thinking. She just wanted to punish the two palace ladies with a small punishment and make them admit their mistake to her. This woman doesn't seem to be as evil as she thought. Just as he was talking, the laxative force struck again, and Li Maobai immediately tightened his grip on the back cord. You decide what to do. After saying these words, he disappeared like a gust of wind. Seeing how funny he was, Shinseyo laughed so hard while lying on the couch. Who would have thought that the most famous tyrant in history would actually make a fool of himself in front of him? So cool. So cool. Chapter 13 Enemies Become Sisters. It's been a hard night, and I can't sleep. Also unable to sleep were Pear and Cheer. The two of them hid under the quilt and buried their heads tightly, not even daring to breathe. If the Emperor investigates this matter thoroughly, wouldn't we be doomed? Who would have thought that Shinseyo actually hooked up with the Emperor? Don't panic. We can't get into trouble. This is an unfounded thing. No one can say that we spilled oil in front of the door and added to the tea. Got the medicine. The two were discussing secretly when the door opened with a creak. They gingerly opened a corner of the quilt and looked around, and saw Shinseyo crossing his arms and looking at them with a half smile. They stood up quickly and said with an embarrassed smile, It's late at night. Why haven't you fallen asleep yet? I am very tired at first, but with the Emperor's order, no matter how weak I am, I still have to protect the emperor. Right. Shinseyo sat on the wooden chair in front of the two of her, looking at them from bottom to top. Any disputes between us in the past are all in the past. And no matter what, we have always been on the same page lately. Why are the two sisters suddenly confused and trying to bring bad luck to me? Cheer was suddenly panicked by Shinseyo, but Pear was calmer and pretended to be confused. What are you talking about? We both have so much hard work to do every day. How can we find the time to seek bad luck on you? Oh, then I really have to thank you for the hard work. Shinseyo's face darkened, and he said in a calm tone, with all the hard work, you can still hide needles in my food and my mattress. If you release a snake and add medicine to my tea, so that you two can have some free time, why don't you chop off my hands and feet and put them in a wine vat to make a human pig? You're talking nonsense. Don't accuse good people wrongly. What evidence do you have? Do you really need evidence? You have to think clearly. The person who was killed today was not me but the emperor. The emperor fell at the door and bruised his knees. He drank tea with laxatives and had diarrhea. You guys are like this. The act of murdering the emperor is a serious crime that will punish the 9 clans. And do you think this little trick can escape the scrutiny of Dali Temple? There are only a few people in the palace, and it will only take half a day to investigate the matter. The lives of your family cannot be saved. Shinseyo was scaring them, but she was telling the truth. Just murdering the emperor is already a serious crime that can implicate the Manchus. Pear and Cheer looked at each other. Their faces turned pale with fright, and they couldn't utter a single word of excuse. Shinseyo stretched leisurely and continued. Even if you work with me, I don't want to do things too badly. Just now, I have asked the emperor for a favor on your behalf, so that you will not be punished. The 2 people were punished by the 9 tribes, but the emperor was furious, and he meant that there must be an explanation for this matter. Only one of your 2 lives can be left. In other words, it is the dirty things you did in my room. When something happens, one person must respond to it in order to keep the other person safe. She picked off a city flower that was placed in the vase, picked off the petals one by one, and let them drift silently to the ground. You decide for yourself who lives and who dies. It's not too big a deal to watch the excitement. I have seen many famous scenes of palace sisters tearing each other apart in TV dramas, but now it is easy to see them live. Shinseyo brought a handful of melon seeds and sat aside to eat them while watching the show. Why don't these 2 people move? Shouldn't they first blame each other and then pull their hair out and slap them? Quick! Start a fight! Start a fight! I did this. Unexpectedly. The one who spoke first was the always timid Chi. I will go with you to see the emperor. The things that were plotted against you were all done by me and have nothing to do with Sister Pei. What nonsense are you talking about? Pear pulled Chi, who had already stood up, back to the couch, and said sternly, I only do things for myself, so you don't need to take the blame for me. The days of darkness in this palace are not the same. I don't know when I will be strong. Today I will be beaten by this master, and tomorrow I will be insulted by that father-in-law. It would be better to die than to have a knife on my neck. It's me. Don't listen to her. She didn't do anything. It's me. I did everything. It has nothing to do with Cheer. Well, I saw the famous scene of sisters fighting. However, the reason for this quarrel was somewhat beyond Shinseyo's expectations. The 2 of them were not related to each other, and when faced with such a major event as life and death, the first thing that came to their mind was not how to distance themselves from each other. Instead, they always thought of each other. Shinseyo's original idea was that if the 2 of them kept fighting each other and causing chaos, he would punish each of them with 30 pieces of board, and then throw them to Zinseku for hard labor. It can be seen that seeing this scene, she couldn't help but feel moved. These 2 people were not bad at all. What I don't understand is, why do you want to plot against me? Have I ever offended you? Pear said, you haven't offended us. But because of you, Eunuch Luo assigned all the work that you should have done to us. We were so exhausted that we couldn't even eat a hot meal at noon. It's easy for you. Just because you have a pretty face, and you can wink and smile in front of the emperor, you will have unlimited glory. I don't quite understand your logic. Shinseyo laughed angrily at her words. It was Eunuch Luo who asked you to change the class, not me. So why don't you vent your full resentment on Eunuch Luo, but instead on Eunuch Luo? On me? Shia looked gloomy and said, our life would be easier without you. Why? We are all palace maids. How come you can gain face everywhere, but we have to become slaves because of your gain? The best among men? The 2 of them thought they were dead, so they simply said everything in their hearts. Such an outspoken temperament is somewhat similar to Shinseyo. Don't do these things that harm others and benefit yourself in the future. I will only forgive you this time. If you dare to do it again, don't blame me for doing it. It's late at night, so get some rest early. Shinseyo said this lightly and turned around to leave. Behind her, Peiya called her with some hesitation. Why are you willing to let us go? She chuckled lightly, held her chin up and thought for a moment, and then said, Because your names are very similar to the protagonists in one of my favorite songs. What? Peggy. Peggy. Early the next morning, Shinseyo, who was sleeping, heard rustling in his room. After opening her eyes, she saw Pear and Cheer surrounding her desk. What are you doing? The two of them were startled, pointed to the jujube cake on the table, and said with some embarrassment, I asked around and found out that you like to eat jujube cake. I went to the Imperial dining room early in the morning to clear the inner prison and brought these. Shinseyo happily got off the bed, walked forward, picked up one and ate it. Pear was surprised and said, Aren't you afraid that we will poison you? Shinseyo smiled sadly. What are you afraid of? If your IQ is so low that you can even do things like real name poisoning, then you may have died countless times in this cannibal palace. The two of them looked guilty. After looking at each other, they both bowed to Shinseyo and said, I'm sorry. It's because we are short-sighted and narrow-minded. We should have been ransacked now for doing such a thing. Yes. You, sir, don't remember the mistakes of others, and are willing to give us a chance to change our ways. I have discussed it with Cheer, and we will give you the monthly salary for the next 6 months as compensation. You are living a tight life, so don't make things difficult for yourself. Shinseyo helped the two of them up with his hand, and handed them the jujube cake. Seeing that the two of them didn't dare to answer, they pretended to be nervous and said, No way! You can't really poison me. Can you? The two of them quickly took the sweet-scented osmanthus cake and started eating it. Cheer ate so quickly that she choked and hiccuped constantly. It was the unstoppable burping sound that made Shinseyo and Pear burst into laughter. Chapter 14 The Bat Becomes a Spirit. Is there any airtight wall in the palace? The news of Limabai appearing in Shinseyo's room last night quickly spread in the palace. Therefore, when the concubines went to Fingi Palace to pay their respects to the queen today, their faces were not very pretty. Queen Yueguang also heard the rumors, but she didn't seem to be affected. She had a faint smile on her lips as before, looking kind. Yesterday, a trustee from my mother's house brought some of the best Jiandao jade leaves and divided them into 3 parts. 1 part was given to the queen mother, 1 part was given to the emperor, and the remaining part was given to Xiangling. Sisters, make tea. While talking, more than a dozen palace ladies filed in, holding fragrant tea and serving it to the concubines one by one. Everyone, try it and see if it suits your taste. Everyone said in unison. I would like to thank the queen for the tea. While the concubines were drinking tea, a faint sigh came from the hall. Everyone turned their attention to Concubine She, who sighed. In terms of appearance, Concubine She is not the most beautiful and exquisite among the concubines. But when it comes to figure, she is definitely recognized as outstanding. When she first entered the palace, she was originally naked and looked ordinary. She has only been around for 2 years, and I don't know what method she used to make herself convex and curvy. Especially her bust, which is so plump that you can't even see it when you lower your head when you straighten your waist. She sighed, with a sad look on her face. And the queen couldn't help but ask, Concubine She, what's wrong with you? But my tea doesn't suit your taste? How can I say it? The things in the queen's palace are naturally excellent. Concubine She took a sip of tea as she spoke, and then used the tea lid to slowly skim off the foam on the tea surface, looking very worried. I woke up in the morning and listened to the chatter of the servants in the palace, and I felt aggrieved after hearing some unpleasant things. Is the imperial concubine referring to the incident where the emperor stayed in the palace maid's room last night? The person who answered was Concubine Ning. Her appearance should be the most outstanding among all the concubines. It's a pity that her character is also the most irritable among all the concubines. She took over Concubine She's words and continued. Has your majesty only heard about it? I'm afraid there's no one in the palace who doesn't know about this. But what about the big happy event in the palace? Who in the palace doesn't know about the emperor? We have been in the palace for several years, and the green cards have become moldy, and we have not seen the emperor turn over them once. What a good thing. I went to have a private meeting with an unknown palace maid at night. I remember the queen's birthday last year. At that time, the emperor only had dinner with the queen and then left in a hurry. him. Concubine Chen, who was sitting next to her, saw the smile on the queen's face froze, and quickly elbowed Concubine Ning twice to cut off her words. Then he changed the subject and said with a smile, "Queen, this tea is very good. I wonder if I can reward my concubine with some. As long as you like it." The queen regained her smile and ordered, "Xiangling, go pack some new tea and let Concubine Chen take it back to the palace later." After understanding Concubine Chen's kind reminder, Concubine Ning had no choice but to give up. After returning to her palace, Concubine Ning hurriedly ordered people to go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to get the list of palace maids. It records Shinseo's origin and background. Both of his parents died, and he grew up with his aunt since he was a child. My uncle is the master of the county magistrate of Anhui County. He is a low-ranking official who does not even have the 9th rank. When she was still in her prime, she was sold into the palace as a slave by her aunt for 20 taels of silver. Looking at the portrait drawn by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, although she has a beautiful face, it is not stunning. Concubine Ning looked at herself in the mirror and was proud that her beauty was far better than Shinseo. But why did Li Mabai not even bother to look at her, but chose to favor a palace maid? After looking at Shinseo's files for a long time, Concubine Ning finally found out the clues. Good at singing and dancing? Could it be that she relied on her singing and dancing skills to seduce Li Mabai? The concubines in the harem were only skilled in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. But singing and dancing were third-rate skills that they would not learn if they were of noble birth. But maybe Li Mabai would just do this. Concubine Ning wants to imitate Shinseo. But the embarrassing thing is that she can't. It's too late to learn it now. By the time she learns it, Shinseo might already be pregnant with a dragon seed. When she was in a dilemma, her maid Lianer gave her an idea. "My dear, do you think that Shinseo entered the palace at the age of 15? How exquisite can her singing and dancing skills be? All the musicians, officials and dancers in the song and dance studio are with more than 10 years of hard work on her body. And the emperor is tired of their singing and dancing. How can a palace maid singing and dancing catch the emperor's eyes? In my humble opinion, the empress can just dance and sing casually. Is she a good dancer? It's not important. What's important is that it can make the emperor's eyes shine. You are the only one who can speak well if you have a long mouth. Everyone knows the truth. But how can you make the emperor shine? The beginning of summer is the time when there are the most night candles, fireflies. The slaves can lead people to catch some night candles and hide them in the sleeves of the empress's clothes. When night falls, the empress will stand on the road that the emperor must pass. When the emperor approaches, the empress will they were singing and dancing. With the dancing steps, candles flew out from the sleeves of the queen's clothes. In the night, there were stars around the queen. Who could not be fascinated by it? After hearing what Lianer said, Concubine Ning had already imagined a beautiful picture in her mind. So he quickly ordered Lianer to take someone to catch Xiaoyu, and spent some money to smoothen the relationship, and found out about Li Mabai's itinerary for the past 2 days. It was learned that Li Mabai was going to the Queen Mother's palace to pay his respects tonight, and there was a must-pass road from Chaoyang Palace to Xianshou Palace. So when it was getting dark, Concubine Ning started to wait here. Lianer and the others grabbed many candles and poured them into Concubine Ning's broad black cloak. When she was dancing gracefully, these candles lingering around Concubine Ning would definitely make Li Mabai stop in surprise. When the palace guards watching Li Mabai saw Li Mabai's chariot coming towards this place, they quickly imitated the song of birds to inform Concubine Ning. Concubine Ning saw the right moment and started dancing. Her dancing was poor, and she was wearing a black cloak. Looking from a distance in the dark night, she looked like a frightened bat flapping its wings randomly. Although the night candle lingered around her, there was no sense of beauty at all. However, no one expected that before attracting Li Mabai's attention. The swath of night candles first attracted many bats that foraged for food at night. Dozens of bats searched for the light and circled around Concubine Ning to catch Xiaoyu. However, Concubine Ning, the bat leader, was so frightened that she lost her soul and couldn't help but scream. When Li Mabai passed by this place, the scene he saw was too magical. I saw a huge black bat surrounded by many small bats, scurrying east and west on the gravel road. Concubine Ning was extremely frightened when she was surrounded by bats. She saw the light of the imperial chariot not far away, so she ran towards Li Mabai with all her strength, shouting, "Your Majesty, save me." She was like a giant moth with a nest of bats behind her, and she just rushed towards Li Mabai. Who wouldn't be afraid of this scene? Li Mabai thought that something unclean had been provoked in the palace. So when Concubine Ning was about to approach him, he decisively kicked her away. Oops. Concubine Ning. Are you okay? Seeing that Concubine Ning was kicked away by the emperor, the palace servants who were hiding from the side came out and hurriedly stepped forward to help Concubine Ning. Sanfu shouted to the palace attendants to take a torch and take a photo. Only then did everyone see clearly that the giant moth was not a bad spirit, but Concubine Ning, one of the 4 concubines. After learning her true identity, Li Mabai's face turned even gloomier. He looked coldly at Concubine Ning, who was sitting on the ground crying and wearing makeup, and said in a deep voice, "Are you pretending to be a ghost here in the middle of the night to scare me on purpose?" Concubine Ning cried and explained, No, Your Majesty. I don't mean this. I just want to." Halfway through her words, Concubine Ning fell silent. She couldn't say that she deliberately wanted to seduce Li Mabai after inquiring about his itinerary. Right. Privately inquiring about the emperor's whereabouts was a capital offense. Li Mabai saw how crazy she was and didn't bother with her. As he passed by her, he said without any emotion, "How can I behave like a concubine who behaves like a madman? From now on, I will spend half a month behind closed doors in my palace. No one will be allowed to do anything without my will. Visit!" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mabai rolled his sleeves and left. Concubine Ning was left alone and messy in the dark night. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Please listen to me and explain to you." Chapter 15. She wants to be frivolous towards me? Concubine Ning pretended to be a bat to scare Li Mabai in the middle of the night. But the palace officials regarded it as after-dinner entertainment. Everyone was talking, saying that she had gone crazy after not being favored for a long time. Shincio was listening to the joke when suddenly the voice of the system sounded in her mind. "Ding ding, the host has obtained a new main quest, kissing the tyrant for 10 seconds. The reward points for completing the task are plus 50. And the points for failing the task are minus 50. Please complete the task as soon as possible within 48 hours. You're playing with me on purpose. Right? Want me to kiss that dog emperor? 10 more seconds to go. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sorry. Host. The main quest cannot be refused or replaced." "Can't?" Shincio clenched her hands hard and placed them on her chest. "Can you say it again?" "Host. Don't be so irritable. The main mission is a hard mission assigned by the Space and Time Administration, and it really cannot be replaced. If the host really doesn't want to do it, he can choose not to complete the task." Shincio did the math and realized that he now owed the system 5 points. If he did not complete the task, he would owe 55 points. Anyway, it's already a negative score. So if you owe more, just owe more. In short, it is absolutely impossible for her to do such a perverted task as asking her to kiss the dog emperor. Then you can just deduct points. I can't do this task. Good host. However, before deducting points, you must make it clear to the host when the points are negative. You will be punished every time you reach 50 points. What punishment? Host. Wait a minute. I'll check it for you. Didi. The host was found. The first time the points reach minus 50. There are 2 punishments for the host to choose from. One is to get epilepsy, and the other is to get cataracts. Please also ask the host to choose your favorite disease as a punishment. I choose you. Uncle. Shincio punched her chest several times, and the system screamed for mercy. But this time it didn't let go. It's useless even if the host beats his breasts flat, because the authority of the punishment mechanism does not belong to Xiao Tuochuo. And Xiao Tuochuo has nothing to do. Please, host, please don't embarrass me. A working hunchback. It seems that it really can't help itself this time. Shincio weighed the pros and cons compared with suffering from epilepsy or cataracts. It seems that kissing the dog emperor is not a big deal. So she gritted her teeth, stamped her feet, and took on the task. But how do you get the dog emperor to kiss you for 10 seconds? She couldn't just go up and pout and ask for a kiss. Right? You have to think of a plan. Correct. Artificial respiration is possible. According to historical records, Li Mabai was impervious to water. If he is not drowning, and he sacrifices his life to save him, and then gives him artificial respiration to save his life, wouldn't he become his lifesaver and successfully complete the task? Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What a genius she is. So in the afternoon, when Shincio went to the Shang study room to serve the pen and ink, she began to plan to trick Li Mabai to go to the royal lake. She stood silently aside, seeing that Li Maobai was a little tired from reviewing the memorials. She quickly said, "Are you tired from reviewing the memorials? Your Majesty? Why don't we go for a walk by the Imperial Lake?" She had a harmless smile on her face, but she was muttering silently in her heart. "Quick! Promise me quickly. Then let me kick you into the Yueguang Lake and drown you half to death. Then fish you out for artificial respiration." Li Maobai put down the brush in his hand, raised his sword-like eyebrows, and glared at Shinxio fiercely. This crazy woman. How many other ways does she have to commit suicide? In the past, it was just plucking my leg hair, slapping me, and the most extreme thing was just kicking me. How are you now? Are you starting to think about drowning me? Still trying to save the hero with a beautiful trick? Do you want to give me artificial respiration? Is she trying to harm me? Or do you want to treat me lightly in the name of saving me? However, no matter what her true thoughts were, Li Maobai would not let her succeed. He was not annoyed. He sneered and picked up the brush again, saying quietly, "I'm not tired." "Oh, why aren't you tired? Your Majesty? You have so many things to do all day long. And you have to come to review the memorials just after the morning session. Even if your body can bear it, your eyes can't stand it. As the saying goes, you have to take a breath even if you hang yourself. Right? The scenery on the edge is beautiful. Many flowers are in bloom in early summer, and the colors are so beautiful. Your Majesty, take a look at the beautiful scenery to relax your eyes. Right? I don't like to see flowers and green flowers. I think they are tacky. If you like it, I will reward you to see as much as you want. If you see the wasteland, the sea, the dry stone, and the flowers blooming and bearing fruits, you are not allowed to come back." With that said, Li Maobai gave the order. "Sanfu, take her to the edge of Yueguang Lake and find someone to stare at her and look at the flowers. Let her see enough at one time. And she is not allowed to go back to rest when she can't see the night sky." "Hey." "No." The Emperor's servant. Before Shinxio could finish a sentence, he was escorted out of the Chancery's study room by several internal guards. Seeing her being taken away like a little chicken, Li Maobai was inexplicably ecstatic. He rarely had such happy moments. And for some reason, when he saw Shinxio looking like she couldn't fight the fox, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. After being carried all the way to the royal lake by the internal prison guards, Shinxio looked at the sparkling lake and really wanted to plunge in and drown. "What are you still doing? You go and move the pine chairs, and put goose feather cushions on them. You go to the imperial kitchen and find the freshest fruits and snacks. Remember to order sweet and sour ones. And you, don't be idle. Go find a canopy for shade and sunbathe carefully." After Sanfu gave the order, the servants on the edge began to work. When Shinxio was confused, she saw him approaching with a flattering smile and bowed to her. He is the chief steward of the imperial palace and the most respectable servant in the imperial city. Did he salute himself? Shinxio hurriedly gave the blessing and said, "The chief manager, you can't do this." "Oh, what can't be done? You are the emperor's new favorite. A slave serves the emperor, so naturally he will also serve you. Right?" "No, chief manager, you have misunderstood." "Slave? Is there any misunderstanding? I have been with Master Long Live for more than 10 years and watched him grow up since I was a child. I know what Master Long Live means just by looking at him. If you didn't win Master Long Live's favor, how could Master Long Live show up in the middle of the night? Tian'er went to your room without telling me about it? And today, Long Live Master seems to be angry with you. But the punishment for you is to come to Yuhu to see the flowers. It's not clear that this is the young couple's fault. Are you angry?" Shinxio said. "It seems like you, a clever little guy, really don't understand your master's thoughts at all." However, Sanfu knew very well that she liked sweet and sour food, and it seemed that he had worked hard to please Li Maobai. "What else do you have to explain? Anyway, this punishment fell on me. No matter what, I couldn't avoid looking at the flowers all day long. Instead of being exposed to the wind and sun, I might as well enjoy them comfortably. Ever since, there is such a strange scene beside Yueguang Lake today." Shinxio was sitting on a soft pine chair, eating fruits and snacks, with a canopy on her head to protect her from the sun. There was an eunuch fanning her beside her, looking like a serious master. So majestic. Chapter 16 Sudden Forced Kiss. Recently, courtiers have handed over more and more memorials, asking for greetings, flattering, and boasting. Judging from the memorial, It shows the appearance of a prosperous age in the world. In the past, Li Maobai would probably have said to the memorial tablets of his ancestors, "This prosperous age is as you wish." But since Li Maobai could hear Shen Xiao's thoughts, he no longer thought that way. Among these courtiers, there must be people like Lu Wei. They hide themselves extremely well and act as worms for the imperial court, deceiving the common people and deceiving the superiors and subordinates. If these despicable villains wearing hypocritical masks are not caught, Li Maobai will have trouble sleeping. Simply eavesdropping outside Shen Xiao's room can no longer solve the problem. Once Shen Xiao had nothing to do. He was talking to himself in the room about the state affairs of the Qi dynasty. Secondly, the risk of eavesdropping is too great. If you are not careful, you will have to fall and run away. How could Li Maobai still dare after suffering a loss? After thinking about it, he finally came up with a countermeasure. He sorted the memorials carefully and highlighted those officials who were flattering and boastful. It is planned to call these courtiers to the study room one by one tomorrow. Let Shen Xiao stand aside and watch. When she heard the names of these courtiers, she naturally recited the historical records about them in her heart. When the time comes, you will know who is loyal or traitor in one try. So after having lunch the next day and arriving at the Chancellor's study room, Li Maobai handed the list to Sanfu and asked him to announce the courtiers one by one to come to the Chancellor's study room for an audience. Shen Xiao, who spent the whole day looking at flowers in the imperial garden yesterday, was still thief-minded. Now he was waiting on the pen and ink on the side, thinking about how to throw Li Maobai into the imperial lake. Li Maobai suppressed his laughter and watched her acting without moving. Later, the courtiers came to see them one after another. Shen Xiao nodded and said, "The emperor and the ministers have court affairs to discuss. I will leave first. Who will take care of my pen and ink when you leave?" Li Maobai lowered his eyebrows and glanced at the empty seat next to him. "Come forward." Shen Xiao cursed Li Maobai in his mind and reluctantly stood beside him and continued to grind ink for him. The first person to meet the saint was Yueguang, the minister of etiquette. He and Li Maobai chatted about state affairs, while Shen Xiao complained in his heart. Is this the minister of rights who married 36 concubines? Good guy. With his fat head and big ears, he looks very rich at first glance. Historical records don't say much about him, but they focus on the description of how he had many wives and concubines, and how blessed he was to have many children and grandchildren. I thought he was a handsome guy, but who knew he was a bad old man? You? Li Maobai listened to Shen Xiao's complaints and analyzed it silently. 36 concubines? Where did he, the Minister of Rights, get so much money? It seems that he is often greedy on weekdays, so he will be remembered. Li Maobai drew a big times next to Yueguang's name and announced that the next minister would come to see him. The next person to appear was Zhu Meng, the military guard leader. Zhu Meng? The general who protected the country from Jiping Jiangdu's rebellion? Without him, Qi dynasty would have been destroyed 2 years earlier. However, history books record that his final outcome did not seem to be very good. He was an honest official all his life and lived on his salary without saving much money. Later, he died in battle. Noshiri said that his wife was forced to go into the flesh business in order to support the 5 children at home. Hey, it was quite pitiful. Li Maobai's heart trembled. How could such a loyal minister allow him to suffer such injustice? So he immediately drew a square root next to Zhu Meng's name and wrote down the number 1000, indicating that he would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver in 2 days before he could be reused. The next person to appear. Shen Xiao almost laughed out loud after hearing his name. Yang Ge, the envoy of Qin Tianjin. Ha ha ha. Let me laugh for a while. Isn't this the man who cuckolded the dog emperor? He committed adultery with his nobleman and even got his nobleman pregnant. In the end, he made a fuss in the court and even smashed the face of the dog emperor. Well, it seems that the nobleman only entered the palace in the 6th year of the Qi dynasty, and he will not come for another 2 years. Li Maobai's face turned green. Cuckold me? If this matter were spread to future generations, wouldn't all his reputation be wiped out? What's more, even a man can't bear this kind of thing. He immediately said, Yan Aiching knows the celestial phenomena and is good at divination. I have lost a piece of tourmaline. Can you do a divination for me and see where I lost the tourmaline? Yang Ge pretended to count with his fingers for a long time, and said in a conspiratorial manner, We have calculated that the Emperor's tourmaline seems to have been lost in the southwest. Oh, really? Li Maobai calmly took out the piece of tourmaline from his waist and put it on the dragon table. I won't see you doing business. So you can just pretend to be a ghost. Someone dragged Yueguang down. He beat him hard and drove him out of the palace, letting the deputy envoy take his place as the envoy. Amid Yueguang's pleas for mercy, Shenxiai couldn't help but roll his eyes. She couldn't see the cuckolding of the emperor. Li Maobai gained a lot today. He met with 23 ministers in one afternoon and successfully uncovered 5 treacherous ministers. There are only those ministers in the court. It seems that if Shenxiai sees them all these days, they can catch all these moths. Wouldn't it be great to see them all? He was happy. But Shenxiai's sadness was palpable. What to do? It seems that it is impossible for this dog emperor to go to Yuhu with me. If he doesn't follow me to Yuhu, how can I leave him behind? How could he drown without throwing him down? How can I give him artificial respiration if he is not drowning? Without giving him artificial respiration, how could I complete the task of kissing Xiao Tuochuo for 10 seconds? The punishment for failing the mission is going to be insane. Help! I don't want to get epilepsy. It turns out that this crazy woman went around in such a big circle just to complete the new task assigned by the grassmud horse. Li Maobai knew that epilepsy was a disease that caused people to disown their relatives and even commit suicide by biting their tongues. If Shenxiai really didn't complete the task and was punished and got epilepsy, she was already a crazy woman. And if she became crazy again, wouldn't she become even more crazy? If she bit her tongue and committed suicide, how could she predict the future? No! This woman must not die. After all, her first kiss had already been taken away from her. Right? The first time is gone. Do you still care about the second time? Your Majesty, if nothing happens, I will leave first. Shenxiai saluted listlessly to Li Maobai and turned to leave. Suddenly, Li Maobai grabbed her arm and pulled her back with domineering strength, forcing him to look at her. The next moment, before Shenxiai could react, his lips pressed against her passionately. Shenxiai's whole body felt as if electricity had passed through her body, and her mind went blank. She had completely forgotten what tasks the system had assigned her. She subconsciously wanted to push Li Maobai away. But this guy was very strong and kept the kiss motionless no matter how hard she pushed. It wasn't until 10 seconds passed that Li Maobai let go of her. Shenxiai stared at him with dull eyes, although she didn't say a word. In her heart, she had already greeted all 18 generations of Li Maobai's ancestors. After this kiss, Li Maobai seemed to be a different person again. His expression was still as cold as ice. And he said lightly, "Aren't you leaving yet? You? How unreasonable. What do you think of me?" Somehow, Shenxiai felt a little angry for no reason, although she couldn't understand why Li Maobai had clearly helped her complete the system's tasks by mistake. Why was she angry with him? He glared at Li Maobai fiercely, turned around and ran out of the study room. Behind him, Li Maobai touched his lips and looked at her fleeing back. He didn't even notice that the corners of his lips were slightly raised. It's quite sweet. Chapter 17, An Open and Honest Frame-Up. Concubine Ning was imprisoned for 2 days. She did not think about food or tea in the palace, and wiped her tears every day. When the queen learned about this, she couldn't bear it. So she went to Li Maobai to ask for a favor. "Your Majesty, I didn't mean to miss Concubine Ning. I already know my mistake. You grounded her for half a month. This punishment is too severe." Li Maobai was too lazy to take care of the concubine's matter. Since the queen came to ask, he had to give the Middle Palace some face. So he agreed to the queen's request and lifted Concubine Ning's confinement. When Concubine Ning went to pay her respects on the first day after regaining her freedom, she often heard cynicism from other concubines. "Hey, Concubine Ning is out? How is it? Does the emperor's kick on your heart still hurt? That's true for me. What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? Why bother?" Concubine Ning's cheeks were red and hot with embarrassment. She had just finished listening to the concubine's taunts. When she returned to the palace, she heard her own palace servants gossiping. "Have you heard about Yuhu? But it's rare that the emperor heard that Shenxiai liked to enjoy flowers. So he asked eunuch Sanfu to accompany her. He moved a chair for her and filled it with soft cushions. There was a canopy on her head, and she was served with fruits and snacks. She was more majestic than a serious master." Concubine Ning originally blamed Shenxiai for being punished by Li Maobai and making a fool of herself in the palace. Now that I heard that she was so prosperous when he was grounded, I felt so angry that I was itching with hatred. She is just a palace maid now. If she becomes a concubine in the future, she will not be able to ride on her head? It is unbearable. She thought that no matter what, she would show that bitch her strength. Today is Shenxiai's day off. She went to Eunuch Luo to ask for a favor, allowing Pear and Cheer to have a day off together. Since that incident, her relationship with Pear Cheer has become very close. At that time, the three of them were eating fruits and gossiping in the veranda. Suddenly, Eunuch Luo's voice came from outside the door. Master Shin, can you rest? What's wrong? Eunuch Luo looked troubled and said with some embarrassment. It's a difficult situation. Concubine Ning's palace is short of manpower for the general cleaning today. So she came to our maid's office and wanted to dispatch some maids who take turns to help. Leader has seen the rest. I know you are on the roster today, so I invited you by name. Look at this. Just when Shinseyo was about to reply, Pear pulled her and whispered, You came late. Don't you know? Concubine Ning is the most troubled among the empresses in the harem. If you can't handle her, you better let me go. It's so easy for you and Cheer to take a day off. Why did you take this job for no reason? What's more, she asked me to go by name and pointed you out. If she gets angry, we will all be implicated. She stopped Pear and Cheer, accepted Eunuch Luo, and then followed Leonard to Chungcheon Palace. There are only a few records about Concubine Ning in history, saying that she was violent, jealous, unruly, and was the first concubine to be thrown into the cold palace by Li Maobai. Although there is no record of how jealous and violent she was. Just seeing how Li Maobai was able to relegate her to the cold palace without even sleeping with her, we can imagine how unpopular she was. It was precisely because he knew that she had a bad temper that Shinseyo accepted her call and came to Chungcheon Palace to help with the cleaning. She didn't want to give up the truth to Concubine Ning because she was late or excused herself. Entering Chungcheon Palace, you can see many palace people busy sweeping. Leonard said to Shinseyo in a coquettish tone. My queen fell asleep at noon. Please be quiet when you clean up later. If you wake me up, be careful. I know. Could you please ask Aunt where I should clean up? There. Leonard casually pointed to the side hall. You are a foreigner, so I'm giving you some face. I'm leaving you with the easiest job. Clean up well and don't be lazy. After saying that, she walked away proudly. Shinseyo raised his middle finger at her back, rolled his eyes, and walked into the side hall. As soon as she opened the door to the side hall, she was stunned. This place was kept spotless. Why did she need to clean it up again? Shinseyo carried a clean rag and pretended to wipe it here and there, just wanting to kill the time quickly. About half an hour later, Leonard opened the door of the side hall and called her. Your Majesty is awake and waiting for you in the main hall. After seeing Concubine Ning, Shinseyo looked at her flawless face and was stunned. Concubine Ning was wearing a lake blue cloak, and her appearance was elegant and somewhat charming. Her beautiful eyes are shining and watery. Her brows are as dark as smoke. Her black hair is tied up with luxurious pearls and jade decorations. And her lake blue dress makes her skin white and pink, making her really bright and charming. Good guy. I thought that the original owner was already the ceiling of ancient beauty. But I didn't expect that Concubine Ning's appearance was so good. She bowed to Concubine Ning in a proper manner. And Concubine Ning did not seem to be as unreasonable as recorded in historical records. She showed a bright smile to Shinseyo and said softly, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that Leonard went to the palace maid's house and called you to help clean up. Today is your day of rest, and I have no use for it. After spending half a day with you, I feel uneasy, she said and winked at Leonard, who then presented a jade bracelet to Shinseyo. Consider this jade bracelet a little gift from me. Please keep it. This jade bracelet is a good thing at first glance. Unless Concubine Ning is crazy, she will never give such a good thing to herself for no reason. Shinseyo guessed that there was fraud, so she excused herself and said, These are all my servant's duties. How can I accept such a great gift from Concubine Ning? Concubine Ning smiled and said nothing, but Leonard said in a strange tone, My queen gave you the reward because she thinks highly of you. What's wrong? Do you think this Hotan jade bracelet is not worthy of your status? I don't dare. Slave. If you don't dare, just keep it. Seeing that he couldn't shirk the blame, Shinseyo became more cautious. She took out a handkerchief, put it into the belt around her waist with a jade bracelet on it, and said, I would like to thank Concubine Ning for the reward. As soon as she accepted the jade bracelet, she saw that the smile on Concubine Ning's face became visibly sinister. Hey, where is the Hotan jade bracelet that the Queen Mother gifted to me? Have any of you seen it? Concubine Ning looked around, pretending to be surprised and looking at Shinseyo. You are the only one who came to Chien Palace from outside today. But your hands and feet were dirty, and you stole it? Good guy. Co-author, are you acting schizophrenic with me here? Shinseyo rolled her eyes, and almost rolled her eyes to the sky. Is Concubine Ning deliberately doing this to frame this servant? Ha 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 ha. Concubine Ning's sudden laughter was very harsh. I just want to frame you. How about it? There are so many pairs of eyes in Chungcheon Palace looking at it. You didn't steal that bracelet. And it can even run to you with its own legs. Go. It's undeniable that I did that shameless thing. And it's not that I wronged you. She slammed the table suddenly, waved her hand at Shinseyo, and shouted with an angry face. Come here. Drag this dirty slave down to me. Beat him hard. Chapter 18, Breaking the Dilemma. The Emperor has arrived. After Li Maobai entered the Chungcheon Palace, he happened to see several palace officials dragging Shinseyo out of the main palace. Concubine Ning followed behind with her hands on her hips, looking like a shrew. It wasn't until she saw Li Maobai that she put down her hands unnaturally, knelt down and said politely, I respectfully welcome the Emperor. Li Maobai gave an understatement of him and quickly turned his gaze to Shinseyo. Now Shinseyo has found a savior. Your Majesty, this slave is unjustly accused. What did she do? Concubine Ning said. The rough servant's dirty hands and feet stole the Hotan jade bracelet that the Queen Mother gave to the concubine. She was caught by the concubine and was about to deal with it according to the palace rules. She was afraid of Li Maobai. He would help Shinseyo out. So he took his arm and welcomed him into the palace. Why is the Emperor here at this time? Li Maobai stiffly pushed Concubine Ning's hand away. When I was greeting the Queen Mother, she mentioned that you still didn't want to eat or drink after being released from prison. So she asked me to come and see you. During this period, there were two voices lingering in Li Maobai's ears and mind. Shinseyo shouted that she was wronged. But in her heart she called Concubine Ning a bitch for wronging her for no reason. Li Maobai heard it clearly. Although he didn't know the whole story, he certainly chose to believe Shinseyo. After all, people's voices don't lie. He originally wanted the palace officials to let Shinseyo go first, and then come forward to settle the matter for her. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to speak, Shinseyo cursed in his heart. Dog Emperor, can't you control your own concubine? You sexually harassed me and caused rumors in the palace. Concubine Ning and I have nothing to do with each other. Why did she wrongly accuse me for no reason? It's not all the fault of you. The foolish king whose ashes were mixed with rice. Interesting. When death is imminent, you still have time to curse me in your heart? Li Maobai glanced at the furious Shinseyo and laughed angrily. Okay. You have a strong bone. Right? Let me see how hard you can be. His sneer expression was noticed by Concubine Ning, who thought he was feeling sympathy. He also thought to himself, if Li Maobai was really interested in Shinseyo, and Li Maobai's actions today caught him off guard, wouldn't it mean that he couldn't beat the fox, but would be in trouble instead? So he tentatively asked, Your Majesty, why don't you let her go first? Shinseyo looked at Li Maobai expectantly. Just listened to him slowly uttering one sentence. Guilty deserves punishment. If you deserve to be beaten, you should be beaten. There is no need to show mercy. Li Maobai, I hack your uncle. Although Li Maobai said so, he would never let Concubine Ning really torture Shinseyo. The theft had nothing to do with Shinseyo. And this crazy woman was still of great use to him. What would he do if Concubine Ning did something bad to her? He did this on purpose, just to have fun with Shinseyo. Shinseyo watched helplessly as Concubine Ning was about to walk into the palace to meet Li Maobai. It seemed that there was no way to expect this dog emperor to save her. The only solution for now is to save ourselves. So she shouted at Li Maobai's back. Your Majesty, I have evidence to prove that I was wronged. Li Maobai stopped and looked back when he heard the sound, while Concubine Ning rolled her eyes at Shinseyo and said impatiently, It's true that you stole. If something is found on you, it can be said that both people have stolen it. So many pairs of eyes in this palace can see it. Well, who could have wronged you? Shinseyo ignored her at all, only looked at Li Maobai and said sincerely, Please give me some time to burn incense so that I can prove my innocence. If I can't prove it, don't say it's a slap on my body. Even if you pinch off the slave's fingers, the slave will not complain. Li Maobai looked at Shinseyo with great interest and said firmly, Okay, I will give you a chance. He also wanted to see how Shinseyo could still excuse himself from this matter that was certain. The palace servant released Shinseyo. She used a handkerchief to cushion the bracelet and took it out. Then said to Li Maobai, Your Majesty, this servant needs a thin hemp rope, a bowl of boiling hot water, a magnifying glass, and a serving of paper and ink. Li Maobai followed her request and had people prepare everything for her quickly. She first presented the paper and ink to Concubine Ning and said respectfully, "Concubine Ning, please dip your fingers in the ink and press your fingerprints on the rice paper." Concubine Ning didn't want to. She frowned tightly and said in disgust, "You let my delicate jade fingers get dipped in that black ink? I won't accompany you to go crazy." Li Maobai was anxious to watch the fun. So he looked at Concubine Ning and ordered, "Do as you do." In this way, Concubine Ning reluctantly printed all her fingerprints on the rice paper. Then Shinseo's printed her and Leonor's 10 fingerprints on different rice papers. After doing this, she tied the bracelet with a soft rope and hung it over the hot water basin, letting the water vapor hit each side of the bracelet evenly. When the water vapor had almost evaporated the fingerprints on the jade bracelet into transparent marks, she quickly said to Li Maobai, "Your Majesty, take a magnifying glass and take a look at the fingerprints on it." Li Maobai held up a magnifying glass and looked at it carefully. This jade bracelet was rare and was a gift from the Queen Mother herself. So Concubine Ning naturally kept it as a treasure. Even if you don't wear it on weekdays, you will have Leonor wipe it every day. The thing was expensive and not many people came into contact with it. So there were only 3 fingerprints left on it. Shinseo placed the rice paper with Concubine Ning's, Leonor's and her fingerprints on the table in front of Li Maobai one by one, and explained, "Your Majesty, everyone's fingerprints are different in this world. Even twin brothers, there are also very obvious differences in the fingerprints of each other. If this jade bracelet was stolen by the slave, there will definitely be the slave's fingerprint on it. The Emperor can compare it carefully to see if there is any slave's fingerprint on it." Li Maobai had heard about the difference between fingerprints from the bachelor Emojiaoran, but he did not expect that Shinseo would think of using this method to save himself. It seems that this crazy woman, besides being crazy, also has some brains. After careful comparison, not only did the bracelet not have Shinseo's fingerprints, it didn't even have Ning Fei's fingerprints. The 3 fingerprints all belonged to Leonor. Seeing this situation, Shinseo took the lead, pretending to be charming, pointing at Leonor with tears in her eyes and accusing, "I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to harm me like this?" Li Maobai watched her acting calmly, but he did not expect that Concubine Ning's acting skills were slightly better than Shinseo. Seeing that the matter was exposed, she stepped forward and pushed Leonor to the ground, and said angrily, "What a useless slave! How dare you do such a dirty trick under my nose? What happened is that I almost wronged a good person. If you do something like this, I will definitely punish you. There's no need to wait any longer." Li Maobai cut off Concubine Ning's words, glanced at the confused Leonor in the hall, and ordered, "This palace maid stole the master's property and even framed others. Her thoughts are extremely vicious. Drag her away. Go down and hit 50 big boards with a stick to serve as a warning." Leonor was gagged and dragged down by the Imperial Guards. She couldn't help but even defend her, but the plan was already slapped on her body. The wooden board hit her back without sparing any effort, and every scream that came out of her mouth seemed to be mixed with the sound of tearing flesh. Concubine Ning's face turned pale with fright, and the delicate makeup on her face was discolored by the sweat. Chapter 19. Can the system also get sick? Leonor, who had been beaten for 50 times, was beaten to a bloody pulp under her waist, and her life was considered over. Li Maobai didn't have the slightest pity for such a slave who was working for the tiger. Seeing that Leonor couldn't bear the torture and passed out, he ordered the palace officials to move her to Zinzheku to be a maidservant in Huani. Then he said in a deep voice to Concubine Ning, who had been frightened to death, "If I remember correctly, Leonor is your domestic servant. You are the 4th concubine, but you are incompetent and allow your servants to do whatever they want. The palace maid is also a human being of flesh and blood. How can she arbitrarily resort to lynching without finding out the truth?" Concubine Ning had just been released from confinement and violated Li Maobai's taboo again. At this moment, she didn't even dare to breathe, so she had to kneel down and confess. "The Emperor is teaching me that I know my mistakes. You don't understand people well, so you are naturally wrong. However, it is your first offense to care about you, so I will forgive you this time. You should reflect on it yourself. If this kind of thing happens in your palace again in the future, I will show no mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Maobai walked away with a puff of his sleeves. Concubine Ning leaned down and said with a trembling voice, "I respectfully send you off to the Emperor." The moment she lowered her head, Shinseo slipped out behind Li Maobai. After exiting the gate of Chengqian Palace, Shinseo turned around and left. "You stop." Li Maobai's voice is rich and magnetic. It is an excellent male voice in any era. But such a pleasant sound sounded to Shinseyo, like someone was pulling an out-of-tune arrow in her ear. What other orders does the Emperor have? I came to your rescue. But you didn't even say a word of thanks? His tone was filled with arrogance and reluctance. How did you know it was you who saved me? It's obvious that I relied on my transcendent wisdom to save myself. Right? Why is the majestic king of a country so small-minded? Chasing after a palace maid to ask for thanks? Not embarrassing enough. Slave! Thank you for your life-saving grace. Shinseyo's tone of thanks was fake. And coupled with the words she just complained in her heart. Li Maobai felt that even the smile on her face was a bit sarcastic. You like to scold me. Right? Very good. I'll give you a chance to scold you enough. Since you know that I saved your life, don't just say thank you. Follow me to the Imperial Study Room and serve the pen and ink. But, Your Majesty, today is my slave's day off. Slave. Oh. Liamo raised his eyebrows slightly and joked. You come here to clean the palace for Concubine Ning on your weekends. But you don't want to serve my pen and ink? It seems that you like to do some physical work very much. The southwest corner of the Imperial Garden. It's been a while since I sent anyone to clean up the abandoned pavilion. Since you like it, I'll do it. Your Majesty, you are out of touch when you say this. Aren't you? Shinseyo said with a smile on her face. I don't mind if I can't sweep the floor. The main thing is that I like to polish ink for you. When he returned to the palace maid's office at night, after studying ink for most of the day, Shinseyo's arms were almost useless. When she returned to the veranda, there was food left for her by Pear and Cheer on the table. She took a few bites, and then sat on the bed and sighed. When will such bloody days end? You have to accumulate 1,000 points to return to the original world. She only has 45 points now. If she continues at this rate, she may not have enough points until Li Maobai dies. While I was complaining, I suddenly felt that something was missing today. The whole day today. The system didn't seem to come out to talk to her. She has obviously completed the main task of kissing Li Maobai for 10 seconds. Logically speaking, the system should have jumped out to reward her with points and release the next task. It's strange. Why has that talkative guy disappeared? She stroked her chest gently, trying to wake up the system. Shout to Achuo. Are you there? Hello. Can you hear me? Little Tuachuo? You didn't fall asleep while trying to catch a fish at work. Right? Be careful, and I will file a complaint against you. After saying several words in a row without getting any response, Shinseyo had no choice but to use his trump card. She clenched her right hand into a fist, preparing to punch herself hard in the chest. As soon as I raised my hand, I heard an echo from the system. Host. Stop hitting me. Cough cough. Today, Xiao Toachua's voice was a little different from usual. It always spoke with vigor and meanness, as if it had been injected with chicken blood. But today it spoke weakly, and its voice was a little hoarse. What's wrong with you? I got sick. Can your system also get sick? The flu in the Spacetime Administration has been very serious recently. Ahem. I went to play a few rounds of mahjong with several systems next door the day before yesterday. And who knew I was infected? Then do you still need to see a doctor and take medicine? Ahem. Currently, this kind of influenza requires antibiotics to be cured. But antibiotics need to be purchased at the host's convenience store. If you don't use antibiotics, cough cough, it's actually not a big deal. In about 10 days, the disease will heal on its own. Is it trying to defraud its own points? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Oh, that's it. Then you should have a good rest. Bye. Shinseyo drove the system back without saying a word. But after lying on the bed, she kept condemning her heartlessness in her heart. Why don't you go to the convenience store? If antibiotics are cheap, just buy them. Otherwise, it will cough day and night for more than 10 days. And it will not be annoying enough to listen to it every day. She walked around the convenience store and finally found the bottle of antibiotics the system mentioned. But when she saw the price, she was stunned. A bottle of antibiotics costs 35 points. You are killing me. If you don't buy it, I won't buy it even if I die. Isn't it just a 10-day illness? Isn't it just a cold and a fever? Won't die. While complaining in my heart, I paid the bill very honestly. After you buy this bottle of antibiotics, it is not transferred to your palm like other items. Instead, it stops moving after the points are deducted. After a few minutes, Shinseyo suddenly heard someone crying again. After searching carefully, I realized that it was the voice coming from my head. 5555555. Why are you crying? The host is so kind to little Toachuo. Xiao Toachuo has been with so many hosts before, but they never buy medicine for Xiao Toachuo. 555555555. Oh. Okay. Okay. Stop crying. Crying sounds like a duck quacking. It's so unpleasant. Take the medicine and rest as soon as possible, so that you can recover quickly. Faced with Shinseo's duplicity and soft-heartedness, Xiao Toachuo said that she was used to it. It simulated the sound of kissing, and then said to Shinseo delicately, "The host is good to little Toachuo, and little Toachuo is also good to the host. From now on, if the host encounters any problems, he can wake up little Toachuo at any time. Little Toachuo will rely on his own wisdom to try his best to help the host complete the challenge as soon as possible and send the host back to his original world. With its wisdom, it's better to avoid it. Thank God if it doesn't deceive you. After a lot of hard work, now I only have a measly 10 points left in my pocket. Working as a worker. Working as a soul." Before going to bed, Shinseo secretly vowed that he would do his job well starting from tomorrow and never be a salty fish again. Chapter 20. Draw a turtle on the tyrant's face. I have to say that a bottle of antibiotics worth 35 points is expensive for a reason. Before dawn the next day, little Toachuo started making noises in Shinseo's mind. "Host. The mission is here. Get up. Host." Shinseo glanced sleepily at the foggy sky outside the window, thinking that it was still early, so she turned over and changed into a comfortable position to continue sleeping. "Host. Stop sleeping now. This is a limited-time mission that Xiao Toachuo has applied for in order to repay you for your hard work. Complete the task within the limited time, and you can get double points as rewards." Hearing the words double points, Shinseo woke up in an instant. "What task?" "Didi. New task: draw a turtle on the tyrant's face. Complete the task within 12 hours. Double points task. Points for completing the task are plus 60. Points for failing the task are minus 30. How about host? You should be satisfied this time." "Right. I am satisfied with your size." Shinseo pretended to beat her chest, and said angrily, "Don't you have any tasks that have nothing to do with Li Maobai in your task library?" Xiao Toachuo's tone was a bit aggrieved. "It's much easier to draw a turtle on your face than to pull out the hair on your legs and slap or kiss." "Right. The previous tasks of the host have been successfully completed, and I believe that the host will also complete the tasks well this time. Also, the host no longer calls Tyrant Dog Emperor, but has started calling him by his name, which shows that the host's view of Tyrant has changed." "Change? She hasn't changed her mind. Back to the topic. This task has 60 points, which is quite a temptation for her. Although the tasks before you can be difficult, they can be completed in a split second. But it's not okay to paint on Li Maobai's face. After a lot of twists and turns, he already disliked himself. If he kept messing around, he would really lose his head if he couldn't protect everything. Xiao Toachuo saw her concerns and gave her an idea. The host still has 10 points. You can use 10 points to exchange for a drop of Monroe at a convenience store. As long as you give a drop of liquid to the tyrant, he will fall asleep for 10 minutes. The host can use these 10 minutes to draw a little turtle on the tyrant's face, and then wipe the ink away before he wakes up. Anyway, the task is just to let the host paint the turtle on his face, and it doesn't say how long it will stay. Are you teaching me how to exploit your bug?" Xiao Toachuo smiled sheepishly. "Hey, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring of water." After exchanging the drop of like Monroe from the convenience store, and having the experience of the last amnesia powder failure, Shinseo began to carefully plan this time suicide plan. This afternoon, she was supposed to go to the study room to serve the pen and ink. It was not difficult for her to add this, like Monroe, without anyone noticing when pouring tea and water. Li Maobai likes quietness. He doesn't like too many people present when reviewing memorials. Usually Sanfu leaves the palace people to wait outside. So when he fell asleep, he and himself were alone in the study room. Then wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wants? With the excitement of getting 60 points for free, Shinseo finally looked forward to the afternoon when she would be on duty. She acted calmly in front of Li Maobai, but she didn't know that her little thought had already been seen by Li Maobai. "When he drinks the tea I carefully prepared and falls asleep. Don't blame me for being cruel. Not only do I have to complete Xiao Toachuo's mission, I also have to pinch him twice. Anyway, he doesn't know anything when he's asleep, so why don't I have any grudges or grievances? Did this crazy bitch come up with any new tricks to trick me?" After studying the ink for a while, Shinseo began to greet the drunkard without paying attention to the wine. The Emperor must be thirsty after reviewing the memorial for so long. The 1,000-island jade leaves sent to you by the Queen are to your taste. Would you like me to make you a pot of tea? Li Maobai said, without raising his head to express his acquiescence. Shinxio ran out happily, and came back soon with new tea. She poured the tea for Li Maobai very eagerly, and said, Your Majesty, this tea has to be drunk while it is warm. This time, I use dew that has been steamed 3 times. Sweet, please give it a try. Your Majesty. She stared at Li Maobai with her big eyes, and almost raised the teacup, opened his mouth, and poured the tea into him. Li Maobai put the pen aside without hesitation, twisting his neck left and right to stretch his muscles. You are so thoughtful. I am thinking about giving you something to reward you. Your Majesty's love. These are all slaves' duties. When Li Maobai lifted the teacup, it seemed that he also lifted up Shinxio's heart. She silently shouted in her heart, Drink, drink, drink. Drink it all in one breath, and let me strangle you to death. As Li Maobai moved the teacup closer to his lips, Shinxio's excited heart nearly jumped out of his throat. And just at the critical moment when his lips were about to touch the tea surface, he suddenly stopped and looked back at her with a smile. You have been waiting for my pen and ink for almost 2 hours. You have been very busy. Are you thirsty? He put down the teacup and pushed it towards where Shinxio was standing. I will reward you with this cup of tea. Ah? Isn't this necessary? Shinxio looked embarrassed and stumbled when speaking. This is the teacup used by the Emperor. How can the humble body of a servant defile something used by the Emperor? You can drink if I tell you to. Li Maobai spoke to Shinxio almost in a commanding tone. The smile on his face froze, and his beautiful eyes were instantly covered with a layer of gloom. That aura was the unique domineering power of an emperor. As if no one could refuse his orders, Shinxio picked up the cup with trembling fingers and spilled most of the tea on her fingertips. Li Maobai saw this and joked. What? Are you so happy when I give you a cup of tea? Seeing your hand shaking. Those who don't know would think you have epilepsy. The Emperor expresses his love, and the slaves will naturally be happy. Drink more if you're happy. You've done a good job, and rewards like this will come one after another in the future. Li Maobai rapped his knuckles on the table, and said with a half smile, If that one is not enough, I will give you all this one. You? Thank you so much. My servant! Your Majesty! Just as she was speaking, Shinxio's face suddenly changed. Her eyes widened with fear. She pointed tremblingly behind Li Maobai with her right hand. Your Majesty! Look! What is that? Out of natural curiosity, Li Maobai turned around in response, but saw nothing. However, when he turned back, Shinxio had already put the teacup to his mouth. Before he could resist, the tea was poured into his mouth. The effect of this Monroe-like medicine came very quickly. As soon as Li Maobai uttered a word, his whole vision went dark, and he fell down on the dragon case. Chapter 21 Prince Jing's Cutie 1. It is said that if you don't do one thing, you will never stop doing the other. Once the mission failed, 30 points would be deducted. She had already spent her remaining 10 points in exchange for like Monroe, and she did not want to work any more to pay off her debts. Anyway, this like Monroe has no side effects, and Li Maobai will not know what Shinxio did to him while he was sleeping. When he woke up 10 minutes later, he lied and said he was too tired and took a nap, so he wouldn't doubt it. With a malicious smile on her face, Shinxio carefully looked at Li Maobai's sleeping face. His eyelashes are long and dense, covering them deeply like a small cattail leaf fan. The eyebrows are as neat as a hanging sword, and the hair is clearly layered, but not messy. The bridge of the nose is so straight that you can slide on it at will. At this moment, there were still a few crystal drops of water hanging on the hair on his lips. As he took a shallow breath, the water drops slowly moved downwards, and finally slid from his delicate jawline to his neck and disappeared into his collar. This little thing looks quite unique. Wait. It went astray. She doesn't want to covet the beauty of the dog emperor, but to take revenge on him and complete the mission. Damn it! Yin Go made a mistake. Shinxio patted him twice tentatively. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? After making sure he was asleep, he started to move his muscles. She pinched the knuckles of her hands until they crackled, and then pinched Li Maobai's arm hard. These muscles are quite hard. Ever since, she worked harder. You want me to clean Gong's bucket? Right. Pinch +1. Use my iPhone to make a wish. Right. Pinch +2. You came outside my room in the middle of the night to spy on me. Right. Pinch +3. Kiss me forcefully when I'm not paying attention. Right. Pinch plus 4. Dot. Pinch plus N. He didn't give up until his fingers were sore from pinching him. The bad breath in my heart has been relieved. And now it is more important to complete the task quickly. She helped Li Mabai up from the dragon throne, letting him lean on the dragon throne with his back. His neck tilted back, and his back facing the sky. Then he started painting on his face with the brush Li Mabai used to review memorials. The red ink used by the emperor to review memorials was red, so it was more colorful when painted on the skin. She first drew a large circle around the outline of Li Mabai's face, then added the turtle's limbs, and then drew the turtle's head on his forehead. The turtle's pointed mouth just happened to bite Li Mabai's hairline. The beauty peak on top. The more Shinseo looked at it, the more satisfied he became with his paintings. However, the neck of this turtle seems to be drawn a little shorter. Why does it look a bit similar? Turtle? This won't work. She had been working hard for a long time on painting. If the system said that what she painted was not a turtle but a turtle, wouldn't she die unjustly? In order to let the system know that what he drew was a turtle and not a turtle, Shinseo wrote the character on the left side of Li Mabai's face and the character on the right cheek. Let me explain. In modern times, tortoise can be a turtle or a turtle. But here, tortoise means turtle. No refutation will be accepted. After finishing the painting, Shinseo put her chin in her hands and nodded with satisfaction. Now even the annotations are given. This task is definitely completed successfully. Right? She took out a handkerchief and was about to wet it with water to wipe Li Mabai's face clean. It was at this moment that she heard the commotion outside the palace. Your Majesty! You can't force your way in. Long live the Lord is reviewing the memorial inside. According to the rules of the palace, no matter who you are at this moment, you are not allowed to see him unless summoned. I'm looking for my brother. Why are you stopping me? The person who replied had a coy voice and ignored Sanfu's obstruction at all, and went straight into the palace, hearing the sound getting closer and closer. Before Shinseo could wipe Li Mabai's face, the palace door was already pushed open. She trembled with fright. Her hand shook, and she accidentally pushed Li Mabai's head forward. With just a thud sound, Li Mabai faced the door down and hit the dragon case hard. Shinseo took a breath of cold air. Oh my god! This force won't flatten his nose. Right? Fortunately, the person who broke into the palace did not see the scene. When he came, Sanfu followed behind and tried to dissuade him anxiously. He saw Shinseo standing behind Li Mabai, while Li Mabai was leaning on the desk, seemingly asleep. So he turned around and shushed Sanfu, lowering his voice and saying, Don't yell! My brother is asleep! Go! Go! Take your people out! Don't disturb my brother! Sanfu was frightened by him, so he bowed and retreated. After closing the door and the backlight gone, Shinseo could clearly see the face of the person coming. He is very similar to Li Mabai, especially his eyebrows, which are almost carved from the same mold. Although they look similar, their temperaments are completely different. Li Mabai always had a cold face, like a domineering president in a novel who was born in ancient times, giving people a very distant feeling. But the person in front of him was different. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, and he was always smiling. His skin was whiter and tenderer than Li Mabai's, making him look more childish. His clear eyes added a bit of cuteness that is rare for men. In addition, his face is a little fleshy, which makes people want to pinch it when they look at it. Is the emperor asleep? The man smiled and chatted with Shinseo, thinking that Li Shu had a familiar temperament. Just when Sanfu called him prince, Shinseo quickly recalled the description of the Li Mabai brothers in the history books in his mind. Soon, there were matching options. Prince Jing Li Jinyan, Li Mabai's younger brother, is 2 years younger than Li Mabai. According to historical records, he had an excellent relationship with Li Mabai. Just hearing that he dared to call Li Mabai directly as my brother instead of emperor or emperor brother to Sanfu just now shows the relationship between the two. Although cute and brainless, he also has a temperament that doesn't care about worldly affairs and only cares about eating, drinking and having fun. Historically, after Li Mabai died, he had no heirs, so there was no candidate to succeed him to the throne. It can be said that Li Jinyan was promoted by the courtiers to become the emperor. The reason why the courtiers elected him may have been because he was cynical and lacked political opinions and strategy, and they felt that he might be easily manipulated. But no one expected that Li Jinyan's temperament changed drastically due to the death of his brother, and he began to work hard to become stronger, and eventually led the country to become rich and powerful. He is a wise king praised by future generations. Moreover, he only married one wife in his life after he became emperor, and he stayed with her until old age without changing his mind. He should be regarded as a role model for men in the world. This is a typical example of a positive emperor in history books. So Shinshio can't help but have a better impression of him. Return to Prince Jing. Your Majesty. Before Shinshio could finish speaking, Li Maobai suddenly woke up. He frowned and raised his head, touching his sore upper arms and then the sore tip of his nose, as if he had just endured a severe beating. When he woke up, the first thing he saw was Li Jinyan standing in the hall. So he wondered, Jinyan, when did you come? Brother. Li Jinyan looked at the graffiti on his face and the big word bastard. After 2 seconds of silence, he suddenly burst out into a burst of laughter that shook the world and made people cry. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 22 Prince Jing's Cutie 2. After laughing, Li Jinyan said in a serious tone, Brother, can I call you the 8th prince from now on? Li Maobai thought it was his younger brother who was messing with him again. So he showed the dignity of being an elder brother and said, Jinyan, how many times have I told you not to talk nonsense in front of the emperor? 8 kings? Although Li Maobai was the 6th prince, he had 2 older brothers who died before he could be named. So after all, he has no problem doing 8. The ancients' habit of reading words was from right to left. So the 2 characters, Wang Ba, written by Shinshio on Li Maobai's face, were naturally understood by Li Jinyan as 8 kings. Today is not the 15th day. Why did you come to the palace to find me? Li Jinyan licked his smiling face and stepped onto the high platform and walked to Li Maobai's side. The next moment, he squatted on the ground and hugged Li Maobai's thigh, saying coquettishly, Brother, please lend me some money. Shinshio. Li Maobai's tone was harsh. Your monthly salary of 1,000 taels will come to the palace on the 15th day of every month. I will supplement you with 500 taels. And my mother will also supplement you with another 500 taels. You have not yet gotten married, and your mother is supporting you in the palace. 1 month 2,000 taels of snowflake silver are not enough for you. Ah! Brother, please don't be cruel to me. After being scolded by Li Maobai, Li Jinyan pretended to cry even harder. 3rd brother came to my house to drink with me the day before yesterday. After 2 more drinks, 3rd brother said he wanted to play hut. I just obeyed him. I drank too much, my eyes were dazzled, and a pot could be seen as 8. As a result, the 3rd brother hit every target, but all the arrows I threw were stuck in the hair bun of the slave in my house. Later, the 3rd brother won me 1,000 taels of silver. I just patted my butt and left. There are still more than 10 days left in this month. Brother, if you don't give me money, how can I survive? It was thundering but not raining. He sniffed twice, blinked his big bright eyes, and continued with a pouted mouth. Brother, if you don't want to lend it to me, forget it. At worst, I will go to the street to beg for food. It's not possible as for starving to death. Shinshio kept looking from the side. Seeing how aggrieved he was really cute. His mother opened the door for Kai Tai. He was so cute. Shinshio's girly heart was almost turned into cuteness by him. Ah! Prince Jing is so cute. I miss Rua so much. Li Maobai, who heard her voice, suddenly looked back and glared at her, with some inexplicable jealousy igniting in his heart. When Shinshio glared at him, she thought it was the loud slurping sound she had just made that attracted his attention. So he immediately wiped his saliva, lowered his head obediently, took a few steps back, turned around, and began to face the wall and think about his fault. The bet between you and King Gongshan is mutual. It is natural for you to accept defeat. If you win, you will live and drink. And if you lose, you will come to me to cry for poverty. With such drought and flood guaranteeing harvest, you are really underestimating your talent if you don't do business. Although his tone was stern and his face was stern, Li Maobai simply scolded him, then put his hand on his forehead and allowed Li Jinyan to act coquettishly in front of him. Shinshio worriedly thought, the 2 brothers really have a good relationship. If it had been any other concubine, she would have been kicked to the wall by Li Maobai. Right? I don't care. Brother, just tell me whether you will lend me money. No. Ah. Li Jinyan simply sat on the ground and started to act rogue. Brother, if you don't lend me money, I will go find my mother. Li Maobai's voice was cold. Go. I mentioned you when I greeted my mother a few days ago. Now you are 22. And you are no longer a child. You play with things all day long. And now you don't even have a family. How can you be decent? The mother is also I feel that I and she are too arrogant to you, which makes you develop such a rogue temper. Therefore, the Queen Mother said that when you come to the palace to pay her respects in the future, if you dare to ask for money again, she will take it. The rod will drive you out. Humph. Carrot, I'm not going to ask for money from my mother. I'm going to see my mother to tell her that you don't do your job properly and don't study well. Oh, Li Mabai sneered. I would like to hear. Why am I not doing my job properly? Brother drew a big turtle on his face and still says he is doing his job properly. Li Mabai then remembered that he fell into coma after Shinxio forcibly drank a cup of tea. He glanced back at Shinxio, who was squatting in the corner. I only heard her repeating one sentence. Dead, dead, dead. I can't save my head now. Then he reached out and touched his face. Sure enough, I touched a hand of red ink. He hurriedly took the bronze mirror nearby and looked at himself in the mirror. And then he saw the cute little turtle lying on his face biting his hairline, as well as the big bastard on his left and right cheeks. 2 words. Shin! See I worry! He yelled angrily. And Shinxio almost fell to the ground in fright. She quickly took out her handkerchief, dipped it in some water, and started rubbing it on Li Mabai's face. Oh, Your Majesty! You said you are too. How come you still like to play these children's jokes at such an old age? Li Mabai grabbed her wrist and snatched the handkerchief away. He glared at Shinxio, lowered his voice and gritted his teeth and said to her, I will settle this account with you later. The reason why he let Shinxio go temporarily was because he knew his brother's temperament. He said that if he refused to give him money, he would immediately yell. After a while, Sanfu and the others were provoked to come in to check the situation, and then accidentally saw the graffiti on their faces. Wouldn't they laugh the big teeth out of those slaves? It can be used as hush money, or it can be used to send the god of plague away. Now Li Mabai just wants to send Li Jinian away quickly so that he can settle accounts with Shinxio carefully. How much? Hee hee. No more. No more. Li Jinian's face, which had been crying just now, suddenly became full of smiles, and he suddenly raised a finger and said, 1,000 taels is enough. Go out and ask Sanfu to take you to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Get the banknote and leave the palace quickly. Don't ask your mother for money again this month. Do you hear me? Li Jinian sat up from the ground and took a hard sip at Li Mabai's face. Okay, brother. Thank you, brother. I know that brother loves me the most. After saying that, it seemed to turn into an afterimage and disappeared with a whoosh. In the huge study room, only Shinxio and Li Mabai were left looking at each other. Shinxio smiled awkwardly. Well, Your Majesty, the tea has gone cold. How about I give you another one? You gave me drugs and painted bastard pictures on my face? No, Your Majesty. Please listen to the quibbles of this servant. It's not right. Let me explain to you. You just drank tea and felt sleepy. So you laid down on the dragon table and fell asleep. It may be that the inkstone and brush were not put away properly. When you were sleeping, you rubbed your left side and turned your right side. And then you got stains on your face. Ink marks. How could it be done by a slave? Even if the slave has the courage to do so, he would not dare to do something so transgressive. Shinxio felt guilty when she said this kind of nonsense. How could she expect Li Mabai to believe it? At this moment, she clearly saw murderous intent in Li Mabai's dark pupils. Chapter 23, I Want You Forever. You do not dare? I see that there is nothing in this world that you dare not do. Li Mabai naturally didn't believe her when she made up such a lie. Besides, he had already heard the whole thing from Shinxio's voice. To be honest, Li Mabai really wanted to chop off this crazy woman's head. What he cares about most in his life is his own face. And Shinxio repeatedly jumps over his bottom line. If it weren't for the fact that she could predict the future and help her handle government affairs better, her life would have been lost countless times. Kill her. You can't kill her. Beat her. And if something bad happens, you will be the one who suffers. Li Mabai thought for a moment and came up with an excellent way to deal with her. Hitting you and killing you can only dispel the anger in my heart for a moment. But the money spent is a real loss. If you hadn't behaved in my face today and let Prince Jing take advantage of me, I would never have done it. I will lend him 1,000 taels of silver, since it started with you. You should be responsible for making up for my losses. He cleared his throat and said seriously, so you have to repay this 1,000 taels of silver. Ah? Your Majesty, are you kidding me? If this slave has 1,000 taels of silver, why would he come to work in the palace? That's your business and has nothing to do with me. There are only two ways before you. Either pay back the money or behead. It's your choice.
Shinseo's neck felt cold and she kept saying,
pay back the money. But this slave really doesn't have it.
Li Mabai sneered.
If you don't have it, use your monthly salary to pay for it.
Shinseo quickly made a calculation in his heart. She saves 36 taels of silver a month even if she doesn't eat, drink, or shop. It's only 36 taels a year. It will take me 28 years to repay this 1,000 taels of silver.
Your Majesty, my servant's monthly allowance is only 3 taels of silver. If I have to pay back 1,000 taels of silver, won't I have to work in vain in the palace for nearly 30 years? 30 years?
Li Mabai clicked his tongue, shook his head and said,
your calculation is not quite right. I'm here to calculate it for you.
I saw him writing quickly on the white paper with a pen. And while writing, he said,
your monthly salary is 3 taels per month. 1 tael for food and drink. And another 1 tael for accommodation. In total, you can only repay me 1 tael per month. According to this calculation, we can only repay 12 taels in 12 months a year. 1,000 taels of silver will take 83 years to repay. You are 18 this year, and you don't look like you will live a long life. I will give you a small fortune and ask for good luck. If you work for me in the palace until you are 88, the debt between you and me will be counted as too clear.
Good guy. I suggest you resign from your position as emperor and become a certified public accountant in modern times. Because of your calculations, even the cows are so scared that they don't dare to produce milk. Isn't this just looking for a free coolie and working for him for a lifetime? At this moment, there was a faint smile on Li Mabai's lips, just to look at Shinseo's desperate expression. But how could Shinseo get what he wanted? After listening to his calculation, he immediately replied,
your Majesty is wise. This slave is not very talented and does not know how to count. It is more accurate for the emperor to calculate like this. Then according to the emperor's wishes, the slave will work in the palace without receiving any monthly payment in order to pay for today's debt. The emperor's debt.
At first, Li Mabai was shocked by Shinseo's willingness to compromise. But soon, the shock turned into hatred that wanted to tear Shinseo into pieces. It doesn't matter. I'll just promise you if I promise. You'll be dead in 4 years anyway. After you die, I won't owe you the remaining unpaid money. During the holidays, I will definitely change them into paper money and burn them to you in handfuls. I'm planning to ask her to pay back the money for the rest of her life. It's better for her. I'm planning on when I will die. Crazy bitch. Don't worry. If I really die young at the age of 28, I will definitely hold you as my support. The two of them agreed on the terms in a friendly manner, and Shinseo was anxious to resign for fear that he would regret it. Before taking 2 steps, Li Mabai grabbed her arm. Due to inertia, Shinseo stumbled backwards and fell into Li Mabai's arms unexpectedly. The distance between them is only 0.01 centimeters at the moment, and the tips of their noses are very ambiguous. Shinseo's heartbeat stalled again. No way. No way. You're not going to kiss me again. Are you? What I can eat for lunch today are leek dumplings. Chinese chives? Li Mabai couldn't help but retched, and quickly straightened Shinseo and pushed him away. What did he vomit? Why are you pretending to be so frivolous that it is a shame for me to be so frivolous? No. Why do you say this as if I really want to be frivolous by him? Li Mabai sat upright, cleared his throat and said, you painted a bastard on both of us and made me lose face. What should I do with this? Didn't the emperor already punish the slave? Didn't you already let the slave work for you in vain for the rest of his life? That is material compensation, not psychological compensation. Then what does the emperor want? It's very simple.
Li Mabai raised his eyebrows and looked at Shinseo, shook the brush in his hand, and said with a bad smile,
I will also make a painting on your face. You are not allowed to clean your face for 3 days after you return to the palace. Otherwise, I will order this painting to be tattooed on your face.
What a cruel man. Who doesn't know that women have good looks? After being painted like this by him, he still had to bear it for 3 days without being able to wash his face. Didn't he die in the palace maid's palace? But he couldn't tolerate Shinseo's refusal. So Li Mabai waved a wolf hair and painted her face like a flying dragon or a phoenix. He almost laughed while painting, but finally couldn't bear it any longer, and his laughter alarmed the palace guards guarding the door. One of the eunuchs glanced curiously into the palace, and then whispered to Sanfu, the emperor seems to be painting something on the face of the palace maid. After Sanfu took a sneak peek, He slapped the prisoner on the head hard and lectured.
What do you know? This is called eyebrow painting, which is a kind of boudoir fun. You stupid thing with no eyesight.
He glanced back and took a peek at the scene in the palace, and couldn't help but cover his mouth in amusement.
Oh, our emperor has been vegetarian for so many years. But he is finally going to turn to vegetarian food. The Queen Mother will be so happy when she knows the news.
After talking to himself, he turned serious and ordered the eunuchs under him, saying,
Every one of you has opened your eyes to the Zha family. Who in this palace can win the favor of the emperor? And who is the serious master? Don't look at it. Shinguren is just a palace maid now. But one day, she will skyrocket to the sky. Becoming a concubine or a concubine is just around the corner. On weekdays, she needs to be taken care of by the Zha family. If there is even the slightest mistake, be careful that the Zajia will smash your little butts.
The inmates laughed in unison and replied,
Thank you very much, father-in-law, for the tip.
Chapter 24 Losing his wife and losing his troops. Only after Li Maobai stopped writing, Shincio hurriedly looked in the mirror. Mother Gonlin. This dog emperor actually painted a toad on his face? The painting is so lifelike that even the bumps on the toad's back are highlighted. Li Maobai said that she was not allowed to wash it off. But he couldn't bear to let her go out as a girl with a toad face. But he didn't admit that he couldn't bear it. He just persuaded himself privately that she was the one who served the emperor. And he was the one who laughed at others when they saw her like this. So after he had seen enough jokes, he asked Shincio to wash her face in the minister's study room to wash off the ink before allowing her to leave. As soon as he left the chancellor's study room dejectedly, the sound of firecrackers being set off suddenly came to his mind, making Shincio tremble in fear. Didi congratulates the host for completing the task of
painting a turtle on the tyrant's face.
The points reward is plus 60. The current points are 60. Xiao Taochuo has given the host an extra opportunity to apply for a big carousel reward. I wish the host a lot of luck. The rewards on the big carousel this time are much richer than the first time. At least none of the 12 reward columns are full of.
Thank you for your patronage.
It seems that there are many benefits to pleasing the system. Shincio pressed the start button, and after the turntable spun rapidly for a moment, the pointer stopped at the column with the lowest probability of telling the truth, peach. Immediately afterwards, a brightly colored, juicy and plump flat peach appeared in Shincio's palm. She stared at the peach for a long time.
What is the use of this peach?
After eating the truth-telling flat peach, the person who takes it will only tell the truth within 12 hours. This thing seems useless. But it's a rare reward anyway, so I'd better keep it for now. In the evening, I chatted with Payer and Cheer for a while about palace anecdotes, and took a rest early when I felt sleepy. Early the next morning it was the time when the monthly bonus was distributed. Today it was Shincio's turn to take back the monthly bonus and distribute it for everyone. So she got up very early. I was full of energy to get up, and there were 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past in my heart. She has no salary, and she has to help others collect their wages? Is there anyone more unlucky than her in the world? On the way back to the palace maid's house after collecting the official silver, I bumped into Concubine Ning's sedan chair. She quickly lowered her head and stood at the most inconspicuous position in the corner of the corridor, bowing her head. Unexpectedly, things were so coincidental. When Concubine Ning passed by her, she suddenly opened the sedan curtain and her eyes fell on Shincio.
Stop the sedan.
The 4-carriage sedan stopped in front of Shincio, and the palace maids gathered up to help Concubine Ning get out of the sedan. Perhaps out of nervousness, the palace maid didn't pay attention to Concubine Ning's feet, causing her to accidentally twist. Concubine Ning was furious and slapped the palace maid in the face, cursing,
"You clumsy idiot!"
The palace maid was shocked and knelt down, kowtowed and begged for mercy. Concubine Ning rolled her eyes and thought she was noisy.
When Leander served me in the past, I never had such a mistake. I don't know what the Ministry of Internal Affairs sent me.
I have the nerve to say that the goods are carefully selected. I look at them, and they are deliberately trying to fool me.
Speaking of Leander, wasn't it because Shincio exposed her crime that Li Maobai was disabled? Anyone could tell that Concubine Ning's words were criticizing Shincio openly or secretly. She was obedient and quickly bowed before Concubine Ning could get angry at her.
My servant, please be safe. Concubine Ning.
Huh? Concubine Ning responded lazily, then looked at the purse in her hand and asked,
What are you holding in your hand? If you reply to your majesty, it will be the monthly silver of the palace made for this month.
Oh,
bring it here.
Shincio was a little embarrassed holding the money bag. Just as she was hesitating, Concubine Ning suddenly became angry and sternly ordered the eunuch to take the money bag away from her. She dropped the money bag, weighed it in her palm, and said sarcastically,
"Since I came from a humble background, I could only do the hardest work in the palace. It is pitiful to work so hard every day from early in the morning to late at night in exchange for such a small amount of money."
As he said that, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and glared at Shinseyo.
"But no matter how pitiful you are, you shouldn't have the wrong thoughts. Always remember where you come from. And don't daydream about one day becoming famous and being favored by your master."
When a chicken turns into a phoenix.
She approached Shinseyo step by step, and the tone of her conversation hit Shinseyo's face. Well, this lady is really down to earth. She ate leek buns in the morning.
"Do you understand what I said?"
Shinseyo nodded repeatedly.
"I would like to thank you for your advice."
She held it up with both hands and said respectfully,
"I also ask you to return this pitiful amount of money to me. These coins are nothing to you. But it's the palace maids who want to send home money to live on." "What kind of money? I don't understand what you're talking about."
Concubine Ning threw her purse into the sedan and asked in a loud voice,
"Has any of you seen her money?"
Everyone shook their heads and said they didn't know. Concubine Ning smiled and said,
"Did you lose your silver? Where did you lose it? Do you want me to send someone to help you find it?"
Shinseyo looked at her smiling face and wanted to shave her big ears. She clearly wanted to embarrass herself. And she would definitely not return the money to her if she entangled her too much. She had her own way of making up for the wages of her sisters. So why did she talk so much to this useless concubine who would soon go to the coal palace? So she knelt down and bowed, and said firmly,
"I don't need to worry about it.
I just need to find it myself."
Concubine Ning nodded slightly, looking very satisfied.
He is quite sensible.
After bidding her farewell, Shinseyo turned around to leave. But unexpectedly Concubine Ning pushed her from behind, causing her to stumble forward and almost fall to the ground.
"Why are you so reckless? My slave? You could have fallen down on the six-sided stones."
"Huh?" As she was counting, Concubine Ning watched helplessly as a huge flat peach fell out of Shinseyo's body. She quickly picked up the peach from the ground, held it in her hand, and looked at it carefully. This flat peach has a gorgeous red color. The flesh is moderately soft and hard, and the skin is as thin as rice paper. You can smell the fragrant fruity fragrance when you hold it in the palm of your hand. Concubine Ning attaches great importance to her appearance. In order to nourish her skin, the imperial kitchen supplies her with fruits all year round, and it has to be the best in appearance and taste. She absolutely despises ordinary mortals. That's why she felt that the flat peach was rare. She prides herself on being used to eating good food, and she has never seen such a good-looking flat peach. She doesn't have such good things. How can Shinseyo, a little palace maid, carry it with her? Could it be that it was a reward from the emperor? How unreasonable.
"I have accepted this flat peach. You can go ahead."
"Mother."
"Here." "What?" "I want you to have a peach." Seeing that Pan Tao was not coming back, Shinseyo thought about it calmly for a moment and came up with a plan. At this time, Concubine Ning should go to Fenghuan Palace to pay respects to the queen. Anyway, it is useless to hold this flat peach by herself. She might as well let this bitch eat it. Seeing her talking nonsense in the queen's palace for a while, the queen still can't palm her mouth? So she pretended to be entangled and moved forward to take back the peach, but was pushed away by Concubine Ning. She pretended to cry. "Miss Concubine Ning, these flat peaches were sent to me by my aunt. They are a specialty of my hometown. This is the only thing I got. Please return it to me." "Oh, give it back to you?" Concubine Ning snapped her fingers at the attendants. Immediately, several palace attendants came forward with water bags and began to clean the peaches for Concubine Ning. After a while, Concubine Ning waved the clean flat peach in front of Shinseyo, and then ate it cleanly. She threw the peach core on the ground. "Well, won't this be returned to you?" After saying that, he wiped his mouth and walked away with a mean smile. Chapter 25 Concubine Ning teases the entire harem. What Concubine Ning took away was a month's wages for so many maids in the palace. Shinseyo doesn't have to take care of his family. If he doesn't have money, he won't have money. He can still live if he has enough food to eat. But many of them need to send money back to their mother's family for subsidies. No matter what, Shinseyo cannot let them bear the consequences because of her own fault. She discussed with Xiao Tachuo whether she could exchange the points for some money to pay wages to other palace maids first. What the host lost was the wages of 18 palace ladies.
3 taels of silver per person per month. A total of 54 taels. Host. Wait a moment. I'll check the exchange rate. Dee. I found it. 1 point can be exchanged for 2 taels of silver. The currency of Qi dynasty. 54 taels means 27 points are needed. Fortunately, her previous points were not used. I also thought about the news a few days ago that the mother of the palace maid Xianglong was seriously ill and had no money for treatment. So she said to the system, then exchange 30 points for me. A total of 60 taels of silver. I want to give Xianglong some more money so that she can use it to treat her mother. The system was very moved. The host has a good heart. It is indeed the white moonlight in the world. After receiving the regular silver, when she returned to Xianglong given by the palace maid, she gave her an extra 6 taels of silver. But she did not take the credit for herself. Eunuch Luo knew that your family was in trouble, and saw that you were very caring when you were on duty. So he specially asked me. The Ministry of Internal Affairs has applied for an extra 2 months of monthly allowance. Please take it so that your mother can treat her illness with peace of mind. Xianglong was so moved that she almost knelt down and kowtowed to Shincio. Afterwards, Payer and Cheer secretly pulled her back to their room. Where did you come from so much money? When Cheer passed by the long street today, she saw Concubine Ning in trouble, and you took away the money. Are you using your own money to subsidize us? Shincio can't say that she got it from the system. Right? So I could only nod in acquiescence. Payer and Chia looked at each other, took out their monthly salary, and stuffed it into Shincio's hand. We can't ask for this money. Last time you helped us, we said we would give you half a year's monthly salary. Please give me your monthly salary. Zihua went out with 50 or 60 taels. I'm afraid my savings are at the bottom. Right. Shincio returned the money to them and said with a smile, it's okay. I'm not short of money. Cheer said doubtfully. We are all palace maids. How can you not be short of money if you only have that little money a month? Payer suddenly realized. Oh, I know. The emperor must be doting on you and rewarded you in private. Yes, that must be the case. Shinci worriedly raised his forehead and said that I can't accept your words. Did he reward me? He's a stingy guy who's planning to let me work for him for free until he's 88. How can he still give me a reward? I bother. Finwan Palace. When they paid their respects to the queen today, everyone saw that the queen's face looked a little bad, and her eyes were dark and blue, and her expression was a little confused, as if she didn't sleep well last night. Concubine Shin said earnestly. There was lightning and thunder last night, but it disturbed the queen and made it difficult for her to sleep peacefully. The queen forced out a smile and nodded. I'm not afraid of the sisters' jokes. I have been afraid of thunderstorms since I was a child. When I hear the thunder, I often can't sleep all night long. If the queen cannot sleep in the future, she will find someone to call my concubine. I will play chess and chat with you to pass the time. And I will also have fun. The queen smiled happily and said, You are interested. Just as everyone was greeting the queen, Concubine Ning suddenly said, What are you pretending to be? It just seems like you have a good relationship with the queen, and your hot face is pressed against the cold buttocks of others. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Concubine Shin couldn't keep it off her face and asked her with a dark face. Concubine Ning, what are you talking nonsense about? The queen is our master, and it is our duty to serve the queen. How can you be like what you said? Oh, why are you so good at pretending? I think the singing skills of those in Chunmen Lane are not as good as yours. How many bad things have you said to me about the queen in private? One moment, it's bad luck to see the queen looking sick. And the other, you also said that she is 2 years younger than you, and pretending to be mature in front of you every day makes you want to vomit. Are these all your words? What are you doing? Do you dare to swear that you didn't say this? Do you swear that if you had said this, you would have had a son with no eyes? Concubine Ning was speaking, and suddenly she covered her lips and laughed. Ha ha, my lord. But forget, you have never even climbed onto the emperor's dragon bed. So I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to have a son with no fart, harmony, eyes. It is said that although Concubine Ning has a hot-tempered and brainless temper, she can still tell the difference between what should be said and what should not be said. She said such words in the queen's palace today, and she offended Concubine Shin and also dragged herself into the water. She would do such a thing that was not worth the gain. Could it be that she was really out of her mind and crazy? Concubine, she reprimanded her. Concubine Ning, how can I allow you to talk nonsense in front of the queen? What's the matter with you?
Concubine Ning glared at Concubine Shi, looking at her with disdain in her eyes, and sneered.
You are the one I despise the most in the harem. You have big breasts and a big butt. You still like to wear tight clothes every day.
Are you afraid that you won't be able to show off your pussy? If the emperor doesn't come to the harem, who will you be showing off to? Presumptuous.
Concubine Shi's eyes were about to burst. She hit the case hard with her right hand and shouted angrily,
I see you have lost your mind and gone crazy. Ha ha ha.
Concubine Ning suddenly laughed.
Do you know what we call you in private? When Concubine Chen, Concubine Duan and Concubine Hui chat in private, they all call you Big Cow. You think your breasts are so beautiful. It's disgusting.
Concubine Chen, Concubine Duan, and Concubine Hui looked at each other in shock and said in unison,
Concubine Shi, please don't listen to Concubine Ning's nonsense. I have no concubine.
How can Concubine Shi be so agreeable? She immediately stood up, walked up to Concubine Ning angrily, raised her hand and slapped her. At this point, the queen, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up when she saw that things had become like this.
Okay, stop making trouble. Concubine Ning, I think it was because of the heavy rain last night that you didn't have a good rest. So you are talking nonsense. Please step back.
Just rest.
Concubine Ning covered her face and said angrily,
You sick chicken. Are you blind? This big cow slapped me, and you just let it go? I am a noble concubine, and you are a concubine. Can I hit you?
Concubine, she said, as she raised her leg and put her foot on Concubine Ning's abdomen, causing her to roll on the ground in pain. At this moment, the queen became silent. Concubine, she was born into a general, and she has always had such a sassy temper. She turned around and saluted Queen Fu, and said in an angry tone,
Concubine Ning is so overstepping the rules. The queen can just sit back and ignore her. But she insulted me. I can't treat it as if it never happened. Although I am a noble concubine, I have to do it.
According to the rules, the queen must be informed about the concubine's position. Now that I want to touch her mouth. Does the queen have any objection?
Who can feel comfortable after being scolded? If the queen doesn't take action herself and lets Concubine Shi do it, wouldn't it kill two birds with one stone? So she said firmly,
You are a noble concubine. What you want to do with the concubines below you is entirely up to your own will.
Concubine Shi thanked the empress, then looked back at Concubine Ning fiercely, and ordered,
Chioshi, Donghuan, give her a slap on the mouth so hard. The two pieces of meat hanging on her mouth will not be able to speak anymore after being slapped. No more dirty talk.
Chapter 26. I want to drink the tea she made. Later, I heard the palace people gossiping that Concubine Ning had caused a big trouble today. Concubine, she slapped her 100 times in front of everyone. Even so, she still cursed and cursed as if she was possessed. Later, the queen mother heard about this and went to Chengqian Palace to see her out of concern for her. Unexpectedly, she even dared to scold the queen mother. And the queen mother was so angry that she slapped her 100 times. It is said that her face was badly beaten, and her beautiful body was turned into a gleaming pig's head. Asterisk. At the beginning of summer, drought broke out in the north. The imperial court allocated 100,000 taels of silver for the earthquake, and opened the treasury to transport a lot of dry food to the north. In the Qi dynasty, there was an official position specifically responsible for transporting earthquake disaster supplies, called the Beiyun Division. The head of the Beiyun Division is Concubine Ning's father, Zhao Chuan. Compared with Concubine Ning's violent temper, Zhao Chuan was honest and diligent in his work. He was a veteran minister who was highly valued during the reign of the late emperor. Therefore, Li Maobai was still responsible for Zhao Chuan's responsibility for escorting earthquake disaster supplies this time. Unexpectedly, news came 3 days later that the escort team was robbed by bandits at Duanhongpo, just 300 miles away from Jiangdu, and all the earthquake disaster supplies were looted. Zhao Chuan's escort suffered heavy casualties, and he was also shot through the chest and back by a hidden arrow, which was only an inch away from damaging his heart. It could be said that he had a narrow escape from death.
This is strange. The incident took place in Omi, and it was a transport of troops and horses for the imperial court. How could these thieves and bandits come out of nowhere and dare to cause trouble at the feet of the emperor? And the escort's itinerary is strictly confidential. When to set off, what route to take, and where to resupply. Only Zhao Chuan and Li Maobai know these important military matters. Under the temptation of big profits, it is not uncommon to commit suicide. Therefore, Li Maobai immediately targeted Zhao Chuan with suspicion. But when the guard who reported back was about to explain the details, Li Maobai ordered him to wait a moment. He took a sip of tea, frowned, and looked very dissatisfied.
Who cooked this tea today?
Sanfu replied.
Back to the emperor. He is a slave. Your craftsmanship is no longer what it used to be. Go and call Shenxiu for me.
Sanfu responded repeatedly, turned around, covered his mouth and snickered. Why does this emperor dislike his poor craftsmanship? I am afraid that only those who have something in mind will find the aroma of tea boring. Shenxiu had just finished his duties during the day, and he had only been back for an hour, and the emperor was thinking about him like this? It seems that she is really favored by the emperor. Shenxiu was called back to the study room before the bed was warm, and she was naturally cursing in her heart when she was making tea for Li Maobai. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling that he was deliberately making things difficult for her. So I conveniently added a pinch of floating ash on the windowsill to the tea. It was only when she served tea to Li Maobai that the guard who came back and forth spoke.
As Mr. Zhao's troops responsible for escorting the disaster relief supplies went deep into the hinterland of Dunhongpo, bandits came out from all directions in the mountains and forests. They were all very skilled, and the escort was overwhelmed by the surprise attack and was quickly defeated. General Zhao was defeated. He was seriously injured but fortunately survived, and is now being urgently escorted back to Jiangdu for treatment. After the incident, Governor Chu immediately ordered his tiger guards to raid the cottages around Dunhongpo. But there is still no clue.
After listening to the guard's description, Shenxiu began to unconsciously search this period of history in her mind. Is this talking about the unsolved case of the Northern Disaster Bank being hijacked? There is no final conclusion on this matter at all in history, and the money was never recovered in the end. However, this point was also mentioned in my paper. Historical records show that later generations dug up a lot of silver coins with official seals under the residence of the 9 admirals. It is suspected that these were the batch of silver coins that were looted in the earthquake disaster. Zhao Chuan of the Northern Transport Department, who was responsible for escorting the disaster silver, was also suspected by the Dog Emperor at that time. However, after several investigations, he was found to be innocent. And in addition to the fact that he fought with all his strength to protect the disaster bank and the bandits, and was seriously injured and almost died, so the Dog Emperor no longer doubted him. But after the fall of the Qi dynasty, Zhao Chuan left Jiangdu and went to Sichuan in Shanxi. He built a big house and married a concubine with 4 bedrooms, and became a wealthy local man. Judging from his income when he was an official, even if he didn't eat or drink while in office for so many years, he would never be able to accumulate that much money. Moreover, the Beiyun division is a non-profit position, and it is impossible for anyone to bribe him on weekdays. So the only reasonable explanation is that Zhao Chuan and the admirals of the 9 gates colluded together and told the admirals of the 9 gates the route for transporting the disaster silver. And the admirals of the 9 gates arranged for the gangsters to ambush along the way. In order to clear himself of suspicion, Zhao Chuan deliberately
suffered serious injuries
to win the sympathy of the Dog Emperor. Wait until the storm has passed, and then divide the spoils with the 9 admirals. Shenxiu's analysis based on historical facts is almost the same as Li Maobai's. The difference was that Li Maobai only knew that there was something wrong with Zhao Chuan, but he never thought that the admiral of the 9 sects was also unclean. Shenxiu mentioned that later generations unearthed silver coins with official seals under the residence of Admiral Juman. The silver coins with official seals from the Qi dynasty were used to quake disasters or reward foreign countries. Since the Juman admiral's family has official silver, it means that even if this matter has nothing to do with him, he will definitely be indispensable for colluding with foreign countries in the future. After learning the ins and outs of the matter, Li Maobai had his own set of careful arrangements. They even took away the money given to the people for the earthquake without conscience. So don't blame him for being ruthless and punishing him severely. After the guard reported the incident, he hurriedly left. Shenxiu pretended to be worried and said,
"If something like this happens, it will cause trouble to the emperor again. I heard from Mr. Sanfu that the emperor was thinking about the skills of the slaves in making tea. This tea will no longer matter."
"Let it cool down, Your Majesty. Take a sip to soothe your throat."
Li Maobai skillfully pushed the teacup in front of Shenxiu.
"I'll reward you.
Isn't it? Come again." Before Shenxiu could say her words of rejection, she heard Li Maobai ask in a low voice,
"What's going on? Are you thinking about it again and want to pour this tea into my mouth? What are you talking about, Your Majesty?" How dare this slave do such a transgressive thing? It's okay if you don't dare.
Li Mabai leaned back, sitting loosely and looking at her with a smile.
Then drink.
Seeing that Shincio was hesitant to take the teacup, Li Mabai simply picked up the teacup himself, put it to Shincio's mouth and drank it for her, imitating the way she poured tea for him last time.
How is it? Does it taste good?
How delicious can tea with ash be? Shincio scolded all the 18 generations of Li Mabai's ancestors in his heart, but he could only say respectfully,
My slave. Thank you for the reward.
Li Mabai smiled beautifully and said,
No need to thank me. As long as you like it.
The two of them did not notice that the queen was standing at the door at this moment,
witnessing their flirting
with her own eyes. She clenched her hand tightly into a fist, and the look on her face was certainly not good-looking.
Sanfu said with some embarrassment, Empress, may I go and pass the message for you? Since the emperor is busy, I will come back later.
As she turned to leave, the queen couldn't help but ask,
Is that the maid who the emperor stayed in the veranda that night?
Sanfu didn't dare to raise his head, and said with a trembling voice,
Back to the queen. That's right.
The queen nodded slightly sadly, and without saying anything else, she was helped into the sedan chair by the palace attendants. Chapter 27, I Can't Explain Clearly. In the middle of the night, Shia hurriedly came to find Shincio. It turned out that several consecutive rains in the past 2 days caused the temperature to drop sharply, and Pear was hit by the wind and cold and developed a high fever. Shia would just cry when something happened without paying attention, and Pear was already burning and unconscious at the moment.
Why don't you go see a doctor if you are so sick? How can we, the lower-class palace people, get sick and get an imperial doctor to treat us? Besides, in the middle of the night, the imperial doctors who stay in the imperial hospital are all serving the emperor and the mistresses in the harem. Who will pay attention to us?
Yes, this was in ancient times. In this era, not everyone's fate is their destiny. These palace people died of illness. If the master took care of them, they could send their bodies home. If they were helpless, they could just carry them out of the palace and bury them. It's no different than handling a piece of rotten meat. In any case, the top priority now is to get rid of Pear's fever first. Shincio asked Cheer to dip some cold water into a handkerchief and apply it on Pea's forehead to cool down, and then went to ask Eunuch Luo for some liquor. Smear this white wine on Pear's limbs, once every quarter of an hour,
she said as she put on her coat. Cheer asked her,
Where are you going in the middle of the night? If her fever continues like this, half of her life will be lost. Simple cooling down is only a temporary treatment. To treat the root cause, you still need to use medicine.
She worked beside Li Mabai every day and knew that there were some wild Isatis roots in the flower garden outside Jinwan Hall. I picked it up, boiled it, and gave it to Pear to drink, which always had some effect. The night was dark, and the moon was as bright as frost. When Shincio was picking Isatis roots outside the Jinwan Hall, she suddenly heard a movement not far away. So she hid behind the big stone and took a peek, and saw Chu Yueji, dressed in regular clothes, walking into the Jinwan Hall as if there was no one there. Not long after he entered, he saw Sanfu leading all the palace people out of the palace. Shincio was like a melon field, jumping up and down excitedly. Holy shit. Shit! This dog emperor called Concubine Chu to his bedroom in the middle of the night when he was sleeping? As soon as Concubine Chu entered the palace, all the palace attendants left? Isn't this a solid statement? I was not asked to go to bed at this point. Could it be that he was discussing national affairs? At the same time, inside the Jinwan Palace, Chu Yueji bowed to Li Mabai, who was sitting on the dragon throne from a distance.
Your Majesty was so anxious to summon me late at night that I, a humble minister, came to see you abruptly before I could change my clothes. Please forgive me for my sin. It's okay. I'll give you a seat.
It was a long and dusty journey, but he didn't notice the breeze on the road. After sitting down, the heat came out, which made him blush and feel very hot. Chu Yueji loosened his collar slightly and asked,
The emperor summoned the ministers at this time. But is it related to the looting of disaster silver?
Li Mobai's eyes were full of anger, and he said in a cold tone,
I want you to send someone to keep an eye on Yi Chengying around the clock, from his master to his disciples and slaves. Who does he come into contact with every day, and what do he do? I want everything to be clear to everyone.
Chu Yueji's pupils trembled.
Does the emperor suspect that the 9 admirals are involved in this matter?
Li Mabai nodded and said nothing, and Chu Yueji stopped asking any more questions, cupped his fists and said,
Wei Chen knows what to do.
He and Li Mobai were both monarchs and ministers, as well as good friends. Things that could be understood between each other with just one glance did not require much effort. By the time he left, he had only stayed in the palace for less than a quarter of an hour. And Shinseyo just finished picking the Isada's roots. Just as she was about to leave, she heard another movement coming from the Yueguang palace. Taking a closer look, she saw Chu Yueji coming out disheveled, and with a flushed face. She was stunned when she saw him. No. No! How long have you been in here? Does it take time to take off your clothes? You have to do enough preparation work. Right? Even if the dog emperor is not a loving person, and doesn't even have foreplay. This time is still too short. 5 minutes? This is really addictive. And he is too much of a thing. Right? He called Concubine Chu all the way over. Oh! And then let Concubine Chu leave the palace and return home overnight after he felt comfortable? Why don't you let me sleep for one night? The more Shinseyo thought about it, the more she felt that it was not worth it for Chu Yueji. And she even felt sorry for him. This beautiful man was ruined by a scumbag. Why? Asterisk. After returning to the palace maid's house, I made some medicine for Pear to take, and waited for her to wait until her fever subsided. It was already the 5th watch. When Pear opened her eyes, she saw Cheer sleeping in front of her bed, while Shinseyo was wiping her arms with white wine. She vaguely remembered what happened last night. She was moved for a moment, and the tip of her nose felt a little sore.
Seo, thank you very much. Are you awake?
Shinseyo smiled and touched Pear's forehead.
The fever is gone. Have a good rest. When it gets light next time, I will go to the Thai hospital to get some medicine for you. You have a good rest these 2 days. I will ask for leave for you from Uniqlo. It should be no problem.
Pear didn't know how much she said to express her gratitude, and she cried so hard that she burst into tears. Shinseyo hated to see such a scene, so he fooled her and returned to his room. She couldn't sleep for 2 hours, and had to get up again to serve Li Mobai. Shinseyo was so tired that her back ached, and she could fall asleep standing beside him while rubbing ink. She was dozing off when her forehead was suddenly knocked by Li Mobai's pen. She covered her forehead and choked her mouth, looking like she was about to act coquettishly. Li Mobai didn't agree with her.
Did you become a thief last night? Pear from the palace maid's office is sick. The servant was taking care of her last night, so she didn't sleep for a few hours. That's your business and has nothing to do with me,
Li Mobai said stiffly.
If you let me see you napping again, I will reward you with a few strokes to wake you up. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I dare not do this anymore.
You piece of shit. Is there compassion? You had a great time last night. You and your Chukuefe are so in love with each other. After all, you have a good night's sleep and feel refreshed. How can you still find time to scold me? Hee hee. If I don't have time to scold me, I might as well buy some sea dog pills and eat them. You second man. Li Mobai not only heard what Shinseyo complained about him, but also knew what she saw outside the Yueguang palace last night to cause such a misunderstanding. What's inside this crazy woman's head? How dare you slander me like this? Just say that I have a broken sleeve. How dare you tarnish my dragon power? Oh! One day I will let you know whether I am a broken sleeve and whether I am a second-rate man. Wrong. Why should I let her know? How can I let her know? After staring at Shinseyo's face and thinking about it for a moment, Li Mobai couldn't help but shudder. The picture was so beautiful that he didn't dare look at it. However, this tremor gave Shinseyo even more reason to complain about him. I can tremble even in the summer. Isn't it because of kidney deficiency? Li Mobai was so angry with her. You are the only one with kidney deficiency. And your whole family is suffering from kidney deficiency. How unreasonable. I will endure. Chapter 28, I will look down on you even if you don't die. Chu Yueji stared at the Juman Admiral's mansion for 2 whole days, but found nothing unusual. The only people in the house who have contact with outsiders are the servants who go to the city to buy things, and the rest of the people mostly stay at home. When he reported the matter back to Li Mobai immediately noticed something was wrong.
Yi Chungying has 1 wife, 3 concubines, 6 sons, 4 daughters, and 21 disciples. A large family like this didn't leave the house for 2 whole days. Is he planning to abandon the secular world and become a Buddhist monk at home? He took the book handed over by Chu Yueji and read through it carefully. The servants buy vegetables 3 times a day, buy meat twice a day, and the 6 maids go to the silk shop 4 times, and the jewelry shop 3 times in 2 days. Which normal person would do this?
Li Mobai thought for a moment, and tapped the dragon case gently with his knuckles.
Let your people find a way to carefully check the things they bought every day to see if there are any clues.
During the morning court on the second day, Yueguang, the admiral of the Nine Gates, claimed to be ill and did not attend the morning court. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Chuan, who had just recovered from serious injuries, came to court dragging his sick body. With his half-open clothes, he could still see that the white bandage on his chest was oozing blood from the inside out. His lips were chapped and his complexion turned pale. All the courtiers were moved when they saw this. Someone came forward to help him stand up. But he ignored everyone's obstruction and insisted on kneeling in the hall to state his fault.
I have failed the Emperor's expectations. I am ashamed of the Emperor. I am ashamed of the victims of the northern disaster.
His voice was hoarse and trembling, and his eyes were red as he spoke, with tears welling up in his eyes. Li Mobai did not say anything. The ministers who were listening comforted Zhao Chuan.
Master Zhao, please don't blame yourself too much. This happened suddenly. You have tried your best. I believe the Emperor will not blame you.
Zhao Chuan's figure was stooped and trembling slightly, as if he was trying his best to hold back the sadness in his heart.
The Emperor will not blame Wei Chen. But Wei Chen blames himself day and night. Today, Wei Chen's injury is slightly better, and he can stay in bed. So he hurriedly asked for help. Come to the palace to apologize to the Emperor.
Look, before the stage was set up, he was already addicted to it. After a tearful apology, Li Mobai almost believed it. He finally understood why Shino said that it was recorded in history that although he had doubted Zhao Chuan, he eventually forgave him. His appearance of worrying about the country and the people before the world's worries can really bluff people. It's a pity that Li Mobai can't be frightened now. Among the pitiful looks of all the courtiers, only Li Mobai had a faint smile on his lips.
You came to plead guilty to me. What crime did you have? It is a big mistake for a minister to transport earthquake disaster supplies. It is a big mistake to make such a big mistake. Bring shame to the court. And cause disaster to the people.
Li Mobai looked at him sideways, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes.
Since you know this is a serious crime, tell me how I should punish you.
Zhao Chuan thought that his plan was perfect, but he obviously did not expect Li Mobai to say these words. His eyes flickered and he stumbled when he spoke.
Wei Chen had trouble sleeping and eating because of this incident. When he was seriously ill, he even thought that if the doctor could not save Wei Chen's life, he would have to die. It's okay if you apologize. Wei Chen committed such a serious crime, and the Emperor is still willing to send an imperial doctor to treat Wei Chen. Wei Chen is really grateful. Don't be nagging.
Li Mobai interrupted him with a gloomy face.
I ask you, how do you want me to punish you?
Zhao Chuan was forced to sweat by his stern question. He lowered his eyebrows and rolled his eyes, thinking that since he wanted to act, he would act in a big show. The drama of bitter meat has to involve blood to show one's sincerity and loyalty. So he suddenly raised his eyes and said loudly,
It is hard to forgive a humble minister for his serious crimes. The only way to apologize is to die.
After saying that, he stood up suddenly and was about to hit the 9-dragon pillar in the Jinwan Palace. How could he commit suicide with so many courtiers present? Everyone spontaneously stepped forward and formed a human wall to stop him, and even tried to persuade him. On the high platform, Li Mobai's eyes were cold, and his voice was heavy, and he said angrily,
Whoever stops me will be punished with the same crime.
Funny to say, as soon as these words came out, all the officials who were holding Zhao Chuan suddenly let go, seeing that there was no one to stop him. Zhao Chuan spoke out his big words again. At this moment, he was caught in a dilemma. After hesitating for a moment, he roared and hit his head on the pillar. Although his voice sounded loud and his head was broken, he was fine and neither dead nor unconscious, just slumped on the ground breathing heavily, while the whole hall was in an uproar. Only Li Mobai raised his lips and said,
Continue. I will look down on you even if you don't die today.
Although he said this with a smile, any fool could tell that he was not joking. When the courtiers saw this, they would also think about it. Li Mobai would definitely not embarrass Zhao Chuan like this in front of everyone because of the disadvantage of escorting the disaster bank. If he can do this, he must know something that others don't know. Could it be that the loss of disaster silver was related to Zhao Chuan? No one from the courtiers came forward. They just stood around and watched. Zhao Chuan was unable to get off the tiger, so he had to pretend to be sad and hit his head against the pillar. He didn't just want to die, so the force of the impact was naturally lighter.
Have you been sick for too long and have no strength? It doesn't matter. I will help you.
As he said that, Li Maobai really got up from his seat, walked slowly into Zhao Chuan, grabbed his hair, and pressed his face hard against the dragon pillar.
I ask you. Only you and I know the marching route. How could those bandits ambush so accurately? Tell me, was it you who revealed this information? Or me? Your Majesty, I have been wronged.
Bang. Before Zhao Chuan finished speaking, Li Maobai grabbed his head and smashed it against the dragon pillar. His strength was so great that blood immediately splashed everywhere, and everyone he saw took a breath. Li Maobai pulled Zhao Chuan's head in front of him, looked at him face to face, and said fiercely,
I don't want to listen to your quibbles. I want to hear the truth.
Beating the courtiers in the court hall. And the kind of beatings were so severe that they might take their lives. Where had Zhao Chuan seen this battle before? Everyone else was dumbfounded. But no matter how stupid he was, he had to grit his teeth and not confess his crimes in front of Li Maobai.
You don't want to tell me?
Li Maobai sneered.
I want to see if your mouth is harder, or if this marble 9-dragon pillar is harder.
As he spoke, he wanted to knock Zhao Chuan's head onto the dragon pillar again. At this moment, Chu Yueji's voice came from far away. Li Maobai pushed Zhao Chuan aside like a puddle of mud, took the handkerchief handed over by Sanfu, wiped the blood from his palm, and asked calmly,
What was found? As the emperor expected, the things they purchased were indeed fishy.
Chu Yueji presented a piece of raw pork in front of Li Maobai and cut the raw pork open with a knife. The pork was actually filled with irregular lumps of silver. It looked like a whole piece of silver ingot was smelted into silver water, solidified and then stuffed into the pork.
Your Majesty, not only the meat, but also the dishes, silks, and jewelry are mixed with a lot of money from unknown sources.
Li Maobai glanced at Zhao Chuan. He was so frightened that he almost rolled his eyes after seeing the piece of pork.
Take Zhao Chuan to the prison. The governor of Chu, the commander of the bodyguards, and the imperial army will follow me out of the palace to surround the Nine-Door Admiral's mansion.
He looked back and glared at Zhao Chuan fiercely.
How dare you give the people's life-saving money swallow it? I want you to swallow it this time and spit it out for me.
Chapter 29. The Tyrant is indeed cruel. Li Maobai personally led his troops to besiege the Nine-Door Admiral's residence. Since the founding of the dynasty, no minister has ever received such honor. Seeing the battle, Yi Chongying pretended to be confused at first. It wasn't until Chu Yueji listed the evidence of the crime in front of him one by one that he closed his eyes tightly and let out a long sigh, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. Sophistical resistance. He was taken to the Sky Jail awaiting trial, and his family members were sentenced on the spot by Li Maobai. The wives and concubines were exiled to a bitter and cold place. The children were imprisoned in Jiangdu prison. The disciples were killed on the spot, and the family slaves were expelled from Jiangdu and never could return. After some operations, the door of the Nine-Door Admiral's mansion, which used to be bustling with people, was locked and sealed in just half an hour. Back in the palace, the matter of Li Maobai's attack on Zhao Chuan this morning had already been spread in the harem. Poor concubine Ning had to worry about her father again before the redness and swelling on her face subsided. She knelt and kowtowed outside the Jinwen Hall, begging Li Maobai to spare his father's life. It happened that Li Maobai was about to go to Tianlao to interrogate the guilty minister. As soon as Fong went out, concubine Ning ignored Sanfu's obstruction and threw herself at Li Maobai's feet. The sun was shining brightly in the afternoon, and the bright sunlight shone on concubine Ning's red, swollen, and ulcerated face, making her look more and more like a monster with a pig's head on her neck. Li Maobai didn't recognize her, but was startled by her sudden attack. Subconsciously, he kicked her away again. Concubine Ning fell off the stage and cried particularly sadly. Li Maobai asked Sanfu in a low voice,
Where did the pig essence come from?
Sanfu's face was full of embarrassment.
Your Majesty, this is concubine Ning.
Li Maobai's eyes widened, inevitably a little shocked.
Is she crazy? A good person behaves like a bat one day and a pig the other, and treats my imperial city as a royal beast's garden? Drag her back to your own palace and don't let her go crazy and act like crazy.
When they saw Zhao Chuan and Yi Chongying, they had already been tortured by the criminal officers to the point where they were in disreputable state. When the chief of punishment and the torture instruments of the violent chamber greeted him, there was no truth that could not be gleaned from the mouths of living people. How this thief was planned, how it was implemented, what the division of labor was, and where the disaster money was now hidden. They both vomited it all. Li Maobai looked at the eloquent confession of more than 10 pages in front of him, raised his eyebrows and glanced at the two of them, and said,
I treat you very well. Who gave you the courage to do this under my nose? Something wrong? When things were revealed, they naturally knew that they had no way to survive. So he only thought that he was blinded by money and committed such a heinous crime. Now I don't ask Li Mabai to open the door and let them live. I just ask him to give them a happy death.
I don't know how many ministers there are in the imperial court who are pillars like you two. I used to be too good-tempered. So I made you all self-sufficient and arrogant, treating me as a mere decoration. I have been on the throne for 4 years, and I have always thought that you were all important ministers of the late emperor. So I have always respected you very much. Occasionally, I will turn a blind eye if you make any mistakes or do something that exceeds the rules. That's all. Since my merciful treatment has turned out to be treacherous ministers like you, I should stop showing my kindness in the future.
He stood with his hands behind his back. Calmly speaking,
clean the wounds of the 2 adults. Wash and change clothes. I want them to appear neatly in the Yueguang palace tomorrow morning.
No one could guess what Li Mabai was thinking. So much so that when the 2 of them appeared in the Yueguang palace again the next day, seemingly elegant and well-dressed in court clothes, the courtiers were still muttering, speculating that Li Mabai was magnanimous and wanted to forgive them. Who could have imagined that what they saw next would become a lifelong nightmare? The 3 blessings revealed the imperial edict, and the officials knelt to receive it. The imperial edict detailed the crimes of Zhao Chuan and Yi Chungying and sentenced them to drink the happy soup. After the imperial edict was announced, when the whole palace was wondering what the happy soup was, they saw Chu Yuezi and his guards moving the charcoal basin and a large pot into the court hall. The moment he opened the lid of the iron pot, he saw that inside was a liquid that was heated and boiled after smelting silver ingots into water. Li Mabai said solemnly,
smelting the official silver into water, taking it out and solidifying it, and then hiding it in daily food and clothing. This is how you and I sell the stolen goods. This silver, which was used to save the people from disasters, has become the source of the money for you and me. Happy money. Today, I will give you 2 a pot of happy soup. If you drink it, you will be rich and prosperous. I hope you will be born with a silver spoon in your mouth, and your wish in this life will be fulfilled.
How can you drink that boiling silver water? Zhao Chuan and Yi Chungying struggled desperately, but Chu Yuezi still ordered the guards to restrain their hands and feet, open their mouths, and drink the silver water down. Appalling screams came from the Yueguang palace, and the air was filled with the smell of flesh being burned. This scene made many officials present unable to help but gag. After drinking 2 bowls, the silver water condensed into lumps in their bodies. They didn't know whether they were scalded to death or suffocated to death. They died in a miserable state, and their eyes widened with fear when they died. Li Mabai's methods naturally had the effect of deterring disloyal officials in the court. But at the same time, Shino, who heard about this, was scared to death. My God, the tyrant is indeed a tyrant. Even King Zhou of Yin had never thought of such a punishment. Li Mabai actually did this in the court in front of all the civil and military officials? Shino was so frightened that she shuddered just by picturing that scene in her mind. I'm afraid. But why doesn't this plot follow historical development? Li Mabai found out the culprit who hijacked the disaster money so easily, recovered all the earthquake money, and dealt with Zhao Chuan and Yi Chungying promptly. This cruel and incompetent king in history seems to be a bit cruel at present, but his IQ is still online. Moreover, the people he dealt with were all deserving of the common people, and they would not be unjust even if they died. Fortunately, these 2 people did not appear in his thesis from beginning to end. Just die if you love it. It will not affect you. But no matter what, this incident reminded Shino that he should not seek death in the future. If Balbuki offends the dog emperor someday, he, a little-known palace maid, will most likely die worse than them. While I was thinking about it in my heart, Xiao Tuochua's voice suddenly came out again. Didi. Host, you have a new task order. Watch the sunrise with the tyrant. The points reward for completing the task is +20. And the points for failing the task are -20. The host is also requested to complete the task within 48 hours.
Damn it! I am really afraid of what will happen. Her dear system jumped out again and forced her to commit suicide. Shino looked helpless and sighed. I don't know if the dog emperor can accompany me to watch the sunrise, but I believe he can still do it if I never see the sunrise. Chapter 30. The CP I knocked on must be true. After recovering the disaster silver, this time, Li Mabai appointed Chu Yuezi to personally escort the disaster silver to the north to ensure nothing went wrong. Concubine Ning shed tears after learning about her father's death. There was still a wound on her face, and the tear stains on it caused a wound infection, causing the wound that was already close to healing to fester and rupture again. After looking at it, the imperial doctor shook his head repeatedly, pitiful for this good-looking beauty, whose appearance was now ruined. In the harem, Concubine Ning's domineering and violent temper was somewhat dependent on the confidence that her beauty gave her. Now that her beauty is gone and her mother's family is in ruins, her future life in this harem will be difficult. Xiangwan was responsible for cleaning outside Chengqian Palace today, and as soon as she came back, she started sharing gossip with everyone.
The Emperor has released Concubine Ning from her confinement. Is the ban lifted?
Pear was a little puzzled.
She will be punished for insulting the Queen Mother. The Emperor values filial piety the most. In addition, her father committed such a serious crime. It is already a great favor for the Emperor not to pursue her. Why?
Will you let it go easily? I don't know about that. I heard that even her mother and brother were pardoned. This is rare. I have never seen Concubine Ning being favored before. Now that her appearance is ruined, she should be despised by the Emperor. Why is her attitude towards her better?
Shenxiu listened and said nothing. When she was on duty in front of the imperial court in the afternoon, she heard a conversation between Li Maobai and Sanfu at the door.
Concubine Ning received the imperial edict and rushed to thank the Holy Grace. The servant followed the Emperor's wishes and left her to rest in Chengqian Palace.
Li Maobai only focused on reviewing the memorial and responded with a soft,
It's just that if the other masters of the harem get such a letter, I'm afraid there will be trouble. It's not like the Emperor doesn't know that Concubine Ning's quick talk can offend many people.
Sanfu calmed down and tried again. He said,
Your Majesty. In fact, Concubine Ning's appearance has been ruined. Bai Yunzi did such a heinous thing again. Your Majesty did not have to give her this face. Facing Sanfu, Li Maobai did not hide anything, and said casually,
I forgive her because I pity her, but also because I feel guilty for her. The innocent girl was arranged to enter the palace, and it was me who delayed her. Let her stay in the palace. Good food will be served. As long as she doesn't cause any trouble, I will still take care of her face. I won't go to the harem. So why bother to anger her again about Zhao Chuan?
Sanfu said with emotion.
Your Majesty is truly benevolent. It's just that you have been on the throne for 4 years, and you have never summoned the ladies in the harem even once.
This? Li Maobai's pen tip paused, and he raised his eyes to stare at him.
Did the Queen Mother ask you to make noise about this in front of me?
Sanfu shook his head quickly.
The Queen Mother is also concerned about you. If these women are not to your liking, the Queen Mother thinks that it will be time to arrange another draft in early June. After all, the Emperor's heir is the most important thing.
Shenxiu eavesdropped on Li at the door, secretly complaining. This dog Emperor is not completely ignorant of his conscience. He has a habit of cutting off his sleeves and is not a womanizer. But he still thinks of heir to make up for the same wives who were cheated by him, which can be regarded as a human thing. The same goes for eunuch Sanfu. Aren't you asking for trouble by saying these mean words? Don't you have any idea what he and Concubine Chu were doing when they closed the palace gate at night? You have to make the crooked things straight and tear them apart.
What a sin!
Shenxiu kowtows to the couple Li Maobai and Chu Yueji. Li Maobai, who was on the dragon throne, heard his voice without seeing him. After Shenxiu's voice sounded in his mind, he realized that the crazy woman was nearby. He glanced sharply at the closed palace door, and when he saw that the light and shadow coming through the door was blocked by dark shadows, he knew that it was Shenxiu who was eavesdropping outside again. So, he calmly left his seat and stood up. After making a silent gesture to Sanfu, he tiptoed toward the door. As he walked, he said,
I have my own words for the Queen Mother, so you don't need to worry about it. Be yourself.
It's your job. Remember who is your master. Don't be confused.
His voice became quieter as he got closer to the palace door, for fear that Shenxiu might hear something inappropriate. After walking to the door of the palace, he suddenly pulled the door inward, dodging Shenxiu, who was eavesdropping on the crack of the door. She staggered and flew towards Li Maobai. Then she ran into Li Maobai's arms, and her lips were kissing Li Maobai's solid right pectoralis major muscle impartially. After being embarrassed for a moment, she quickly stood up, smiled awkwardly at Li Maobai, waved her hand and said,
Hi asterisk, what a coincidence. Your Majesty.
Li Maobai ignored her playful smile, still put on a bad face, and asked calmly,
Are you eavesdropping? No. Slave. Sanfu. Tell her what the crime is for a slave to eavesdrop on his master.
Li Maobai threw the ball to Sanfu, And Sanfu said, I won't pick up this joke. This is the only woman you have slept with in the past 4 years. It's up to her to continue the family line. You ask me what crime she deserves? It's probably the crime of marrying you. He only thought that Lima Bai asked him what crime Shinseyo deserved. In fact, he was giving him a message, telling him to be wise and leave quickly, so as not to hinder their intimacy. Sanfu covered his mouth and snickered, shouting, I didn't see anything, and ran away in front of Lima Bai. Lima Bai was dumbfounded. Have all the servants in front of the emperor been infected by the crazy woman? Why don't any of them look very smart?
Your Majesty, this slave was just about to come in and help you grind ink. Who knew that just as the slave was about to push the door open, you opened the door, and then he accidentally lost his footing and bumped into you. Please forgive me. Your Majesty, let's do this. If you are really upset, can you please stand at the door for an hour?
As soon as he finished speaking, Shinseyo turned around and ran away. Lima Bai grabbed her collar with a cold expression. I'm telling you, I and Governor Chu are in a relationship of monarch and minister. Do you hear me clearly?
Shinseyo was petrified.
Of course. What else can your relationship with Governor Chu be if it's not a monarch-subject relationship?
I didn't ask you about your relationship with Concubine Chu. What can you explain? Don't you have 300 taels of silver here? Lima Bai's pupil shrank violently. And the next moment, the blush on his face reached all the way to his ears. Damn it! I have been confused by what this crazy woman said and what she said in her heart. She would say such disgusting nonsense. Shinseyo watched Lima Bai's face turn red into burning charcoal and thought, hey, actually their relationship was quite pitiful in a conservative society like ancient times. TSK. I actually feel a little sorry for the dog emperor. So, she reached out and patted Lima Bai on the shoulder, and said softly,
whatever the emperor does is right. As long as the emperor is happy, you don't need to care about what others think or think.
Lima Bai frowned and glared at Shinseyo. Veins appeared on his slender neck out of anger. You crazy bitch. Sooner or later I will kill you. Chapter 31. I want to take her to see the stars. This kind of strange thing. The more explanations are given, the darker it becomes. Lima Bai thought about it and figured it out. Shinseyo only dared to secretly indulge in the habit of cursing in his heart. In fact, it had no effect on him at all. But for some reason, he was eager to explain to Shinseyo the indisputable fact that he was a real man. He originally had 10,000 reasons to be so angry at Shinseyo. But considering that she had contributed to the recovery of the earthquake-stricken silver coins, I can't bear it. But does Shinseyo's excessiveness stop there? It was while she was waiting for the pen and ink that Lima Bai heard her thoughts again. What kind of ridiculous missions does this little Tuatu arrange? Why do you want me and the dog emperor to watch the sunrise together? Does it think this arrangement is romantic? The dog emperor would summon Concubine Chu at night, get up at the 4th watch to wash and change clothes, and go to court at the 5th watch. Although it gets early in the summer now. Why does he have to accompany me? A palace maid? To watch the sunrise early in the morning? He's not crazy. After hearing this, Lima Bai sneered in his heart. Yes, I'm not crazy. So I won't accompany you to watch the sunrise. I really want to know. If you fail to complete the mission of that grass mud horse, how will it punish you? Lima Bai not only wanted to see Shinseyo receive systematic punishment, but also wanted to take the opportunity to tease her in order to avenge her for complaining and insulting him in her heart every day. So he stretched and yawned again, pretending to be sleepy, and said, you can leave now. I feel a little tired and want to rest for a while. As for the remaining memorials, I will review them later, on the 4th day of Haishur when it's time to carve. Please come to the study room to serve me. Shinseyo felt ecstatic in her heart. F***CK? Isn't the 4th quarter of the year 10 o'clock in the evening? It took him more than 3 hours to review these memorials. Wouldn't it be 1 or 2 o'clock in the middle of the night after reviewing the memorials? He goes to court at 5 o'clock every morning, and gets up at 4 o'clock. In midsummer, you can see the sun at a little after 4 in the morning. I just need to create some random accident to delay him for a while. Can't I easily let him stay up until dawn? Shinseyo was very satisfied with his big plan. So he said goodbye to Lima Bai happily. Lima Bai looked at her leaving back, and the corners of his lips curved beautifully. You think she is more beautiful than you are? Asterisk. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Shinseyo came to the minister's study room on time to report. Lima Bai arrived about a quarter of an hour after her. As soon as he sat down, he began to write furiously. Today, his speed in reviewing memorials was obviously much faster than usual. Shincio was dazzled by the flying pen and ink, and he couldn't help but start to worry in his heart. I'm afraid he won't be finished before 12 o'clock at this speed. So I am so excited that I feel lonely? No. I have to do something unexpected. Well, it was no big deal if I drew a turtle on his face before. If I accidentally spill ink on him now, he would probably just scold me a few words at most. And he wouldn't do anything to me. Right? Thinking of this, her sinful hands that were grinding ink slowly picked up the inkstone. Just when she was hesitating, Li Mobai suddenly glanced at her hand and said in a deep voice, "Put down the inkstone. If the ink spills, I will chop off your hand." Shincio was so frightened that she quickly put away the rules of the inkstone and began to think of the next plan in her heart. As time passed by, Li Mobai's memorial was almost finished reviewing. But she still didn't think of a foolproof way. While she was in a state of distress, Sanfu brought in an old nanny. The moment Li Mobai raised his eyes and caught a glimpse of her, his brows gathered together inadvertently. It was obvious that he was a little disgusted with the visitor. The nanny bowed slightly and said with a smile, "The Emperor stayed up all night to review the memorials. The Queen Mother is concerned about the Emperor's health and specially sent a servant to greet the Emperor." With a wave of her hand, the maid behind her brought up a steaming bowl of white fungus and bird's nest soup. "The Queen Mother cooked this herself while watching the fire. The Emperor is diligent and has to take care of his own health." Li Mabai took the bowl, took a small sip and put it aside. "Aunt Qingju, please come and thank your mother for me, and tell her not to worry and to rest early." Qingju smiled and nodded. "The Emperor is filial, and the Queen Mother is happy. The Queen Mother also has something to convey to the Emperor. It is late at night, and the study room is some distance from Chaoyang Palace. The Emperor has been tired for a day, so it is better to live close. The Queen Mother's Bingwan Palace is very close." Shincio secretly complained. Why are the people in this palace so indifferent? If Concubine Chu was still waiting for him, how could he be willing to leave Concubine Chu alone to guard the empty room? At this moment, Li Mobai's expression turned gloomy, as she expected. "I understand. If there is nothing else to do, my aunt should step aside first. Your Majesty, the Queen Mother wants this servant to take you to the Queen's palace." Li Mobai tried his best to hold back, and his temples were visibly pulsing. The concubines in this harem, especially the Queen, are just his self-concubines, placed beside him by his mother. How could he not know what his mother was thinking? But he is not willing to become a puppet, nor is he willing to be arranged by others to have a consensual relationship with a woman he doesn't like. Looking at Qingju's posture today, if he didn't follow what the Queen Mother said, I'm afraid there would be more trouble. When he was having a headache, he glanced at Shincio, who was silently eating melon beside him. Li Mobai had a plan in mind and said, "Any Lao Qingju's run has been in vain. I have already arranged a place to go tonight." "Oh, has it been arranged?" Qingju asked tentatively. "May I ask whether the Emperor is going to the palace of Concubine Shi? Concubine Shen or Concubine Duan?" "No." Li Mobai smiled and shook his head, and suddenly grabbed Shincio's hand. "I agreed to take Shin to stargazing tonight. And Qingju understands?" At this scene, everyone in the palace was stunned, especially Shincio. Historically, the Queen Mother Zhu was also a ruthless and decisive character. If she found out that she had seduced her precious son, would she eat her alive? No. If you want to hide from your mother and protect your concubine Chu, don't use me as a backer. I still want to live for 2 more years. She turned her palms in an attempt to break away from Li Mobai's palm. But his palm was broad and strong, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get out at all. Qingju is an old nanny who has been serving the Queen Mother for nearly 30 years. She has watched Li Mobai grow up since she was a child. Seeing that Li Mobai was not favored by the 3,000 beauties in the harem, but just like the rumors, he fell in love with the rough palace maid. She looked at the two people's clasped hands, and her expression was as if she had been struck by lightning. She couldn't close her mouth for a long time. "Your Majesty, don't make fun of this matter. Do you think I have time to joke with you?" Li Mobai put down Ju Pai and waved his sleeves, telling Sanfu, "Set up on the stargazing platform." Then, in front of Qingju, Shincio Shun was dragged out of the study room. Chapter 32. I actually started to feel sorry for the dog emperor. As soon as he stepped out of the door of the study room, Li Mobai let go of Shincio's hand. I thought that after prevaricating Aunt Qingju about me, he would send me away and then go back to Chaoyang Palace to sleep. But following Li Mobai's chariot all the way, he didn't see any intention of sending him back. Knowing that the tyrant was angry, Shinseyo asked wisely.
Your Majesty, how about your servants withdraw first?
The curtain of the dragon chariot was not opened. Only Li Mabai's low voice came out.
I said I would take you to stargazing. So I took you to stargaze. If you step back, will I be lonely?
Sanfu, who was accompanying him, secretly punched Shinseyo's arm, glanced back and winked at her, turning his head slightly to the side. Shinseyo caught a glimpse of the 3 or 2 palace servants following the imperial chariot from the corner of his eye. And then he understood what Li Mabai meant. The Queen Mother's people were watching from behind, and she had to continue singing in today's drama even if she had to bite the bullet. The Star Observatory is located on the rockery on the north side of the Imperial Garden, and is the highest point in the entire Imperial City. A balcony was built on the top of the rockery, covered with glazed tiles, and supported by gold-plated dragon-patterned pillars on the 6 sides, which was very grand. Shinseyo could see this balcony when she looked up many times when passing by the Imperial Garden. However, because this place is a sacrificial place for the Emperor to pray for good weather in the new year, there are guards guarding it on weekdays. Apart from Li Mabai and the Queen Mother, the only one in the palace is the Queen, qualified for the summit. When the Imperial driver arrived at the bottom of the rockery, Sanfu shouted solemnly and stopped the sedan, then bowed and held his hand to welcome Li Mabai down. Here are his instructions.
You stay down there and wait,
everyone said in unison.
Here.
Li Mabai walked towards the top of the mountain with his hands behind his hands. After taking a few steps, he noticed something was wrong. When he looked back, he saw that Shinseyo, like the other slaves, was frozen in place and did not follow.
What you do? Didn't the Emperor ask the servants to stay down there and serve him?
Li Mabai held his forehead and said,
Idiot! Follow me!
Oh, like a little tail. She followed Li Mabai up to the top of the mountain, looking up at the sky. The night sky you see here is like a vast ocean. Even in a completely dark night, the sky is glowing with a faint dark blue, dotted with sparkling silver light like dripping waves. The stars in the sky were like gems scattered on the black curtain, much brighter than the stars she had seen before. They flickered slightly, as if they were very close to themselves, so close that they could almost reach out and touch them. It turns out that what the ancient said,
"You can pick the stars with your hands,"
refers to this kind of feeling. Li Mabai sat on the soft seat of the pavilion, looking into the distance with stern and empty eyes. The beautiful scenery all over the sky didn't seem to be attractive to him.
"Can you drink?"
he asked.
"A little bit."
Shinseyo pretended to be weak, but what she said in her heart was quite a bit like a heroic woman. So many boys drank from me at the college party, and in the end I drank them all down. I have a lot of stuff. Okay. Li Mabai smiled and said nothing. He stretched out his hand to change the positions of the 2 dragon balls and laid on the pillars, and then saw that a piece of the flat floor tile of the pavilion suddenly sank. Shinseyo took a look and saw,
"Hey guys! There is a white jade pot and 2 blue and white porcelain wine glasses hidden under the floor tiles."
Li Mabai took out the wine utensils, filled 2 wine glasses, raised his eyebrows and glanced at the empty seat next to him.
"Sit down, Your Majesty. How can I, my slave, sit side by side with you? This is a great crime of disrespect. My slave, stop pretending."
Li Mabai interrupted her mercilessly.
"I don't see you being so disciplined when you tease me. Aren't you tired after you've been standing around waiting all night? There's no one else here. I'm letting you sit down, just sit down."
Who wants to stand when they can sit? Shinseyo was disrespectful, took the wine cup and sat next to Li Mabai. The strong fragrance of white wine spreads out, and it smells a little pungent. According to historical records, the alcohol content of ancient liquor was very low, so Shinseyo imitated Li Mabai and drank it all without thinking.
Cough, cough, cough. So spicy. So spicy.
F***CK? Where is the liquor here? It's obviously alcohol, right? How did the dog emperor manage to drink a whole cup without changing his expression or heart? Li Mabai glanced sideways at her, and when he saw her, he drank a glass of wine in one breath, and joked,
"You can't do it with just 1 glass of wine?"
The words were sarcastic, but they didn't mean anything bad. They were just teasing Shinseyo. After all, this is the palace's specially made,
drunken immortal brew.
Even Chuyueji, a wine like Munzi, needs 1 cup to be poured down his throat 3 times. Shinseyo was aroused by his desire to win and said bravely,
"It's just that I drank so much that I choked on my throat."
She picked up the wine cup and refilled herself a glass. When she was pouring the wine, her eyes were already wandering, and she almost poured 1 cup and spilled half of it. Just as she was about to drink it forcefully, Li Maobai grabbed her wrist and snatched the wine cup away.
This wine is expensive. Do you deserve it?
Shinseyo complained that Li Maobai was stingy. But the wine was really strong. After just 1 cup, Shinseyo already felt a little high. However, when he looked at Li Maobai next to him, his expression remained unchanged and his heart did not beat. He drank 3 more cups in a short time. He maintained his usual stern expression. But Shinseyo could see that his brows were lightly furrowed, as if he was worried.
Is the emperor unhappy? Huh? How can I be unhappy?
Li Maobai shook the wine cup in his hand slightly, and smiled indifferently on his lips.
I am the emperor, and this world belongs to me. Why are I unhappy?
As expected, the wine hit her head, and Shinseyo was already confused. Seeing Li Maobai's forced smile, she felt inexplicably sorry for him. After she traveled to Qi Dynasty, what she heard and saw about this famous tyrant in history completely subverted her stereotype. She didn't notice any of the criticisms against him in the history books. Instead, she saw his demeanor as a wise king who could distinguish right from wrong, work diligently, and love the people, and put all the people of the world first in everything he did. And there is no bottom line of tolerance for her. An insignificant palace maid. As a result, she didn't know whether it was because of alcohol or because she had a brain disorder. But she turned on the chat mode and started to comfort him.
Whether you are happy or not has nothing to do with how much stuff you have. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The emperor is the king of a country and cares about the hearts of the whole world. You have to worry about whether the people here are living well and the people there are eating well. How can you not be tired if you are full? Everyone in front of you is following your advice, but no one has ever asked you whether you are happy or not. Actually, the emperor does not need to live such a tiring life. He weighs the courtiers, the pros and cons of the harem, worries about the people's livelihood, and has to deal with the queen mother. Do you still have your own life? If you want to love others, you must first love yourself. Look at you. One day in the evening, apart from going to court and reviewing papers, you have to take a breath even if you hang yourself. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself to death?
What Shinseyo said was so presumptuous that Li Maobai's face became visibly serious. But he didn't have a seizure. Because this time, what he heard from Shinseyo's heart was exactly the same as what she said. She said this from the bottom of her heart. Likewise, she is also the first person to care about whether she is happy or not. He looked at the woman in front of him who boasted a lot of things, but drank himself red with just 1 glass of wine and started giggling for no reason. For the first time, he seemed to have some affection for her. Chapter 33. Let's watch the sun rise together.
Look! Look! There's a shooting star!
Shinseyo pointed at the sky excitedly. Li Maobai looked in the direction of her finger and saw a meteor dragging a long tail of blue phosphorescence, drawing a long arc in the dark night sky. Bless me to complete the task quickly and return to modern times. I hope my roommate can treat Lucky well. And also, I hope the dog emperor can live a happier life in his short lifespan. Is she praying for me in her heart? Hiss. Why does it sound a little weird? Li Maobai stared coldly at Shinseyo, who had her eyes closed tightly and her hands clasped on her chest, and asked curiously,
What are you doing? Make a wish. Make a wish? There are no statues of gods and Buddhas here, and there is no altar to burn incense. How can it be useful if you close your eyes, white hands, and mouth and recite a few sentences? Your Majesty, you are so long-winded. Why do you care so much? As the saying goes, sincerity leads to wisdom.
Shinseyo tilted her head and smiled, and soon pointed at the night sky excitedly and shouted,
Wow! Look! Your Majesty! Here we go again! This time, Li Maobai imitated her example and began to close his eyes and make wishes. But when he opened his eyes again, he saw Shinseyo's pair of dark and bright eyes staring right in front of his face, and he was suddenly frightened.
What you do?
Shinseyo was silly and happy, looking like she was already drunk. She blinked at Li Maobai and said drunkenly,
The way you closed your eyes just now, the eyelashes are so long, it's really beautiful.
You? Li Maobai felt like he was being teased by her. His face instantly turned red to his ears.
You are so presumptuous.
Shinseyo smiled stupidly, then got addicted to drinking and drama, and even learned the lines of the TV series.
I have not been allowed to be arrogant many times. Is this one more time?
As soon as she finished speaking, she fell down facing Li Maobai and leaned her head on his shoulder. Disconnected. Oh, this crazy woman is finally exposed. Are you doing so many things just to get close to me and seduce me? She is still a palace maid. After drinking too much wine, she dares to think of herself as the palace empress and starts calling her my palace. The ambition is not small. Although he was complaining in his heart and his eyes were full of disgust, he did not push Shinseo away, who was sleeping on his shoulder. On the contrary, the wind picked up in the middle of the night, and he slowly took off his coat and covered her body. He had been drinking a lot and was naturally a bit drunk. After subconsciously making the decision to put clothes on Shinseo, he himself was shocked, but he quickly comforted himself. She is waiting in front of the emperor every day. If she gets sick and passes the illness to me, it will inevitably be bad luck. I don't care about her. I care about myself. Ah, sneeze. Then, his body sneezed quite honestly. Asterisk. She didn't know how long she had slept. But when Shinseo suddenly woke up from her dream, the sky was already turning white. She felt like her head was so dizzy that it was about to explode. She even suspected that what the dog emperor gave her to drink last night was not wine at all, but drugs. If not, why did she have no memory of last night when she woke up in the morning? Why is the pillow a little hard today? Why is the quilt a little thin? Wrong. Isn't I on the mountain? She was so frightened that she suddenly woke up. She was wearing Li Mabai's dragon robe, and her head was resting on Li Mabai's shoulder. Li Mabai, on the other hand, was only wearing a thin inner lining, sleeping with his head leaning on the hard and cold pillar. Shinseo was so shocked that her jaw dropped. While she was greedily looking at Li Mabai's beautiful sleeping face, she raised her head very gently, trying her best to recall what happened last night. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the scene in the Imperial Garden. When the sky was dark, the palace maids were already busy in the Imperial Garden. When the maids saw Sanfu waiting under the rockery, they naturally knew that Li Mabai was at the observatory, so they glanced at the rockery from time to time. And now, Shinseo is still wearing Li Mabai's dragon robe. Damn! This position is so conspicuous. Didn't they just see me wearing the dog emperor's dragon robe and sleeping on the dog emperor's shoulder? They saw it. Why don't they spread the news throughout the harem? I'm looking for death for nothing. This dog emperor. He is trying to kill me. Shinseo quickly took off his dragon robe and prepared to cover Li Mabai. What's the noise about so early in the morning? Shinseo's inner complaints woke up Li Mabai. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Shinseo holding his dragon robe to cover his face. So he asked in surprise, "What are you doing? You want to suffocate me to death?" "I don't dare. My slave." "I do." "Both the dog emperor and I drank too much last night. Maybe he didn't take off the dragon robe for me at all. But I pulled it off because I felt cold? No. I have to change my words." The slave saw that the emperor's dragon robe fell to the ground and was worried that the emperor would catch a cold. So he picked it up and wanted to put it on the emperor. Li Mabai took the dragon robe and put it on himself. "You stayed with me all night. I grant you leave today, so you don't have to come to the imperial court to serve me." After he said that, he turned to leave, but his peripheral vision was occupied by a bright color on the horizon. So he stopped and looked up at the sky, and saw that the clouds in the east had been dyed a warm orange color, and the golden roofs of the imperial city buildings looked particularly brilliant against this halo. Soon, the color of the morning glow turned into a deeper dusk, where the light and shadow are most mottled. The golden sun pushes aside the clouds and emerges lightly. The scenery in front of you is like a carefully drawn picture, so beautiful that you can't take your eyes away. This is the first time in Li Mabai's life that he has enjoyed the sunrise quietly. In the past, when he went to the morning court, he would take a sedan chair from the Chaoyang Palace, get off the sedan chair and enter the Jinwan Hall, without even having the time to raise his head. Being able to see such beautiful scenery with my own eyes is all thanks to this crazy woman next to me. He subconsciously glanced at Shinseo. The first sunlight reflected her face, which was pink and pink. There was a smile on her face, and the shallow pear dimples added a bit of delicacy to her beautiful face. This woman is not so annoying when she is not talking or seeking death. While admiring the sunrise, Shinseo lamented that her life was really good. I thought it would be impossible for me to complete such a difficult task. But by some mistake, Li Mabai forced himself to complete the task. At this moment, Li Mabai had an uninhibited smile on his lips. "If I didn't pity you, what task would you be able to accomplish just because you are so stupid?" Perhaps the scenery was so eye-catching that both of them ignored one thing.
They were watching the beautiful sunrise in the pavilion. But in the eyes of the palace servants, who cleaned the imperial garden in the morning, they saw a beautiful couple standing in the morning sun, looking forward to each other's bright future together. This scene alone was enough for the palace people to come up with countless scripts. And these baseless gossips were soon mixed in the warm morning wind and spread throughout the sixth palace. Chapter 34 Public Enemy in the Harem. They were not the only ones to appreciate the beautiful sunrise. At that time, in EP1 Palace, the queen stood dazedly, leaning against the door frame of her bedroom. The delicate makeup on her face was already a little dull after standing at the door and waiting all night. She watched the sky turn from dark to bright, but her heart turned from hot to cold. Xianling put on a coat for her with distress.
Queen, now is the time for the emperor to go to court.
Suddenly hearing human voices, the queen turned away and raised her hand to wipe her eyes.
I know.
She patted Xianling's hand that was on her shoulder to add close to her, and said with a forced smile,
I got up early, so I wanted to watch the sunrise.
Xianling watched the queen silently in the dark all night, and naturally knew that the queen stood alone and stayed up all night. She was the queen's domestic servant. She felt sorry for the queen, so she didn't care about etiquette.
It's true. The queen mother. I promised the queen mother that the emperor would come last night. But in the end, she didn't even see her. And she didn't send anyone.
Someone has come to inform you, the queen, that you have been waiting all night. Xianling.
The queen cut off her words softly.
My aunt is also thinking about this palace, and your words are overstepping her bounds. This slave just feels aggrieved for your majesty. I'm not aggrieved. So why are you aggrieved?
The queen turned around and walked towards the inner palace. Please help me dress up again. When they come to pay their respects later, I don't want them to see me in any desolation.
Hearing what the queen said, Xianling's heart ached even more.
How can the queen's beautiful and fragrant peonies compare with those of their vulgar and pink ones? You are absolutely right about the first-grade peony.
The queen looked a little gloomy, with a self-deprecating smile on her lips.
Women are flowers, and beauty is important. But if no one cares about it when it is in full bloom, no matter how beautiful it is, who should I show it to?
The empresses in the harem had spies everywhere in the palace. So the news that Li Maobai and Shincio spent the night alone at the observatory quickly reached their ears. When saying good morning to the queen, everyone will inevitably say some sarcastic words. It's just that concubine Ning, who has always spoken in an eccentric manner, has lost her family background and her appearance has been ruined. Now she dare not even raise her head in the queen's palace, let alone speak. The other concubines were not as courageous as she was, and they only dared to say some words of self-pity and self-pity to Yueguang. I thought this matter would just go away. But who knew that Luo Bin, who lived with concubine Shi, suddenly spoke up at this time.
I don't know what kind of ecstasy drug Shin's maid gave the emperor, and she coaxed the emperor to even take her up to the Star Observatory. The Star Observatory is a holy place for blessings in the palace. It has ancestral rules. Only the emperor can. The queen and the queen mother can reach the top. But who does Shin mean? The queen can only go with the emperor when praying for blessings at the beginning of the new year. On weekdays, if you want to go there, you have to inform the emperor. And this is not what makes me angry the most. I went to deliver cakes to the queen mother last night. Chatting with the queen mother, I heard the queen mother said that the emperor clearly checked the queen's name and wanted to stay at EP1 Palace last night. So why did he just turn around and go to the star observation deck to spend the whole night with the maidservant? Luo concubine.
Concubine, she glanced at her and scolded her.
You talk too much. Drink some tea to moisten your throat. Your Majesty, please forgive me.
Luo concubine stood up and went down with blessings.
Concubine, I made a mistake.
Concubine, she caught a glimpse of the displeasure on the queen's face from the corner of her eye. So she said in a tone of voice,
You are a member of my palace. What you say with your mouth is equivalent to what I said. If you make a mistake, I will make a mistake.
She stood up and bowed slightly to the queen.
Queen, I am outspoken and sincere, but I am sorry for you. Concern will lead to chaos. Please don't blame her.
Who in this palace doesn't know that Luo Bin is the minion of Imperial Concubine Shi? If Concubine, she didn't have the favor of such an overreaching statement, she wouldn't dare to say it even if she had the courage to do so. The queen was not annoyed, and waved her hand to make Concubine Shi and Luo Bin sit down again, and said with a kind smile,
Sisters, I have misunderstood. The emperor came to see me last night, but I was not feeling well, and it was not suitable to sleep with me. So I talked to the emperor for a while. Then I sent the emperor to leave the palace. Perhaps after the emperor left the palace, he suddenly became interested in going to the star observation deck to admire the moon. There are a lot of mosquitoes there at night in summer, so someone has to be there to serve as an insect repellent fan. Right. Shen is originally the imperial minister. It is perfectly normal for a servant to serve the emperor. You are all serious masters in the palace, so there is no need to be jealous of a palace maid. One sentence silenced everyone's mouths and saved his own face. It's just that everyone didn't say it openly. But after leaving Fenghuan Palace, it was inevitable that there would be discussions. Luo Bin followed Concubine Shi and murmured in a low voice. I heard her talk so lightly that she broke her teeth and swallowed it in her stomach. If the emperor really went to her palace, could she send the emperor away with his own hands? She might be paralyzed. You have to hold the emperor's trouser legs in your mouth to keep him. Concubine Shi suddenly stood still and looked at Luo Bin with a sneer. You are now good at speaking. Why didn't I see you say these words to the queen just now? Concubine. You misbehaved in front of the queen. The queen did not punish you because she was kind and generous. There is a gem like Concubine Ning in the palace. But you still can't remember the 4 words of being careful in your words and deeds. Others have seen the joke. I can only say that I can't even discipline the people in my own palace. So I am incompetent. My dearest Concubine, I know I was wrong. Concubine, she sneered. What's the use of knowing your mistake? Go to the long street and kneel for 2 hours. Only when you feel pain in your body will you remember this mistake forever, and don't dare to make it again. Asterisk. After a day off, Shincio, who had just woken up from a lazy sleep, heard the voice of the system in his mind. Didi, congratulations to the host for completing Watch the Sunrise with the Tyrant. The point reward for completing the task is plus 20, and the current points are 50. The host spreads his palm, and Xiao Taochuo has something to give to the host. Shincio did as she was told, and soon a white jade hairpin appeared in her hand. She held it in her hand and played with it twice. The style looked good, and the white jade was also worn by many maids in the palace, so it was not out of line. Is this a mission reward? No. Host, this is a gift given to you by little Taochuo himself. Don't look at it. It's just like an ordinary hairpin, but it has a magical effect. Xiao Taochuo laughed evilly, lowered his voice, and continued, after the host wears it, he will no longer have menstrual cramps. How do you know about me? Hee hee. I live in the host's body, so naturally I know everything. The host's little day is coming in 2 days. The host has saved Xiao Taochuo. Of course, Xiao Taochuo doesn't want to see the host suffer. Now she especially wants to hold the system and kiss it hard. This hairpin saved her life. This problem didn't exist before in modern times. But after the ancient soul passed through this body, perhaps because the original owner's body was weak, the pain was so painful that Shinci worried that life would be worse than death during those few days every month. With this hairpin, life will be much better in the future. So she quickly took off the plain silver hairpin used to tie her hair, and couldn't wait to replace it with the white jade hairpin. Chapter 35. Li Maobai's domineering attitude protects his shortcomings. Luo Bin has been kneeling on the long street since noon. The hot summer sun was scorching, and the sweat soaked through her cloak and stained her makeup. Several times, her vision went dark, and she almost fainted. The concubines and palace people passing by her on the long street all saw her jokes. After all, she was from a famous family. After entering the palace, she relied on concubine Shishi, although she was not pampered by her. But her life was still comfortable. But today, she was punished by concubine Shi just for uttering a few words from Shincio. How could she bear this grievance? She didn't dare to provoke concubine Shi, so she could only be helpless and furious, venting all her anger on Shincio. 2 days later, Shincio made a fool of herself again while waiting in front of the emperor. She was studying ink at that time, and Chu Yueji came to Li Maobai to discuss matters. Seeing Li Maobai speak softly to Chu Yueji, his eyes and brows showing affection, he also looked at Chu Yueji with a pink face and a shy beauty look, which was very charming. I was addicted to CP for a while, and I accidentally used too much force to grind the ink under my hand, and the ink spattered out and dipped on the memorial. Li Maobai looked at her helplessly, as if he was accustomed to her reckless behavior. I'm upset just looking at you, so don't hang around in front of me. Follow me to the lotus pond to pick some lotus leaves and bring them to the imperial kitchen. Make wine for them. Aren't you just looking for a reason to put me away so that you can be with your concubine Chu? Come on! Don't disturb your enjoyment. I'm leaving now. Cursing in her heart, She left the study room and followed Li Maobai's instructions to go to the lotus pond to pick lotus leaves.
The lotus pond is beautiful scenery, with green trees on both sides of the river. The temperature near the water source is also low, and the breeze is blowing. It is really a good place to escape the heat in summer. Shinseyo was in a good mood after getting a good job without having to look at the tyrant's face. She would not be obedient and pick lotus leaves under the bright sun, adhering to the work attitude of catching fish every day. She found a thick tree trunk and sat on the ground with her back leaning against it, admiring the lotus flowers and humming a tune. Suddenly, a pair of jade-veneered flower-pot-soled shoes appeared in front of her. Suddenly she looked up and saw Luo Bin standing in front of her at some point, looking at her with a gloomy face. Shinseyo and Luo Bin had never crossed paths, but one look at the other party's attitude and knew that she was here to cause trouble. She went down pretending to be respectful and blessed.
My slave, I would like to send you greetings to the concubine Luo.
Luo Bin sneered coldly.
Are you the Shin who seduced the emperor? This slave is the Shin family. But I did not seduce the emperor. You mean maid?
Kai Xing, the maid who was serving Luo Concubine, stepped forward and pushed Shinseyo.
You dare to talk back in front of the empress. And you don't even think about your identity.
I knew that watching the sunrise with the dog emperor would definitely spread throughout the 6 palaces. Concubine Ning just stopped and now another concubine came. I just want to live well. Why is it so difficult? Seeing Shinseyo lowering her head sadly without saying a word, Luo Bin stepped forward and lifted her chin.
You don't accept it? I don't dare. Slave.
The sun shone brightly on Shinseyo's black hair, and the white jade hairpin she used to tie her hair seemed particularly eye-catching at this moment. Luo Bin suddenly scolded.
Bu Maisie is shameless. She doesn't focus on her own work. Instead, she thinks about how to dress herself up to charm the Lord every day.
As she said this, she pulled off the hairpin and threw it on the ground. It smashed. All this happened too fast. Before Shinseyo could react, the hairpin was broken into several pieces. F***CK? Broken. Broken? My aunt is coming to see me tomorrow. If you smash this hairpin for me, I will not be tortured to death tomorrow.
Why are you staring at me?
Luo Bin was arrogant and suddenly raised her voice.
Can't I break your broken hairpin? Let alone the hairpin. I can break it on you.
Shinseyo's anger level was already full at this moment. She was too lazy to argue with this idiot. She just wanted revenge now. She looked around, her mind racing. There is a lot of moss along the river, and the gravel road is slippery. I was wearing flat cloth shoes so that I wouldn't fall down easily. But Luo Bin was wearing flowerpot bottoms. If I accidentally stepped on the moss, I would probably fall down. So when Luo Bin was scolding her vigorously, Shinseyo suddenly turned around and left without saying a word of resignation.
You bitch! I haven't finished speaking yet. Where are you going?
The more she shouted, the faster Shinseyo walked. It wasn't until there was a pop sound from behind that she turned around leisurely. I saw Luo Bai fell into the lotus pond and was struggling in the slightly turbid water. Kai Xing on the side was so frightened that he didn't know what to do and shouted.
Here comes someone! Empress Luo Bin has fallen into the water.
Shinseyo pretended to be anxious and stepped forward, saying to Kai Xing,
Why are you still shouting? The most important thing is to save the Empress at this moment.
Saying that, before Kai Xing could react, he pushed her into the water. After watching the excitement from the sidelines for a while, she saw her master and servant splashing happily in the water, drinking a lot of dirty water while calling for help. And the resentment in Shinseyo's heart subsided a lot. The two of them fluttered in the water like frightened ducks, obviously not familiar with water. The water in this lotus pond is deep or shallow, and it is not difficult to drown them. There are few palace people coming and going here, so even if Luo Bin drowns, Shinseyo can clean herself up. But she had already gotten back the anger she had suffered from Luo Bin, and she didn't want to hurt other people's lives just because of this little thing. So she found a longer branch by the lake and pulled the master and servant from the pond to the shore.
You bitch!
Luo Bin just stood firm, and without even taking a breath, she raised her hand to give Shinseyo a slap. But as soon as she raised her hand, a domineering force grabbed her wrist from behind. He turned around tremblingly and saw that Li Maobai had appeared here at some point. Seeing him, Luo Bin immediately felt aggrieved. Tears filled her eyelashes, and she was about to throw herself into Li Maobai's arms, when Li Maobai saw her covered in mud and with lake grass hanging in her hair. His expression was extremely disgusting.
Don't dirty my clothes!
He rejected Luo Bin's embrace with cold words, and Luo Bin simply held her chest and cried harder.
Your Majesty, It was this bitch who pushed my concubine into the water. Please ask your majesty to make the decision for my concubine.
Her tears came easily, like an endless stream of water. People who didn't know it thought Balbuki thought her mother was dead when she cried like this. Shinseoh cursed her with green tea in his heart, but he could only say that he was wronged.
Are you wronged? Kai Shing is watching. How could I, a noble concubine of this palace, wrongly accuse you? A slave?
Kai Shing echoed.
She pushed the empress. Luo Bin. And this servant really saw it. The emperor has to make the decision for our empress. Oh, do you really see it?
Li Maobai smiled contemptuously, and then his eyes turned cold.
I looked at you, and it seemed that your eyes were not very good. I could see clearly when Luo concubine fell into the water, and Mrs. Shin left her at least 3 feet away. She is not a gibbon. How can she push Luo Bin into the water? Your Majesty. Maybe the slave misunderstood for a moment. You saw it wrong? Donate your eyes to those in need.
Li Maobai said in a deep voice to Sanfu.
Drag this palace maid down. Dig out her eyes, and drive her out of the palace.
Caixing cried for mercy, and Sanfu ordered the eunuch to cover her mouth and drag her away immediately. At this moment, Luo Bin was trembling with fear. Li Maobai turned his eyes to her and wrote lightly.
I ask you again. Was it Mr. Shin who pushed you just now? It was the concubine who accidentally slipped and fell into the water. Your father Wei Jishan just gave me a note today and asked if you were okay in the palace. I don't want to tell him tomorrow that you fell into the water and died. The lake is dangerous, so you better take good care of yourself in your palace. Come on. Don't move around if you have nothing to do.
Luo Concubine dared not reply, so she could only respond.
Concubine, thank you for your concern. Concubine, I will obey the emperor's teachings.
Li Maobai nodded, turned around and left. He didn't say a word to Shinseoh during the whole process, and he didn't even look at her. Shinseoh also took a breath of cold air. The tyrant was indeed a tyrant. She and Kai Shing were both slaves. The tyrant could gouge out Kai Shing's eyes, but he could cut out his own tongue someday. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shudder as she looked at Li Maobai's retreating back. Chapter 36. The whole harem knows when I will visit my aunt. In fact, Li Maobai regretted it just after he sent Shinseoh to pick lotus leaves at the lotus pond in Shangshafeng. The sun was scorching in the summer afternoon, and the crazy woman was clumsy. What if she accidentally fell into the pool and drowned due to the heat? I was thinking about it, but who would have thought that after rushing to the lotus pond, I saw Shinseoh on the other side of the river lying comfortably under the big tree enjoying the cool and fishing. Just when Li Maobai wanted to step forward to grab the bag, Luo Bai stepped forward to find out about Shinseoh. He watched helplessly how Luo Bin bullied Shinseoh, and also heard Shinseoh complaining about herself in her heart. He never thought that his unintentional actions would bring so much trouble to Shinseoh. She used to be concubine Ning, but now she is concubine Luo. When these women in her harem are jealous, they are capable of doing all kinds of crazy things. Although Shinseoh behaved erratically and rudely towards him on weekdays, she had helped her avoid many disasters invisibly. Looking back at herself, it seemed that Shinseoh was in trouble that she shouldn't have to bear. Therefore, he felt a little indebted to Shinseoh. He summoned Sanfu and ordered,
Shinseoh will not be waiting in front of the emperor tomorrow. Give her 1 day off.
Sanfu asked with a smile.
Your Majesty is used to Mrs. Shin serving the pen and ink from the side. In the past, you would call her here when she was not in office. Why did you suddenly grant her leave today?
Li Maobai raised his eyebrows and glanced at him.
Your job is getting better and better now.
Sanfu immediately stopped his smile and slapped his mouth twice.
I'm a slave. I'm a slave. Tomorrow is the palace maid's wedding day, and her aunt is coming to visit her.
Auntie? Ever since the relationship between Li Maobai and Shinseoh became more subtle, Sanfu, the eunuch of the capital, had already checked Shinseoh's records in private. She obviously has no relatives outside the palace. So when did an aunt appear again? The next day, Li Maobai, who was busy with court affairs, casually asked Sanfu,
How is it? Can she see her relatives? Replying to the emperor, Mrs. Shin did not go to see her relatives today. I have checked carefully and found that she has no relatives except an aunt from a distant place. Why didn't she come to the royal court to serve her when she didn't need her? Could it be that I am taking advantage of my caring heart to take advantage of my lack of care for my servants?
Sanfu's eyes were bright, and he didn't answer Li Maobai's words. Li Maobai was vaguely worried that Luo Bin would hold a grudge because of yesterday's incident and seek trouble for Shinseoh again today. So he decided to go to the palace maid's office to find out in person. While standing outside Shinseo's room, he heard the conversation between her and the system. Little Tuacho, is that white jade hairpin really gone? Shinseo clutched her stomach and rolled on the bed in pain. No more. Host. That is a unique good thing. I managed to get it for the host with great difficulty. I feel like if I continue to be in such pain, I may die soon. Dying? No. She, the koi baby, cannot die. Li Maobai frowned slightly and listened more carefully. It's all Luo Bin's fault. My hands were so short that I smashed the hairpin. It's causing me so much pain now that I'm dying. No. The dog emperor should be blamed. If he hadn't done those misleading things, the concubines in his harem wouldn't have come to trouble me even if they were full and had nothing to do. Do you think he did it on purpose? It's useless for the host to complain now. It's better to think about how to relieve the pain first. Brown sugar, ginger, red dates, and some rock sugar are added to make a soup. Drinking it hot should be helpful. But these things have to be exchanged for money from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And the dog emperor won't give me a monthly payment. How can I expect them to give me credit when I'm penniless? Hosts can also consider using points to redeem them at convenience stores. Forget it. Shinseo almost wailed. I managed to save so many points. I would rather die from pain than use them up. Later, Li Maobai heard Shinseo coquettishly explaining his last words to the system at the door. Hearing her describe her symptoms as terminal illness made Li Maobai frightened. She came from time travel, and she already had a lot of mysteries that she couldn't solve. Maybe she was really suffering from a terminal illness, and the hairpin that Luo Bin smashed was used to suppress her illness. Now that the hairpin is gone, she is ill, and her last words have been revealed. Could it be that she is not going to die soon? So, couldn't it be that I harmed her? And if she dies, how can I know what will happen in the future? No, she must not die. So he hurried back to Chaoyang Palace and told Sanfu.
Go and ask the judge of the Imperial Hospital to bring all the Imperial doctors with superb medical skills to the palace made to treat Shinseo. Mr. Shin is sick?
Sanfu saw Li Maobai's sad look, so he didn't dare to neglect.
Your Majesty, don't worry. I will go and pass the news right now. Wait a minute. Let the Ministry of Internal Affairs bring some things to her,
Li Maobai said while recalling.
1 sack of brown sugar, 1 sack of ginger, 1 sack of red dates, and 1 sack of rock sugar. Forget it. Let the Ministry of Internal Affairs pick it out. Send her as much as you have in stock.
Immediately afterwards, Shinseo, who was rolling with stomachache in his room, saw a magical scene. The medical examiner of the Taiyuan hospital and a dozen experienced doctors with stern expressions swarmed into her room and began to diagnose her pulse without saying a word.
No, doctor, I just have a stomachache. There's no need for so many people to come.
After diagnosing the pulse, the hospital showed a little unconfidence in his eyes and asked the other imperial doctors to take turns to diagnose. After multiple consultations, they came to a conclusion. Her terminal disease is dysmenorrhea. Just as he was about to prescribe medicine for Shinseo, he heard the servants of the Ministry of Internal Affairs outside making noises.
Miss Shin, where do you think the ingredients that the Emperor has given you should be placed?
The imperial doctor and Shinseo went out to check together and were stunned when they saw 5 carts of red dates, brown sugar, rock sugar and ginger pulled outside. The court judge stammered.
The Emperor is really considerate of Miss Shin. These are good things to replenish the blood. Wei Shin will prescribe some decoctions for replenishing qi and relieving pain. Your illness will be cured.
Facing the envious looks from the people around her, Shinseo couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. What kind of hatred does this dog emperor have against me? She had to make such an embarrassing scene because she wanted to let the entire palace know when she was coming to visit her aunt. He seems to have that serious illness. The wonderful scene in the palace maid's room that day spread a lot in the palace, and the palace people were discussing in private.
The Emperor really dotes on Mrs. Shin. Isn't that true? It's just a small day. The Emperor was so nervous that he even moved out the court. He also asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send all the ingredients for the warm palace to the maid's office. I took a private look. My goodness, it fills a whole utility room. Let me tell you, even the Queen has never been treated like this. We have to fawn over her from now on. And the day is coming when we watch her tits turn into phoenixes.
Chapter 37 Cute and Cute. No brain. Shinseo can be lazy these 2 days. Li Maobai and Queen Mother Zhu went to Faming Temple to pray. She didn't have to wait in front of the emperor, So she was free. It was boring to sleep alone. So I followed Cheer and the others to the royal garden to prune flower branches, chatting and making trouble, just to pass the time. As soon as they entered the imperial garden, the palace people who were busy in this area all seemed to have made an agreement to get out of the way and hid far away. Shinseyo naturally understood why they reacted like this. Ever since word spread that Li Maobai paid so much attention to his little life, most of the servants in the palace had already regarded Shinseyo as half their master by default. This is not even the most exaggerated. Even those famous people who agreed and were always there nodded and smiled when they saw Shinseyo, and only saluted her respectfully. The palace is the place where rumors are most abundant, and Shinseyo doesn't bother to explain. After being busy for a while, Yueguang ordered someone to call Pei away to do other things. Cheer is not as carefree and well-spoken as Pei. She is timid and is too preoccupied with being punished for not finishing the work at hand, and does not bother to chat with Shinseyo. Shinseyo felt bored after working for a while, so she sat in the pavilion and took a rest. Suddenly someone tapped her on the shoulder from behind. When she looked back, she saw that it was Prince Li Jinyan, who was looking at her in a silly manner with his big white teeth bared. She quickly stood up and went down with blessings.
My slave, please pay your respects to His Highness Prince Jing. Has sister-in-law met my brother? Your Majesty, he has left the palace.
Wait, what did he just call me? He called me sister-in-law? Li Jinyan smacked his lips, patted the back of his head and muttered,
My mother is not here, so I took my mother out to play without saying a word to me. It's really boring.
As he spoke, his dark eyes turned to look at Shinseyo.
Why didn't you bring your sister-in-law with you?
This time she heard 100% clearly. Prince Jing, Li Maobai's younger brother, calls him sister-in-law? What if others heard this? Shinseyo looked around cautiously, lowered his voice and said,
His Royal Highness Prince Jing has also heard the dirty words spread in the palace. Do you want to make fun of the slaves? It's not nonsense. It was Sanfu who told me a few days ago when he came to the palace to deliver something. He is personally serving my brother. How could he joke with me about such a thing?
3 blessings? He watches how I get along with Li Maobai every day. And why is he gossiping behind my back? Just before Shinseyo opened his mouth to explain, Li Jinyan laughed evilly and continued.
Besides, I'm not blind. When I went to see my brother that day and saw you for the first time, I knew that you and my brother were the relationship is definitely not ordinary. The turtle on his face is so round. He definitely couldn't have drawn it himself. At that time, there were only 2 of you and my brother in the study room. You scribbled on his face. Even I didn't dare to do it. You did it. And he didn't even punish you. Doesn't that explain the problem? Your Highness Prince Jing, this servant has no relationship with the Emperor other than being a servant. You have misunderstood.
Oh,
I understand.
Prince Jing suddenly clasped his hands together and high-fived, and shouted,
I know why you refuse to admit it. You must be dissatisfied with my brother for not giving you a title. Right. Well, this matter he did something wrong. Even though your background is not good and your mother's family is not an official in the court, he should give you a title if he liked you.
As Prince Jing spoke, he was very angry.
He always lectures me, saying that a man of my age is irresponsible. But I think he is the one who does outrageous things. You, an innocent daughter, followed him. I have to give you an explanation no matter what. Right. Even if I can't be a concubine, I can still be a nobleman. Right.
He glanced at Shinseyo with deep sympathy inside.
Oh, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter. When the Empress and brother come back, I will definitely ask the brother in front of the Empress if he is like this. Are you acting responsibly?
What is he saying? Do all the people in the Li family have that serious brain disease? If this matter reaches the ears of Queen Mother Zhu, how can she live a good life? Historically, Queen Mother Zhu secretly executed all the concubines who had enmity with her during the reign of the former emperor after she became the Queen Mother. She can't afford to offend an old woman with such vicious methods. So she stopped Li Jinyan and explained to him for a long time how innocent she and Li Maobai were. She spoke with emotion and sincerity. But gradually, she saw a touch of sadness on Li Jinyan's face. He pretended to sniff his nose and said with emotion,
It's so touching. My brother is really lucky to have a confidant like my sister-in-law. It's already at this time. And you are still thinking about his reputation. Put him first. And in order not to embarrass him, I am willing to be the woman behind him without any name or status.
Shinseyo.
Your Highness Prince Jing, are you listening to what I'm saying? There's really nothing between me and the Emperor.
Before she finished speaking, Li Jinyan suddenly raised his hands to cover his ears and started shaking his head.
I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. This Prince Jing is indeed no different from what was described in history. Really cute and cute.
No brains.
Seeing him leaving, Shensi became worried. If he couldn't explain it today, and he really went to Queen Mother Zhu to make up a random explanation, wouldn't he be digging her grave?
So she pulled Li Jinyan's arm in panic. At the moment when the two people were in physical contact, a solemn voice sounded from behind them.
Your Highness Prince Jing, the Emperor is not in the palace today.
This sound. Shensi followed the sound and saw Chu Yuezhi taking off his military uniform and standing alone in a sky-blue robe. His black hair was tied up with a green jade hairpin. The wind blew and his hair was flowing and flowing, matching the stern expression on his face at this moment. Just like the standard look of an iceberg beauty who is arrogant and passive.
What's wrong with the Emperor's brother not being in the palace? If the Emperor's brother is not in the palace, the king can't go back to his home.
Li Jinyan argued with Chu Yuezhi like a child, angry.
I have grown up in the palace since I was a child. I don't know how many times I've been wallowing in this imperial garden. What's going on? Now I have to see if my brother is here when I get home?
Although Chu Yuezhi was a minister, he was not afraid of Li Jinyan at all. On the contrary, he had a cold face, which looked a bit like Li Maobai. Maybe this is the legendary appearance of husband and wife? Shensi silently thought about it, and his devilish nature ate melons. Hear Chu Yuezhi say in a deep voice.
According to the clan rules, if the prince has a fief and moves out of the palace, it is no longer the case. Lusu, let's go. Goodbye.
He waved at him and turned around to leave. Chu Yuezhi called him from behind.
Your Majesty, I haven't finished speaking yet. You?
Li Jinyan suddenly stopped, turned around and rolled his eyes at Chu Yu.
I have finished what I want to say. It doesn't matter whether you have finished or not. It's best if you choke to death before you finish speaking. Slightly. Slightly.
He made a face at Chu Yuezhi, then patted his butt and ran away, looking at his back. Shensi couldn't help but want to laugh. Is it really not a violation for a majestic prince to be so cute? Wait. Why is she laughing? He just ran away. He is crazy. Who knows what nonsense he will say to the Queen Mother. She really wanted to catch up with Li Jinyan and explain to him carefully. But reality did not allow her to do so, because Chu Yuezhi's eagle-like eyes were staring at him intently. Chapter 38. Is he shy? Damn it! Could it be that his eyes misunderstood something between Li Maobai and me? It stands to reason that he is the one who summons luck to Li Maobai every night. So he doesn't even have this little trust. Right? 36 strategies. Taking action is the best strategy.
The governor of Chu has a lot of things to do every day, and it is not convenient for my slaves to bother me. So I will leave now.
Just when she was about to apply oil on the soles of her feet, Chu Yuezhi stopped her and said,
Wait a minute. I have a few words to make it clear to you.
Shensi turned around bravely.
What are your orders, Governor? As a woman, the most taboo thing is for people to be flirtatious. Since you are like the Emperor, you should avoid being with the men around you, so as not to spread rumors and damage the Emperor's wisdom.
What are you talking about? What's going on between me and the Emperor? Look at what he said. Why is he so jealous? She was about to explain, but Chu Yuezhi said before her,
I have been with the Emperor for many years, and I have never seen him treat any woman like you. So, you are not satisfied?
He turned his back and stood with his hands behind his back, as if he didn't want Shensi to see his expression.
I know that you feel unwilling to follow the Emperor, but have no name or status. But you also have to understand that with your background, where can I match the diss to the royal family?
He slowed down and seemed to sigh lowly.
Besides, if we are really happy with each other, why should we care about a false reputation?
Shensi looked at his back and felt inexplicably distressed. Wasn't he talking about himself? Even if Li Maobai likes him and has a good relationship with him, due to their respective identities and worldly vision, it is impossible for him to obtain a serious status in his life. The only thing he can do is to stay loyally by the king's side for the rest of his life. Shensi didn't know what was wrong. Overflowing with sympathy, he actually patted Chu Yuezhi on the shoulder and comforted him.
It's good that the governor can think openly. There is nothing wrong with two people being in love, even if they don't have status. But knowing that the other person is always thinking of you makes my heart warm. As long as you understand this truth, I won't tell the Emperor what happened between you and Prince Jing today, so you can take care of yourself.
Asterisk. Li Maobai and the Queen Mother were originally supposed to return to the palace 2 days later. But for some reason, they were delayed for 1 day and entered the palace at noon on the 3rd day. He had not been in court for a few days. So the first thing he did after returning to the palace was to summon officials who had important matters to report to him. It wasn't until the 2nd day after returning to the palace that Shinseyo resumed work and returned to the minister's study room to serve. He hadn't seen Shinseyo for a few days, and no one was quarreling with him or making him angry. Li Maobai felt a little uncomfortable. Since he ascended the throne, everyone has greeted him with flattery, respect, and smiles. It is really annoying to have to deal with these hypocritical faces every day. Although Shinseyo looked respectful to her on the surface, she was very playful on the inside. Sometimes, I find it interesting to hear her say a few words. Hearing a noise outside the door, and knowing that it was Shinseyo who was coming, Li Maobai pretended to continue reviewing the memorial without even raising his head.
My slave, please send your regards to your majesty. May your majesty be blessed.
She stood aside obediently and began to study ink. Su Shi was too lazy for a few days, and his technique was unfamiliar, so he always made noises when he was grinding the ink. Li Maobai frowned slightly and said with some hesitation,
How many days have you not practiced the technique of grinding ink? You are so careless.
Shinseyo's eyes rolled upward, and she thought for a moment and said,
When I think back to the last time I studied ink, it seems like it was the last time.
Li Maobai held his forehead and said,
What you said is as if you said something.
Today. Li Maobai's voice sounded a little hoarse, and he would cough twice from time to time, looking a little sick.
Your majesty is not feeling well. I'm fine.
While talking, Sanfu took a cup of thick medicine and bowed inside, placing it on Li Maobai's dragon table. The taste of the decoction is very strong, and it feels bitter just by smelling it. Li Maobai glanced at it.
What is it? In reply to the emperor, This is the decoction sent to you from the Queen Mother's palace.
He frowned like a child.
I feel sick when I smell it. Take it away. Your majesty, please don't embarrass your servants.
Sanfu cried and said,
The Empress Dowager ordered the servants to drink with their eyes on the emperor. Typhoid fever is a minor matter, but long-term illness can damage the body. So the emperor should take the dragon body as the priority.
Unable to bear the noise, Li Maobai picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Sanfu immediately took out Chinko's candied fruit and handed it to him. Seeing his master suffering, he couldn't help but feel distressed and said,
There have been several summer rains in the past few days, and typhoid fever has spread among the people. The Queen Mother has repeatedly persuaded the Emperor to let the Emperor don't go to the market to join in the fun. The Emperor won't listen. Look, it's your body that's in trouble now.
Li Maobai raised his eyebrows and glared at him. He quickly stopped talking, packed up the medicine bowl and left.
This is for you.
Li Maobai took out a brocade box from the drawer of the dragon case, threw it on the table, and continued to review the memorial.
What?
Shinseyo curiously took the brocade box and opened it to see a white jade hairpin lying quietly inside. The style and material are exactly the same as the one Xiao Taacho gave to him that day. He returned to the palace 1 day late, and Sanfu said that he went to the market. Could it be that he wanted to buy this hairpin for me?
On that day, Luo Concubine deliberately made things difficult for you and damaged your personal belongings. She is my concubine.
And it was because she misunderstood the relationship between me and you that she became angry with you. When I left the palace this time, I happened to see this thing. It's very similar to what you were wearing, so I bought it for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. For the reward,
she took off the silver hairpin from her bun, and she felt more favorable towards Li Maobai for no reason. He doesn't seem to be as bad as described in history. He can be impartial to me, a palace maid who has no interest in him. So how could he do those things that harm Zhongliang and waste human life? She just stared at Li Maobai, and his kindness towards her, intentionally or unintentionally, seemed to cast a filter on his whole being. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that this man seemed to have a special charm. Suddenly, Li Maobai stopped writing, and his eyes met hers inadvertently. He saw Shinseo's panic and asked,
What are you looking at? This slave just wants to see the emperor's good looks.
Shinseo joked. Li Maobai didn't blush at all and accepted her compliments in full.
This is a recognized fact, and you don't need to elaborate.
He is really a shameless little guy who can climb along the pole. Why did he stand up? Why is he staring at me? Why is he reaching out to me? Seeing that Li Maobai's hand was about to fall on her face, Shinseo subconsciously avoided it, but was stopped by Li Maobai.
Don't move.
Shincio immediately stayed in place, letting his knuckled fingers fall on her bun. He straightened the hosta in her bun, his movements gentle and slow, as if he was afraid of hurting her. Such an ambiguous action made Shincio blush. Li Maobai glanced at her rosy complexion with his peripheral vision, and he straightened his face and said seriously, "You are the one who serves the emperor, and it is my face that is lost if you are not well groomed." But the servant didn't say anything. What is the emperor trying to explain? Li Maobai choked on her words and immediately felt ashamed on his face, looking at his somewhat red cheeks. Shincio smiled secretly. The dog emperor turns out to be shy, just like a little girl. Quite cute. Chapter 39 Smallpox. After resting for a few days and counting the days, it turned out that it had been some time since the last time he sued his own death, and Li Maobai's attitude towards her had also improved in recent days. So Shincio felt that she could do it again. She asked the system to quickly release the next task for her. This time, Xiao Tacho gave her a double choice. Congratulations to the host. You have completed 5 tasks in total, and none of the tasks have failed. So you can get a chance to choose the difficulty of the task. The difficulty of the tasks is beginner difficulty, intermediate difficulty, and advanced difficulty. The reward points are 20, 50, and 100 respectively. The host is asked to make a choice. Shincio thought about it and figured out that the system's mission was to make her die in front of Li Maobai. A small death is still a crime. A big death is a crime. It is better to make a big one with 1 vote. So after a brief struggle, she made a decision. Then do the hardest one. Okay, host. We are loading tasks for you. DD mission matching was successful. Receive the latest task. Give the tyrant a double ponytail and let him keep this look for the entire morning. The reward points for completing the task will be plus 100, and the points for failure will be minus 100. After hearing this lengthy mission name, Shincio was petrified on the spot. Are you making trouble? Who can complete this task? If I just give him a double ponytail, I can barely give it a try. But do I have to let him keep this look for the morning? Please! He is the king of a country, and he has the most respectable nature. When the civil and military officials of the court saw his unique appearance, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. They were laughing so hard that I couldn't be beaten to pieces by the dog emperor. So this is a high difficulty mission. But host, don't worry. Think of it this way. Completing 1 high difficulty mission is equivalent to completing 5 low difficulty missions at the same time. Shincio sneered. Yes, but doesn't failure once mean I failed 5 times? What's the difference? If the host really feels that the task is difficult to complete, you can also choose to use 50 points to exercise the power to replace the task, so that the host can reselect the difficulty of the task. But I still hope that the host can give it a try. After all, the completion deadline for high-level tasks is 10 days. With the host's intelligence, he will definitely be able to figure out a way to complete the task. Come on. Host, I'll add your sister's oil. Shincio beat her chest twice angrily to express her strong dissatisfaction with the system. Then, she fell into self-tangle. Asterisk. On the other side, in EP1 Palace, the queen was discussing matters with the concubines. Next month is the Queen Mother's Thousand Autumn Festival. This is the Queen Mother's 50th birthday, so it must be held in a grand and dignified manner. The process of the birthday banquet has been finalized with the emperor a few months ago. It's just a back and forth. It's all the same routines, but I can't come up with any new tricks. I thought, while all the sisters are busy preparing gifts, why not put some thought into making up some shows for the Queen Mother to watch and enjoy? I would like to tell you that the matter of performing in front of the Queen Mother must be left to Sister Ning Fei. The person who said this was Concubine Hui. In the harem, she was famous for being a person who worshipped superiors and suppressed inferiors, and had a bad mouth. In the past, when Concubine Ning was not disfigured and still had a family, she treated Concubine Ning with respect. The elder sister and the younger sister were very attentive. Now seeing that Concubine Ning was on the losing side, she changed her name to Sister instead of calling her sister, and even made fun of her all day long. At this moment, Concubine Hui covered her mouth and snickered. I heard that my sister amazed the emperor with her bad dance in the imperial garden in the past. Why don't you show off your special skills and perform it in front of the Queen Mother? Bless the bat. It's also a symbol of blessing. Concubine Ning could only sulk and didn't dare to say anything back. On the contrary, Concubine she couldn't stand it anymore and said, If Concubine Hui likes to dance so much, I will send someone to the palace to train you. and then you will perform the bad dance in front of the Queen Mother. How about that?
Concubine Hui smiled awkwardly and said,
The noble concubine is joking. I am clumsy. How can I learn that? Are you clumsy?
Concubine She smiled like a flower.
You have praised Concubine Ning's dancing skills well. I still think that you are a great dancer, with the ability to reach the sky on the same spot by stepping on the left foot with the right foot.
Concubine She and Concubine Ning rarely move around on weekdays. Concubine Hui really didn't expect that she would stand up and speak for Concubine Ning at this time. After being reprimanded, she had no choice but to say in a low voice,
What the noble concubine is teaching me is that I made a mistake in my words. Well, we are all sisters. It is normal for us to bicker with each other. There is no need to be so formal.
The queen took a sip of tea and added,
The skills of singing and dancing are all low level. These vulgar skills do not mean that they lower their status. It's hard to get into the Queen Mother's eyes. That's all. It's just an embarrassment for you to come up with new tricks. If anyone has a good idea in the future, you can come to me to discuss it privately. Let's leave now.
All the concubines saluted the queen in unison. And when they were about to leave, they saw Laishi, the chief eunuch of Fenghuan Palace, running in with a panic-stricken look on his face. He didn't bother to salute the little master beside him, and knelt down with his knees on the ground, in front of the queen. The queen glanced at him.
What are you doing rashly? You hit the master carefully.
Laishi didn't even take a breath before he stammered.
The queen is in trouble. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. He has contracted smallpox. What did you say?
The queen stood up, clutching her heart, and her face instantly turned pale. The concubines also looked panicked, and each one of them covered their noses with their hands in a panic. Laishi replied,
A few days ago,
when the emperor and the queen mother left the palace to pray for blessings, they went to the market and somehow contracted the disease from the people. Now all the doctors from the imperial hospital are treating in Chaoyang Palace. And the queen mother is also here. Went. Go quickly. Prepare a sedan for me.
The queen hurriedly ran out of the palace. Some of the remaining concubines also wanted to follow her to see the situation, but they were dissuaded by her.
This disease is coming fiercely. It can also overcome people's illness. 6 out of 10 people infected with the disease will lose their lives. Don't cause trouble to me at this time.
She looked at Concubine She and ordered,
Concubine She, if this happens, all the 6 palaces in the east and west must be on guard. Send people to sprinkle lime on each palace, and then burn vinegar and mugwort leaves to prevent diseases in the palace. Spread.
Concubine She took the order and said,
I respectfully obey the queen's decree.
After the queen left, the remaining concubines started talking among themselves and hid in their own palaces to avoid suspicion. After leaving Fenghuan Palace, Concubine She ordered Don Juan,
Just follow what the queen just ordered. Where are you going? Empress? Go visit the emperor. How can I let the queen take the lead at this time? It's just that the emperor can't make it through. If he can make it through, whoever is willing to serve him even if they risk their lives, wouldn't they be the most considerate people? Your Majesty, think twice. That disease is contagious. You,
Xiaoshi, a servant of Concubine She who was standing nearby, pushed Don Juan and interrupted her.
Go. Go. Do whatever the concubine tells you to do. Where do you come from so many words?
After driving away Don Juan, Xiaoshi helped Concubine She get on the sedan chair, and said with a charming smile,
My concubine had acne when she was young, so she will never suffer from smallpox again.
Concubine She opened the sedan curtain and said in a deep voice,
Remember, I have never suffered from that disease. Today I rush to serve the emperor because of my admiration and love for the emperor from the bottom of my heart. Do you understand?
Xiaoshi smiled cleverly and said repeatedly,
My memory has not been very good lately, and I have spoken nonsense. Please don't take offense to me.
Concubine She nodded silently and lowered the sedan curtain with a charming movement. Chapter 40 He Can't Die. Shincio settled the score. If she replaces the task with the only 50 points she has now, she will take a simple task with 20 points. So even if the mission fails, the most she can do is lose 20 points, and she still has a chance to struggle. But if she does not choose the replacement task, then after 10 days, if she cannot complete the task of tying the tyrant's double ponytails and letting him keep this look for the whole morning, then she will be deducted 100 points, and her points will become minus 50. There would be a penalty if the points reached minus 50. She didn't want to get cataracts or epilepsy. After thinking about it, The safest way is to reluctantly exchange points for this impossible task. Little Tuachuo, I've thought about it. I'd better use 50 points to exchange this task. Has the host been confirmed? Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. I do.
Hurry up. You have to sprinkle it everywhere, as well as the vinegar and moxa. At least 3 times a day. The maids in the Imperial Maid's office often come in and out of the Shangshu Room and Chaoyang Palace. So you have to be more careful.
Only then did she hear the commotion outside the door. And soon the pungent smell of vinegar drifted into the veranda, making Shincio almost die on the spot. She opened the door to check the situation and saw many inmates with white kerchiefs covering their faces, holding boiling vinegar pots and wooden basins filled with lime. Busy in the courtyard, Eunuch Su shouted, and then ordered Eunuch Luo.
The maids in the palace maid's office are not allowed to move around at will for these 2 days. If someone shows up with typhoid fever, they must report it as soon as possible without delay. Do you understand?
This situation and the panic among people couldn't help but remind Shincio of the violent epidemics in modern life in the past few years.
She was about to step forward to ask what happened, but was pulled into their room by Payer and Cheer.
You still dared to talk to Eunuch Luo? He is either in the Shang study room or the Chaoyang Palace every day. Occasionally he also goes to the Jinwan Palace. He is the person that our maids have the most contact with the Emperor. Are you willing to die? What happened? Your Majesty, he has smallpox. What?
Shincio couldn't believe it. In her mind, she quickly recalled the history of the Qi dynasty that she had studied for many years. There was no record that Li Mabai had been infected with smallpox. Of course, how could he contract this disease, which had a very high fatality rate in ancient times? There were many emperors who died of smallpox in history, and the disease was incurable in ancient times, and imperial doctors were helpless.
I heard that the emperor contracted this disease when he went to a private market while he was away from the palace. We palace maids are the slaves who have the most contact with the emperor on daily basis. We hope that such a strange disease will not happen to us.
Shincio subconsciously touched the white jade hairpin on the top of her head, feeling all kinds of emotions in her heart. He went to the folk market just to buy this hairpin for me. In this case, didn't it mean that I had harmed him? With an uneasy mood, Shincio returned to his veranda. Although this matter has no direct relationship with her, she still feels inexplicable self-blame in her heart. At this moment, the sound of fireworks and firecrackers suddenly sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host and congratulations to the host. The tyrant got smallpox, and the mortality rate increased by 85%. Once the tyrant dies suddenly, the host can pursue his career without any hindrance, become the queen, and complete the main mission. This way you can go home early. Yes, as long as Li Mabai dies, her biggest obstacle will be gone. She was familiar with the history of the Qi dynasty, and also knew what the ministers were thinking about. With these, it was equivalent to her cheating in the Qi dynasty. And with the assistance of the system and convenience stores, it was much easier for her to ascend the throne and become emperor than to commit suicide in front of a tyrant and earn 1,000 points. She talked about killing Li Mabai every day, but now that the opportunity came, she was shaken. Maybe it's not wavering. She did not want Li Mabai to die out of her own heart. There is also good news to tell the host. The deadline for completing this difficult task is 10 days. If the host finds a way to kill the tyrant within these 10 days, then even if the task is automatically completed, 100 points will still be awarded to the host. He cannot die. Host, wake up! What are you saying? Such a great opportunity for you. I said he cannot die. Why should he? Li Mabai. Die? I have studied the history of the Qi dynasty for so many years. I have written so many papers, and my entire youth has been entangled with him and his bad things. I didn't let him die. So why should he die? What would happen to my paper if he died now? Didn't I go to college and graduate school for so many years in vain? If he dies and the project is gone, how can I graduate? If I can't graduate, what will I do after I go back? Sitting and waiting to die? Well, host, your brain circuit is really amazing. The reason why he got sick is because Yueguang helped me buy this hairpin. In other words, my time travel indirectly caused him to do these things, caused him to get sick, and may even have caused his death. The process of history is intertwined with each other. Without him, the whole process will be affected. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe even I, as a person, may no longer exist. So you say, how can I let him die now? No. Host, don't worry. The The Spacetime Administration has regulations that if the host eliminates the tyrant, then the Spacetime Administration will count the host as having made great contributions to the development of history. After you travel back, the Time and Space Administration will assign you a new identity. And there will also be a life script for the host to choose from. Right? Xiao Tuochuo slapped her face mercilessly. It can be said that if the tyrant dies, the host will be able to reach the pinnacle of life from now on. This is a good thing that falls in the sky. If the host that Xiao Tuochuo took care of in the past encountered such a beautiful thing, they would all agree without even thinking. If I say no, I just can't. My life is what I walk through step by step. I like both good and bad. I don't want any life script. Is there anything you can do to save him? Xiao Tuochuo was a little embarrassed. Yes, there is. But it is the host. It's okay if you have it. Tell me what you can do. There are medicines and injections in the convenience store that can cure illnesses. You can redeem them with 50 points. The host will give him an injection, and he will be fine. But host, you have to think clearly. If you use these 50 points to treat the tyrant, you cannot change the task. If you fail the mission after 10 days, your points will become minus 100. As punishment, you'll get cataracts and epilepsy at the same time. Shincio didn't pay attention to what Xiao Tuochuo said next. She only heard it say that there was special medicine in the convenience store that could treat Li Mobai's illness. So she decisively used 50 points to redeem the injection from the convenience store. Xiao Tuochuo sighed helplessly. The host did this. Doesn't it mean he has fallen in love with the tyrant? Shincio quickly retorted. I like him. I like Sanfu, but I can't even like him. I did all this for my thesis, so that my original life would not be changed. And it had nothing to do with him. It's whatever you say. Just be happy. After Xiao Tuochuo said this with a slight sarcasm, he yawned and went offline. Chapter 41. The Queen Mother is furious. In the main hall of Chaoyang Palace. Seriously? The Queen Mother couldn't help but grasp the corners of the table with her palms. And her expression became very nervous. No matter what method you use, AI family, you must cure the Emperor's illness. The imperial doctors knelt all over the palace, saying that they would do their best to treat him. The Queen consoled her from the side. Your Majesty, the Emperor is the Son of Heaven. With the blessing of the true dragon's energy, he will surely be able to turn disaster into good. You are so old, but you don't listen to advice. The untouchables among the people are all so dirty that they can't even hide. But they insist on jumping into the crowd, just to buy such a broken hairpin. The AI family won't listen to any advice. Come in! The Queen Mother pressed the center of her eyebrows with her fingertips. The late Emperor's brother was taken away by this disease. Every time the AI family thinks of his death, they are shocked. The Queen stood up and walked behind the Queen Mother, helping her gently press her temples. Queen Mother, you have to take care of your own health at this moment. What should you do if you also fall ill? My concubines will take care of everything here. Do not worry. It's hard for you. The Queen Mother took the Queen's hand, patted the back of it, and said solemnly, At this time, you are the only one who really thinks about the Emperor. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Don't stop me! I want to see the Emperor! Concubine, she broke into the palace regardless of Sanfu's obstruction. As soon as she saw the Queen Mother, she knelt down and cried so hard. Queen Mother! How is the Emperor's condition? Everyone in the Chaoyang Palace covered their faces with veils. But Concubine, she broke in without taking any protective measures. Seeing her crying so beautifully, the Queen Mother kept saying, You child! The Emperor is still in good health. Why are you crying? Get up quickly! The Queen secretly rolled her eyes at Concubine she, and then pretended to be concerned and told Xiang Ling, Go and get a new veil, and give it to Concubine she. My sister cares about the Emperor, so she also has to take care of her own body. Right. Concubine, she cried even more when she heard this. If the Emperor has any shortcomings, what else will I do to you? The Queen did not accept her words and said solemnly, I and the Queen Mother are here. Now you have to take care of many trivial matters in the harem. You have been here, and I and the Queen Mother know the Emperor's wishes. Hurry up. Let's go back. Concubine, she ignored her, only looked at the Queen Mother and continued to choke with sobs. Queen Mother, please let me stay and help the Queen Mother. I don't ask for anything else. I just want to be taken care of by the Emperor's side. What happened like this, I can only feel at ease by guarding the Emperor. The Queen Mother reached out to wipe away her tears and said distressfully, My good child, don't cry anymore. You have the intention to stay, and the AI family has no intention of chasing you away.
It is too difficult to take care of the left and right queens alone. So you stay and take care of the queen. They were all betting that Li Mabai could survive this disaster safely. After this incident, as long as he shows his face in front of Li Mabai, won't the favor come? Just when they were enjoying the play, Sanfu came in and reported,
Your Majesty, Queen Mother, there are people from the palace asking to see you outside the door, saying that there is a way to cure the Emperor's illness.
Oh, the Queen Mother said happily.
Quick, please come in.
When the Queen and Concubine, she saw that the person coming was Shincio. They couldn't help but feel shocked. Shincio knelt in front of the Queen Mother and said respectfully,
I would like to send my regards to the Queen Mother, and to the Empress Dowager and Concubine she.
The Queen Mother glanced at her, and when her eyes focused on the white jade hairpin on her forehead, she suddenly became furious and slapped the table with her palms.
How outrageous.
The Queen Mother was so furious that everyone in the palace, including the Queen, knelt down and said,
Queen Mother, calm down.
The Queen Mother pointed to Shincio's bun and asked, Did the Emperor give you this hairpin on your head? Yes. That's unreasonable. The Emperor went to the market just because of you, and that's why he contracted such a serious illness. You, this cheap maid, used some tricks to seduce the Emperor, and made the Emperor like this. He deserves to die,
the Queen Mother said angrily.
Come on,
people. Drag this maid out of the AI family and kill her immediately.
The guards came around to fight Shincio, but she calmed down and said in a deep voice,
The Queen Mother, I have some medicine that can cure the Emperor's illness. Even if the Queen Mother gets angry again, please put the Emperor's dragon body first. Let me give it a try.
And Qingju next to the Queen Mother reprimanded,
You are crazy, my servant. Try it? What kind of dragon body do you want to be the Emperor? How can you be allowed to try it? If anything happens to the Emperor, can you afford it?
This action of my slave will definitely save the Emperor's life. Please trust me. The Queen Mother. Why should the Ai family believe you? The Empress Dowager thinks about it carefully. If I can't cure the Emperor's illness, why would I risk my life to come to Chiyang Palace to make myself miserable? Let the Empress Dowager give me a chance. If I can't cure the Emperor, I will leave it to the Empress Dowager.
Not a word of complaint.
Shincio's words were so solemn that the Queen Mother was a little shaken when she heard them. How dare a little palace maid dare to speak so categorically about something that the imperial doctors were helpless to do? If she wasn't tired of living, I'm afraid she might actually have some real abilities in her body. So he said,
Okay, the AI family will give you this opportunity. You go and give it a try. But if you can't save the Emperor and dare to deliberately deceive the AI family, the AI family will definitely cut you into pieces.
Shincio nodded in agreement, stood up, put on her veil, and trotted into the inner hall. Concubine, she glanced at the Empress and asked,
Empress, do you think she is Shincio who is serving the Emperor's pen and ink in the study room?
The Queen nodded slightly, as if she was sad. The Queen Mother saw the clue.
What? What other good deeds has this servant done that the AI family doesn't know about? It's a sad story for the Queen.
Concubine, she shook her head frequently and sighed.
The Queen Mother devotes herself to worshipping Buddha and rarely interferes with the affairs of the harem. It has been a while since this incident came up. The day the Emperor turned over the Queen's brand a while ago in the evening, I turned around and took Mr. Shin to the observatory to watch the stars all night, causing a stir that everyone in the palace knew about. Nonsense.
The Queen Mother became even more furious.
That observatory is a place where we can pray for prosperity and good weather for the country. Apart from the emperors and Ijia, only the Empress has the qualifications to go up there. How can you let a palace maid defile that place so casually?
Maybe the reason why the Emperor is seriously ill this time is because he brought some unscrupulous people up and affected Guizhou.
She glanced at the Queen sharply.
The Queen knows about this? Why doesn't she advise the Emperor?
The Queen knelt down and looked very aggrieved.
What the Queen Mother taught me is that I know my fault. But this world is the Emperor's world, and the rules are also the rules set by the Emperor. The Emperor has such a wish. What can I say? You can't say it. The AI family may say it. That Humeizi doesn't do her job well. All she thinks about is how to climb up the ranks. How dare you seduce the Emperor just because she has 2 points of beauty? A daughter raised from a lowly bloodline is shameless. The Queen Mother must not be angry. If she can really cure the Emperor's illness, it will be considered a great achievement. Great merit? Humph!
The Queen Mother snorted lightly, her eyes turning sinister.
All the Emperor's disasters are caused by her. How can she have any merit? Today she boasted about Haikao. If only she could really cure the Emperor. What if? If she can't be cured, the AI family will never spare her.
Chapter 42 Why Are You Poking My Ass? This was Shinseo's first time entering the inner hall of Qianqing Palace. The Emperor's palace should have been spacious and luxurious. But now in her eyes, it just felt crowded. The imperial doctors gathered in groups in 2s and 3s to discuss how to treat the disease. The decoction simmering in the palace gave the whole palace a bitter taste. Li Maobai was lying on the couch, sleeping deeply. He looked haggard, and the rise and fall of his chest was very obvious, as if he was struggling to breathe. The syringe used to inject him was hidden in her sleeve. But with so many imperial doctors there, she might have been taken down as an assassin before she took out the syringe to inject Li Maobai. So she cleared her throat and pretended to say,
"The Queen Mother ordered all the imperial doctors to leave first."
The discussions among the imperial doctors stopped for a moment. Smallpox was an incurable and contagious disease. They were eager to run away for their lives. Therefore, as soon as Shinseo said this, no one had any objections. They all looked at each other and then stepped back. Only after Shinseo and Li Maobai were left in the dormitory did she quickly lock the door bolt from the inside and take out the injection. Little Tuachuo, where should this injection be given? The host takes off the tyrant's pants, inserts a needle into the thickest part of his butt, and then pushes all the medicine into the muscle. Ah? Want to take off your pants? Can't it be shot on the arm? It can also be injected into the arm. But this injection is an intramuscular injection and needs to be injected into the muscle layer. The gluteus maximus muscle of the buttocks is thicker and far away from the major nerves and blood vessels, making it more suitable for novices like the host to operate. If it were injected into the arm, the injection would be wasted if the host did not inject it in the right place. There was nothing she could do. She only had one needle and had zero margin for error. He could only listen to Xiao Tuachuo and slap the needle on Li Maobai's butt. She looked at the sleeping Li Maobai and sighed softly.
"Hey, I hope that after today, God can give me a pair of eyes that have never seen your butt."
She falsely conveyed the Queen Mother's decree to send the Queen Mother out. Her lie would be exposed when the doctors walked from the side hall to the main hall and saw the Queen Mother. By then, the doctors would inevitably turn back. So there was not much time left for her to inject. She rolled up her sleeves and gently moved Li Maobai's body to make him turn sideways. Then, he stretched his sinful hands to Li Maobai's waist and unbuttoned his belt. As the pants were pulled down little by little, Li Maobai's plump buttocks were also exposed in front of her. Shinseo squinted his eyes and took a look. Oh, what a guy. He's quite cocky. This was the first time she had seen a human's butt other than her own. So she was naturally shy and reserved. Little Tuachuo, which one is the gluteus maximus? The host asked me. Just touch it with your own hands. That's the hardest part. Touch? I reject. Why should I touch his butt? Isn't it disgusting? Then there is no other way. The host cannot determine where the gluteus maximus is without touching it. If you take this injection and inject it in the wrong place, won't you lose 50 points in vain? Hey, just die. In desperation, Shinseo had no choice but to close her eyes and put her hand on Li Maobai's back to feel it. When she finally touched the hardest muscle, she barely opened her eyes, picked up the syringe and stabbed Li Maobai's gluteus maximus. One needle to the end. Perhaps because the force was too strong, the entire needle did not penetrate Li Maobai's skin. Then, she began to slowly push the syringe piston to inject the drug into his body. But muscle needles are painful. Li Maobai, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt a pain in his buttocks, groaned, and suddenly woke up. He reached out and grabbed Shinseo's wrist. Shinseo, who had just finished the injection, was so frightened that she quickly pulled out the needle. But Li Maobai's body twisted, and the two forces were at odds with each other, causing Shinseo to have only the needle in his hand. And the needle fell into Li Maobai's body. Li Maobai looked back and was stunned when he saw Shinseo. What is this crazy bitch doing when she takes off my pants?
Your Majesty, please don't move. This slave was just treating you. But the silver needle stuck into your butt. Shinseo, why are you poking my ass?
Li Maobai pulled up the quilt and wrapped it tightly around himself, and blushed at the same time.
You have committed such a crime of disrespect. Are you not afraid that I will kill you? Head, Your Majesty has misunderstood me. I am indeed treating you.
Li Maobai listened to her voice and heard her complaining to the system, saying that she didn't know good people and didn't know what was good or bad. Smallpox is an incurable disease. Looking around the world, I am afraid that only Shinseo can cure this disease. Strangeness. Didn't he just want to kill me and seek to usurp the throne? Why do you still need to save me? Snapped. Snapped. There was a fierce knock on the door.
Your Majesty! Are you okay? Brave palace maid! Open the door quickly! Quick! Let the guards knock the door open. The Emperor's safety is important.
Oops. It was those imperial doctors who returned with their guards. Li Mabai still had a needle stuck in his butt. If these imperial doctors and guards saw this, would he still be alive? So he gritted his teeth and said,
I'm fine. Just wait outside. Don't come in.
This sounded powerful, and the knocking on the door became weaker. After that, he scolded Shincio, who was staring at him, and said,
What are you looking at? Turn around.
Oh, Shincio slowly turned around, while Li Mabai fumbled with his hands to try to pull out the needle inserted into his butt.
Oh!
His screams came from time to time, and Shincio panicked when he heard them, and said,
Your Majesty, please stop moving. You don't have eyes behind you. How can you see where the silver needle is piercing? If you move randomly, you will be in danger.
If you push the silver needle deeper and deeper, it will be terrible. Otherwise, why don't you ask the slave to help you take it out? Anyway, the slave has already seen it. Shincio, shut up.
Li Mabai's pain cry was mixed with a bit of anger.
Even if I die today, I won't let you covet my dragons but again. Emperor, what are you doing? Open the door quickly. Don't scare the Ai family.
Outside the door, the knocking sounded again. The difference is that this time the visitor is the Queen Mother.
Emperor, if you don't open the door again, the Ai family will order someone to break the door open.
The Queen Mother was concerned about her son's safety, and the more Li Mabai said not to let her in, the more she would come in. It is better to lose the villain than to lose the adult. Li Mabai gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said in a very low voice,
You come here.
Didn't you just say that you won't let me touch you until you die? How come this is faster than flipping through a book? Shincio turned around while suppressing a smile, and saw that Li Mabai had covered most of his backside with a quilt, leaving only the small piece of skin with the needle outside.
You move faster. If you dare to do it intentionally if you delay, I will dig out your eyes.
Chapter 43. Go by who dislikes the straight body. The moment the needle was pulled out, the Queen Mother also ordered someone to break open the palace door. As a result, the Queen Mother, the Empress, Concubine she, as well as a group of imperial doctors and guards all saw this strange scene. That was Shincio sitting in front of Li Mabai's dragon couch, and Li Mabai was lifting up his pants in a panic. Everyone turned around consciously, and the Queen and Concubine she also exclaimed and covered their eyes. Only the Queen Mother was furious.
What are you doing? You cheap maid?
Done! I just finished a whole set of radio gymnastics in the mouth of this big tiger Li Mabai. Is this a second trick in the mouth of the Queen Mother? A tigress?
Mother, my son can't explain this matter to you in a few words. Anyway, my son is fine. You better take them out first.
No. The Queen Mother pointed at the tip of Shincio's nose and cursed angrily.
This prodigal man knows that you are seriously ill and still wants to seduce you. He deserves to be damned. Royal guards, drag this cheap maid out of the Ai family immediately and chop it into pieces. Feed the dog.
Wait!
The words,
Wait a minute,
came out of Li Mabai and Shincio's mouths almost at the same time. Shincio said before him,
The Queen Mother said that as long as the slave saves the Emperor's life, you will forgive the death penalty for the slave. Now that the Emperor's illness has been cured, why do you still condemn the slave to death? Recover? It only took a quarter of an hour from the time you came in to the time when the Aijiao led people to open the door of the dormitory. Now you are probably just taking off the Emperor's trousers. How to cure the disease? It seems that you always like to talk nonsense. Queen Mother, how dare I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can ask the Imperial doctor to diagnose the Emperor's pulse.
Of course the Queen Mother didn't believe it, so she asked the judge from Xingyuan to come forward and diagnose Li Mabai's pulse. After a while, the judge of Xingyuan showed a bit of shock on his eyebrows, and he hurriedly waved and called 2 senior doctors for consultation. After some discussion, several people all knelt on the ground in front of the Queen Mother. Judge Xingyuan was so excited that his voice trembled.
Madam, Queen Mother, Your Majesty, he has indeed recovered from his illness.
As soon as he said this, the whole hall was in an uproar.
How is it possible? How can such a difficult and complicated disease be just settled? That's why it's a miracle.
Judge Sheng turned around and looked at Shinseyo, almost kowtowing to her. The girl is very skilled in medicine. I admire her. I also asked the girl to teach me how to use this method to treat smallpox. Shifang informs the ministers, which can be regarded as benefiting the people of the world. Shinseyo looked embarrassed and froze in place without saying a word. For you? Where can I give you this needle that I spent all my points in exchange for? Could it be that she was willing to give everything she had to save me? I haven't treated her well. So why is she willing to treat me like this? There was such a great opportunity to eradicate me. Why didn't she do it? With these confusions, Li Maobai cleared his throat and said solemnly, My mother has asked the imperial doctor, and she can rest assured. Everything she did just now was to treat my illness, not because of any shady matters with me. Seeing that her son had recovered from his illness, and that the queen mother had lost most of her anger, why would she pursue Shinseyo? The queen and concubine, she also started to pretend at this moment. One of them put their hands together and worshipped all the gods and Buddhas in the sky, and the other cried so hard that the sky had eyes. Li Maobai was too lazy to pay attention to them, and only said, I have just recovered from a serious illness. I am very tired. I have a headache when I see so many people. You guys should leave first. Everyone was ordered to leave one after another, and Shinseyo also took the opportunity to slip away. But Li Maobai stopped her as she expected. Shinseyo, you have superb medical skills, so you will stay and take care of me until I recover. Dog Emperor, the disease just started to torture me. Why should I save you? Why don't you die? Later, she fed Li Maobai nourishing decoction and let him eat some light dinner, thinking that she could go back and have a good sleep after serving this man well. Li Maobai said, My condition has eased, and it will inevitably not recur. Tonight you stay in Chaoyang Palace to take care of me. Only with you here can I feel at ease. I will take care of you. Uncle. Okay. Your Majesty. I obey your orders. As a result, Li Maobai fell asleep comfortably on his dragon couch, while Shinseyo sat on the warm seat in a daze. Hee. Does the host regret it? More than regret? I can't wait for him to fall asleep and stab him to death. The host knows that this is the nature of the tyrant, but still insists on saving him. What do you want me to say? You have used up your only 50 points. If you can't complete it, tie the tyrant into double ponytails and let the tyrant keep this look. If the whole morning mission is completed, the host's points will become minus 100 points. Xiao Tuochuo sighed again and continued helplessly, The host saved me, and I don't want to watch the host suffer. But the regulations of the space-time administration will not change. The host will be punished every time it loses 50 points. In the past, the host still had options, but now it has suddenly become minus 100. And it can only suffer from cataracts and epilepsy at the same time. It turns out that she actually paid so much? Are you willing to suffer from cataracts and epilepsy to save your own life? Li Maobai squinted his eyes and glanced at Shinseyo, who was sitting listlessly on the hot seat. At this moment, the dim candlelight reflected on her fair skin, her slightly pursed lips and her eyes lowered and blinking, making her look very charming and delicate. Any man in the world, not to mention Li Maobai, would feel pity for him if he saw this scene. Right? Give the tyrant a pair of ponytails and let him stay that way throughout the morning? The tasks assigned by this system are really nonsensical. I am a noble person. How can I lose face and make others laugh in front of me? No. Absolutely not. The mad woman's illness is her own fault. In the worst case, I can just ask the imperial doctor to treat her. My whole life's reputation has been almost ruined by her. I can't let her take away my remaining face. He simply stopped thinking about these troublesome things and turned over to sleep. When he opened his eyes the next day, he saw Shinseyo standing beside his bed and smiling at him. Li Maobai was startled and said with a hesitant look, What are you looking at me for? Your Majesty, my servant forgot to tell you yesterday. This local recipe is very effective in treating the disease, but it is easy to relapse. If you want to prevent the recurrence of the disease, you have to use other methods. Oh, what method can you tell me? Your Majesty's disease is the first to invade the brain. So if we want to prevent it from recurring, we have to make a fuss about it. You may not believe it, but if you put 2 ponytails on your head, the disease will be gone. It will be easy to invade. Shinseyo didn't believe the lie she told herself, so she quickly added, Your Majesty, don't believe it. Think about it. The illness most likely invades the body from your head. You put on 2 ponytails. The illness is if you can't get into your hair. Won't you be able to occupy the high ground? Besides,
If your servant can cure your disease, you must be familiar with it. Whatever you do is for the good of the emperor. If the emperor doesn't listen, if my servant gets sick again in the future, I'm afraid I'll be helpless.
Li Maobai looked at her for a moment and said with a smile,
It doesn't matter. I believe in your medical skills.
What the hell? Does this dog emperor have no brains? Will he believe this?
Yes. I will tie the emperor's hair into a ponytail right now.
Obviously. Li Maobai told himself very firmly last night that he would never do such a shameful thing. But somehow, as soon as Shincio told such a clumsy lie, he softened. After all, she is a woman who has saved his life. He is a majestic king of a country. So he can't repay kindness with evil. Right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh.
Why does the emperor sigh?
Li Maobai rolled his eyes at her.
You're clumsy. You pulled my hair.
Chapter 44. For her sake, I can give up this face. Li Maobai's illness comes and goes quickly. For those who were able to survive smallpox, the duration of the disease was at least half a month. Li Maobai recovered after only 3 days of illness. And there were no scattered acne scars on his face or body. After consultation at Tai Hospital, it was confirmed that Li Maobai was in good health. And he ordered to resume tomorrow's morning session. On the last day of waiting for illness, Shincio did not forget to remind.
The emperor's hairstyle needs to be maintained for the whole day tomorrow. If the tied hair is loosened at this time, all the previous efforts will be wasted. You mean to ask me to wear this pair of ponytail whips when I go to court tomorrow? Then what will I do in court? Act cute with the ministers?
Shincio held her cheek and thought for a moment. Then she had an idea and said,
Your Majesty, you can wear a hat. You usually wear a dragon crown when you go to court.
But this time you have just recovered from a serious illness. And you have been feverish for several days, and your body is not feeling well. Wearing a hat to protect yourself from the wind is also very good for your health.
As she spoke, she was so bold that she opened Li Maobai's wardrobe and started rummaging through it. She spotted a dark green hat at a glance. She was surprised at first, but then she thought that there was no such thing as cuckoldry in Qi dynasty. So she took out the hat and handed it to Li Maobai.
It's good for me, slave, to look at this cuckold.
Li Maobai wanted to help Shincio complete the task to repay her life-saving grace. But he also did not want to lose the dignity of his emperor in the previous dynasty. For the current plan, it seems that this is the only way to take care of both ends. So in the early morning of the next day, Liemo wore a bright yellow dragon robe and a dark green hat, and went to the morning court. When he recovered from a serious illness, most of the courtiers flattered him, saying that he could recover so quickly from a serious illness, which was really auspicious and the emperor's domineering help. There are only about 10 people who can seriously report on government affairs. Just when the morning court was about to end, General Secretary Hube stepped forward with trembling steps, and knelt down on the court with an old bone.
Your Majesty, I have something to report.
He was a veteran who had made great contributions during the reign of the late emperor. He was an upright official and very politically savvy, and he contributed a lot to the construction of the Qi dynasty. Now in his 70s, his body is not as good as before. How could Li Maobai have the heart to let such a loyal minister kneel?
Aiqing replied in Pingsheng. I am ashamed of my trust in the emperor and my entrustment to the late emperor. I am guilty.
He was choked with sobs, and his words were filled with tears.
The veteran has served as an official in the court for 50 years, and has devoted himself to assisting the king, and has led to a prosperous era. Now that the veteran is old, he is no longer able to do many things. Those who serve as officials in the court must be virtuous and capable. The old minister has eyesight, tinnitus, and leg problems. It is difficult for him to take care of himself. How can he still serve the emperor wholeheartedly? I am afraid that he has more than enough ambition, but not enough energy to take on such a big responsibility.
He leaned down and cowed out 3 times to Li Maobai.
I also asked the emperor to remove the veteran minister from his position as general history of the household department, and allow the veteran minister to resign and return to his hometown. Aiqing, please get up quickly.
Li Maobai looked at his rickety figure and couldn't help but feel touched in his heart. For such a loyal minister, after reaching this age, it is time to return to his hometown to enjoy happiness and family happiness. He served the imperial court all his life and took all the credit for his hard work. In the past, thunderous methods were used to deal with disloyal courtiers, but now he must also reward such loyal people. Then he said,
Yan Aiqing has made great contributions to the country. I am grateful for your past achievements, and will give you 1,000 taels of silver and 10 acres of fertile land. I will allow you to return to your hometown with honor. The eldest son Yang Chikai is a second-grade household official in the Jin dynasty. If he can make a difference in the future, I will definitely give him the post of General History of the Ministry of Household Affairs. So you can live your life with peace of mind.
1,000 taels of silver or 10 acres of fertile land were nothing. But the matter of giving his son a hereditary official position had never happened before in the Qi dynasty. Li Maobai did this. Firstly, to reward Yang for his sincerity over the years. And secondly, to set an example to the courtiers who were watching, so that they would understand that those who serve the country sincerely must deserve a heavy reward. As soon as these words came out, everyone was busy congratulating the General History of the Ministry of Revenue. He was the only one who cried so much that he couldn't get up for a long time.
Li Maobai left his seat and stood up, wanting to help him personally. Unexpectedly, as soon as he leaned down, an embarrassing scene would happen. The hat on his head did not fit the size of his head, so it fell off the moment he lowered his head. Then, his 2 shiny black ponytails fell on his shoulders. The eyes of the courtiers were instantly focused on his unique appearance, and even Sanfu was stunned. He saw Li Maobai's face turning green and white, and hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over.
Maybe the palace maid was not very handy when she was putting on the emperor's hat. So she tied up the emperor's hair and tied it into a knot. I will untie the knot for you, to smooth things over. It would be better not to fight if we fight. Who made such a detailed ponytail just by randomly tying it into a knot? Li Maobai's eyes quickly scanned the hall. The courtiers seemed to have plain expressions, and some of them were still avoiding looking at him. But anyone could feel that they were trying their best to hold back their laughter. At this large social death scene, Li Maobai said that he should try to change his life in the universe. But just when Sanfu was about to untie his ponytail, he subconsciously stumbled back and avoided it. At this moment, there was only one voice echoing in his mind. Give the tyrant a pair of ponytails and let him keep this look throughout the morning. This is the mission of the crazy woman. If I don't carry this double ponytail whip to the end of the morning, then her mission will have failed. If she gets cataracts and epilepsy, becomes half blind and still has sex, who will predict the future for me in the future? No, nothing can happen to her. Anyway, these courtiers have already seen it. Anyway, the face has been lost. Anyway, it has been embarrassing for so long. Is there still a short time left? I don't have to give up this face today. Look, at this point, I'm still thinking that I have no bottom line in favoring Shinseo, just for her ability to predict the future. If it is really a cooked duck, all that is left is a hard mouth. On this day, Li Maobai wore this unique look and finished the morning ceremony without changing his expression or heart. It is said that when the courtiers left the Jinwan palace, they heard so much laughter that the eunuchs and maids on the long street were stunned for a moment. Those who didn't know thought they had got some big happy event. Asterisk. Didi, congratulations to the host for completing the task of give the tyrant a double ponytail and let him keep this look for the whole morning. The reward points for completing the task are plus 100, and the remaining points are 100. Every time the task in hard mode is completed, the host everyone can get a big wheel reward. As soon as Xiao Tuachuo finished speaking, the familiar big turntable appeared in front of Shinseo again. This time, the rewards were reduced to only 6 in total, but they all looked very tempting. Wisdom water, powerful pills, piano, chess, calligraphy and painting proficiency coupons are all things that require a lot of points to redeem. There was only one reward that said Reling, and Shinseo didn't understand. What is that wishful order? If the host obtains the Rui order, then as long as the host pronounces the command Rui, as I wish, the host can control a person at will for 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, the control person's words and deeds are controlled by the host's consciousness. And after the effect is lifted, he will have no memory of what happened. This stuff is great, Shinsei worriedly thought. If he receives some abnormal mission from the system next time and uses this reorder to deal with Li Maobai, wouldn't he be able to use his points for free? So she acted coquettishly to the system. Little Tuachuo, I want this. Ah, that's it. The system was embarrassed for a moment, then gritted its teeth and stamped its feet, and said, okay, because the host cares about me so much, let's make an exception for the host. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue pill appeared in Shinseo's palm. This is the Ruling. After the host eats it, he can use the password at any time. Shinseo's excitement was palpable. And at this moment, she wanted to kiss Xiao Tuachuo hard on the face.
She swallowed the pill without saying a word, and then heard the system slowly say, "Forgot to remind the host." Because the function of reorder is very powerful. The space and time administration stipulates that if it is used on the mission boss of the host's timeline, it will be ineffective. In layman's terms, it means that the host cannot use Rui Ling on the Tyrant. Shinseyo. Then why do I want it? Shinseyo, who just wanted to kiss the system, suddenly lost her temper. So she clenched her fists and beat her chest mercilessly again and again. Chapter 45. The Queen Mother interrogates Shinseyo. Yueguang Palace. The ethereal milky white smoke rising from the purple incense burner was dense in front of Concubine She. At this moment, she was half leaning on the Taisha chair, listening to the singer from the dance band singing a ditty. She entered the room close to the wall, walked around to Concubine She, and said in her ear,
"Your Majesty, there is new news coming from the Imperial Palace."
Concubine She slowly opened her beautiful eyes, raised her hand to order the singer to retreat, and then lazily said,
"Tell me, what's wrong?" That day, the Emperor caused a lot of jokes by showing off his twin ponytails in the previous court. The Queen Mother also scolded the Emperor for being disgraceful. The Emperor didn't say anything and just said that he was careless. But in fact, it was not like that at all. Something happened.
She chewed her tongue and became more and more excited as she spoke.
Xilon told the slave that Shinseyo had tied up the double ponytail hairstyle for the Emperor. She lied to the Emperor by saying that it could prevent the invasion of diseases and evil spirits, in order to make the Emperor trouble. What a joke.
Concubine She covered her face with a half smile and asked,
"Are you serious?" "It's true. Xilon is our spy in Yueguang Palace. What she heard with her own ears cannot be false. Then what did she come to tell me?"
Concubine She leaned slightly on the back of her chair and wrote lightly,
"It is the Queen Mother who is angry about this matter. Not me. No matter how much the wind blows, it should not be come here to me."
She was smart and immediately understood what Concubine She meant, and said,
"Don't worry, my queen. I know what to do."
The servants in the palace had nothing to do in their free time, so gossiping became their biggest hobby. So during the noon break of the second day, Xilon and the little maid of Xianshou Palace were chatting at the gate of the palace, and they happened to be overheard by Aunt Qingju, who was passing by. After hearing such news, Aunt Qingju quickly reported the matter to the Queen Mother. At that time, Shinseyo, who was taking a day off today, didn't know that a storm was coming towards her. "Little Tuacho, I'm so bored. Do you have a computer over there? You can show me a TV series, but I can't watch it. Just let me listen to the sound to relieve my boredom," Shinseyo said while cracking melon seeds. "Okay. I usually watch TV with headphones on at work. If the host likes it, I can take off the headphones and show it to the public." After a while, a very familiar conversation appeared in Shinseyo's mind. "Since you want to pursue excitement, then follow through to the end. You are so sexy." Shinseyo's face was full of black lines. How could this system watch such an archaeological TV series? However, after listening to it for a while, Shinseyo started to follow it, and when she heard the plot that she found uninteresting, she would ask the system to play it at double speed and skip over it quickly. While enjoying a leisurely afternoon tea, suddenly a stone was thrown in from the window. Shinseyo glanced curiously and saw that there seemed to be a note pressed under the stone. She picked up the note and unfolded it, and a line of somewhat scrawled handwriting came into view. After a lot of effort, she finally saw what was written on the note. "Tonight at 3 o'clock in the evening, we meet at the abandoned pavilion of Shiyu Lake." What is this? Who gave her the note? Could it be Li Maobai? It shouldn't be. He wants to find me. Why should he be so sneaky? Shinseyo subconsciously peeked out of the window, and saw nothing strange except the palace maids who came and went every day. She simply ignored the note, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the dustpan, and continued to listen to
"The Temptation of Going Home."
Good times are always short-lived. Within half a quarter of an hour, the door to her veranda was suddenly pushed open. The one who broke in was an unfamiliar-looking eunuch, followed by 4 fierce-looking guards. It was clear from the look that he was coming with bad intentions.
"The Queen Mother has summoned you to visit the Zha family."
Before Shinseyo could reply, the eunuch waved his hand at Shinseyo, and the guards immediately stepped forward and dragged her out, all the way into the Xianshou Palace. The Queen Mother was sitting on the rosewood phoenix seat in the main hall. She worships Buddha, never wears expensive jewelry, and looks very pure. But her burning eyes made it impossible to associate her with the word kindness.
"Kneel down."
In response, Shinseyo hit her knees on the ground and said solemnly,
My slave, Shinseyo, wishes you all the best in the world. The Queen Mother.
The Queen Mother leaned forward slightly and looked at her with squinted eyes.
The Ijia will ask you a few questions. You only need to answer whether the Ijia is yes or no. Do you understand?
In front of the Queen Mother's 2.8-meter aura, Shinseyo looked as pitiful as a little chicken and could only nod.
Ijia asked you, has the Emperor been to your veranda and slept in your bed? Yes, but that is presumptuous,
the Queen Mother said angrily.
Just answer whatever the Ijia asks you. If you talk too much, the Ijia will smash your mouth.
Why is this damn old woman so cruel? Let me think about how she died. Queen Mother Zhu.
Huh?
Damn it. She had such a fiery temper that she could still live to die at the age of 90. It's so blinding.
Ijia asks you again. Did the Emperor take you to the Star Observatory and watch the stars all night?
Yes.
When your Guishui came, the Emperor moved most of the Imperial doctors from the Imperial Hospital to diagnose and treat you, and also asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send you almost all the red dates, brown sugar, red dates, and other ingredients that nourish the blood and vitality in the palace. There?
Yes.
Humph.
The Queen Mother slapped the table with her right hand angrily, her tone suddenly rising 8 degrees.
Then when you were diagnosing the Emperor, you braided the Emperor's ponytail, and also lied to the Emperor that he had to wear that pickled hair. Only by going to court can we cure diseases and eliminate evil spirits. Is it true that the Emperor is deliberately embarrassed in front of the Emperor? Ah. It is true that the ponytail was made by the slave. But the slave's original intention was not to embarrass the Emperor in front of the Emperor. The Queen Mother knows this. Then what do you mean? The AI family has lived for so many years. And this is the first time I heard that braiding hair can cure diseases. It is really ridiculous. You, a slave girl, are bewitching the Emperor and doing whatever you want. What do you want? Your Majesty, you have misunderstood me. I only serve the Emperor and have no other thoughts. You have a tough mouth. Come here. Drag her into the courtyard and beat her with a stick of 30 inches of wood. The AI family wants to see if your mouth can be tougher than a 3-inch wooden board.
I go. If you don't listen to my explanation. Then why did you ask me to come? Just to hit me? Then why don't you just ask someone to bring a board to the palace maid's office to beat me up? And then it's over? Do you still have to go through a process? I've already told you that your son and I have nothing to do with each other. Are you deaf and can't understand human language? After the Queen Mother gave the order, guards gathered around to drag her out. The original owner was in a weak body. Wouldn't 30 big boards cost his life? If you want to get out of trouble, you have to grasp the Queen Mother's weakness. But what is her weakness? Correct. According to historical records, Queen Mother Zhu attached great importance to the royal bloodline. Li Mobai did not give her a son and a half during his 4-year reign, which has always been a regret in her heart. Thinking of this, seeing that the guards were already dragging her out of the main hall, Shinseyo opened her mouth to save her life and shouted casually,
The Queen Mother can't be beaten. I'm a slave. I'm happy.
Her howl frightened the guard, who was holding her back, and immediately let go of his hand. Chapter 46 The Slave is Happy. Shinseyo's words shocked everyone, and the atmosphere in Fenghuan Palace instantly gelled.
Are you happy? Where does happiness come from? The Queen Mother doubts the slave and the Emperor. So naturally this joy comes from the Emperor.
Shinseyo blushed in embarrassment and spoke in a reserved tone. But how could the Queen Mother trust her? He immediately called for the imperial physician to diagnose Shinseyo's pulse. Facing the imperial doctor's consultation, Shinseyo was not afraid. I just got the wishful order. Isn't it because I was dozing off and handed her a pillow? So, just when the imperial physician finished diagnosing the pulse and was about to report back to the Queen Mother that Shinseyo's pulse was normal and there was no sign of pregnancy, Shinseyo silently recited the password in her heart. As you wish. As I wish. The next moment, the imperial doctor's thoughts were completely controlled by Shinseyo. He was so addicted to drama that he knelt down in front of the Queen Mother and said happily,
Congratulations to the Queen Mother. Congratulations to the Queen Mother. Mission is indeed 1 month pregnant. What did you say?
The Queen Mother was extremely shocked.
Is there a misdiagnosis? Weichen is a veteran of Qianjini, so Weichen still has some confidence in this.
After confirming that Shinseyo was indeed pregnant, the Queen Mother ordered the imperial physician to leave first. But her attitude towards Shinseyo did not improve at all.
Does the Emperor know that you are pregnant? Your Majesty doesn't know that this servant only became suspicious of Guishui in the past few days, and is not sure whether she is really pregnant. Then let's call the Emperor, and let's see what the Emperor says. Oh? Queen Mother. That's not necessary. Right. The Emperor is busy with everything. So why bother running around for such a trivial matter for a slave? Isn't it the slave's fault? Humph. The AI family doesn't care whether the Emperor is Li Wanji or you. It still concerns the blood of the royal family. The AI family must ask clearly.
Shinseyo was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. This old lady is very fashionable. These are all nonsense. The Queen Mother was furious. So Shinseyo naturally couldn't stop her. Li Maobai arrived within no time of burning incense. The Queen Mother explained to him the whole story. Shinseyo only thought silently that she was finished. Little Tuachuo. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. It's all your fault. Why can't that breedling control the dog emperor's thoughts? I manipulated the imperial doctor into telling such a big lie. Now that the dog emperor is here, the paper can't contain the fire. He told the truth. Can the Queen Mother let me go? Am I not dead? Host, you can't blame me. If you do, blame yourself for your lack of brains. You just used the Rui order directly on the Queen Mother and asked her to let you go. Wouldn't that be the end of it? Shinseyo, then you won't remind me? Li Maobai was angry at first. He was so angry that Seo could slander his innocence like this when he had nothing to do. But after hearing the conversation between her and the system, he gradually calmed down. He really has to bear the blame. If he didn't take the blame, given his mother's temperament, Shinseo's life would probably be decided here. So he looked at Shinseo for a while, cleared his throat, and said something that shocked everyone. Yes! Shin is carrying my dragon heir! Woo woo! F***CK? Shinseo was both excited and a little confused. Is this dog emperor crazy? Is he willing to be this obvious ready-made father? The taker? No. No. There must be a reason for him to do this. Is it because I saved his life because he had smallpox? And he deliberately said this to repay me and save my life? The Queen Mother's face looked slightly ugly. And she asked in a deep voice. How can you be sure that the goods in her belly must be yours? The imperial doctor just said that Mrs. Shin has only been pregnant for 1 month. In the past month, even when I was ill, Mrs. Shin has been by my side day and night. She has no spare time to do dirty things with others. The Queen Mother stared at Shinseo, who was kneeling on the ground and turned pale with fright for a long time. Then she suddenly stood up from her seat and walked to her side with fast steps. Shinseo thought she was going to slap her down and scold him for tarnishing the royal bloodline. But how could you expect that what was waiting for you was the Queen Mother bending down and giving her a hand? The Queen Mother helped her up and brushed the dust off her knees very carefully. Her angry look just now suddenly became amiable. She laughed so hard that her eyes crinkled. She held Shinseo's hand and said softly, You kid! Why didn't you tell the AI family about such a good thing earlier? The AI family just asked you several times. Kneel on the ground. If anything happens to you while kneeling, wouldn't the AI family become a sinner? After saying that, he looked at Li Maobai and reprimanded. The same goes for the Emperor. Why didn't you tell the AI family early on about the good relationship between the two? Although Shin was born in a bad family, she was born with a mark. She behaved dignifiedly and understood the general situation. She was a woman, an excellent candidate. Now that she is pregnant, does the Emperor still plan to let her continue to be a nameless palace maid? Shinseo's face was filled with question marks. Why does this old girl have 2 faces in this movie? Both of these ladies have studied Sichuan opera. Right? How come everyone is a face-changing expert? Didn't you just say that I am shameless? Crazy. And ignorant of praise? Why did your attitude change all of a sudden? He even took my hand and put it on his heart. Help. Li Maobai only found it funny when he heard her voice, and murmured in his heart. Since you told the Queen Mother that you have my child, if I don't give you a title, won't you be called ruthless and unjust? And you have made too many enemies in the harem. So I can only give you a serious status, so that you can gain a foothold in the harem, and not be killed easily. It doesn't matter whether you die or not. What's important is that I still need you to help me distinguish between loyal and traitorous people. So I won't allow you to die. The mother-in-law taught you a lesson well. It's just that Shin's family background is not high, and she used to be a maid in the palace. So it is not appropriate to suddenly give her too high a position. In all dynasties, palace maids were awarded titles starting from officials. I think that now that Mrs. Shin is pregnant, there is no need for her to start from the position of official daughter. What does the queen think?
The emperor can arrange his own household affairs. How could Queen Mother Zhu care what position he gave Shinxio? Her heart had already blossomed with joy. As long as this child can be born smoothly, the Li family will have a future. After looking forward to it for so many years, she finally looked forward to the day when she would have a grandson. Not to mention how happy she was. The 15th day of this month is a good day. Enshin's canonization ceremony will be scheduled for that day. Only son Guiran lives in Yueguang Palace now, so let her move to the side hall of Yueguang Palace. After Li Maobai finished speaking his will, Sanfu saw that Shinxio was still stunned. So he quickly reminded with a smile. Master Shin, this is a great thing. Don't be so happy and confused that you forget to thank me. Shinxio then half blessed and half blessed her on the spot. Slave, thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty. The Queen Mother patted the back of her hand, smiled and joked. You still call yourself a slave? It's time to change your tune. Concubine, thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty. To others, he looked like a great saint. But in his heart, Shinxio was not happy at all. Please, who wants to be your concubine? You still have 3.5 years to live. If you die, your concubine will be buried with you. I don't want to be buried with you. God, what did I do wrong that you have to torture me like this? Li Maobai secretly sneered. Oh, this crazy bitch. I am the son of heaven. The emperor. Long live the emperor. Let's see if I will be as short-lived as you say. If I am not short-lived, then your hard days are coming. Chapter 47. Have a baby together. In order to save Shinxio's life, Li Maobai made her a concubine by decree. In addition, the Queen Mother was very eager to have a grandson. So it became a certainty that Shinxio would marry into the royal family. It was just such a happy event that everyone envied. But it made Shinxio very sad. She wasn't pregnant at all. So when she got older, and it was time to show her pregnancy, she couldn't stop the anger. If one day the Queen Mother finds out that she faked her pregnancy to compete for her favor, won't she still be unable to save her life? She had been worried about this matter in her heart. It was not until she and Li Maobai left the Immortal Show Palace that she realized that something was not right about his expression. How could I forget him? He made me a promise to repay me for saving my life. He must have thought that I was really pregnant. How could a tyrant want to be a father? He is looking at me like this now. Could it be that he is attracted to me? Li Maobai deliberately pretended to be slightly angry, folded the folding fan in his hand and flapped it, and asked in a deep voice, Tell me, who is the person who had an affair with you? Your Majesty, I forgive you. This slave is not pregnant. She just spoke nonsense in a desperate situation just to save her life. Oh, then why did the imperial doctor say you have a happy pulse? Perhaps he made a misdiagnosis. If the emperor doesn't believe it, he can call the imperial doctor to diagnose the pulse again. Slave. Li Maobai suddenly pushed the folding fan forward, lifted Shinxio's chin, and said in an almost threatening tone, What did you say? Slave said, I ask you, what should you call yourself now? Concubine? Li Maobai smiled uninhibitedly and then put down his hand. I'm sorry you don't have the guts to deceive me. But if you deceive the Queen Mother about a false pregnancy, you will be betrayed sooner or later. By then, won't it be even more difficult to save your head? Seeing Shinxio's overwhelmed look, he slowly leaned down close to her ear and said to her in an extremely low, ear-catching and gentle voice, Since you can't hide it, just let it come true. How about, let's have one? Shinxio couldn't help but shudder. Who wants to have children with you? You'd better stay away from me. I don't want to be buried with you. Dama. She couldn't refuse directly, so she could only pretend to be shy and said in a pretentious manner, Your Majesty, I want to do this. As soon as the words came out, Li Maobai suddenly straightened his body, lowered his eyes, and looked down at her, with a hint of teasing in the corners of his eyes and brows. You think so well. You can take care of the lies you told yourself. I don't want to care about you. Damn it. You saved my life, and I rescued you in front of the Queen Mother today. Don't think that your status as a concubine is different from your previous status. You are still a slave, and you still have to come to the study room every day to serve my writing. Also, even though you have become a concubine, the money you owe me has not been repaid, so you still have no monthly money. When she returned to the palace, the news that she had been honored by the emperor had spread to everyone. Everyone gathered around to tell her the good news one by one. At this time, the father-in-law of the Ministry of Internal Affairs also came to greet her with 2 maids. Shin promised
The west side hall of Yueguang Palace has been cleaned up for you. I have been ordered to welcome you there.
After saying this, he gestured for the two palace maids to come forward to pay their respects to Shinseyo.
These two servants are internal affairs. The government specially selected them for the little master. They are all quick-witted and quick at work. My slaves Xiangying and Xiaoting have met my young master.
Pear listened to Xiao and whispered softly.
I know that Xiangying. She used to be called Yueguang. And she was the one who served Concubine Ning.
Shinseyo and Concubine Ning had a quarrel. How could the maid who had served Concubine Ning be ordered by the Ministry of Internal Affairs to serve her? You don't need to think about it to know what's going on here. Shinseyo smiled and replied to her father-in-law.
People are all smart. But I'm not familiar with them after all. I'm always afraid of getting bored when I choose a new place to live with no one to talk to. But after all, it is my father-in-law's kindness. And I can't help but appreciate it.
She pointed at Xiangying casually and said,
seeing that I have affinity with her, I asked her to stay by my side and serve her. I will take 2 more from the palace maid. I'm leaving. Father-in-law, do you think this is a good arrangement? On the left and right are the people who serve the little master. Now that the little master is pregnant, I naturally choose one that is comfortable for you to use.
So Pear and Cheer were taken out of the fire pit of the palace maid's office by Shinseyo and went to Yueguang Palace with her. Yueguang Palace is the farthest palace from Li Mobai's Chaoyang Palace among the 6 east and west palaces. And the palace is not magnificent, but it is much better than the veranda where the maids lived in before. As soon as he entered the door, a young woman greeted him with a bright smile. Shinseyo had never met her, but she acted very affectionately.
My sister is here. I heard that my sister is coming today, so I have been waiting for her since early in the morning.
Li Mabai said that there was a son noble living in Yueguang Palace, and I think it was her. Shinseyo observed the etiquette and knelt down to greet son Guiran, then said,
I will live with my sister in the future. I have many problems. I hope my sister can take more care of me. No matter where they are all my sisters. To say so is to be foreign. I used to live alone, and was very lonely. It is easier to have my sister as a companion and talk and laugh.
The plastic sisters had a heart-to-heart talk with each other, and Shinseyo was so tired that her face almost froze with laughter. She returned to her bedroom and sat on the couch and rubbed her cheeks. She felt heavy-headed thinking that she would have to get up early to go to the Queen's palace to pay her respects tomorrow. I used to have days off when I was a palace maid, and I could occasionally take a lazy nap. It's a good thing now. As a concubine, I have to wake up every day, which is not enough trouble. Xiangying behaved very well.
Are you thirsty, little master? I will go and get you some fruit tea. You are pregnant, so that is the best thing to drink.
Shinseyo said with a smile.
Thank you. You are considerate.
Only after she left did Pear and Cheer both congratulate Shinseyo and smile happily.
Pear said, It's good that the young master has a happy event. But there is one thing that I don't understand. That Xiangying is concubine Ning's. Why would the young master choose her to come to the palace to serve her? It is inevitable that they are masters and servants of the same mind. It will be detrimental to the little master.
Cheer said.
Yes. What's more, the young master is still pregnant, so he should be even more careful.
Shinseyo smiled sadly and said nothing. What she wants is to have such a person by her side at this time. She was worried that no one would take advantage of her. If Concubine Ning was really wrong and wanted to kill the emperor in her belly, then she could give her a favor and also solve her own predicament. Wouldn't it kill 2 birds with 1 stone? So she told Pear and Cheer.
Concubine Ning is a concubine, and I am just a small promise. She secretly pointed out someone to serve me. If I refuse, who knows who else she will arrange to get close to me.
It's easy to hide from open attacks and hard to guard against hidden attacks. Instead of being plotted by her in the future, it's better to keep the people she arranges under your nose, at least to feel at ease. It's just that thanks to you, you have to watch her carefully for me. If there is any trouble, just let me know immediately.
Chapter 48. The Queen saw them. It was the first time that Shinseyo went to the Queen's palace to pay her respects as a concubine. And Shinseyo finally saw what it meant to hide a sword in a smile. The concubines all greeted her with smiles. Even Concubine Ning and Luo Bai, who had conflicts with her in the past. The Queen even showed her magnanimity as a true wife. She greeted her warmly and said,
Should promise to be pregnant in the future. If the pregnancy shows up, it will be inconvenient to move around. There is no need to come and talk to me every day.
I wish you well. Your heir is the most important thing. And I also care about you.
After she finished speaking with a smile, She told Xiangling.
Go and get the donkey-hide gelatin and blood swallows that were paid tribute by the governor of Shandong, and give them to Xinyao.
Shenxiu stood up and went down with the blessing ceremony.
The queen expresses her love, and I feel ashamed to receive it. Get up quickly. You don't have to salute frequently when you are pregnant, and you will appear to be in love with me.
After thanking the queen for her kindness, she sat down and heard Concubine Shen say softly,
Your child is the emperor's first son since he ascended the throne. You should be treated as a noble son. You could afford any good thing given to you.
I got 2 new pieces of Ruan brocade, which are made of the softest material. You use them to make quilt covers. After a few days, when the autumn cooled down, I changed to a thicker quilt. This kind of material is the most skin-friendly. Thank you, Concubine Chen, for your concern. Pregnant people always find it difficult to sleep well at night during the first month of the month. If you use something more comfortable, you can sleep better.
Concubine Chen's words made Concubine Hui, who was sitting next to her, laugh out loud and said in a strange tone,
Concubine Chen has never given birth to a child. I don't know where she got this experience. Not just Concubine Chen. Who else in the harem has given birth to a child?
Concubine She took over Concubine Hui's words and glanced at the queen intentionally or unintentionally.
But Concubine Chen also means well. As the saying goes, she has never eaten pork. Have you ever seen a pig running?
Ha. As soon as she finished speaking and her laughter had not stopped, Concubine She looked at Shenxiu, raised her eyebrows and said,
Look, I can't speak, so don't take it to heart.
Shenxiu was exhausted both mentally and physically. These women are not all that old. But when they talk, they have to be careful with their words. And they have to take the trouble to guess the underlying meaning of their words and deeds. It is really tiring. Fortunately, her mission is not to compete with these women for favor, no matter how jealous they are. She only needs to live a salty life in the harem and accumulate enough 1,000 points to return to modern times before Li Mobai dies. No matter how hard they fight now, they will only end up being buried alive, which is pitiful to think about. After finally dealing with these women, within 2 bites of lunch, a servant from the imperial court came to deliver a message.
Master Shen, the emperor is waiting for you in the chancery's study room at the moment.
Sun Guiran on the side was filled with envy after hearing these words.
Sister, you are so good. The emperor always thinks of you. Even during lunch, he is anxious to see your sister. Unlike my sister,
she sighed. Her expression revealed, a bit sad.
Since entering the palace, I have met the emperor 3 times, and they were always at family banquets. My sister is really a blessed person.
Shenxiu said that since entering the palace, this unwanted blessing has been increasing every day. I got up early and went to pay my respects to the queen. After listening to nonsense in her palace for a long time, I followed Concubine Shen back to her palace to get 2 pieces of cloth. She pulled her around and chatted for a while. She was feeling sleepy after lunch. She was so sleepy that she couldn't even open her eyes while standing next to Li Mobai studying ink. When he was drowsy, he couldn't stand still, so he swayed and pounced towards Li Mobai. Shenxiu was shocked when she fell into Li Mobai's arms. At this moment, she was lying on Li Mobai's lap, staring awkwardly at Li Mobai, who was looking down at her with wide eyes. Viewed from this angle, his tight jawline and straight nose bridge make his appearance even more beautiful.
You attacked me secretly?
One sentence shattered the filter Shenxiu had just established for him.
Concubine, I'm rude.
Li Mobai didn't help her and let her lie on his lap. So Shenxiu had no choice but to put his palms on Li Mobai's thighs to get up. But she was only halfway up when she suddenly heard the queen's voice.
I invite you, my concubine, to your majesty.
The queen stood at the door, speaking halfway, and everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene in front of them. Just because the positions of Li Mobai and Shenxiu at the moment are really weird. From her perspective, she could see that Shenxiu was touching Li Mobai's thighs with his hands, burying his head under the table, and was doing something shameless with Li Mobai. The queen's face instantly turned red and hot. She turned around and said in a panic,
I don't know that the emperor and Xinjiang are here. I'll leave first.
This misunderstanding is really big. Shenxiu stood up quickly. Li Mobai held his forehead and gave her a white look, and said in a deep voice,
The queen is overthinking. It's just that I dropped my pen, and Shen promised to help pick it up.
He stopped the queen, adhering to the principle that as long as I am not embarrassed, I am the one who is responsible for others, and asked,
What's the matter with the queen at this time?
The queen hesitated for a moment and came to her senses. She quickly glanced at the two people on the stage. Each other's faces were red. Their eyes were twinkling, and there was something fishy about them at first glance. She dropped her pen and bent down to pick it up. Did Shinseyo put her whole body on Li Mobai's thigh? Even so, she still maintained her identity as a queen and replied decently.
I have made arrangements for the Queen Mother's birthday next month. The gift list and catalog have been ordered to be handed over to Sanfu. Please take the time to review it.
Li Mobai nodded slightly.
You have worked hard these days.
On the Queen Mother's birthday, Li Mobai naturally attached great importance to filial piety. The queen has already arranged everything. And then she needs to arrange the layout, process and details of the birthday banquet, which is the most cumbersome. With the corner of his eye, Li Mobai glanced at Shinseyo, who was standing leisurely aside but cursing him in his heart, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. You like to scold me, right? I'll find you some good job to do, and see if you still have the energy before scolding me. Then he said,
the arrangement process for the follow-up birthday banquet is cumbersome and tiring. The queen has been feeling ill recently. She is tired from doing all these things, so there is no need to worry about it. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, I am not tired. My concubine, I think, should promise to be quite considerate, so I'll leave these things to her.
The queen was stunned. Shinseyo was also stunned.
I have never done anything like this. The Queen Mother's birthday is a great joy in the palace. I am afraid of myself. It doesn't matter.
Li Mobai interrupted her with a wave of his hand.
I believe you have this ability.
Regarding Li Mobai's arrangement, the queen replied with a smile.
I also feel that Shin promised Hui Zilangsen and is worthy of this position.
After leaving the study room, Xiangling helped the queen get into the Phoenix sedan. After hearing a few words outside the door, she felt aggrieved for the queen in her heart.
Queen, the emperor favors Shin and agrees too much. She is just a rough maid. Why should she take the credit for your work? Queen?
You have always planned the Queen Mother's birthdays, but now it's a good thing. You have been thinking of a good way to make the Queen Mother happy for so long. But the Emperor wants Shin to agree to take care of it with your ideas. Isn't that great? Did it all fall on her head?
Compared to Xiangling's frustration, the queen didn't take this matter to heart at all. She took Xiangling's hand, looked at her with bright eyes, and said with a smile,
the birthday-related matters were submitted to the Emperor. And naturally they were also given to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother knew who was behind this. And the preparation for the birthday banquet is the Emperor wants to give her the most painful job. So that I can be clean? So why do I have to make it difficult for myself?
Xiangling leaned down and said respectfully,
the queen understands the Sacred Heart and is merciful to the harem. It is my servant who made a mistake.
Chapter 49, Digging a Hole for the Emperor. Women are jealous, especially when there are so many women in the harem guarding one husband. This jealousy turns into violent jealousy. When the queen saw this, Shinseyo offended the leader of the harem, and she was afraid that the future would be difficult. While sighing in her heart about her misfortune, she couldn't help but yawn in front of Li Mobai. She yawned so loudly that she choked out 2 tears. She was about to raise her hand to wipe it away, but Li Mobai raised his hand to wipe away the tears for her, and then looked at her with a look of pity on her.
What's wrong?
Are you moved to tears when you see me protecting you in front of the queen? Holy shit. Is this dog emperor crazy? What's with those loving eyes and doting tone? But he said so I can't say I'm sleepy. Right. Forget it, and just climb along the pole. Shinseyo pretended to be coquettish and said delicately,
Concubine. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Li Mobai kept staring at her, with a half-smile expression on his face.
I see that you don't look very good today, but you didn't get a good rest last night? Back to the Emperor. I got up too early in the morning, and I'm a little sleepy. Then go back and rest. I can't bear to see you like this.
Did I hear that correctly? He actually let me go like this? Something's wrong. If he really cared about me, why did he ask me to take over the Queen Mother's birthday? Those trivial things were the most tiring. What was going on in his mind? No matter what happens in the future, Li Mobai's willingness to let her go back to rest today is already his
benevolence.
So Shinseyo thanked him repeatedly and ran out of the study room as if he was afraid that Li Mobai would regret it. On the way back to the palace, she met many palace people saluting her. But the strange thing was that today, after saluting, these palace people seemed to turn around and snicker at something. It wasn't until he returned to Yong'an Palace that Shinseyo realized what the palace people were laughing at.
What's going on, little master?
Payer stared at Shinseyo's face in surprise for a long time. then reached out and rubbed her eyes. This is. Shinseyo looked at the ink stains on her fingertips, and an ominous premonition arose in her heart. She quickly took a bronze mirror and took a selfie. As expected, there were 2 faint ink stains hanging under his eyes, which looked like a pair of panda eyes. No wonder those palace people turned their backs and laughed at her. No wonder Li Maobai had a malicious smile on his face when he let himself go back to rest. She asked, how could Li Maobai suddenly change his temper? It turned out that while he was wiping his tears, he smeared the ink stains on his fingertips under his eyes so that he could make a fool of himself all the way back to the palace. Is this dog emperor mentally retarded? How can you be so childish for such a grown-up person? Slave, go get some water and wipe it clean for your little master. Peierfong opened the palace door and saw the external attendant and internal eunuch of the Immortal Show Palace coming to report. Little Master Shin, the Queen Mother has gotten up from her nap and wants to see you. Come on! The Queen Mother summoned her, and her beautiful wish to take a nap was about to be ruined again. Go and report to the Queen Mother for me, and tell me that I will be there immediately. After being sent away from the inner prison, Peia hurriedly prepared warm water and a handkerchief. You must not lose etiquette in front of the Queen Mother. Please hurry up and help me freshen up. Seeing that the wet veil was about to move to her face, Shinseyo raised her hand to stop it. She looked at her miserable appearance in the mirror, and said with a bad smile, the disgrace is also the Emperor's disgrace. What does it have to do with me? Since Li Maobai treats her like this, don't blame her for treating others the same way. Ever since, Shinseyo went to the Immortal Show Palace sleepily with such a funny face. Concubine, I send my regards to the Queen Mother. I wish the Queen Mother good health and long-term blessings. The Queen Mother smiled and said, Get up quickly. Xingzhu, give me a seat. After she sat down, the Queen Mother noticed the clues on her face. Hey, what's wrong with your face? Shinseyo pretended to be confused and stroked her cheek. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Which made the Queen Mother laugh. Didn't you rest at noon? The AI family even asked Xingzhu to ask if it was 4/4 after 10 o'clock in the morning when you returned to your palace from Concubine Qin. It's almost midnight now. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And the AI family has just ordered people to ask you to come and sit in the palace. How can I miss you? Yawn. The Queen Mother was halfway through her words when she was interrupted by Shinseyo's unconcealed yawn. My concubine has behaved inappropriately. Please forgive me. Queen Mother. After lunch, the Emperor asked my concubine to go to the study room. The concubine was not allowed to interfere in politics. Li Maobai was reviewing memorials in the Shang Shufang. What did he ask Shinseyo to do? The Queen Mother's eyes became wary, and she was about to ask a question when Shinseyo said again. The Emperor said that when he was a slave, he served as pen and ink in the minister's study room. He was used to using concubines. I can't adapt to the new person. The Queen Mother felt more at ease. After all, Shinseyo had done this before, so it wasn't too out of the ordinary. But when she glanced at Shinseyo's belly again, her heart was in her throat again. The Emperor is confused. You are a healthy person. How can I let you be so tired? No. No. The Queen Mother misunderstood. The Emperor treated my concubines very well. When I saw my concubines crying, tears came out, and I even wiped them away with my own hands. Shinseyo said nice words for Li Maobai, while rubbing his sleepy eyes. With this rubbing, the ink stains were completely blurred under her eyes. The Emperor wiped the concubine's tear stains, and was concerned that the concubine would be tired. So he asked the concubine to go back to the palace to rest as soon as possible. The concubine just returned to the palace. The Queen Mother then summoned her. As a concubine who wants to be a wife must serve the Queen Mother diligently. So she did not dare to neglect for a moment, and came in a hurry. The Queen Mother saw that the thing stained under Shinseyo's eyes was ink. And according to Shinseyo's words, after Li Maobai wiped her tears, she came to Xianshou Palace before she could look in the mirror and wash up. So the ink under her eyes, the stain must have been put on her by Li Maobai. Xingzhu, go get some water and promise to cleanse your face for Shin. Shinseyo pretended to be at a loss. It wasn't until the washing utensils were brought up, and he glanced at the water, that he said in surprise. Ah! When did the ink get stained around the eyes? It must have been when the Emperor was wiping his concubine's tears. Be careful to smear the ink on my concubine's face. The concubine is guilty of disobedience in front of the Queen Mother. Shinseyo knelt down and apologized to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother took care of her body, and quickly had someone help her up and wash her face. Privately, I thought that although Shinseyo had a bad background, she was still a woman who knew the rules and etiquette. On the contrary, it was Li Mabai. She looked gloomy and said solemnly,
"If the Emperor was unintentional, why didn't he remind you when he saw the ink stains under your eyes? He is used to making nonsense. It is ridiculous for you to serve in front of the Emperor when you have a body. Now he is making fun of you."
The AI family saw that he had been with Jin Yin for a long time, and they learned many of his bad habits. Xingqiu, go and call the Emperor to the AI family.
Chapter 50. The Queen Mother favors Shincio. Before Li Mabai came, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would inevitably have a few chats about home affairs. Shincio, who used water to remove her makeup, looked more and more like a watery hibiscus. There was a bit of glamour in her elegant appearance, which made me feel pity for her. The Queen Mother couldn't help boasting,
The AI family has never looked at you carefully before.
"But I didn't realize that you are such a beauty. It's no wonder that the Emperor is obsessed with you. But the clothes you are wearing don't suit you very well."
The Queen Mother looked at the material of Shincio's clothes and slowly shook her head.
"This is a brocade material that was not fashionable a few years ago. The embroidery work is also poor. The color is superficial, and the style does not complement your figure. You are a serious concubine. The AI family has asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs. There is no one in your mother's family, so there is no need to send money back home. If you get any rewards in the future, just use them on yourself."
She stroked the gilded phoenix hairpin on her bun and smiled gracefully.
This woman has to be willing to spend money on herself, so that her life in this world was not in vain.
I didn't expect this old lady to live quite clearly, and when she wasn't grinning, she was quite pleasing to the eye. But now that she's said this, why shouldn't she hurry up and take over the show? She looked aggrieved and pursed her lips.
I also understand this. When the concubine goes out, it symbolizes the Emperor's face. I don't want to lose my status to the Emperor. It's just that I am really short of money. There is no spare money to buy these. Oh! Although the promised monthly salary is not rich. But you are pregnant, and the AI family has specifically ordered the Ministry of Internal Affairs to handle your monthly salary according to the rules of the concubine. So why should you be shy about it?
Good guy. When did this happen? Why didn't she? The client? No. This dog Emperor is a real dog, and his concubines can earn at least 100 taels of silver per month. In this way, the 1,000 taels she owed Li Mabai could actually be paid off in just 10 months. He deliberately kept it secret because he wanted to work for him in vain. I have never seen such a shameless person. I was born as a palace maid. To be a concubine is already the Queen Mother's pity for the Emperor. What else can I ask for? Shincio felt sorry for herself and sighed softly.
The Emperor said that the concubine used to be a palace maid. Even if she becomes a palace maid, concubines should not forget their status. It is also said that after becoming a concubine, the food and clothing will be much richer. So the monthly silver will not be paid to the concubine.
The Queen Mother was quite shocked when she heard this. She once thought that her son had something wrong with his head. It stands to reason that he must like Shincio. Over the years, all the women in the harem could not fall in his eyes. However, Xian Shincio gained the favor of the Emperor and became an heir, which shows the depth of his love. But since he likes her, why should he treat his beloved woman so harshly? Not to mention having to serve him while pregnant. Not even giving him monthly money? Doesn't this mean that his wife will run away? Could it be possible that he likes sadomasochism? The Queen Mother looked at Shincio's charming appearance and felt a little distressed, and said,
"The Emperor is confused. Don't belittle yourself. You deserve it. So what if you are from a low background? When the AI family was a concubine, her birth is not outstanding. But so what? The AI family is not the Empress Dowager now."
Just as he was talking, the rightful owner arrived. Li Mabai slowly walked in and saw Shincio sitting in the hall with a frown on her face, looking like green tea. She also saw the Queen Mother's serious expression, and secretly thought something was wrong. Where did this crazy bitch come from? After he sat down, the Queen Mother asked him,
"Emperor, did you ask Shin to agree to go to the study room to serve your writing?" "Yes." "Did you promise Shin that you would let her remember that you are a palace concubine, so that you would not have any money from her?"
Li Mabai glanced at Shincio, who was about to cry, but heard that she was happily waiting to see his joke.
"Mother, things are not what you think. Then what did you tell the family about?"
The Queen Mother's tone suddenly rose, and she was a little annoyed.
"The ink stains in Shin's eyes when she promised to come to greet the AI family were wiped out by you as a joke. You're such a pretty girl. Do you think it's fun for you to embarrass her in the palace like this? The AI family sees that you have been confused by Jin Yin. The mother is the queen, but the son is not. Queen mother, please don't talk about the emperor.
Shinseyo cut off Li Mobai's words and said with tea in her tea,
It's all the concubines who are bad, causing discord between the queen mother and the emperor. A concubine who was born as a palace concubine can have it is already a blessing for a concubine to have the honor of serving the emperor. How can a concubine dare to expect anything else?
As she spoke, she actually shed tears.
I just hope that I can stay with the emperor for a long time. As for serving the emperor's pen and ink, and not asking for money every month, it is all of my own volition, and I am with the emperor.
It's irrelevant. The queen mother must not hurt the relationship between you and the emperor over such a trivial matter as a concubine. If so, the concubine would be really guilty.
The more she understood the general situation, the more the queen mother felt distressed.
Emperor, look, look. Such a good woman is still pregnant with your child. How can you bear to treat her so harshly?
Such a good woman? Is there my child in your belly? There's a stick in her belly. He glanced at Shinseyo sharply and said solemnly,
Shut your mouth. Don't talk nonsense in front of your mother. Emperor,
the queen mother scolded.
You are pregnant, and you dare to be so cruel to her in front of the AI family. It shows that you don't know how to treat her behind your back. You don't feel sorry for her, and the AI family still feels sorry for the little emperor of the AI family. Sunday, you are really.
Whoop. Whoop. The queen mother seemed to be extremely angry with Li Maobai. She clutched her chest and gasped, her cheeks turning red from holding back. This frightened Li Maobai, and he hurriedly stepped forward to help the Empress Dowager, and said,
How do you feel? The Empress Dowager? Come here. Call the Imperial Doctor. AI Jia asks you.
The queen mother grabbed Li Maobai's wrist and gasped.
Will you treat Shin Yaosheng harshly in the future? No, I will not treat her harshly. Mother, please don't be angry. Do you still want her to serve the pen and ink? No. Aren't you going to give her monthly money?
Fafa.
It's okay then.
The queen mother suddenly let go of Li Maobai's wrist and sat up straight. She was no longer panting, and her face was no longer red. Seeing how proud she was, Shinseyo felt that she might not have any trouble getting up to the 6th floor in one breath. Everyone in the harem who co-wrote this movie is a drama queen, and the queen mother's acting skills are such that it would be unfair not to award her an Oscar for her hard work. Li Maobai and Bai Bai were also dumbfounded, standing in a dilemma. Later, the queen mother took a leisurely sip of tea, and then chased him.
What are you still doing? It looks like it's time for dinner. So go and accompany Shin back to the palace for dinner.
Li Maobai's eyes and brows were full of rejection.
Mother, you? Huh?
The queen mother put down the teacup and put her hand on her chest again.
Are you going? Go. My son is afraid of you. So go right now.
With that said, he quickly stepped forward and took Shinseyo's hand, pulling her away from the Immortal Life Palace. Chapter 51. Praise and Killing.
How dare you have the guts to run up to the Queen Mother and scold me? I am unjustly accused. It was the Queen Mother who summoned me to the Immortal Show Palace to chat. The Queen Mother asked me about everything in detail. I tried my best to smooth things over, but the Queen Mother still found out the clues. The Queen Mother and the Emperor are both very smart nobles. Like how can I, a clumsy person like me, escape your discernment by telling lies?
Shinseyo had a miserable look on her face, but she was laughing and joking in her heart. She only felt refreshed when she saw that the usually arrogant dog Emperor was being scolded by her own mother, so that she did not dare to speak back. Li Maobai was even more aggrieved. He could clearly hear how Shinseyo scolded and ridiculed him in his heart. But this guy is very good at acting on the surface, and since he can't find fault with her, he can only bear his anger in vain. Seeing through Shinseyo's pride, Li Maobai said, The Queen Mother loves you so much because of the dragon air in your belly. Paper cannot contain the fire, but I want to see how long your majesty can last. He returned to the sedan chair and ordered in a deep voice, From now on, you don't have to come to the Chancery's study room to serve the pen and ink, but you have to make arrangements for the Queen Mother's birthday. If anything goes wrong by then, I will only ask you. Asterisk. Yawa Palace. Concubine, she was sitting on the Taisher chair, holding a snow-white kitten in her arms, and was flipping through the accounts on the table. In the dog days of summer, in order to get rid of the heat, the expenses of the harem gradually increased. She had the power to co-manage the 6th palace, so the queen left the matter of reducing the expenses of the harem in her hands. Luo Bin stood behind her and kneaded her shoulder blades very diligently.
Concubine, she read 2 pages, and then threw the account aside. She frowned and said,
The expenses of the harem will only be much higher for the Queen Mother's birthday next month. At this time, the Queen asked me to help save money. Isn't it obvious that she would embarrass me? If the money that should be spent is not spent, how can the Queen Mother's birthday be celebrated in a dignified manner? But if it is spent, how can it be said that it is frugal? It's the Queen's excuse.
Luo Bin said,
My Majesty naturally respects the Queen Mother. So what does the Queen do?
Concubine, she sneered and said,
The Emperor gave the matter of birthdays to Yueguang to handle, and the Queen asked me to manage the accounts. She wanted me to come forward and embarrass Yueguang.
Recalling the loss she suffered from Shinseo in the past, Luo Bin became even more angry.
This humble servant is arrogant after climbing onto the dragon's bed. As the head of the concubine, I should teach her a lesson. Are you confused?
Concubine, she raised her eyes.
She is now the most beloved of the Emperor. If I embarrass her, I will embarrass the Emperor. Shooting the first bird is what the Queen is not willing to do. Naturally, I will not do it. Will do. The imperial concubine has many plans, and I will obey you.
As she spoke, she brought a square gilt brocade box into the room and presented it to Concubine Shi.
Your Majesty, the snow-quenched blood swallows distributed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs this year have arrived.
Luo Bin took a look at the appearance of the blood swallow, smiled and complimented.
This year's snow-quenched blood swallow is in excellent condition. The blood color is deep red, and the bird's head is clearly defined. It is an excellent thing just by looking at it. This snow-quenched blood swallow, it's rare that a total of 7 or 8 drawers are produced in a year. Apart from the Queen Mother and the Queen, you are the only one who can enjoy it, which shows how much the Emperor values you.
Concubine, she smiled slightly complacently and told Qiushi,
Keep 1 drawer and send the remaining 1 to the Queen Mother as a token of my gratitude.
Qiushi didn't make any move after hearing this. So she said,
Your Majesty, the Ministry of Internal Affairs has distributed this to our palace this year, and there is only 1 drawer in total. 1 drawer.
Luo Bin asked doubtfully.
Every year, the Queen Mother gets 3 drawers, and the Queen and the Imperial Concubine share the rest equally. Is it possible that this year we only get 5 drawers? This time. As for the Empress Luo Bin, she will get 7 drawers this year as in previous years. The Queen Mother's palace sent 3 drawers. The Empress Dowager and the Imperial Concubine each sent 1 drawer. As for the remaining 2 drawers, they were given away. Went to Yueguang Palace. It's that bitch again,
Luo Bai said without hesitation.
What is her identity? She is worthy of using such a precious thing. She, Luo Bin. Why are you always speaking rashly these days?
Concubine, she interrupted her words, and with her usual expression on her face, she told Qiushi to send the only drawer to Shinseo. After Qiushi retreated, Luo Bin was even more puzzled and said,
Why does the Imperial Concubine need to promote a slave? You rewarded her with such a precious thing so casually.
Concubine, she stroked the hair of the white cat in her arms, scratched its neck, teased it for a while, then looked at Luo Bin and said with a smile,
She is pregnant now. What good things can she not use? And I ask you, what would the Queen do if she knew that I had given the blood swallow to Shinyao? Given the Queen's habit of winning people's hearts, no matter how reluctant she is to part with it, she will still force herself to be generous and give her drawer to Shin. That's enough.
Concubine, she smiled.
The more favor she gets, the more people win her over. The more jealousy she will naturally arouse. Now the Emperor, the Queen Mother, the Empress, and I all have other feelings for her. They look at each other. And she is pregnant. Doesn't she become the most conspicuous one in the harem? You don't know how jealous women are. There are so many concubines in the harem. So who has the wrong idea? It can't be saved. Why should I bother myself when others can do it?
Luo Concubine cast admiring glances at Concubine Shi and said flatteringly,
Concubine Shi is the master of planning. Compared with you, I am really stupid. Study hard.
Concubine Shi stood up and walked slowly to the bedroom.
It has never been easy to live well in this palace.
The next day, Shinseo felt a little nauseous when she faced the 4 drawers of snow-tempered blood swallows placed on her desk. In modern times, she did not eat birds' nests. Although she knew that this stuff was very nourishing, it was still the saliva of swallows. She really could not overcome her psychological shadow about eating saliva. Pear and Cheer praised the snow-tempered blood swallow at the side and said that it was a rare and good thing. Except for the Queen Mother, the Empress, and the noble concubine. No other concubines had even seen it. Shinseo said casually,
Then take it and share it. and give some to the concubines in each palace.
Pay her cheer.
My lord, this is a rare thing, and it represents the emperor's favor to you. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to give it to other concubines at will. What's wrong? What he gave to me is mine, isn't it? I can do whatever I want with my things. Is there a problem? But stop being stubborn and do as I say. I'm allergic to birds' nests and I can't eat them. It would be a waste to leave this thing here if it goes bad.
Ever since all the concubines in the harem had seen what the quenching snow blood swallow looked like on this day, the queen mother heard her move and was full of praise for her. And many of the concubines also changed their views on her. As for the queen and concubine, not only did their wishful thinking come to nothing, but they also lost their wives and lost their troops. So they had to hide in the palace and became very angry. Chapter 52 3D Printer. In the past 2 days, Shincio went to the queen's palace more often. All the arrangements for the queen mother's birthday were planned by the queen. Li Mobai asked Shincio to implement them. Naturally, she had to ask the queen clearly what she meant to avoid making mistakes. The queen was kind and explained all the procedures to her in detail. Some complicated matters, such as the layout of the banquet and the arrangement of the program, are all prepared by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Song and Dance Studio. So there is no need to worry too much. Only this concubine's gift needs to be handpicked and stored in the treasury by Shincio. And then the order of the concubine's gifting must be reasonably arranged. The queen ordered people to bring up the congratulatory gifts and introduce them one by one to Shincio. The things that the concubine brought to the queen mother as gifts were naturally rare. The gold, silver, and jade were all small and exquisite. And even the 18 bone relics and Buddhist scriptures handwritten by eminent monks, which were rare to find, were prominently listed. This shows how much thought they put into trying to please the queen mother. Actually, among these congratulatory gifts, the one from Imperial Concubine, she is the most thoughtful.
The queen moved a glass jade cup and handed it to Shincio.
Do you see any difference?
Shincio looked at it carefully. The glazed jade lamp was made of glazed glass, with colorful phoenix patterns painted on the outside. The phoenix feathers were made of green dots and welded together, which made the phoenix more lifelike. It looks exquisite. But no matter how exquisite it is just a teacup. How can it be worth anything?
This glazed jade lamp is exquisitely crafted and very good. The workmanship and materials used are not outstanding. But the real rarity lies in the jade cup itself. The queen mother likes sweets, and she only likes fruit tea on weekdays. This glazed jade cup sent by Imperial Concubine, she is so strange that she can shake it in the water. It can be turned into slightly sweet sugar water instantly, which is perfect for making tea for the queen mother.
Just by listening to the queen's tone when introducing this glazed jade lamp, one knew that this item was priceless. How dare Shincio continue to support him? He quickly handed the jade cup to Xiangling and told her to keep it safely. After chatting for a while, the queen took out a key and handed it to her.
These gifts will be stored in Xiangyu Pavilion. The key will be given to you for safekeeping. It will also be convenient for you to check the gifts at all times and prepare the congratulatory messages for the queen mother.
Shincio shied away and refused to accept it. The queen complimented her and said,
The emperor named you to do these things to show his trust in you. I also believe in your ability. If I don't give you this key, keep it safe. If the emperor finds out, he will inevitably scold me. You don't have to worry. Just do it with confidence. If you don't understand anything, just ask me.
After leaving Fengwan Palace, Shincio's expression was very solemn along the way. She asked,
My young master has gained the queen's trust. Why do you look unhappy?
Trust? Where does she trust herself? The queen has made it clear that there is only one key to Xiangyu Pavilion. And now the key is with her. If anything goes wrong with the gift stored inside, isn't it her responsibility? Although the queen showed a dignified and majestic appearance in front of Shincio, her fake face could not deceive Shincio even if she could deceive everyone. After all, she is also a well-known representative figure in the city and history. In her eyes, Shincio robbed her of her husband and favor, and took away her real power and fame. How could she be kind to herself? I'm afraid that behind this pleasant appearance, there is a knife that can kill without blood. The key to Xiangyu Pavilion was once in the hands of the queen, and she could have as many keys as she wanted. If she had someone sneak in and destroy the gift while she was keeping the key, wouldn't she become a criminal? Back in his palace, Shincio carefully considered the matter. The congratulatory gifts given by the queen herself were also stored in Xiangyu Pavilion. The cost for her to burn Xiangyu Pavilion was too high. and she could not do it. So if she wanted to frame her, the most likely thing would be to destroy the most valuable gift stored inside. And the identity of the sender of the gift must be as noble as possible. Concubine she ranked first among the concubines. And the glazed jade cup she sent was far rarer than the 18 bone relics carefully prepared by the queen. Destroying the glazed jade cup and blaming it on Shin himself would not only make her the most popular person on the queen mother's birthday, but also induce Concubine she to blame this debt on herself. It could be said to kill two birds with one stone. Therefore, what the queen is most likely to destroy is this thing. Xiao Tuachuo. Is there anything in the convenience store that can make an exact copy of an item? Exactly the same? It doesn't seem to be the case. However, if the host only requires a similar appearance, there is still something that can be done. What? There is a 3D printer in the convenience store. A single use consumes 5 points. It can be used unlimited times after purchase. It costs 100 points to purchase. Which one do you need? Host? Is there such a good thing? Without saying a word, Shinseio exchanged 5 points for the right to use a 3D printer. Good host. After deducting 5 points from the host, the remaining points are currently 95. After a while, the glazed jade cup appeared in Shinseio's palm. At nightfall, Shinseio entered Xiangyu Pavilion alone and compared the fakes with the genuine ones. Sure enough, there was no difference at all. If there is any difference between it and the genuine product, it is just that the water produced by the fake product is not sweet, but has a pungent smell of dye. She put the original away close to her body, and put the fake back in its place. 3 days later, on the eve of the Queen Mother's birthday banquet, when Shinseio came to Xiangyu Pavilion again, she found that the fake glazed jade cup had been smashed to the ground as expected. She let the debris spread all over the floor without clearing it up, and continued to do whatever she was doing calmly. When she went to the Queen's palace to pay her respects the next day, the Queen asked with concern,
There are only a few days left before the Queen Mother's birthday. Are all preparations in place?
Shinseio smiled calmly.
Queen, please rest assured. Everything is in order.
From behind the seemingly kind smile on the Queen's face, Shinseio could see all the strange and sinister thoughts. The pit that the Queen laid had been safely passed by him. But there were still difficulties ahead. The Queen Mother's birthday is coming soon, and she has not yet prepared the next decent gift. She can't compete with other high-ranking concubines in terms of financial resources. If she tries to please others too much, she will be too sharp, which will be detrimental to her. If you want to give a gift, you have to give something worthless, but something that can please the Queen Mother. After thinking about it, Shinseio remembered the Queen Mother's preferences that the Queen had mentioned to her. Yes, doesn't the Queen Mother like to drink sweet things? The Queen Mother naturally drinks milk tea, fresh fruit juice, and agar-agar jade dew. But she has never drank any modern carbonated drinks. Right? Thinking of the 5 points bottle of Coke in the convenience store, Shinseio felt that there was no more cost-effective gift than it. It's hot summer now. Pour Coca-Cola into a transparent glass. Add some ice cubes inside. Put a slice of lemon along the edge of the glass. And finally garnish with a few green mint leaves. This B-style didn't he come up right away? She is really an ordinary little genius. Chapter 53 Queen Mother. Do you drink Coke? The Empress Dowager's birthday banquet was held on the Tongue Flower Terrace, and concubines with higher status than nobles in the palace were eligible to be present at the banquet. Shinseio was the organizer of the banquet, and because she was pregnant, she was the only concubine who could attend with the promised status. A 9-foot dragon case was placed in the center of the banquet, with Li Maobai taking the first place, followed by the Queen and the Queen Mother. During the banquet, people drank wine, sang and danced, and it was very lively. After the dishes were served and Li Maobai took the lead in presenting the Queen Mother's congratulatory gifts, the Queen said,
Shin promises. Please also present the gifts from all the concubines one by one.
The concubines' birthday wishes were all written by Shinseio. When they presented gifts one by one, Shinseio recited the birthday wishes. This was originally an idea the Queen came up with to embarrass her, thinking that Shinseio was from a lowly background and had never read any books. So her birthday speech would naturally be poor, and she would lose her standing in front of the Queen Mother. How did she know that Shinseio was knowledgeable about the past and the present, even if she couldn't write it herself? How difficult would it be to memorize the birthday poems written by the literati of the dynasty after the Qing dynasty? Emphasis added. I remind you to study hard. Otherwise, you won't even be able to pretend to be B if you accidentally travel through time one day.
Purple chrysanthemums are just born, and red hibiscus is falling. The moon is good and the wind is clear. and it gradually feels like the Mid-Autumn Festival. The sky is like water, and the silver screen shows the green mountains in the distance. The embroidered curtain rolls, and the fragrance leads to the ears. Let's celebrate the auspiciousness of the world together. The jade cup filled with wine lingers in the dancing sleeves. Happy Southern Spring Festival. Wish you a happy birthday. A beautiful feast. When you pick up the incense, the jade looks like your hand. When you pick up the cup, the gold looks like wine. Wish you a happy birthday. Life is longer than the universe. Live long and live long. The pine tree has become greener and greener. The black rabbit walked away from him. Live long and live long.
Such birthday wishes with gorgeous words and perfect meanings came out of Shinseo's mouth in an endless stream, making everyone stunned, especially the Queen Mother, who already likes poetry and songs. After hearing Shinseo write so many good poems and lyrics, she didn't care about the gifts from the concubines and just looked at Shinseo.
Shinyao has such a good literary talent, which really makes the AI family pay attention. The Queen Mother is overly praised. The concubines are just scratching the surface. They are doing tricks in front of the Queen Mother and causing jokes. The Queen Mother should not blame her.
The Queen was full of calculations and unexpectedly made Shinseo show her face in front of others. Seeing that the Queen Mother was chatting happily with her, she raised her wine cup and toasted to the Queen Mother.
Happy birthday to the Queen Mother. The gifts sent by the concubines, they are all carefully prepared. And the Queen Mother will see if she likes them.
She cleared her throat and highlighted Concubine she's gift.
Concubine, she gave the Queen Mother a glass jade cup. It is a rare thing. It is said that when white water is poured into it, it will taste sweet. Oh, so rare? That's right.
The Queen looked at Shinseo and said with a smile.
Shin promised to present the congratulatory gift from Concubine She.
She was waiting to see Shinseo's joke. But when she saw Shinseo calmly looking for the glass jade cup from the gift, her phoenix eyes nearly popped out of her sockets. She glanced sideways at Xiangling, who was waiting beside her. Xiangling also looked confused. Why did this thing that I had obviously smashed appear at the birthday banquet? As the Queen's thoughts swirled, she was sure that the glazed jade lamp in front of her was definitely a fake made by Shinseo. So she quickly put on a serious face and said to Concubine She,
Concubine She, please open our eyes to such a good thing.
Concubine She nodded in agreement, took the glass jade cup, poured some water into it, and poured a bowl for the Queen Mother. After tasting it, the Queen Mother showed an expression of surprise in the corner of her eyes and eyebrows.
Is it really so magical? It's sweet in the mouth. Sweet but not greasy. It's really a good thing.
She put down the teacup, took Concubine She's hand, and said with a smile,
Concubine She is really thoughtful.
This time, the Queen was completely stupid. How could it be true? Then what was the one Xiangling smashed? He was full of plans to embarrass Shinseo and make Concubine She unable to step down in front of the Queen Mother. But everything went against his wishes. She didn't realize that Shinseo had been secretly observing the changes in the expression on her face. Seeing that her eyes were glazed over in surprise, Shinseo almost didn't laugh out loud. After all the concubines had finished presenting their gifts, the Queen came up with a new trick.
It seems that the congratulatory gifts given by the concubines today are all very popular with the Queen Mother.
But I wonder what gifts Shin promised to prepare for the Queen Mother.
Shinseo knelt down and said respectfully,
It is the kindness of the Queen Mother, the Emperor and the Empress, that I attended the Queen Mother's birthday banquet as a junior. I will take care of the Queen Mother and serve the Queen Mother diligently. I will also give the Queen Mother a congratulatory gift.
I keep this matter at the forefront of my mind. It's just that my concubine has a low status and was once a palace maid. I don't have much money on hand, so the gifts she gives can't compare to those of my sisters. So I didn't buy anything as a gift. But I knew that the Queen Mother liked sweets. So she made a sweet water with her own hands, hoping that the Queen Mother would like it after tasting it. Oh, Shin's promise is too perfunctory,
Luo Bin said in a strange tone.
You are not so economical about saving money. For the Queen Mother's birthday, why don't you make your own sweet water as a gift? Then what craftsmanship is not as good as that of the servants in the imperial kitchen? Hello? Is there any good thing in the world that the Queen Mother has never tasted or drank? If this is your intention, then you are not wrong about it. Yes, the Queen Mother is the most noble woman in the world. What is there that the Queen Mother can't get?
Shinseai replied to Luo Bin's words with a sad smile.
I don't know if the jade my sister gave to the Queen Mother today is in the treasury. How much does it cost? The Queen Mother praised her after accepting her sister's gift. Isn't it exactly what she likes?
Luo Bin muttered angrily.
You have sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. And you look like a slave.
Shincio was too lazy to argue with her, and ordered Payer to bring over the cup of Coke she had prepared in advance. The Coke was placed in a glass cup with ice cubes inside. Under the candlelight in the hall, it looked dark red, compared with ancient delicacies and sweet water. This color was not very beautiful. Concubine Ning said,
It's black like blood. What do you want to give the Queen Mother to drink?
She took a closer look and saw that the liquid in the cup was still bubbling upwards, and exclaimed,
This thing, it keeps bubbling. But don't let it go bad. Can you take responsibility for the Queen Mother's drinking?
The Queen Mother raised the cup to the tip of her nose and sniffed it. The sweet and refreshing taste of Coke instantly filled her sense of smell. She had never smelled something like this before. And because the tip of her nose was so close, the small bubbles that burst out touched her skin, scaring her to move the cup further away.
It smells very refreshing. What is this? Back to the Queen Mother. This is the sweet water from my concubine's hometown. It is called Happy Water, also known as Coke. I hope the Queen Mother will drink Pepsi-Cola after drinking Coke.
Led by Concubine Ning and Luo Concubine, many concubines were trying to persuade the Queen Mother not to drink this stuff because it had an unknown origin and looked weird. But Li Maobai said,
The Queen Mother likes to try new things. And if this thing can be presented, the eunuch who tastes it and the palace people in front of the emperor have tested it several times. And it will be fine.
The few worries that the Queen Mother had in her heart were dispelled by Li Maobai's words. She picked up the cup and took a sip. The bubbles exploded in her mouth, and a sweet and refreshing feeling immediately swept through her body, making her shiver. Shincio explained,
Your Majesty, you need to drink this thing in large gulps to appreciate its taste.
The Queen Mother was doubtful and drank a full cup along the side of the cup. Everyone looked at her, waiting to hear her comment. But what was waiting for him was an unabashed burp. Maybe the hiccups were too loud, and the Queen Mother was a little embarrassed. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she said slowly,
This Coke is very good.
Chapter 54. People's preferences always change. This cup of Coke completely conquered the Queen Mother. Not only did she praise that this was the best sweet water she had ever tasted in her life, but she also said,
My family likes this gift very much, and I hope it is more than just a gift. In the future, when you have free time,
you can make it to my family often. How about it?
Ah? Shincio was stunned for a moment, wondering,
Your Majesty, the ingredients for making Coke are not easy. I would like to make them for you, but I don't get them often.
Are you crazy? A bottle of Coke costs 5 points. If you drink a bottle of Coke every day, it will cost you 150 points a month. I work for your son in the palace for free, and I work for you in the system for free. After a month of exhausting work, it was all in vain. They are truly a mother and son, a family of vampires. Li Maobai heard the complaints in her heart, so he smiled and said,
No matter how rare the material is, as long as it exists in this world, just tell me, and I will have people find it. As much as you want. As long as the Queen Mother can be happy. Well, I don't care how much it costs.
Shincio stared at Li Maobai.
This dog emperor.
Is he trying to kill me? However, as soon as the Queen Mother and Li Maobai sang in harmony, the mother and son decided on the matter. Shincio, then shall I go? And Li Maobai didn't just hear her voice. Today at the birthday banquet, Li Maobai could clearly hear how she complained about the Queen. From her complaints and the subtle changes in the Queen's expression, Li Maobai guessed some of the truth. In this matter, the Queen deliberately wanted to embarrass Shincio at the Queen Mother's birthday banquet. The Queen always showed her motherly, gentle and generous side to everyone. But she didn't expect that she would use such insidious tactics to maliciously frame others. Such a woman should not be pampered. But once she is pampered and has power, who knows what horrifying things she will do. After the concubines' gifts were delivered, everyone returned to their seats and began to eat. The concubines who came by were chatting and laughing, and occasionally the concubines who got up to toast the Queen Mother and the Emperor added to the excitement. In this harmonious atmosphere, the Queen raised her eyes and winked at Sanfu, who was serving Li Maobai dishes, and then took a chopstick of abalone with apricot sauce and put it on Li Maobai's plate.
Your Majesty, this abalone and apricot sauce is your favorite dish on weekdays. I specially asked the Imperial Kitchen to check the heat and use double-headed abalone to marinate it. Please try it and see if it suits your taste.
Li Maobai's eyes were fixed on the plump and juicy piece of abalone. He didn't even glance at the Queen, and said,
You use the chopsticks you used to pick up the vegetables to serve me the dishes. Your saliva is all over them. I still can't eat them. With a cold face, he picked up the apricot juice abalone that the queen gave him and threw it on the ground in full view of everyone. The concubine who had just been chatting with each other immediately fell silent when she saw this situation. There was no sound in the palace except for the sound of music playing, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. The queen quickly stood up and bowed her knee to Li Mabai to apologize.
Your Majesty, please calm down. I did not mean this.
The queen mother helped smooth things over.
Emperor, the queen used to serve you like this. What happened to you today? This has always been the case in the past. But it does not mean that it is right for her to be like this.
Li Mabai looked at the queen with a stern face.
You are the queen and a role model for the harem. If you don't have rules, it means that my harem has no rules.
The queen felt aggrieved in her heart. Her eyes were slightly red, but she still held back her tears and said,
I know I was wrong.
The queen mother helped the queen up and said to Li Mabai with a serious face,
Today is the AI family's birthday banquet, so the emperor should not make a fuss about it.
Li Mabai ignored the queen mother and turned his attention to Shincio. She was heartless. She was hungry all day and happily ate at the table full of delicacies. Seeing how she was devouring her food, which was in sharp contrast to the other concubines who were eating slowly and pretentiously, he somehow didn't find it vulgar, but rather cute.
I saw that Shin promised to eat shrimp.
Li Mabai knocked on the table and ordered,
San Fu, please bring the plate of hibiscus shrimps in front of me to Shin promised.
The concubines all looked at Shincio, who was holding half an elbow in his mouth. The emperor scolded the queen, saying that she was giving him food so that she could eat his saliva. Then he rewarded Shincio with the hibiscus shrimp he had eaten. Closeness and distance. The death of favor. The judgment of superiority and inferiority. Everyone was envious. But Shincio was unable to smile. She was saying thank you to the emperor for the reward. But she was secretly complaining in her heart. Your sister? Who cares about eating your saliva? Li Mabai smiled fondly at her and ordered,
You don't need to thank me for what I have given you. If you eat it dry, then you have lived up to my wishes.
Shincio was so angry that she could only bite the bullet and eat the plate of hibiscus shrimp. Unexpectedly, the dish served by Li Mabai tasted very good. She couldn't bear to get angry because it was so delicious in her mouth. She ate it with gusto and even tried to smack her lips. Seeing that she had no eating habits, Luo Bai curled her lips in disgust and complained.
The food looks ugly like a starving ghost. There are no rules at all. Why don't today's dishes suit Luo Bin's taste?
Li Mabai asked, seeing that he took the initiative to ask about her. Luo Concubine was overjoyed and quickly replied with a smile.
Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, this dish is very good. I like it very much. If you like it, eat it quickly. You won't be able to keep your mouth shut with all these dishes. You'll be the only one who won't stop talking all night long, giving me a headache.
Li Mabai's words made many concubines laugh out loud. Luo Concubine even blushed with embarrassment and buried her head very low, not even daring to breathe again. After the birthday banquet, Shincio was stopped by Li Mabai on the way back to the palace.
You did a good job in hosting the Queen Mother's birthday banquet today. Thank you for the compliment. Your Majesty, when we parted just now, the Queen Mother and I were thinking about one thing. Guess what it was?
Shincio shrugged and shook his head. And Li Mabai smiled and said,
I want you to bring that delicious Coke to her when you greet her tomorrow. Just tell me what materials you need, and I will definitely supply them to you.
You are a ghost. That bottle is 5 points. The points I got in exchange for my life. What do you supply me with? With your life? But she didn't dare to openly resist the order. She just wanted to be able to cope with it one day at a time. She would go back to Xiao Tua Tua to discuss how to deal with it.
Concubine, I still have enough materials now. If it is not enough, please ask the emperor for a reward. Well, very good.
Li Mabai nodded frequently, holding his chin with his right hand as if thinking.
Seeing the Queen Mother drinking so happily, I am also a little curious about what the taste of that thing is. Well, anyway, you can make 2 portions of 1 portion. Yes, you can make a portion for me tomorrow and let me have a taste. But Your Majesty, don't you like drinking sweet things?
Li Mabai came closer to her, leaned down, stared into her panicked eyes for a long time, and suddenly smiled heartily.
People's preferences will change.
His face was only an inch away from Shincio, and the tip of his nose was almost touching the tip of hers. The night in late summer and early autumn was already a bit cold. Standing against the wind, Li Mabai could clearly see that Shincio's thin lips were trembling slightly. He waved to San Fu, took off his cloak, and put it on Shinseyo.
It's cool in autumn. Remember to put on more clothes at night. And be careful.
After speaking, he walked away, leaving Shinseyo alone looking at the prison cape he was wearing, messy in the wind. Chapter 55. Doesn't the Emperor dote on her too much? That's the thing. I'm riding a tiger, and it's hard to get off. You have to find a way for me. Shinseyo was wrapped in quilt and complained to the system.
How can anyone refuse Fat House Happy Water?
What if the dog Emperor becomes addicted and recommends it to the harem? And then the queen and concubines come to me and ask for it. I never dreamed that I would travel to ancient times and start a business selling coke in the Emperor's harem. In this case, it is not cost-effective for the host to redeem a single exchange. The host can choose to buy the coke machine, so that a steady stream of cola can be provided to them, and the host can drink it himself. Is there such a good thing? How many points? The coke machine requires 40 points to redeem, and the host currently has 90 points, which is completely sufficient. 40 points can be exchanged for a coke machine, which can be used to win over the Queen Mother to please her on a daily basis. If the Queen Mother knows that she is not pregnant, she might even think of using the internet to spare her life, because she can provide her with a steady stream of coke, and you can drink it yourself. It seems like a good deal. So she used 40 points to redeem a coke machine. Good host. I have successfully redeemed a coke machine for you. 40 points have been deducted, and the remaining points are currently 50. Due to the regulations of the Space and Time Administration, modern products cannot appear in ancient times. So when the host wants to drink coke, tell me. I will pass the coke to the host through the ability of space transmission. Belch. Why are you burping? You wouldn't turn off the phone and drink it yourself. Right? Hee burp. Xiao Tuachua's tone was still mean. The host misunderstood. Hiccup. I didn't drink. Hiccup. Shinseyo asked. I haven't received a mission for a long time. If this continues, I won't have enough points. Is there any mission now? Host. Don't worry. Because you became the concubine, which was unexpected by the Space and Time Management Bureau. All the tasks assigned to you have been changed. It will take some time to update the task. When the task comes down, Xiao Tuachua will tell the host as soon as possible. Asterisk. Early the next morning, Chaoyong Palace. Li Mabai, who was neatly dressed, was about to leave the palace and go to the Jinwan Palace to attend the morning meeting. Before he could go out, he heard another familiar sound of coquettishness.
Brother, are you up?
Li Mabai sighed helplessly and signaled Sanfu, with his eyes, to open the palace door. As soon as the door opened, Li Jinyan rushed towards Li Mabai like a husky that had escaped from the rains. Li Mabai stretched out his hand to cover his face, putting a distance between him and himself.
What's wrong?
Li Jinyan took advantage of the situation and squeezed his hand tightly, looking at him with tears in his eyes.
Brother, please lend me some money. I knew it.
Li Mabai groaned and took his hand away from his palm.
Whenever you enter the palace to greet me, the first line of your mouth is never changed. What happened this time? Brother Woo-Woo. Brother 3 won my money again.
Li Jinyan wiped his dry eyes and pretended to cry.
This time Brother 3 wants to compete with me in strength. Brother 3 is not as tall as me and has the same build as me.
Yueguang. I thought I had to get back all the money I had lost to him. So I went to his house.
He sniffed. And the more he spoke, the more aggrieved he became.
Who knew that third brother was cheating? After I went to his house, I found out that he didn't want to compete with me, but asked the guests in his house to compare with me. He is a head taller than me, and can lift a 200-pound bronze tripod with one hand. He also has a red wolf tattooed on his forearm, which looks so fierce.
Listening to Li Jinyan's description, King Gongchuan's disciple was tall, powerful, and had a red wolf tattooed on his forearm? Why does it sound more and more like a member of the Shiliangshao clan? The Shiliangshao clan was the mortal enemy of Qi dynasty. How could there be such a disciple in Prince Gongchuan's palace? In the battle for the throne back then, the voices for submission to the king's rule were equally matched by his own. If he had not won over Chu Yu's tiger guards, and had the full support of the ministers in charge of the bodyguard, I am afraid that the person sitting on the throne today would still be uncertain. Li Mabai has always been afraid of King Gongshun. But since he came to the throne, King Gongshun has always kept to himself and has never done anything out of bounds. So he did not embarrass his elder brother. Hearing Li Jinyan accidentally mention this sentence today aroused his suspicion again.
Seeing that it was almost time for the morning court, Li Mabai ordered Sanfu to get 1,000 taels of silver notes for Li Jinyan to send him out of the palace first. Throughout the morning court, He had been troubled by this matter. King Shun and him are brothers after all. If he doesn't have a disobedient heart, he doesn't want to cause a situation of fratricide. After thinking about it, Li Maobai decided to leave the palace in person and go to Prince Gongxuan's residence to find out what was going on. Of course, he didn't leave the palace by himself. He had to take Shinseyo with him. Isn't it at times like this that this walking prophet is most useful? Whether they are human or ghost, loyal or traitor, you can tell them with just one glance. I would like to make her the demon mirror of Qi dynasty. With this in mind, I left the court early. At this time, the concubines should still be in the queen's palace to pay their respects. So Li Maobai went to Fenghuan Palace. Since he ascended the throne, he has never been to Fenghuan Palace when the concubine paid respects to the queen. So everyone was overjoyed when he came today. All the concubines greeted him in unison. And the queen also moved the first person to give him a seat.
Why does your majesty have the time to come and see all the sisters today? I haven't been to the prince's mansions for a long time. I have free time today and want to go out and walk around.
The queen felt happy. It turned out that Li Maobai always took her with him when going out of the palace to the prince's residence. And I think today was no exception. Concubine Shin smiled and said jokingly,
"The emperor is here to pick up the queen and accompany you out of the palace." "Right. The emperor and the queen are really deeply in love as husband and wife. The queen has been feeling unwell the past few days, so I won't bother her with such matters."
The smile on the queen's face froze, and she looked at Li Maobai blankly, speechless for a while. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Concubine Duan asked softly,
"Then the emperor wants to take Concubine Shi?"
Li Maobai waved his hand, and then pointed at Shinseyo.
"Shin promises to go back and change his body and clothes and follow me out of the palace." "Me?"
Shinseyo pointed at the tip of her nose unconfidently.
"Your majesty. Concubine. Why don't you go quickly?"
"Oh." As soon as Shinseyo left, Li Maobai followed behind.
"Okay. I'll take a step first, and you can continue."
After the two left, Fenghuan Palace exploded.
"What's this? Shishin is just a promise, and she deserves to go out of the palace to the prince's residence with the emperor? The emperor has done this several times, and his love for her is too much. Then who are we?"
Although the queen's heart was bleeding, she still couldn't pretend to be virtuous and stopped everyone's discussion.
"How can the emperor's actions be discussed by the concubines? Shin promised to be pregnant, and it is right for the emperor to pamper her. Instead of you being here, it's better to think about how to keep the emperor's heart than to say some harsh words here."
Chapter 56 The Big Enemy in Modern Times appears. Back in the palace, Sanfu had already set replacement clothes in advance. It was a sky blue outfit, no better than the embroidered cloak that the concubines in the palace wore every day. Although the materials and workmanship of this dress were extremely exquisite, the embroidered patterns on it were very simple and unpretentious. Going out of the palace with Li Maobai means going with the emperor for a private visit in private. Naturally, you have to put on the clothes of ordinary people. In fact, Shinseyo was a little excited about leaving the palace this time. After all, since she traveled to this ghost place, all she has seen is the square sky in the imperial city. She is very curious about what the scene will be like outside the palace. After leaving the gate of Yueguang Palace, the carriage stopped at the main entrance. He saw Li Maobai standing outside the carriage with his hands behind his hands. He wore a dark blue brocade robe, embroidered with elegant bamboo leaf patterns, and printed with snow-white piping. He had a thin jade belt around his waist, and held a bamboo fracture fan. His green silk hair was tied up with a mutton-fat white jade hairpin. He looked like a humble gentleman with an elegant posture. There is still a vague, cold, domineering look between his eyebrows, which still gives people a sense of alienation. Riding out in a carriage with Li Maobai, he held a volume of military literature in his hand and flipped through it. Shinseyo didn't even dare to breathe along the way. It wasn't until the carriage drove out of the imperial city, and she heard the hustle and bustle outside becoming more and more lively, that she couldn't help but lift the curtain and take a look at the outside world. The carriage took the main road, and there were rows of small front shops on both sides, selling all kinds of things. It was somewhat similar to a modern pedestrian street. Going to the downtown area, many vendors simply set up stalls along the street to start business, among which stalls selling snacks were the most common. Everyone was shouting hard, and patrons were gathered in twos and threes in front of the stall. Occasionally, a customer had a conflict with the shopkeeper, which made Shinseyo worried with relish. Liamo stared at her with his wide eyes and asked,
"What are you looking at? Look at the excitement. Does the emperor want to come with you? They are all people. What's there to see? Put down the curtains." I think it's noisy.
Oh, Shincio put down the curtain angrily and cursed in his heart. What are you pretending to be? Your curtain is made of cloth and not soundproof glass. It seems like you won't be able to hear it if I put it down.
About half a quarter of an hour later, the carriage stopped outside Prince Gongxuan's residence. Shincio glanced at the name plaque of the mansion. Her pupils trembled unnaturally, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. It was clear and sunny, but the gate of the palace was tightly closed. Li Maobai stopped and looked at it for a moment, then ordered Sanfu to go to Prince Jing's mansion to call Li Jingyan over, and then ordered the guards to come forward and knock on the door. The person who opened the door was the steward of the palace. He recognized Li Maobai at a glance and hurriedly knelt down to kowtow.
This slave is for the emperor.
Li Maobai didn't even let him finish his words, so he took a few guards to push the door open and drove straight in. Outside the main hall of the palace, he heard the endless singing of orioles inside. Li Maobai glanced at the steward and asked,
Prince Gongxun is responsible for ordering food. These days are the days when the warehouse is put in. And he is so free? The steward quickly explained, replying to the emperor. King Gongxun has been busy all day and just rested. Just take a break?
Li Maobai sneered.
Yes. It's already noon now. It's really hard to be obedient to the king.
After saying that, he pushed open the door of the main hall. The kabuki in the palace suddenly stopped after hearing the commotion. Prince Gongxun was in the first place, and was drinking and having fun with several guests. After meeting Li Maobai's eyes, he did not appear panicked. Instead, he waved his hand and ordered everyone to retreat, then slowly stood up and bowed to Li Maobai.
I see you, Your Majesty. I don't know that Your Majesty is here, but you are far away from us, so I still hope to see you.
Your Majesty, forgive me. It doesn't matter. I'm interrupting your fun.
The respectful king licked his smile and welcomed Li Maobai to sit down at the front seat. He quickly ordered people to bring the best refreshments, and then he noticed Shincio, who had been following Li Maobai.
I don't know which empress in the harem she is. I have never seen her. She is my newly appointed promise, Mrs. Shin.
King Gongxun took the opportunity to greet Shincio, but Shincio nodded lightly, as if he didn't want to see him. Can I see you? Ever since Shincio got off the carriage and saw the words,
Follow the prince's mansion,
she was already furious. This respectful king can be said to be her big enemy in modern times. There is nothing bad about him in history. But when he competed with Li Maobai for the throne, that period of history was exciting. He almost defeated Li Maobai and became the emperor of Qi dynasty. Therefore, for such a figure who almost influenced the history of Qi dynasty, history books have quite detailed records about him. Shincio specializes in studying the history of the Qi dynasty, so naturally she also studies him. But he is an unruly and arrogant person who loves success. When he has nothing to do, he likes to write autobiographies that flatter him. There are only 18 volumes of his autobiography that have survived to later generations. In order to study his dirty things, Shincio stayed up very late. It was because of him that I never slept before 3 o'clock in my junior year. And the only time he failed a class was because he wrote too many autobiographies, and all the knowledge points were mixed up in the end. If he had written 2 less autobiographies, how could I have failed the exam? If I don't fail the course, my credits will not be affected. If my credits are not affected, I will not get a recommended spot for the postgraduate entrance examination. And I will not waste more time preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. A large part of the reason why I traveled through time was probably because I died suddenly from staying up late reading for a long time. If it hadn't been for King Gongxun, the talkative Qi dynasty, maybe she wouldn't be so unlucky now. The more Shincio thought about it, the angrier he became. And the more he looked at King Gongxun, the more displeased he became. When Li Maobai learned the news from Shincio, he immediately became energetic. Write an autobiography. He is nothing but a subordinate to the king of deference. He is just a defeated general under his own command. If he is reviled by future generations, why can his autobiography be preserved for future generations to read?
I heard that third brother is writing an autobiography recently.
King Gongxun's expression flashed with panic for a moment, but he soon returned to normal. He had doubts in his heart. He kept the matter of writing his autobiography a secret. How could he expect that Li Maobai would know about it? He calmed down and replied calmly,
I'm just writing casually. It won't catch my eye,
Li Maobai said.
Since you know it is something that is not eye-catching, then don't write it. You write it again and again. But you still don't talk about the fight for the throne with me back then? This kind of thing is a family scandal after all. If it spreads, It doesn't add to your prestige. And it slanders my reputation.
With a smile on his face, he continued in a joking tone.
The third brother also knows that I have never been a generous person. If the autobiography of the third brother is mistakenly reported as disrespectful, it was a mistake to listen to the slander for a moment. And it was not clear that the third brother would be imprisoned.
He said this with a smile. But King Gongshun could not laugh after hearing it.
The emperor mistakenly blamed me for saying this. In the autobiography written by me, I did not write a single bad word about the emperor. Is it serious? Really? Okay.
Li Mobai leaned back and said in a deep voice,
I have always admired third brother's literary talents. And maybe I haven't seen third brother's calligraphy for a long time. Go get the autobiography and let me have a look first.
Chapter 57 The Provocation of the King of Submission. King Gongshun did not panic. He stood up and greeted outside the palace.
Come here. Bring me the manuscript of my autobiography.
Soon, a thick stack of manuscripts was brought up by the servant. King Gongshun took the manuscript and stood up to hand it to Li Mabai. Just when he was about to hand over the manuscript, he stumbled, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. And the pile of manuscripts just fell into the incense burner. There was a layer of benzoin burning in the incense burner, and the paper ignited as soon as it came into contact with the core of the fire. The flame swallowed up all the manuscripts in the blink of an eye. King Gongshun stood up and patted the dust on his body, pretending to be sorry, and said,
I made a mistake and lost my manners in front of the emperor.
Li Mabai didn't embarrass him.
It doesn't matter. It's just a pity that your manuscript and all the long-term hard work have been burned. I'm also sorry.
Of course, Li Mabai knew that the manuscript would not say anything good about him. The reason why he didn't care about it was because he heard a definite answer from Shinseo's heart. Being respectful to the king does not mean you are a treacherous minister. Therefore, no matter how much he belittles himself in his autobiography, it is just lip service. Li Mabai knew that his brother's temperament had always been like this, and there was no need for him to pick off his head for such a trivial matter. Paper scraps flew up and down with the firelight. Seeing this scene, Shinseo felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart. Wow! After being made such a fuss by the dog emperor, King Gongshun will definitely never dare to write an autobiography again. Then won't I be able to have a lot of time left in the future and stay up less late? With that said, the image of the dog emperor in my mind instantly grew taller. A lifesaver? After hearing this, Li Mabai secretly mocked in his heart. Little fool. Why am I willing to let you stay up late studying other men? Instead of asking you to study other men, I might as well spare some time for you to study me more. TSK. TSK. Writing an autobiography is not a bad idea. It can not only reflect on one's own mistakes, but also alert future generations. I will start writing 20 or 30 volumes tomorrow and leave it to you to study slowly when you return to your world. After drinking a cup of tea, I looked around and saw that the decoration of the palace was becoming more and more luxurious. The tops of the beams were painted with spring pictures in gold ink, and the 5-clawed pythons were embossed on the beams and columns. The tables, chairs and benches used by the guests were all made of fine yellow pear wood. The main seat is made of priceless golden nanmu, not to mention the blue and white porcelain cups, dishes and plates produced by Nanling sellers. The luxury of the items used almost caught up with those in the palace.
I haven't been to your house for a long time. It's very different from before after the renovation. It looks much more elegant. How can these delicate things catch the eyes of the emperor?
The monthly allowance for the prince is 1,000 taels per month. The decorations in the main hall of Prince Gongxuan's palace alone are more than 10,000 taels. The court had never given him so much money. So where did his money come from?
I heard that Lao 12 often comes to gamble with third brother these days. If he loses nothing, he will only come to complain to me and my mother about our poverty. Third brother knows that Lao 12's child has no sense of propriety in doing things, and even gambles. It's just a bad habit. It's not worth it if the relationship between brothers is broken over money. Third brother should not gamble with him again in the future, the respectful king said. Prince Jing insists on gambling, and I can't stop him. Is it possible that the emperor has to take care of these little things about having fun between brothers?
Li Mabai stared at him, his face obviously hesitant. When the scene was tense, a yelping voice came from far and near.
Brother, why didn't you tell me when you left the palace? I could pick you up at the palace gate.
Li Jinian took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and trotted into the hall cutely. He came close to Li Mabai, tugged on the hem of his clothes, blinked his watery eyes and said,
Wow, I look so handsome in my clothes today.
Then he looked at Shinseyo aside and waved Lo.
Sister-in-law is here too,
the respectful king said in a deep voice.
Prince Jing. This is Shin's promise. Not the queen. Only the queen is your royal sister-in-law. So don't break the rules. Who's talking?
Li Jinyan rolled his eyes at King Chongshun, smacked his lips and said,
My brother hasn't spoken yet. What are you talking about? What's your intention of talking before my brother?
He looked very much like a puppy who relied on his strength, gritting at the submissive king, which was inexplicably cute. The respectful king should not speak before Li Mobai. So he stood up and bowed deeply to Li Mobai.
I was confused for a moment. Please don't blame the emperor. It doesn't matter. You get up first. That day, a guest in your house competed with Lao 12 in strength. It is said that he can lift a 200-kilogram cauldron without blinking. I find it strange. Go and call that person. Let me see it.
I thought that the obedient king would shirk him in every possible way. But he was so happy that he immediately ordered his servants to bring the strongman. The strongman was tall and thick, and his face was full of flesh. You could clearly see his full muscle lines through his clothes.
The villain Wang Mian has met the emperor and the two princes. Brother, that's him.
Li Jinyan hid behind Li Mobai and stuck out half of his head.
He is so fierce.
Li Mobai ordered the warrior to come forward, then grabbed his wrist and wiped his sleeves to the elbow joint, exposing his strong forearm. There is indeed a tattoo on his arm, but it is not the wolf Li Jinyan mentioned, but a very cute husky with its tongue sticking out. The moment the tattoo was revealed, Shinseyo couldn't help laughing. Li Mobai looked back at her, and she quickly covered her mouth to suppress her laughter. Li Mobai looked at Li Jinyan again, squinted his eyes and asked,
Is this the wolf you are talking about?
Li Jinyan looked serious.
That's right. Brother, even though it looks cuter than ordinary wolves, it is also very fierce when it bites people. Ouch.
Li Mobai held his forehead.
Who can take this younger brother away? I am tired and want to be an only child.
The king of obedience saw what he was doing, and he roughly understood why Li Mobai came to his house in person today. His face darkened, and he said sullenly,
Does your majesty think that I have a Shiliang Shao clan member hidden in your residence?
Li Mobai counterattacked.
I have never said that. Why does third brother ask this? I am here today to recover the money he lost to you for the 12. Things in the casino are like making a move on the chessboard without regrets. If you lose, you lose. Where is there any talk of refunding? If he loses money, he will come to me to supplement him. If the third brother wins his money, he will win my money. I don't dare.
King Gongshun bowed his hands, seemingly respectful but unwilling to give in.
Your majesty wants me to return the silver that Prince Jing lost to me, but I can't do it. If the emperor wants to get it back for Prince Jing, you can make a bet with me about your money. If you win, I can pay back all the money I have earned from Prince Jing this year.
His tone and expression were all full of provocation. How could Li Mobai's majesty, as a prince, be degraded by a prince?
Okay, I'll do as you say.
Chapter 58. Worry vigorously, and not be afraid of difficulties. Didi. Host. You have a new mission. Shinseyo was watching the excitement happily, but the system suddenly came out and issued a task to her. Main mission. Sleep a night with the Tyrant. Completion of the mission rewards points plus 80. Mission failure deducts minus 40 points. Host, please complete the mission within 24 hours. Are you going to die? What is this mission? Sleep with him for one night. I do not want it. Have you forgotten the host? The main mission cannot be refused. And this mission is very cost-effective. Even if the mission fails, half of the points will be deducted. A good deal for your sister. How could I? An innocent little beauty. Let him. A smelly shit-taker. Sleep with me? Speaking of this, Shinseyo couldn't help but picture herself having sex with Li Mobai in her mind, which made her tremble. What is the host thinking? You just need to complete the task and that's it. It's just a night of sleep. And he doesn't ask you to do anything embarrassing with him. Have to. This system has begun to teach itself to exploit its bugs again. If it's just for one night, that's acceptable. After all, on the way, Li Mobai told her that they would not go back to the palace tonight, but would live in Prince Jing's mansion. She wanted him to sleep in the same bed with her. Wasn't it just a little trick? A short-term sacrifice of Hugh can be exchanged for 80 points, which is not a bad deal. Li Mobai could clearly hear her conversation with the system from beginning to end. He glanced at Shinseyo with his peripheral vision, then smiled slyly, and secretly complained,
Are you thinking about shit?
Don't you lose money? Why don't you ask me if I'm losing money? Oh, I am the man you can never sleep with. After taking over the task, Shincio thought about it secretly. This dog emperor doesn't seem to have a very good impression of me. He took me with him when he left the palace this time. Probably because he was afraid that he would leave, and I would go and say bad things about him to his mother again. If I want to sleep in the same bed with him at night, I have to let him have a crush on me first. Right? Otherwise, if I crawled into his bed in the middle of the night, would he punch me unconscious? She was just thinking when she heard King Gongshun say,
Then let's draw lots to determine the items to bet on. You are the emperor, so it's up to you to draw lots. No matter what you catch, I will give you 3 chances. As long as you can. If you win once, you win.
Good guy. Does this obedient king want his life? Dare you talk to a tyrant like this? Shincio glanced at Li Mobai's somewhat ugly face and thought, isn't the opportunity coming now? The respectful king wanted to show off his face, so he jumped out to save his face. Wouldn't he be able to earn a wave of favor? No matter what he wants from the king of submission, he still has 50 points left to use. At worst, he can use these 50 points to cheat and exchange 50 points for 80 points. With a small gain, he can make a profit. So she spoke before Li Mobai.
The emperor has the power of the Son of Heaven and is blessed by God. Naturally, he is invincible and will win every bet. Let the emperor compete with you. The respectful king. In a bet. Isn't this bullying you? How can I compete with you? Do you need the emperor to come forward? Let me compete with you. You must defeat me first, and then think about letting the emperor compete with you in person.
The respectful king smiled contemptuously.
On you? Don't say that I bully you. A weak woman. How much ability do you have that you dare to compete with me? You don't just have to say whether you have the ability or not.
Shincio looked at Li Mobai, leaned forward and said,
Your Majesty, I want to give it a try. Please give me your permission.
Li Mobai was in a happy mood to eat melons and watch the excitement. Smiled and nodded.
I'm optimistic about you. Since the emperor has agreed, I can't help it.
King Gongshun clapped his hands and ordered someone to bring up a square brocade box and present it to Shincio.
There are 36 lots here. Mr. Shin can pick one at random. It's a matter of competition.
Shincio reached out and groped inside for a long time before grabbing out a piece of paper with the words arm wrestling clearly written on it. Ha ha ha, King Shuinshin laughed openly and said,
Your big arms are not as thick as my wrists. Be careful not to hurt you.
He rolled up his sleeves to prepare for the challenge. But Li Jinin said unfairly,
Are you bullying others? She wanted to compete with me, and she drew the lot herself. Everything depends on her. How could I ever bully her? If not, I would have won the first round.
On the surface, Shincio remained silent and closed her eyes to rest. But in fact, she was in a convenience store picking out items that could cope with this competition. Finally, she set her sights on the powerful pill. That was something she had seen the first time she entered the convenience store. It was on sale today and only cost 50 points. She glanced at the instructions. 50 points can be exchanged for a powerful pill, which can make you extremely powerful within 24 hours after taking it. Isn't this just right? Shincio was furious after hearing King Gongshuan's humiliation just now. Thinking of her fear of being dominated by King Gongshuan's dozens of autobiographies, she became even more angry. The so-called old and new grudges will be avenged today. She used her remaining points to redeem the dolly pill, asked Li Mobai for a sip of tea, and drank the small pill in water. As soon as she lowered her belly, she felt that her whole body was full of strength. With contempt in her eyes, she looked at King Gongshun from top to bottom.
King Gongshun has little arms and legs. If I accidentally hurt you in my competition with you, that would be bad.
Her eyes wandered leisurely towards the strong man who could lift a 200-kilogram cauldron with his bare hands. She pointed her finger and said,
Come here,
Li Jinin exclaimed.
Sister-in-law, are you crazy? Are you competing with him? He can break your elbow with just one finger.
Although Li Mobai knew that Shincio had taken dolly pill, he knew very little about the efficacy of that thing. And he was also worried that if something unexpected happened, Shincio would be hurt.
Don't be brave. You just have to compete with the obedient king. That's it. It's okay. Your Majesty, the contest must be with the most proud disciple of Prince Gongshun. Since it was him who defeated Prince Jing that day, I will challenge him today and defeat him. I will ask Prince Gongshun to return the money that he used to defeat Prince Jing. That's what makes a teacher famous.
No matter how much others tried to persuade Shincio, she would not listen. and they would just challenge her to seek death. The respectful king smiled from ear to ear.
Young Master Shin is really a hero among women. Since you have such confidence, I am willing to open my eyes. Wang Mian, go and challenge. Remember, just use your strength. After all, Master Shin is a woman and the Emperor's favorite concubine. So it's your fault to hurt her.
Wang Mian agreed with a smile. And then the two began a strength test in full view of everyone. Wang Mian's arm muscles were tight, and his forearms were thicker than Shinseo's thighs. Compared with his, Shinseo's fair arms looked pitifully thin. The moment the two of them held each other's hands, Wang Mian tried his best, but could not break Shinseo's wrist at all. Seeing her relaxed expression, she smiled and said,
"You can do your best. No need to show mercy."
So Wang Mian gradually increased the intensity. 3 points, 5 points, and 9 points, until he exerted all his strength and held it in until his veins bulged, and he was sweating profusely. Shinseo still maintained a light smile on his face.
"Have you tried your best? Then I will try my best."
As soon as she finished saying this, she heard a click, and Wang Mian's elbow was broken by her. His elbow joint was pierced with white bones, and he screamed in pain and fell to the ground, rolling back and forth. The entire palace was shocked by this situation. King Gongshun was so frightened that his face turned pale, and Li Mobai also took a deep breath. Li Jinyan patted his shoulder with trembling hands and said in a trembling voice,
"Brother, I respect you as a man. You should be cherished."
The most embarrassing one is Shinseo, because she didn't use any force just now. She just moved her wrist to get into a comfortable position and then used force again. Who knew that she was crippled after just moving a little bit? Chapter 59 finally together.
"King of Obedience, does this count as my victory?"
Shinseo looked at King Gongshun with a slight smile, then clasped his hands into fists and cracked his knuckles. King Gongshun was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly, so he quickly ordered someone to take out 30,000 taels of silver notes and hand them to Li Jinyan. Li Jinyan smiled from ear to ear, grabbing Shinseo's shoulders and jumping excitedly.
"Thank you, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is the best to me."
Shinseo was dazed by him, while Li Mobai lowered his eyes and glanced at him, saying solemnly,
"Where are you putting your hands? Oh, brother is jealous. I don't have any."
As he said this, his face turned red to the roots of his ears. After this incident, I am afraid that King Gongshun will never dare to gamble with Li Jinyan again in the future. Otherwise, no one can guarantee whether the next person whose arm is broken by Shinseo will be him. After settling this incident, everyone returned to Prince Jing's mansion. Today, Li Jinyan was very happy and ordered the small kitchen in the house to take out all the precious ingredients and have a sumptuous dinner to reward his royal brother and his wife. On a whim, he even shouted that he would cook the food himself. But he quickly disappeared, leaving only Shinseo and Li Mobai sitting alone in the main hall facing each other. Li Mobai picked up the teacup, took a sip, and joked,
"You are quite strong."
Shinseo looked embarrassed.
"If I go back to the Emperor, I was used to doing menial jobs at home, so I am naturally stronger than ordinary people." "Oh, like this?"
Li Mobai knew that the Dolly pill was only effective for 12 hours. So he said,
"Why didn't you tell me earlier if you had such ability? I have been tired of seeing the layout of Chaoyang Palace for several years."
"But some of the large decorations inside are always too expensive."
"It took 5 people to move it and replace it with a new one. If I think it is noisy, I will postpone the matter. You are my concubine, and you are very powerful and careful in doing things. It is best to leave this matter to you after returning to the palace. Just move out all the 12 pure gold Buddha statues in the main hall of Chaoyang Palace and replace them with new ones made by the Ministry of Internal Affairs." "Your Majesty."
"Concubine,
I know I have worked hard for you. If you do this well, I will give you more rewards. I will never treat you badly."
Shinseo, you are such a dog. I would like to make you the dog king. Since he was going to stay at Prince Jing's mansion tonight, Li Jinyan must have arranged where he would sleep. Thinking of this, Shinseo pretended to have a stomachache and asked Li Mobai for a convenience, then trotted to the kitchen. As soon as I entered the kitchen, I was coughing repeatedly due to the choking smoke inside. The hot oil in the pot has begun to smoke. At this time, Li Jinyan was holding a knife and engaging in a death struggle with several crabs running around on the ground.
"Don't run. If you run again, I'll kill you. Hey, don't come over here. Don't pinch me. If you come over again, I'll hack you to death."
"Shinseo,
My lord, are you telling them not to run away? Or are you telling them not to come over?
Shinseyo stepped forward and picked up a few crabs by their back ls with bare hands, threw them into a wooden bucket filled with water, and then took the smoking iron pot off the stove and set it aside.
What is your prince doing? Sister-in-law.
Prince Jing scratched the back of his head with some embarrassment.
My brother likes to eat spicy crabs. He hasn't come to my house for a while now, so I just want to cook a dish for him myself. If you do this, I'm worried that the crabs will turn you into a dish. How about I guide you from the side, and you cook it yourself?
Li Jinyan said happily.
Then I will have my sister-in-law.
While instructing Li Jinyan in cooking, Shinseyo inquired.
This is my first time coming to Prince Jing's mansion. It looks very big. There should be a lot of empty rooms. Right. There must be more than 20 rooms. Ningxuan Hall is a room specially reserved for my brother. I have already ordered someone to scan it. Hey, your imperial brother is fine. I'm already uneasy after sleeping in a strange place at night. If I still sleep alone, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult to fall asleep. Then, sister-in-law, just sleep with my brother. Now that you have a baby in your belly, my brother will definitely take better care of you. Apart from the queen, I have never seen my brother take other concubines out of the palace in these years. That's what I say. But after all, in your house, the emperor and I sleep in the same room. And people always have to spread the word that the emperor favors me too much, which is not good. For this, the emperor will definitely do the same, leave me alone in a room.
Shinseyo frowned, looking very worried. Seeing this, Li Jinyan hurriedly advised.
It's okay, sister-in-law. Don't be afraid. My house said there are vacancies. But if there are no vacancies, it can be done immediately.
He called the servants in and ordered.
Brother Emperor is here today at the palace, and the epidemic has not passed in Jiangdu until now.
Everyone in the house must be completely wiped out, and the emperor's brother must not be allowed to return to the palace with the slightest trace of illness.
After the servant went down to do things as ordered, Li Jinyan winked at Shinseyo in a subtle way.
Sister-in-law, don't worry. Vinegar and moxa leaves are used to disinfect those rooms. The smell of those things is strong. After 3 days of fumigation, there will be no room for 5 days. So my sister-in-law can sleep with my brother.
Shinseyo smiled sadly.
His Royal Highness Prince Jing is really resourceful.
Li Jinyan smiled even happier than she did.
Yeah, I think so too.
After dinner, Li Jinyan began to arrange his accommodation.
Brother, Ningxuan Hall has been cleaning. You and your sister-in-law can have a rest early.
Li Mabai frowned slightly. I am me, and she is her. Find another place for her to live. Oh? That's gone.
Li Jinyan stuck out his tongue playfully.
There was an epidemic in Jiangdu a while ago, and there was smallpox. Today, when I came home, I asked my servants to disinfect all the other rooms. It's so heavy in there. It smells like vinegar and mugwort leaves. My sister-in-law is pregnant and cannot live in that kind of place.
Li Mabai glanced at Shinseyo. She has a dir. But he couldn't let Li Jinyan know that Shinseyo was falsely pregnant. So he had to say,
Then let Shin agree to sleep in Ningxuan Hall, and I will sleep with you. I haven't had a good chat with you for a long time. Let's tonight. Ah, I don't want it.
Li Jinyan's face was full of rejection.
Why do we two grown men sleep in the same bed? I don't.
Shinseyo, oh, it seems that Prince Jing also knows that the dog emperor is a crook, and is afraid to sleep with him, fearing that his Qingju will not be preserved. Li Mabai glared at Shinseyo. Is this joke impossible to get past? In the end, under Li Jinyan's hard work and coquettishness, Li Mabai finally reluctantly agreed to stay with Shinseyo in Ningxuan Hall tonight. Shinseyo was ecstatic in his heart. While complaining about Li Mabai's deception, he celebrated in advance for getting 80 points for free. Li Mabai looked at Shinseyo's proud look and smiled coldly. I feel sorry for you. And I am afraid that if you have all your points deducted and you fail to complete the task, your points will become negative and you will be punished. So I will help you. If you dare to touch me while sleeping at night, I will never spare you. Chapter 60. The Tyrant is actually a masochist? The night of early autumn is quiet and slightly cold. Li Mabai changed into his pajamas and sat on the edge of the couch, looking at Shinseyo, who was standing aside taking off her makeup and looking pretty and elegant. He originally wanted Shinseyo to sleep on the warm seat for the night, but it was particularly cold tonight because he hadn't arrived yet, and there were no good red charcoal in the prince's mansion. Of course charcoal was burned for heating. The house would be I'm going to choke so much that I can't sleep. Thinking that Shinseyo was a woman after all, Li Maobai felt compassion and allowed her to sleep with him. But before going to bed, he had to confirm a few things. Can you sleep peacefully and peacefully? Safe and honest. Can you grind your teeth? Fart and snore? No. No. Don't worry. Your Majesty, I don't have those bad habits. I'm a light sleeper. So don't mess around with me. Do you understand? Concubine understands. Yeah. Li Maobai hummed slightly, then patted the inside of the bed. You sleep inside and I sleep outside. It's easier for me to get up at night. Then what should I do if I miss you at night? You? Li Maobai glanced at her and sneered. Hold it in. In this way, the two of them slept on the same bed, respecting each other as guests. Perhaps it was because of the hard work today that both of them were a little sleepy. So they both fell asleep after a while. I don't know how long it took. But when the night turned dark and dark clouds covered the moon, Li Maobai felt a chill coming over him. So he woke up from his dream. The quilt covering him was now completely rolled up into Shinseo's arms and held tightly. It was obviously a quilt for one person. Why did she take my quilt away and hold it in her arms? He cleared his throat and called Shinseo several times solemnly. But she was sleeping so deeply that she didn't react to Li Maobai at all. In desperation, Li Maobai had no choice but to pull the quilt by himself. But as soon as the quilt was pulled over and covered, Shinseo dragged her away again before she even closed her eyes. Don't pull my quilt! Stop talking! Don't! He pulled the quilt to himself with all his strength, and finally pulled the quilt out of Shinseo's arms with all his strength. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Shinseo suddenly turned over and held out a hand. He placed himself on Li Maobai's chest, clamped his legs tightly, and held him tightly in his arms. At this moment, Shinseo was like a human-shaped pendant, hanging on Li Maobai's body. Li Maobai wanted to break free, but he couldn't shake Shinseo at all. Nonsense! She took Dolly Pill. Who can push her? Shinseo hugged Li Maobai so tightly, and her arm hooked around Li Maobai's neck, almost suffocating Li Maobai. Give me a break! Just when Li Maobai was about to die, Shinseo seemed to have had a nightmare. Her whole body trembled, and then she kicked her left foot forward uncontrollably. This kick hit Li Maobai's butt unbiased, and because the effect of Dolly Pill had not expired, Li Maobai was not only kicked out of the bed, but also flew out 7 or 8 meters, hit his head on the door frame, and fell asleep immediately. Past. Early the next morning, after a good night's sleep, Shinseo opened his eyes and stretched, only to find that there was nothing around him, and there was no sign of Li Maobai. She stood up in panic and saw Li Maobai lying on the ground at the door for some reason. Shinseo had no memory of what crazy thing she did in her sleep last night. She quickly got up, and while the effect of Dolly Pill was still there, she hugged Li Maobai back to the bed like a puppy. Superior. When Li Maobai woke up, the first thing he saw was Shinseo sitting in front of the couch, holding his chin in his hands and staring at him. He recalled the painful experience of being kicked out of bed by Shinseo last night. He pointed at him and was about to scold him, but he didn't curse for a long time. He calculated the time carefully in his mind. At this time, the effect of the Dolly Pill on Shinseo's body seemed to have not been lifted yet. What if something went wrong and she slapped herself? Wouldn't she die early? So he patiently said with a sneer, You slept very comfortably last night. Shinseo nodded worriedly and asked tentatively, Is the Emperor comfortable? Comfortable. I feel so comfortable. Ah, gee. Before he could finish speaking, he sneezed 3 or 4 times in succession, thinking of the horror of being dominated by Shinseo last night. He still felt shuddering. Before the effect of this crazy woman's Dolly Pill is lifted, I'd better stay as far away from her as possible. So he quickly stood up and walked out the door. I have something to discuss with Prince Jing, so you can rest by yourself. After that, he greased the soles of his feet and disappeared in a flash. DDDD. DDD. Warning. Warning. The host has not completed the task, and the task has failed. Host points -40. Existing points -40. Didn't complete the task? How could the task not be completed? I obviously slept with him all night. Why did the mission fail? Host. You didn't sleep with the Tyrant for 1 night. You only slept for half the night. What's the meaning? I will now replay last night's scene in the host's mind. The host will know it after seeing it himself. Then, Shinseo's mind was like a slideshow, playing the good things she had done last night. How she snatched Li Maobai's quilt. How she clamped his legs tightly in her arms and almost suffocated him to death. And how she kicked him off the bed and left him on the cold ground. Slept all night. Such a trick to commit suicide was still a trick to commit suicide when Li Mobai was awake. Shinseoh suddenly felt a chill on the back of her neck. It shouldn't be. I nearly tortured him to death last night. Why wasn't he angry? Why are you still smiling at me? Why do you have to say that he slept very comfortably last night? I don't know about this, little Tuachuo. Don't you humans have a type of people who just like to do such exciting things? Oh my god. Unexpectedly. The most famous tyrant in history was actually a masochist? That's not right. A masochist must enjoy the process of being abused. But I saw his expression last night that he wanted to kill me. But there was no sense of enjoyment at all. That leaves only one other explanation. Little Tuachuo laughed twice and said with a strange tone, he has zero tolerance for others, but has no bottom line for the host. If he is not a masochist, then there is only one explanation for his strange behavior. And that is that he likes the host. Impossible. I've been playing tricks since I met him. What does he like about me? Do you like being abused by me? The host is indeed trying to commit suicide. But have you ever considered why you are still alive, and well even after being discovered by him many times? Shinseoh was silent, not knowing how to connect to the system. And her heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. Chapter 61 Running in both directions. After returning to the palace, Li Mobai developed a high fever. The imperial doctor consulted, and said it was an invasion of wind evil. Shinseoh knew that the reason why he had a fever was because he kicked him to the ground and slept all night. She felt a little guilty. And when she went to pay her respects to the queen, she heard the queen say, "The emperor is very ill and has rested in the morning. After drinking many decoctions, the fever still does not go away. But I and the queen mother are worried." Shinseoh secretly went to Chaoyang Palace to take a look at him. Although he was seriously ill, he was still concerned about state affairs. He was coughing in a cloak, but he still insisted on reviewing the memorials. What makes Shinseoh feel strange is that he clearly knew that it was him who kicked him out of bed. But why didn't he even say a word of blame from beginning to end? The more magnanimous he is, the more regretful Shinseoh feels. Although she didn't know it, Li Mobai didn't blame her, because he was afraid that she would break his own arm. Chinese culture is extensive and profound. And ancient Chinese medicine has been used to this day. It is the essence of the wisdom of our ancestors. Traditional Chinese medicine is good, but because it is based on the concept of consolidating the foundation and cultivating the essence, the speed of treating diseases is inevitably somewhat unsatisfactory. A cold or fever caused by a common cold can be cured by taking Western medicine for at most 2 days. If it is replaced by traditional Chinese medicine, it will take at least 10 days and a half. Returning to his palace and lying on the bed, Shinseoh tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, Li Mobai's slightly mean-spirited look appeared in her mind. After some struggle, she decided to go to the convenience store to buy some Western medicine and take it to Li Mobai to treat his illness. She didn't summon little Tuachuo, but let her consciousness sneak into the convenience store. After all, she still owes the system 40 points. If it finds out that she bought medicine on credit, she will have to listen to it again. After shopping around in a convenience store, I finally found a box of cold medicine. Fortunately, the points required are not many, and you only need 5 points to redeem. Shinseoh held it in her hand, preparing to bring it back from the conscious world to the real world. At this moment, Xiao Tuachua's voice sounded in her mind. "Host, what are you doing?" "Well, I don't feel very well. I need to buy some medicine." "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" "I live in your body, and I can feel it if you feel uncomfortable." Little Tuatua smacked his lips. "TSK. TSK. TSK. I see. You buy medicine to treat the tyrant. Right. Originally I didn't intend to hide it from you. This cold medicine costs 5 points. If I give it to you on credit, I will definitely pay it back to you when I complete the task later. I won't default on your debt. I'm not afraid that the host will default on his debt. But the tyrant is just a common cold. And it's different from the smallpox last time. If you don't care about him, he can be cured in 10 days and a half. Why do you have to waste your points?" "Wrong. You don't have points. But you still get it on credit." The little Tuachuo became angrier as he spoke, and his tone became irritable. "Host, please think carefully. If you take away this cold medicine, your points will become minus 45 points. If you are only 5 points short, you will be punished." "Got it. I have thought about it carefully. It is all because of me that he is so sick. Shouldn't I buy him medicine? I did something wrong. Why should I let others bear the bad consequences for me? Host, please wake up. He is a tyrant, and your enemy in this world. There are only 2 ways for you to return to your own world. Either you have to accumulate 1,000 points, or you become the empress after the tyrant dies. Now you are using your points to treat the tyrant. Don't you want to go back? Of course I want to go back. But that's not how people behave. Although he has a lot of misdeeds in history, and is despised by future generations. Since I traveled through time, and came to Qi Dynasty, he has never done anything to hurt me when I got along with him. On the contrary, he has protected me many times by accident. He may not be a wise man, but he is pretty good to me. I can't repay kindness with hatred. It would be unjust. Just like when you were sick. How I treated you then. I will treat him now. The system let out a long sigh. Forget it. I have brought hosts for so many times, and I have never seen anyone as white as you. I hope you won't regret today's decision in the future. After bringing the cold medicine back to the real world, Shinseo's mind did not hear the system deducting points. She checked her points and found that they were still -40 and had not increased. She called little Taachuo several times in her mind, and it ignored her. But she knew that Xiao Taachuo must have done something to make her get this box of medicine for nothing. She caressed her chest gently and said with a smile, "Thank you so much. You are such a sweet little girl with a hard mouth and a soft heart." Then he opened the capsules in the box of medicine and took out the powder, intending to take them to Yueguang Palace. Asterisk. At the same time, on the corridor in front of Yong'an Palace, the Imperial driver stopped in front of the door, and Li Maobai came out in a hurry. Sanfu stepped forward to greet him, and said with a smile, "Didn't the Emperor go to see Shin and agree? Why did he come so quickly? Go back to the palace." Li Maobai cut off his words in a cold voice, quickly got into the sedan and left. He came today with the intention of causing trouble for Shinseo. Just because the effect of her dolly pill should have passed by now, he could feel free to settle accounts with her boldly. But when he stood at the door and heard the conversation between Shinseo and Xiao Taachuo, he felt that he, a man of 7 feet, was a little too petty. She actually came to treat me even at the risk of being punished and seriously ill? Are there really such stupid women in this world? Actually, after getting along with her, I am not as bored with her as I was before. I always feel that she is different from the women in the palace. He has no rules and regulations, is crazy, often speaks rudely, and is full of bad ideas. But since she complained to her mother, who promised her not to come to the study room to serve the queen, I often don't see her. Why do I always feel empty in my heart? As if something is missing? He thought about it all the way, but the answer was always looming in his mind. But he didn't want to admit it. He is the son of heaven, and he can't even look down on how many beautiful women in the world throw themselves into his arms. It is absolutely impossible for him to admit that he has a crush on Shinseo. Unless she spoke first. Sundara face, asterisk, asterisk. Shinseo, who came to Yueguang Palace to visit a doctor, met Sanfu at the door. Sanfu said that he was rushing to the small kitchen to bring the cooked soup to Li Maobai. Shinseo said, "I just want to visit the Emperor. Let me take the medicine and send it in." Sanfu smiled and said, "Well, Your Majesty, now that you have met Mr. Shin, your illness will be half cured." After entering the small kitchen, 2 palace ladies were busy with trivial matters. Shinseo was going to put the cold medicine powder into Li Maobai's decoction. If outsiders saw the amount, unnecessary misunderstandings would occur. So she told the palace maid, "Go and warm up the stove and send it to the Emperor's chamber. If the Emperor is busy later, even if you don't bother to drink the medicine, you can still keep the medicine warm." The palace maid promised. And when she saw them leaving the kitchen, Shinseo took out the packet of powder from her waist and added it to Li Maobai's decoction. Suddenly, a jade hand grabbed her wrist and said angrily, "Okay, you? How dare you poison the Emperor?" Shinsei panicked, but when she looked back, she saw Concubine Ning standing behind her at some point. "Concubine Ning? You can't tolerate your quibbles when someone steals something." Concubine Ning snatched the unused powder from Shinseo's hand, and then ordered the palace servant she brought. "I promise to capture Shin and take this bowl of soup with me to see the Emperor. In addition, go and see the Emperor. I've got the hospital magistrate from Taiyuan Hospital. Move quickly." Chapter 62. She gave it to me, and I drank the poison too. Walk faster, don't play tricks. Outside the door, Concubine Ning's high-pitched voice sounded very harsh. "Your Majesty, I would like to see Your Majesty."
Come in.
Concubine Ning pushed open the main door with force, and the internal prison officer detained Shinseyo and entered. Before she could speak, Concubine Ning winked at the prisoner who was holding her captive. The eunuch understood what he meant and kicked Shinseyo on the calf.
You humble servant. Why don't you kneel down? Slave dog. What are you doing?
Li Maobai was slightly angry, glared at Concubine Ning and reprimanded.
Concubine Ning should promise to be pregnant. How dare anyone in your palace touch her? Your Majesty, this woman has a vicious heart. She must not stay with the Emperor.
Concubine Ning presented the packet of white powder in her hand to Li Maobai, then pointed to the decoction held by the palace maid beside her and said,
Jin doesn't know who sent this trick. She is lurking around the Emperor just to wait for an opportunity to murder the Emperor. I am a concubine. It turned out just now that she sent the servants from the kitchen out to secretly poison the Emperor's soup. No concubine.
Shinseyo hurriedly argued.
How dare I commit the capital crime of poisoning the Emperor and killing the 9 tribes? Concubine Ning, don't spit blood. I'm spitting blood on people?
Concubine Ning snorted, raised her eyebrows, and said wantonly,
How can you tolerate the sophistry of someone's stolen goods? Wait for the imperial doctor to come and test it, and see if you can still how to deny it.
Li Maobai looked at Shinseyo with gloomy eyes for a moment, then raised his hand to call Sanfu into the palace, and ordered him in a cold voice.
Order someone to drag him out and beat him to death.
Sanfu was shocked.
Your Majesty, is this what you want? Eunuch Sanfu, what are you waiting for?
Concubine Ning glanced at Shinseyo. Her voice suddenly rose a little higher.
Your Majesty, if you want to deal with people with evil intentions, I want you to drag Mrs. Shin out and beat her to death with sticks. Woolen cloth. Your Majesty, I want you to beat him to death.
Li Maobai raised his hand and pointed at Shinseyo. Shinseyo's heart rose to her throat, and she cursed in her heart. Dog Emperor, why don't you go die? I treat you with kindness, but you want to kill me? Before he finished scolding, he saw Li Maobai's fingertips lingering on him for a short time, and then moved his fingertips towards the 2 internal prisoners who were holding Shinseyo.
Shin promised that she is pregnant, and they are the ones who can touch her with their paws.
Drag the person out, chop off his hands and feet, and then beat him to death with a stick.
Shinseyo breathed a long sigh of relief and watched helplessly as the guards gagged the 2 internal prisoners and took them away. Concubine Ning was frightened and angry when she saw Li Maobai, so she boldly continued to speak.
Your Majesty, Mrs. Shin is going to poison you. Do you still want to protect her like this?
I didn't. Shinseyo cut her off.
You didn't? Then tell me. You secretly sent people out, and what was in the soup for the Emperor? Here.
Shinseyo glanced at Li Maobai and then at Concubine Ning, and suddenly felt as if someone had glued her mouth shut, making it difficult to speak. It's a medicine with 3 parts poison. I don't know what ingredients are in this cold medicine. The ancient doctors have never seen these purified medicines. If they come to check and find out that there is some toxicity, wouldn't it mean that I am going to be murdered? The Emperor's crime.
Are you speechless? Your Majesty,
Li Maobai raised his chin at the palace maid holding the decoction behind Concubine Ning.
Bring up the decoction.
The palace maid did as she was told, and Li Maobai took the decoction and poured in all the powder that Concubine Ning had handed him before.
Your Majesty, what is this?
During the process of pouring the powder, Li Maobai's inner drama was also full. Although I know that she is here to treat me,
I also know that the medicine is good. But if the thing from the future was really tested by the imperial doctor and found to have some bad elements in it, and then brought to the Queen Mother, the matter would be unclear. Forget it. I won't stop doing it if I don't do it. I'll just drink it. The next moment, Li Maobai picked up the bowl, raised his neck, and drank the soup. Shinseyo was stunned. What the hell? Why is he so big-hearted? Aren't you afraid that I might actually poison him? Concubine Ning was stunned, as if her eyes were about to jump out of her sockets.
Your Majesty, please come. Hurry. Let the imperial doctor come quickly. There is no need to pass it on to the imperial doctor.
Li Maobai took the handkerchief and wiped away the remaining medicine stains on the corners of his lips.
This is the icing sugar I asked Shin to add for me. The medicine tastes bitter, and I can't drink it with nothing. I would rather concubine. You see, there is such a big misunderstanding.
When Concubine Ning heard Li Maobai's explanation, her eyes trembled.
I smell the powder from a distance, and it has a pungent smell. How could it be icing sugar? Are you questioning me?
Li Maobai looked at her sternly. Concubine Ning said quickly.
I don't dare. I just... What she gave me. Even if it was poison, I would drink it.
Li Mabai opened his sleeves, looked around at himself, and said,
Besides, I have taken this thing. Is there anything wrong with Concubine Ning seeing me?
Shincio watched Li Mobai's every move quietly. No matter how she looked at him, she felt that he was extra handsome today. God bless you. Fortunately, this dog emperor is not in his right mind and is a fool. Otherwise I would be dead today. Li Mabai frowned slightly and glanced at Shincio, but said nothing. How unreasonable. I have good intentions to save you, but you still dare to scold me. When Taiyuan Hospital learned that Li Mabai had been poisoned, almost the entire hospital rushed to Chaoyang Palace. However, after diagnosing the pulse, nothing wrong was found. The court judge further said,
Judging from the pulse, there is nothing wrong with the emperor's body. Perhaps it is because of the medication that the illness has dissipated a lot, and there are signs of recovery.
Li Mabai ordered the imperial doctor.
What happened today was caused by Concubine Ning. Don't make this matter public until you leave.
After dismissing all the imperial doctors, Concubine Ning realized that she was a villain in vain today. Shincio is pregnant. If the queen mother knows about what she did in front of the emperor today, how can she live a good life? So she immediately changed her face, smiled apologetically at Shincio, helped her up from the ground, and brushed the dust off her skirt.
Sister, I have been wronged, and I am also concerned about chaos. Please, sister, don't argue with me.
Every woman in the palace is a master of face-changing in Sichuan opera, and Shincio has already become accustomed to it after being in the palace for so long.
It doesn't matter. The empress does this because she cares about the emperor's dragon body. How can I care about the emperor?
Concubine Ning breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down.
Sister, just be reasonable.
Li Mabai, who was sitting on the table, said in a deep voice.
I promise to be reasonable and not to argue with you. But I can't help but cure your anger. There is no basis or evidence. And it's all about spreading rumors and causing trouble with one mouth. Facing a pregnant concubine.
You dare to do something in front of me, but you don't know how to treat others harshly in private. 3 blessings. Pass my decree to the 6th palace of Xiaoyu. Concubine Ning has lost her manners in front of the emperor, caused trouble for nothing, behaved erratically, and is demoted to a concubine. In the future, she will not be able to meet the saint unless she is summoned.
Chapter 63. The salted fish host cannot be taken away. Concubine Ning's cry for mercy was obviously useless to a straight man like Li Mobai. She was persuaded by her palace maids to leave Chaoyang Palace, and Shincio had the courage to ask Li Mobai her doubts.
The emperor did not ask his concubines to add icing sugar to your soup. Why did you? Then you are poisoning me?
I don't dare. When I got smallpox in the past, all the doctors were helpless. But you saved me from H.L. I trust your medical skills. Therefore, I also believe that you are doing this to treat me.
Aren't you a fool? What about the character who is said to be quite deep in the city and suspicious by nature? Although Shincio complained secretly in her heart. To be honest, the feeling of being trusted was still very good, now that he knows that I am treating him. Can I claim credit openly? After all, the points are all spent, so you can't pay in vain and get nothing. Right? She decided to take it step by step. First caring about Li Mobai.
This is also a local medicine from my hometown, and it has miraculous effects on colds. The emperor took this dose of medicine, and his high fever will be gone today, and the duration of the disease will not exceed 3 days. If so, you really mean it.
Li Mabai calmed down and joked again with a smile.
You are so worried about the health of my dragon body. I am thinking, should I reward you with something?
I'm coming. This dog emperor is pretty good. He said it himself before I even mentioned it. Let me first be reserved and establish the character of a holy mother who does not expect anything in return, and then pretend to be reluctant to accept it when he begs me to receive the reward one after another.
The emperor said this to destroy the concubine. You are the emperor. Although the concubine became your concubine by mistake, you are also her husband. In terms of emotion and reason, you are sick. Concubine, how can I ask for a reward from the emperor if I find a way to help you relieve your pain?
Oh, okay then.
Li Mabai sat up in Zheng, gathered his clothes and walked towards the bedroom.
I'm a little tired. Please kneel down.
Shincio.
Ah. No. Your Majesty. You.
Li Mabai looked back at her with a smile.
What's wrong? Do you have anything else to do? It's okay if it doesn't happen.
Asterisk. On the way back to the palace, Shinseyo became more and more angry as she thought about it. How could there be such a dog in this world? If he really wants to give a reward, he can just give it directly. How can anyone shirk the reason and refuse to give it? During the new year, I went to my 7th aunt and 8th aunt's house to pay New Year greetings. Didn't the red envelopes they gave me 3 times and 4 times ended up in my pocket? Why didn't he follow the rules? DDD. Host, you have a new mission. Ride on the neck of the tyrant and sing the conquest. The mission difficulty is HL difficulty. The reward points for completing the mission are plus 140. And the points for failure of the mission are minus 40. This mission was won by Xiao Tuatua with great difficulty. The host must live up to his expectations. As long as the task is completed, you can become a serf and sing. Shinseyo was walking. After hearing the mission, she suddenly felt her feet go weak. What did you say? Who are you riding on and singing what? Riding on the neck of the tyrant and singing conquest. Xiao Tuatua knows that this task is difficult. But the risks are high and the rewards are high. This task can be completed within a week. The host still has time to think about how to complete the task and formulate a detailed death plan. No need. Recalling that today in Chaoyong Palace, Li Maobai casually ordered to cut off the hands of 2 internal prisoners and beat them to death with sticks. Shinseyo felt that if she continued to seek death like this, she would definitely be the next one to die. I don't do this task. In addition to the 40 points deducted for failing this task, I owe a total of 80 points. 50 points for 1 punishment. I have already saved enough for 1 punishment. You do it! Shinseyo closed her eyes tightly. Looking like a righteous soldier going to his death, I would choose cataract. Compared with epilepsy, this disease is more decent. Host. Xiao Tuatua let out a long sigh. With a hint of resentment, can you stop being such a salty person? At least try your best first. 1 week. What if it succeeds? Ha ha. What if it fails? I pissed off the dog emperor. My mission failed. I got cataracts and had to be beheaded. Am I unjust? However, the punishment will not take effect in advance before the task time limit is reached. Even if the host chooses not to do the task, he will have to wait a week before accepting the punishment. But I still ask the host to think clearly and work hard. My salted fish host. Effort? It is impossible to work hard. The tasks given by this system become more and more perverted each time. And all your efforts seem worthless in the face of absolute perversion. In the following days, Shinseyo started eating and waiting to die. She often goes to the royal garden with Pei Chier, where they sit for the entire day. Even Pei and Chier were tired of looking at those flowers and grass, and they couldn't help complaining. My lord, you come to the imperial garden every day, and all the flowers have been killed this autumn. From the time the flowers bloom, you can see the flowers fade. Are you giving them their last breath? What do you know? Shinseyo sighed worriedly. Hey, you are a full man and don't know how hungry a man is. Such a beautiful world in such bright colors. I'm afraid I will never see it again. If you don't see it this year, you won't see it next year. Don't say bad words. Little master, you are pregnant. And your lucky days are still to come. Chier said. That's true. My master is almost 3 months pregnant now. But why does his belly show no sign of bulging at all? Shinseyo looked at her flat belly and felt like crying. Pei said, it's normal not to show pregnancy in the first 3 months. But our little master has severe morning sickness. Shinseyo laughed after hearing this. The queen mother brought greasy elbows, braised pork, etc. to her palace every day, for fear that her grandson would starve due to lack of oil and water. How could there be any reason not to vomit when these things are stuffed in? Seeing that Shinseyo was still unhappy, Pei coaxed her. Do you like watching fireworks? Little master? This is not a holiday. Where can we watch fireworks? Little master, are you confused? The 3rd day of August is the Folk Fireworks Festival the day after tomorrow. Jiangdu City will set off a large number of fireworks and firecrackers. That night, the whole Jiangdu looks like daylight. It's very beautiful. But it's a pity that we are here in order to avoid fire hazards. Fireworks are not allowed in the palace. If we want to see them, we can only climb up the tower. However, this year is the new year, and the emperor has decreed that the servants are not allowed to go up the city wall. Fireworks festival. Such beautiful fireworks were always seen around New Year's Eve in modern times. Forget it. It would be great to watch fireworks in ancient times before I go blind. Chapter 64. Riding on the neck of the tyrant and singing conquest. You haven't seen the crazy lady for 3 days. Right. I don't know what she is busy with. And she didn't come to see if I have recovered from my illness. Li Mabai was distracted while reviewing the memorial. It happened that Sanfu brought new tea. After he took a sip, he started to criticize. Your tea-making skills are not as good as before. Sanfu laughed after hearing this. I understand. Master Shin has the best craftsmanship in this palace. I will ask her to come here for you. Shinseyo arrived very quickly. But today she looked as listless as an eggplant beaten by frost. And she no longer scolded herself when she saw her, which made Li Mabai a little uncomfortable. Are you worried? What can I have on my mind? I said I want to ride on your neck and sing Conquest. Can you agree? If you agree, I'll have nothing to worry about. Joke. You want to ride on my neck? Who am I? How can I tolerate you? At this moment, the conversation between Shinseyo and the system came into Li Mabai's mind. Host, tomorrow is the last day. If you can't ride on the tyrant's neck and sing the Conquest, then your points will be minus 80. Please think of a way. If you don't complete the task, you will really get cataracts. What can I do? My current negative points no longer allow me to buy any artifacts from the convenience store that can assist me in completing my mission. To ride on his neck while he is fully awake and listen to me sing Conquest? I'm afraid that my life will be gone before I finish singing. This is the task of the system again. Li Mabai stared at Shinseyo and fell into deep thought. She originally had a lot of points, but she used them all for me. Last time, she even risked being punished and exchanged her points for cold medicine for me, just to make me feel better. Although she is mean-mouthed, she treats me sincerely. Of course, these are not important. The most important thing is that if she gets cataracts and can't see anything, how can she help me distinguish between adultery and adultery in the future? No. I must help her complete this task. It doesn't matter whether I have face or not. I mainly like to let others ride on my neck. There will be a fireworks display in Jiangdu tonight. Are you free? Shinseyo originally wanted to see what ancient fireworks looked like before she lost her sight. So she nodded and said, I was also thinking about going. I will take you there. Think of it as your reward for curing me of the typhoid fever. The concubine can only go to the west city wall. And you can't see clearly over there. The east city wall is higher, and you can see more clearly. Concubine. Thank you, Your Majesty. At night, Shinseyo went to meet Li Mabai, and the two climbed up the east wall together. Autumn was getting thicker, and the wind was getting stronger above the city wall. Seeing Shinseyo hugging herself tightly from the cold and shrinking into a ball, Li Mabai sneered and said, You know you want to climb the city wall to watch the fireworks, but you are still wearing such thin clothes. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Shinseyo looked at him in bewilderment and heard him continue. Do you want to show your charming appearance in front of me so that I can pity you? Your Majesty, there are no concubines. Concubines. Before she could finish explaining, Li Mabai's cloak was already draped over her body. They stood in silence, both looking up at the night sky. At first, I saw an inconspicuous small fire jumping into the dark blue clouds. And then with a loud noise that broke the tranquility of the night, the fire burst in midair, and huge fireworks bloomed instantly, with petals, like rain, falling one after another, just like stars falling from the sky to the world, within reach. Then more fireworks rose into the air, and the dark sky was now like a canvas, dotted with messy and brilliant colors. The sky above the entire Jiangdu city suddenly became lively, and the lights were all bright for a moment, just like daytime. The color of flames reflected Shinseyo's face. There was a crooked smile on her lips. Her eyes were like clear water and green springs, staring deeply into the sky. The colorful colors of fireworks were reflected in her light brown eyes, which were as beautiful as flowing light. Colorful gems. Li Mabai was stunned for a moment. His heart was beating fast. And when he saw her smiling, he also smiled inexplicably. You can't really see it this way, right? I mean, you can't see clearly. Since I asked you to watch the fireworks as a reward, I naturally have to let you see clearly. Li Mabai pretended to look around, frowning and said, There are no tables and chairs here for you to climb up and see far. How about this? I will hold you up and let you take a closer look. Happiness came too suddenly. Before Shinseyo could react, Li Mabai picked her up and placed her on the stone pier of the city wall. He then bowed down with his back to her. Come on. Come up. F***CK. This great opportunity cannot be wasted. So without thinking, she straddled Li Mabai's tight shoulders and rode on his neck. Li Mabai stood up with difficulty and complained mercilessly. You should eat less. Shinseyo just sat on Li Mobai's neck and began to watch the fireworks intently. Host! What a great opportunity! What other fireworks are you watching? Sing quickly! Oh? Sorry. I forgot. Shinseyo sang softly. Finally you found a way to determine the winner. Host! Can you just sing the chorus? I'm in a hurry. Hey! I was conquered by you like this. Cutting off all escape routes. My mood is strong. But my decision is confused. I was conquered by you like this, and drank the poison you had hidden. My plot has come to an end, and my love and hate have been buried. I thought that the sound of firecrackers was enough to cover up my singing voice. But I didn't expect that I couldn't control myself and sang high. And my voice became louder. Only when she finished singing did she hear Li Mobai ask, What are you singing? Shinseyo replied awkwardly. Going back to the Emperor is a tune from my concubine's hometown. Well, the singing voice is very good. Li Mobai nodded and lifted Shinseyo higher. Keep singing. Asterisk. Compared with the romance between them. The remaining concubines who climbed to the West City Wall with the Queen to watch the fireworks did not have such a good eye. The West City Wall is lower than the East City Wall. And most of the view is blocked by the East City Wall. With the naked eye, you can only see the beautiful halo of light exploding in the sky. But you can't see the shocking beauty of the fireworks exploding. Therefore, in order to see clearly the excitement, many concubines carried telescopes with them to look into the distance. Suddenly, in the crowd, Concubine Hui exclaimed, Ah! That's the Emperor. This, as she finished speaking, many concubines held up telescopes and looked in the direction she was looking. Who is that? It looks like Shino agreed. Why is she riding on the Emperor's neck? How unbecoming is this? Queen, look quickly. In fact, the Queen saw this situation earlier than they did. But she seemed to be nothing. As if she didn't take it to heart. What are you talking about? Shinjingi is pregnant and young. When the child becomes more mature, it is right for the Emperor to pamper her. As long as the Emperor likes her. Anything that is not decent or well-behaved will be useless. She had said so. And no matter how angry and aggrieved the concubine beside her was, she could only keep her mouth shut. Chapter 65 The Queen's Instigation. That night, Shinseyo almost sang Conquer to Li Mobai on a loop for half the night. When she came down from the city wall, her voice was so hoarse that she could not speak. Li Mobai told her, My voice has become hoarse after singing all night. Let's have a good rest in the palace tomorrow, so that we don't have to go to the Queen to pay her respects. Shinseyo worriedly sent Li Mobai a gift, but she heard him humming involuntarily shortly after leaving. I will be conquered by you and drink the poison you have hidden, Shinseyo said. This is very dry. Asterisk. Early next morning. Fortunately, Li Mobai spared Shinseyo from going to greet the Queen today. Otherwise she would have become the target of thousands of people. Today, no matter how beautiful the fireworks were last night, they couldn't be more beautiful than the scene of Shinseyo riding on Li Mobai's neck. The concubines all saw it really. And the jealousy that had been brewing all night came out. Ningbin said angrily. She made a small promise and stopped coming just because she said she couldn't come to pay her respects to the Queen? Concubine Hui smiled coldly. The Emperor promised her. Ningbin, what's the use of saying so much? Watsue went to the Emperor early in the morning to deliver things and met the Emperor. The Emperor was in a very good mood today. He was still there when he went to court, humming a little tune. Sisters, guess what the Emperor is humming? All the concubines were curious. And Concubine Hui signaled the palace maid Huachui, who was waiting behind her, to reply. Huachui said, My servant didn't hear it very clearly. The melody of the song was very weird. I have never heard it before. The lyrics are also confusing. Oh! Concubine, she asked curiously. What is it singing? Huachui cleared her throat and tried her best to imitate the tune of Li Mobai's song. Just to be conquered by you and drink the poison you hid? After singing this line, the concubines in the palace began to talk again. Concubine Shin glanced at Concubine Ning, shook her head and sighed. You were reprimanded by the Emperor for exposing in front of the Emperor that Shin promised to poison the Emperor's potion. Not only did he deprive you of your concubine position, but also gave you a drug that could not be summoned. Facing the Holy One's will, this life's grace is over. Although you are devoted to the Emperor, you don't want to be a villain in vain. Concubine Hui said, No, it's all sung in the Emperor's lyrics. I would rather drink the poison that Shin promised to hide than listen to you saying that Shin promised to be right or wrong. How can such a favor be within our reach? Concubine, she then said,
It is true that Shin promised to be pregnant, and it is right for the emperor to pamper her a little. But we cannot ignore her dignity for her sake. When she left the palace and went to the prince's mansion, she was supposed to be accompanied by the empress. But instead the empress was supposed to go up to the east city wall to enjoy the fireworks yesterday. But she actually agreed to it. As she spoke, she looked at the queen, stood up and bowed, and said respectfully, "Queen, I really feel aggrieved for you." The queen raised her hand to tell her to lie down, and smiled dignifiedly and gently. "Why do I feel wronged? They are all caring people who serve the emperor. Shin promised to be favored today. The emperor is happy to see her. Her more company can relieve the fatigue of the emperor's busy court affairs. It's not a bad thing. If any of you sisters get such an honor in the future, I will only be happy for you and will not feel wronged. I hope that you will be like me, caring about the emperor and wishing that everything is well for the emperor. Uphold it with this idea. I won't be jealous and make all these noises in front of me." After the queen finished speaking, the concubine stood up and said in unison, My concubines, please listen to the queen's teachings." After saying a few more innocuous words, the queen ordered everyone to disperse today. Just as everyone retreated towards their own palaces, Xiang Ling, who was beside the queen, caught up with Ning Bin. "Empress Ning, the empress has something to reward you. Please go back." After she returned to the main hall and was given a seat by the queen, she saw a tray covered with red cloth placed on the table, and asked, "Empress, what is this?" "Open to take a look." Ningbin opened the red cloth and saw a tray of gold ingots slowly placed on the tray. She was confused for a moment, and even though she was excited, she didn't forget to ask, "What does the queen mean by doing this?" The queen said softly, "There has been a sudden change in your family. I don't want to elaborate on your father's affairs, but your mother and brothers at home have finally been forgiven by the emperor. The emperor confiscated the money from your mother's family. I know that your mother brought your brother is living a hard life, all thanks to your monthly support in the palace. Now that you have been reduced to the rank of concubine, your monthly income is much less. I think you have your own difficulties. If you take the money, I will also take it. No, but these should be enough to solve your urgent needs." Ningbin was so moved by the queen's words that she knelt down in front of the queen with red eyes and kowtowed as if pounding garlic. Since her fall, she has become accustomed to seeing the expressions on the concubine's face and hearing cynicism, and her heart has long since become cold. But he didn't expect that the queen would be willing to help him when he was in the most difficult time. The queen stood up and helped her up personally, then held her hand and said, "You have been in the palace for a long time, and you have been with me for a long time. I sincerely regard you as my sister. Seeing you suffer, how can I not help you? The queen treats my concubines so well, but I really can't repay them in return. I am the queen. I have everything I want. I don't need anything. I don't need you to repay me with anything. There is just one thing that makes me worried about you." "What's the matter?" The queen let out a long sigh and said, "You and Xinzheng have been in conflict for a day or two. She doesn't say anything now, but it doesn't mean she won't care about it in the future. Seeing that the emperor is so doting on her, she is so if the child is born. There is no guarantee that she will not be promoted to equal status with you. When she has a prince, how can she not avenge you while she is still 7 months away from giving birth? I think you should have a good relationship with her and make plans for the future." Ningbin thanked the queen for her kind reminder and left holding the tray of gold ingots. After she left, the queen took some sunflower seeds and fed her budgies. Xiangling came to the queen's side and whispered softly, "Empress, if you tell Ningbin like this, will she seriously go and have sex with Shin?" "Good." The queen teased the parrot with melon seeds and said with a smile, "Can she do it?" After the parrot cracked the melon seeds, he imitated, "Stupid thing, stupid thing." The queen smiled. Even the parrots raised by this palace know that she is a fool. She was deposed as a concubine because of Shincio. How can she speak smoothly like this? In addition, she was good at making decisions in the past and arranged for Xiangying to go there. When Yong'an Palace served Shincio, I knew she had bad intentions. She stroked the parrot's feathers very gently and raised her eyebrows slightly. What she wants to do depends on her will. I have never let her harm Shinatsuyo, no matter what happens in Yong'an Palace in the future. And it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 66, Real Name Poisoning. Didi. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of riding on the neck of the tyrant and singing Conquest. The reward points are 140 points.
after deducting the 40 points owed by the host before. The remaining points are currently 100 points. The host is awesome. I say the host can definitely complete the task. I don't even know how I accomplished this task. The dog emperor seems to be crazy. No matter how it is completed, the important thing is that the host does not need to accept punishment, and there is still a deposit of 100 points. By the way, the host, the Space and Time Management Bureau is going to organize us systems to go out to play together in the past 2 days. I am going to take a week off, so the host can have a good rest this week. Get ready and wait for me to come back, and then continue to work hard on the mission. Are you leaving for a week? Then can you still hear me when I call you? No. Host, I'm not in the service area anymore, hee. Oh, I won't tell the host anymore. I'm going to buy some things for travel. The quickly wearing scumbag system and the female counterattack system next door are both. I bought a lot of delicious food. I want to buy it too. Can you use my points? Okay. Is it possible to have a host? Then you can use 10 points to buy something you like. If other people's systems have it, my system should be the same. 555555. The host is so kind to me. Love you. Muah. How does it know that Shinseo's inner subtext is that you buy more things to take away? Play for a few more days, and disturb me less. Otherwise you will wake me up in my head before I wake up every day. After lunch today, Pear and Cheer brought today's portion of anti-fetal medicine to Shinseo. Pear brought the medicine, and Cheer stood behind it and closed the door of the bedroom.
Why is it so mysterious? My lord, I can't hold that hoof anymore,
Pear said angrily.
Cheer saw it with her own eyes. She added something unclean into the bowl of anti-fetal medicine.
Cheer was a little scared.
Little master, how about we pour this medicine quickly?
Fall down? How could Shinseo easily miss the opportunity she had waited so hard for? It stands to reason that my fetus is already 3 months old and is about to show its first signs of pregnancy. If she doesn't cause an accident, this matter will be revealed sooner or later. Coincidentally, Ningbin was dozing off and was giving her a pillow.
What's the point of pouring it? Ningbin is so stupid that she can even do stupid things like real name poisoning. She can't tolerate herself. My repeated tolerance of her only gave her the opportunity to harm me again and again. Now I have endured enough, I don't want to endure it anymore.
Let me review this for you, little cutie, lest you forget. When you first became a promise, the Ministry of Internal Affairs assigned her a few palace maids to serve her. She knew Xiangying was Ning Fei's at that time, and still took her there. She is waiting for the day when Concubine Ning will attack her. She ordered Cheer to take a tablespoon out of the bowl of soup and send it to the Imperial Hospital so that the Imperial doctor could see what was inside. She also ordered Pear to go to the study room to find Li Mabai,
and said that she had something important to do and asked him to be free. A trip to Yong'an Palace. Li Mabai came very quickly, and Cheer almost followed him into the bedroom. As soon as Li Mabai sat down, Shinseo said to Chi,
"What the Imperial doctor said. Tell the Emperor exactly."
Cheer stammered.
Back to the Emperor. Xiangying added a lot of purslane and crab heart powder to the miscarriage medicine that Xiangying gave to the young master. These things are absolutely taboo in the early stages of pregnancy, and Xiangying added it. It is the result of purification of the two, and the effect is even greater. If the young master drinks this bowl of anti-fetal medicine without realizing it, he may not be able to survive. Xiangying?
Li Mabai asked solemnly.
How did a palace maid get such courage? She used to serve Ningbin. Your Majesty can check the records of the Ministry of Internal Affairs,
Shinseo said, and ordered Cheer to close the door and leave.
Your Majesty, I want to get your consent for something. You say, in order to protect herself that day, the concubine had no choice but to lie in front of the Queen Mother that she was pregnant, which made a big mistake. From the day when the concubine lied to the present day, the fetus in her belly should be more than 3 months old. When she shows her pregnancy, the concubine can't hide it.
She moved the bowl of cold anti-fetal medicine in front of Li Mabai and continued.
I originally wanted to find the Queen Mother to admit the matter myself. And even if I wanted to beat or kill myself, I would admit it. But now Ning concubine let her subordinates admit it.
The people added these dirty things to the concubine's anti-fetal medicine in order to kill the
Emperor's heir
in the concubine's belly. If the concubine is really pregnant and has no intention of being wary of her, this bowl of medicine will be used. If you drink it, the Emperor's heir will be in danger. Whether Ningbai doesn't like the concubine, or has misunderstandings about the concubine and hates the concubine, she can be angry at the concubine if she wants. But what she did today is really chilling. Children are innocent, let alone the Emperor's heir. She is the Emperor's concubine. The Emperor knows the whole story. It is up to the Emperor how to deal with her.
Shinseyo said all this in one breath. And after Li Mabai stared at the anti-fetal medicine for a long time, he suddenly looked at her with sharp eyes.
You are smart. He obviously noticed that there was something wrong with Xiangying a long time ago, but he didn't send her away, but keep her at your side. From the first day she came to serve you. You have already considered that Ningbin may be harmful to the Emperor in your belly. Are you waiting for Ningbin to attack you?
He smiled coldly, with a gloomy look on his face.
As long as Ningbin takes action, then the fault of not being able to save the pregnancy will not be your fault. In the future, whether in front of the mother or in front of the concubines, you will do nothing wrong. And you will still be a sympathetic figure. The victim. You took advantage of it, and you are really good at calculating.
What the hell? When did this dog Emperor become so smart? Shinseyo was a little flustered when Li Mabai guessed his thoughts. But she soon calmed down. She was about to open her mouth to argue. But she saw Li Mabai staring at her, and suddenly burst into laughter.
Why are you nervous? I don't mean to blame you. In this imperial city, who is not scheming and living a life of walking on thin ice? I was like this in the front court. And you are like this in the harem. If you don't have the heart to be careful. Balbuki was assassinated, and she didn't know it. This matter is because Ningbin made a mistake. If she doesn't do anything wrong, you can't blame her for it. And she will suffer the same consequences as others.
After saying that, Li Mabai stood up and left. Shinseyo stopped him.
So, how does the Emperor plan to deal with it?
Li Mabai looked back, glanced at the anti-fetal medicine, and then stared at her, changing the topic and said,
You are thirsty after talking about your son for a while. Drink some water to moisten your body.
Shinseyo immediately understood what Li Mabai meant. She got up leisurely and walked to the dressing table,
adding a lot of gouache to her face. Even her lips, looking as if she was seriously ill, and her face was pale. Then, she picked up the bowl of anti-fetal medicine and slowly poured it into the potted green plants in the dormitory, until there was not a drop of soup left in the bowl. She smashed the bowl to the ground with all her strength. And then she fell down on the warm seat with her hands on her stomach, feeling weak, and shouted in a panic.
Come here! Help! Help!
Chapter 67 Acting Competition. Now Yueguang Palace is getting lively. First, Sun Guiran, who lived with Shinseyo, heard the commotion and rushed to her room to inquire about the situation. He saw that she was moved to the couch by the palace servants, and her skirt was covered with dripping blood. Sun Guiran was so frightened that her face turned pale.
How could this happen?
She bravely stepped forward, held Shinseyo's hand, and said comfortingly,
Don't be afraid. Sister, the palace officials have already called the imperial doctor. Sister, it hurts so much.
Shinseyo bit her lips tightly, causing her already pale lips to turn bloody. The next moment, she screamed in pain and fainted. Pretending to be in pain is a test of your acting skills, so it's easier to pretend to be unconscious. So, she waited in her sleep for Li Mabai to come, the imperial doctor to come, the queen mother to come, and the empress to come. The imperial doctor who came to Yueguang Palace to diagnose her pulse had received Li Mabai's order early in the morning. Regardless of the pulse condition, he reported that she had taken extreme cold medicine and had a miscarriage. After checking Shinseyo's pulse in front of everyone, the imperial doctor knelt down in front of his masters in fear.
Let me report to the emperor. Master Shin's pulse is weak and slippery, and it seems that he has been exposed to something extremely cold.
The queen mother looked at the blood on the bed, and her heart was pounding with fear. She stroked her chest and asked,
Can the emperor's heir in her belly be saved?
The imperial doctor shook his head sadly.
Your Majesty, please forgive me, but Master Shin no longer has a fetal image.
Hearing this, the queen mother staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the queen quickly gave her a hand, with red eyes and choked with sobs, and comforted her.
My condolences to the queen mother. Shin promises that she is still young, and she will have children.
Later, the imperial doctor brought a bowl of inducing labor medicine, saying that it would allow Shinseyo to eliminate the stillborn fetus from the mother's body. In fact, it was just a bowl of brown sugar water. Pear helped Shinseyo, who was in a coma, half sitting up. But the soup could not be fed to her mouth no matter what. Should I drink? In the past, when I watched people who passed out in TV dramas, they seemed to be unable to drink the medicine given to them. Right? Aren't those who drink it fed mouth to mouth? Li Maobai heard this clearly, and couldn't help but sneer. Hey, are you waiting for me here?
I'm here.
He sat on the edge of the couch and took Shinseyo into his arms. He took the medicine bowl from Pear's hand, took a spoonful and blew it carefully to dissipate the heat. What the hell? He won't take the opportunity to kiss me, right? Before Shinseyo could finish saying this in her heart, the kiss didn't come, but she felt a heartbreaking pain. This dog emperor. He even used the hand holding his shoulder to pinch himself secretly. As soon as she opened her mouth to scream, Li Maobai shoved the spoon into her mouth. Then he looked at her tenderly and said in a gentle and caring voice,
Seyo, you're awake.
Calling her name from his mouth felt awkward no matter how hard it sounded. Shinseyo had goosebumps all over her body. But facing the concerned eyes of people in this large room, she had to continue her performance. She covered her belly and said in a very weak voice,
Your Majesty, is your concubine's child still there?
Li Maobai lowered his eyes, not daring to look directly into Shinse's worried eyes filled with hot tears. Maybe he is afraid that he will probably laugh after watching it.
We are all young and will have children. There will be children? What does the Emperor mean by this?
Shinseo's eyes widened, and she shook her head in disbelief.
When the Imperial Doctor came to ask for Pingin's pulse yesterday, he said that everything was fine with the dragon air in the concubine's belly. How could he say that? It's gone!
She cried out in pain, and the tears came at the drop of a hat. Even Li Maobai was shocked. Seeing this situation, the Queen Mother and the Empress also rushed forward to comfort her. Li Maobai was forced to hold her in his arms, and said in a fierce tone,
Check it out! How did those dirty things get into Shin Xuesheng's daily food? What was the last thing Shin Xuesheng used?
Pear wiped away her tears, knelt on the ground and replied,
Back to the Emperor. It's the anti-fetal medicine. The anti-fetal medicine used by the young master was all made by the slaves. But today's anti-fetal medicine is Xiangying boiled good delivery.
Xiangying was suddenly named by Pear. She turned pale and hit her knees on the ground. She repeatedly shouted that she was wronged.
Your Majesty, I wholeheartedly served my young master. How could I possibly murder my young master? Your Majesty, I have never done this. You haven't done this before? Sanfu, take someone to her veranda and search it carefully for me.
Sanfu moved very quickly. When he came back, he already had a small cloth bag in his hand.
Your Majesty, I found this in the maid's room. This thing is hidden under the bed. Inside are some unknown lumps. It has a unique smell, but I don't know what it is used for. Take it to the Imperial Doctor.
After looking at it, the Imperial Doctor immediately said,
Back to the Emperor. This is musk. If it is given in such a dose, even the gods will not be able to protect the dragon heir. Bold!
Li Maobai glared at Xiangying angrily and shouted loudly,
Come here! Drag this servant out! Divide her body into pieces!
Xiangying was so frightened that she panicked.
Your Majesty, this thing does not belong to the slave. This slave was wrongly accused. You still dare to quibble.
Sanfu waved the clean whip in his hand and slapped Xiangying's face hard, leaving a deep bloody mark in just one stroke.
How dare you quibble when you have obtained the stolen goods? You are about to die. If you're not honest, I should pull out your tongue first. Your Majesty, spare your life. Your Majesty, spare your life. The musk I used for Shindo was not musk. How could it be in my room?
The words blurted out in panic actually confirmed Xiangying's crime. Just now, Shinseyo was still wondering why there was musk in the fragrance studio. She thought that Ningbin had made 2 preparations to harm her. Only after Xiangying misfortune came out of her mouth, and she saw the corners of Li Maobai's lips raise for a moment, did she understand what was going on. This dog emperor is quite sinister. He can think of such damaging moves.
Everyone heard it. It was she who admitted that she had indeed added dirty things into the anti-fetal medicine that Shin promised.
The queen glared at her.
Tell me, who instigated you to do such a disaster that would annihilate the 9 tribes?
Seeing that the matter could no longer be concealed, Xiangying cried and confessed.
It's Empress Ningbin's slave's parents, who are being held captive by Ningbin's brother. She said that if the slave doesn't obey her instructions, she will kill the slave's parents.
Life. Your Majesty, spare your life. Queen, please spare your life. This slave is really forced, and there is nothing I can do about it. You stupid thing.
The queen sighed and shook her head.
Ningbin is threatening you. You can tell me. You can tell the emperor that you have mistaken ideas and dare to attack the emperor's heir.
The queen mother, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly burst into emotion at this moment, and said angrily, Go to Chengqian Palace immediately to summon Ning Concubine to the AI family. If it is really her who did this, the AI family will definitely not spare her. Chapter 68, Being Sealed as a Permanent Presence. Later, amid the comfort from everyone, Shincio finally stopped crying. Li Mobai asked her to rest and take care of herself first, and the Queen Mother promised that she would give her an explanation. Later, when Ning Bin was interrogated, Shincio did not participate. After everyone dispersed, Pear and Cheer, who had no idea about it, cried and their eyes turned red. My lord, you know that there is something wrong with the soup. Why do you still drink it? Shincio couldn't bear to see them so sad, so she told the truth frankly. Only then did they stop crying. Asterisk. With Xiangying's testimony, Ningbin could not deny the crime she had committed. Li Mobai decreed to give her a white silk scarf, but the queen advised her. Ning Concubine made a big mistake this time, but the emperor really wants to kill her. She and I entered the palace in the same year, and we have been sisters for many years. The concubine knew that her nature was not bad. Her family suffered heavy losses one after another, and she was aggrieved because of the emperor's favor with Xinzheng. She was scolded by the emperor and even lost her position as a concubine. Naturally, she felt aggrieved. What the queen means is that I was too partial to Shen and agreed to it, which led to today's situation. The queen bent her knees and said in fear, Your Majesty, I don't mean that. I just think that the 16th of next month is the emperor's birthday, and it is not appropriate for any more bloody things to happen in the palace. Even if Ningbin is wrong, please, the emperor wants to let her live because she has been able to behave herself in the palace these years. At this moment, the queen mother had also woken up from the anger just now. She had been immersed in the palace for so many years, and was the last palace fighting champion. How could she not understand what the queen meant when she said this? The queen didn't care whether her concubine died or not. What she cared about was that she could gain a virtuous reputation in front of Li Mobai. The queen is her distant niece, and it was she who single-handedly promoted her to the position of the middle palace. Now that Shincio's child is gone, the queen mother certainly hopes that Li Mobai's first child will be his legitimate son with the queen. So he said, The queen has a kind heart and treats her subordinates mercifully. She is worthy of being a model in the middle palace. The AI family has been worshipping Buddha for many years, but she has never seen any killings. And she just lost her grandson. And she is really sad. But Ningbin has taken care of the AI family these years. If you try your best, the emperor will let her live. If I keep her alive, how can I give Shen an explanation? The mistakes Xiao Chuan committed in the past were major crimes against the 9 tribes. In the past, the emperor forgave them for the sake of Ningbin. Now that Ningbin has made another mistake, the emperor's favor can be taken back. The favors can still be given as usual. It would be more painful to kill her mother's family and let her live alone with guilt than to let her die. The queen mother pretended to recite the Buddha's name, and then said, As for Shen Yaosheng, she has been in the position promised for some time. So it is time to give her a promotion to relieve her pain of losing her son. So she chose it's a good day. Jin Shen promises to be there forever. Li Mobai was like a dumb man who had eaten Coptis chinensis and couldn't express his pain. This time, it was clear that he was acting with Shincio to help her get through the difficulties. So why did she get a reward in the end? Let her know this news and still laugh so hard. Really? I'm so angry. After Ning Concubine was moved to the cold palace, she cried and asked to see Li Mobai. She shouted at the top of her lungs all night long, and the guards guarding the cold palace had no choice but to report the matter to the queen. After hearing this, the queen looked calm and said, The fact that she can still cry out means that she is not extremely sad yet. When people are extremely sad, they cannot cry or shout. Go and tell her. Her mother's family was convicted because of her. Her mother was given a white silk ribbon. Her brother was sentenced to beheading. And there will be no more blood relatives of hers in this world. If she still has the energy to cry after hearing this news, then I will come back for her. Let's see if the emperor has time to see her. The guards were ordered to retreat, and Xiangling presented several pieces of shoe brocade for the queen to choose from. Your Majesty, there are very few shoe brocades from Jiangnan weaving this year. The queen mother has rewarded you with these, which is 3 times more than what was given to concubine Shi. It shows that the queen mother takes good care of you. The queen smiled coldly, caressing the silk, and said softly, She is not taking care of me. She is taking care of the glory of the Zhu family in the world of the Li family. Please pick 2 of these shoe brocades with elegant colors and send them to Shen as my wife. It's a gift to celebrate her promotion to permanent presence.
Remember? Don't choose bright colors. She has no children, and she doesn't want to wear red or green.
Xiangling smiled and nodded, bowed and stepped back. Who said Shincio didn't want to wear red or green? Why did she close the door in her room, drink a little tune and crack melon seeds? And her life was not to mention how leisurely it was. Now that he has become a permanent resident, his salary has naturally increased a lot, and the food delivered from the imperial dining room is much more refined on a daily basis. Although it is not as luxurious as the one he had when he was falsely pregnant, it is still much better than just a promise. Payer brought the tonic given by you to her. She felt bitter after smelling it. She frowned and waved to Payer to take it out and pour it out. As soon as Payer stepped out, she heard the door opening again. She thought it was Payer who had turned back. So she said without raising her head,
"Didn't I let you fall? Why are you back again?"
The next moment, the medicine bowl was thrust in front of her face, startling her. She looked up and saw Li Mabai standing in front of her with a slightly angry expression.
"Your Majesty, why are you here? Drink the medicine." "But my concubine's health is not serious. It's just the medicine that's poisonous." "It's fine. It's better not to take medicine randomly. You can drink if I tell you to."
"Oh," Shincio cursed,
MMP,
in her heart. But she still behaved very obediently, picked up the medicine bowl, held her nose and drank it in one gulp. She thought Li Mabai was deliberately targeting her to see her make a fool of herself. But Li Mabai didn't have that leisurely intention. That day, after checking Shincio's pulse, the imperial doctor secretly told Li Mabai that Shincio's body was a little weak, and she often suffered from night sweats, nightmares, and cold hands and feet. What's more serious is that it is difficult to have such a physical condition. Pregnant. Upon hearing this, Li Mabai immediately asked the imperial doctor to prepare the right medicine for the disease, and secretly thought about himself in his heart. I don't care if she can get pregnant with her physique. What does it have to do with me whether she can give birth? It's just that she must take good care of herself. She is of great use to me, so there must be no mistakes. Seeing Li Mabai staring at her in a daze, Shincio raised her hand and waved it in front of him and asked,
"The Emperor came to see my concubine in the middle of the night. Is there anything wrong? I heard that you took out the decoctions given to you by the Imperial Pharmacy every day and poured them into the flower bed, watering all the flowers to death. Every flower and grass in the palace is more valuable than your life. So how can you be tolerated? Once in destruction? From tomorrow on, I will have Sanfu come to the palace to watch you taking medicine. If you dare to waste it again, I will make you look good."
"Ah,
Your Majesty, why don't you give me medicine? I'm not sick. Drinking these medicines may hurt your health. Why are you not sick? The imperial doctor diagnosed your pulse that day and told me clearly that you have a brain disease. That's why you don't look very smart."
Li Mabai sneered and said,
"So these decoctions were ordered by me. The hospital specially prescribed it for your mental retardation, so it can be regarded as the right medicine. But Your Majesty, you can drink it if I tell you to. Why are you so long-winded?"
"Oh." Shincio's face was full of embarrassment. She rolled her eyes at Li Mabai and reluctantly agreed to his instructions.
"You seem to have that serious illness. I think you are mentally ill. Your whole family is mentally ill." Chapter 69. The original owner was actually an undercover agent sent into the palace? I originally thought that Li Mabai was just joking. But who would have thought that when the royal pharmacy came to deliver medicine, there would actually be internal guards watching her drink every drop of the medicine every day. The terrible thing is that the medicine is extremely bitter. So painful that she starts to doubt her life every day when it's time to take the medicine. Fortunately, the people at the royal pharmacy were so kind that every time they delivered medicine, they would prepare her with candied frosting to relieve her pain. After drinking for 3 days, Shincio couldn't stand it anymore. So she planned to bribe the palace officials who were watching her drink the medicine.
"Father-in-law, do you know how many more days I have to take this medicine? The Emperor wants you to drink enough for a month." "1 month?"
Shincio put the medicine bowl aside and lowered her voice to the internal supervisor.
"I want to discuss something with you. This medicine is so bitter that I can't drink it. You can deliver it as usual every day. How about I dump it secretly and give you a drop of money at a time?"
The eunuch refused her sternly without even thinking.
"Young master, you can't make such a joke. The Emperor has decreed that the slave must watch you drink the medicine. If the slave doesn't do it, he will take a handful of your money, and he will drink it at any time."
"It's possible to lose your head." "Oh, if you don't tell me, who will know? I'm not sick. It doesn't matter whether I drink or not.
The two were chatting secretly when the door to the bedroom was pushed open. The visitor was Sanfu, followed by two palace maids carrying trays. After saluting Shinseyo, Sanfu waved his hand and told the palace maid, "Put the things down." Looking at the several pieces of elegantly colored fabrics placed on the tray, Sanfu introduced them with a smile. "Master Shin, these are the gifts given to you by the queen. Congratulations on your promotion." After saying that, he sent away the two palace maids who brought the congratulatory gifts. He glanced at the eunuch who brought the medicine and said solemnly, "You are really clever. If you dare to take the money of young Master Shin privately, let alone the emperor, the miscellaneous family, I can't spare you." The eunuch was so frightened that he kept saying that he didn't dare. Sanfu looked impatient and waved his hand to tell him to leave. Shinseyo looked embarrassed. "Mr. Sanfu, I really can't drink this medicine. Good medicine tastes bitter. For the sake of my health, please bear with me. But I'm not sick. My dear master, your body is weak and your energy and blood are insufficient. These decoctions are to nourish your body, not to cure your illness." Shinseyo was stunned for a moment, remembering that her aunt was rolling on the floor in pain as soon as she arrived. Her hands and feet were usually cold even in the hot summer, and she often had nightmares and night sweats at night. Perhaps it was because of the original owner's poor health. So when Li Maobai forced her to take medicine, he was actually conditioning her body? And it's not to deliberately embarrass her and watch her jokes. Sanfu showed a wicked smile, covered his mouth and lowered his voice. Jokingly, "The reason why the emperor cares so much about whether the young master takes the medicine or not is because the imperial doctor said that after the young master's body is recuperated, she will be pregnant again soon. Your Majesty is thinking about his first son after he ascends the throne. If he is born with you, my mistress, it will be a happy one." "I bother! Who wants to have children with him? But since this medicine is for the body, maybe after taking it for a month, my uncomfortable symptoms can really be relieved, compared with the possibility of alleviating the devastating pain blow caused by her aunt." Shinseyo instantly felt that the medicine was not so painful when she took it in. Why is this dog emperor so coy? You are obviously good to people, but you insist on showing off your ability to ridicule others. It's so mean. Is this contrast cute and cute? Asterisk. During dinner that day, Shinseyo was bitten by a piece of soft glutinous rice ball. Break open the glutinous rice ball and see a small, slender bamboo tube inside. After studying it carefully, she took out a note from the bamboo tube. "I've been summoned several times. Why don't you come? If you don't go to the Shiyu Lake Abandoned Pavilion to summon you again at 3 o'clock tonight, your life will be in danger." The handwriting was exactly the same as the last note, and it mentioned the exact same place. Who wants to see her? The note was recovered at the palace maid's office in the previous article, and the note was recovered at Yong'an Palace. It was obvious that this note was not a prank or given to the wrong person. It was clearly meant for her. This person's letters were secretive, and every time he chose to meet at a very late hour and in a remote location. At first glance, there was nothing good to do. The original owner is just a little palace maid, who would put so much effort into contacting her several times. Could it be? I heard that in ancient times, there were many cases of palace maids having sex with eunuchs, or having affairs with guards. Could it be that the person who wrote the letter was a close friend of the original owner? Shinseyo didn't want to go to the appointment, but because she had not recovered the memory of the original owner. If the other party was really her former sweetheart, she had now become the emperor's concubine. If the other party got red-eyed and caused some trouble, she would be the one in trouble. After thinking about it, she decided to go to the appointment place to find out. To be safe, she hid a dagger in her waist when she went to the appointment, thinking that if that person wants to do something evil to me, I can defend myself. When it was dark at night, Shinseyo arranged for the palace servants, who were waiting for him, to go to bed early and sneaked out of the palace secretly. He carefully avoided the patrols of the guards and arrived at the agreed place before midnight. When she came, she saw a palace servant in eunuch uniform standing in the abandoned pavilion. From a distance, he looked familiar. After thinking about it carefully, I remembered that the eunuch was the father-in-law of the manufacturing office. Su Detian. I go. The original owner wouldn't have an affair with this guy. Right? He is a man in his 50s with oily hair and a pink face. He has a mouth full of tartar and yellow teeth that makes him want to vomit. How did the original owner manage to remove it? At this moment, Su Detian also saw her. On weekdays, Su Detian always has a smile on his face, is kind to others,
and gets along extremely harmoniously with everyone. But today, the way he looked at Shinseyo was filled with awe-inspiring chill, making people shudder.
The Zagia thought you wouldn't come. Yueguang has brought me here several times. Why? What's the matter?
Su Detian sneered.
Once you tried your best to fly to the branch and become a phoenix, you only planned to enjoy the glory and wealth, and forgot about the master's instructions?
Master? Entrustment? Something is wrong. Shinseyo stood still and continued following Su Detian's words.
I have never forgotten it. No!
Su Detian reached out to her.
Now you have changed from a palace maid to the Emperor's pillow. Since you said you haven't forgotten it, what about the news in the past few months? Bring it here. What news? Are you pretending?
Su Detian squinted at her.
Hand over the contents shown in the memorial.
Shinseyo only thought about it for a moment. And then she roughly understood what he meant. The original owner used to be responsible for serving Li Maobai's pen and ink in front of the Emperor. When Li Maobai was reviewing the memorial, the original owner stood beside him. As long as she is willing, she can naturally see the contents of the memorial. In this case, the original owner was an undercover agent placed next to Li Maobai and responsible for collecting intelligence from the previous dynasty? Good guy. Are you playing Mission Impossible in the palace? Seeing that she was silent, Su Detian said with a fierce voice.
Don't think that you can break away from the master by becoming a concubine. In recent years,
you have often been in the hands of the master when you have done things for him. Even if your brother has died of illness. Don't think that without the leverage to hold you down, there is nothing we can do against you.
He smiled sinisterly, narrowed his eyes, and said word by word.
Whether you want this life or not is entirely up to you.
Chapter 70, Restoring the Memory of the Original Owner. Without the memory of the original owner, Shinseyo couldn't figure out how many secrets she had hidden in her body. The commander-in-chief of the manufacturing office is a second-rank official in the inner palace, and his position is very important among the servants of the imperial city. Such a person is willing to work for the so-called master, which shows that that person's status cannot be underestimated. If Su Detian is allowed to notice that there is something wrong with him, I am afraid there will be more trouble in the future. So she calmed down, showed a bit of sadness, and said,
Eunuch Su, does he think that if I become the Emperor's pillow, I will have more opportunities to spy on intelligence? In the past, I was a maid in front of the Emperor, serving the Emperor's pen and ink, secretly memorizing information. It is not difficult to submit the contents of the memorial. But now that I am in the harem and the Emperor does not need me to serve in the study room, where can I have the chance to see them? You mean, you don't plan to continue doing things for the master? That's wrong. It's not that I don't want to continue doing things for the master, but I want to do things better.
Shinseyo stared at Su Detian's eyes, trying to win his trust in her.
Now I am not just the Emperor's pillow, is also the Emperor's sweetheart. You don't know how much I am favored in the harem. It is precisely because I have such an identity that just spying on the memorial is overkill.
Right? Su Detian's eyes flashed, and after thinking for a moment, he said,
there will be people spying on the affairs of the harem, so you don't have to worry.
Oh my god! What he means is that there are also undercover agents placed next to Li Maobai among the concubines. None of those women look very smart. Who in the brain would let them go into the palace to work as undercover agents?
Is there anyone?
Shinseyo sneered.
You can't even see the Emperor's face. What else are you doing? Embroidery? When I have the chance, I will go back to the master in person and ask the master to arrange a new task for me. I won't bother you. Do you want to see the master? You are in the palace and the master is outside the palace. How can you see him if you want? In this way, in 2 days, it will be the day when I leave the palace to make purchases. I will tell the matter to the master in person to see what he wants. Arrange. Then I'll bother you. Just tell me what the master's instructions are when the time comes.
Shinseyo's tone was arrogant. And before leaving, she didn't forget to ask Su to add.
Also, tell the master for me. No matter what I do, what my identity is, my sincerity has never changed.
Asterisk. Shinseyo's heart almost jumped out of her throat after she returned to Yueguang Palace safe and sound. It turns out that being a spy is such an exciting thing. Looking back on what happened just now, she began to admire her acting skills. While she was scared, she was also a little excited. After studying history for so many years, I have never known that in the Qi dynasty, there were foreign ministers who placed details around Li Maobai. There is no record in historical materials, which means that this matter was not discovered by Li Maobai. Or maybe by the time he found out, it was already too late. Is it interesting to think about being able to witness and participate in a historical event that has not been recorded in history? In the past, she had always thought that the heroine was just an ordinary palace maid. But she did not expect that she had multiple identities. From what Su Detian said just now, Shinseo can probably deduce some information. The master he calls is outside the palace and lives in Jiangdu. Anyone who can play such a big game in the palace must either be in a high position or be rich enough to rival the country. In the palace, he, the head of the manufacturing office, seemed to be responsible for serving as the liaison for low-level undercover agents. And those he contacted should be palace maids and internal guards like her. As for the harem, there should be concubines lurking around Li Mabai. This is the only information she got. If she wants to know the whole story, she must restore the memory of the original owner. I'm stuck in this muddy water, and if I make a wrong step, I'm very likely to lose my life. So she decided to find Xiao Taochua to exchange points for the memory of the original owner. The next day happened to be the day when Xiao Taochua came back from vacation. Shinseo explained the situation to her and decided to exchange 50 points for all the memories of the original owner. Good host. 50 points will be deducted when redeeming the memory potion. And the host currently has 40 remaining points. After a while, a bottle of oral liquid appeared in the palm of my hand, with a plastic straw attached. After Shinseo drank the memory potion, she felt dizzy and fell asleep as soon as her eyes darkened. She had a lengthy dream, in which the original owner's experience from birth to being possessed by her soul flashed before her scene by scene, like a movie. The original owner was born in a wealthy family in a water town in the south of the Yangtze River. His biological mother was his father's second wife, who gave birth to a son and a daughter for his father. She also has a brother who is 2 years younger than her. The childhood of the two siblings was rich and happy, until she was 8 years old. Her father was plotted by his peers, which led to the family's financial ruin. The legitimate wife took all the money in the family and ran away with her children. After learning about this, her father died of a heart attack, leaving only the original owner, mother and brother living on the streets. Later, in order to let his two siblings have a full meal, his mother had a bad idea and stole someone else's wallet. After being caught, he was beaten to death in the street. She wandered with her brother for a long time. Later, when she was going over the mountain to go somewhere else, her brother accidentally lost his footing and fell halfway down the mountain. Although his life was saved, he became an idiot. Fortunately, after arriving in Mingdu, the second largest city in the Qi dynasty, kind-hearted people took them in and gave them a chance to survive. Little did they know that this would be the beginning of their nightmare. The wealthy family that took in the siblings also took in many homeless children like them. This house is full of rich and powerful men. The price of providing them with food and accommodation every day is to force them to learn various skills: reading, writing, playing music, chess, calligraphy and painting, boxing and kicking. Everything is perfect. There is an assessment every 6 months, and those who fail the assessment will be strangled alive and buried anywhere. Her brother was an idiot, so he naturally failed the test and could not escape death. However, because the original owner performed outstandingly and was the most talented among these children, those people spared her brother's life. After growing up, when Li Mabai ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor, the original owner accepted the instructions from his superiors, changed her identity, and sent her to the palace to be a maid. She was responsible for spying on the memorial and passing information outside the palace once a month. If she did not act according to the instructions, her imprisoned brother would die. She lived in fear every day, but in order to keep her brother alive, she had to obey the instructions of her master. Until a few months ago, her brother died suddenly and unexpectedly. When she was heartbroken, she was threatened by Su Detian, saying that although her brother died, she must continue to help her master if she wanted to survive. Work. The original owner was so despondent that he had no love left in his life, so he committed suicide by burning charcoal in his veranda. Chapter 71. You are not in love with me? After recalling the life of the original owner, Shinseo also woke up from his slumber. She felt her heart aching, and she really felt sorry for the original owner. At the same time, she also lamented the caution of those behind the scenes. The original owner had never met the so-called master, and even except for Su Detian, she knew nothing about the identities of the other agents. However, there are many famous historical incidents caused by her peeping and leaking the memorial. For example, the plan to attack Xiliang was revealed in advance.
which led to the failure of the Qi dynasty's first battle in Xiliang. Later, it took twice as many troops to barely win that battle. Or maybe the court had discovered a corrupt official and was about to deal with it. But Shincio released the news in advance, and the next day, the corrupt official's mansion was already empty. There are too many to list, and if each one of them were revealed, it would be a capital crime of beheading. These actions of the original owner also successfully labeled Li Mobai's political career as incompetent and lazy in the early days of his accession to the throne. No wonder the Li Mobai he saw after traveling through time was so different from the description of him in history. Maybe all this is a misunderstanding? Is he a good emperor who is truly diligent and loves his people? But from the moment he ascended the throne, he had fallen into the calculations of others. Little Tuachuo, do you think Li Mobai is not a tyrant at all? Is he just too stupid to be plotted against? Even if he was plotted against in the past, the bad things he did in the future, such as roasting his loyal ministers, burning books to humiliate Confucian scholars, and killing people indiscriminately, are all facts. If the host insists on using stupid to defend him, then he is also stupid and bad. But he has not done these things yet. The Li Mobai I saw was devoted to government affairs and put the people first in everything. It is not easy to change a person's nature like this, unless he experienced some big changes in the future. I really can't figure out how he could go from being a good emperor who was diligent and caring for his people to a tyrant that is passed down from generation to generation. Host, you have a problem. Why do you always say good things for the tyrant? Where do I have it? I'm just analyzing this rationally. When the late emperor died in the past, Li Mobai was able to seize the throne from so many of his brothers, which was enough to prove that he was not a useless idiot. The traitor may be able to hide his plan for a while, but there is no guarantee that the matter will not come to light one day. If Li Mobai himself finds out the clues about this matter in the future, and finds out the person behind the plot who plotted against him, then do you think the identity of the original owner Shizwa can be concealed? If Li Mobai knows about this, even if I have 10 heads, it won't be enough for him to chop off. Well, the host's analysis seems to make sense. So what are you going to do? The paper cannot contain the fire. If this matter is not exposed, I can only pray that Li Mobai will continue to be stupid and never wake up. Otherwise, my life will be difficult to save. In matters of life and death, I cannot leave it to fate. The only way to ensure that I have a 100% chance of survival is to immediately go to Li Mobai and confess everything to him, and make a guarantee to him that I will help him find the person behind the trouble, help him stabilize the government, and make the merits clear. But the original owner has committed many capital crimes in the past, so the host is not afraid that after admitting the identity of the original owner to the tyrant, if he doesn't believe you, he will behead you immediately? Not afraid. Shensi, I was confident. Do you still remember the reward I got from the big carousel the first time? It's that packet of amnesia powder. I saw that convenience stores also sell them. When I go to see Li Mobai to confess everything, I will bring this thing with me. It would be best if he would forgive me the death penalty and cooperate with me. If he refuses to insist on executing me, I can also use amnesia powder to make him forget what I said to him. And I can survive. As a system for issuing tasks, Zayatu Ocho cannot interfere with any decisions Shincio makes in this world according to the regulations of the Space and Time Administration. Therefore, it could only follow Shincio's wishes and use 10 points to redeem a pack of amnesia powder for her. Didi, the host successfully redeemed the amnesia powder. The points are -10, and the remaining points are 30. The host should use it carefully this time. Don't use the powder on yourself like last time. Asterisk. Shincio is a person who can't hide things in her heart. If she doesn't resolve this matter clearly today, she may not be able to sleep tonight. Although she knew that if she told Li Mobai about this, he would be the one who couldn't sleep. But he can't sleep because he can't sleep. Does it have anything to do with him? Sanfu, who was guarding outside the Chaoyang Palace, saw her and hurriedly came forward to greet her. Master Shin, why are you here so late? Has the emperor rested? I have something to see him. If other concubines had come to Li Mobai at this time, Sanfu would have persuaded them to go back under the guise. But Shincio is different. He is the person who is close to my heart. So he said with a smile, I have just finished taking a bath, and then entered the bedroom. Please wait a moment. My young master, I will go in and pass the news to you. It only took a moment for Sanfu to lead her back and forth into the bedroom. The dormitory is very quiet. So quiet that you can even hear your breathing. The candlelight was dim, and the faint smell of ambergris filled it. And there was an inexplicable ambiguous atmosphere. At this moment, Li Mabai was sitting cross-legged on the warm seat. A white clear nightgown wraps up his slender and muscular body, and the ravines of his muscles are looming, making people salivate. Her dark hair was pulled up loosely behind her back, and a pair of starry eyes were looking coldly towards this side. Damn. It's so beautiful. While appreciating beauty, Shinseyo also did not forget to be considerate and courteous.
Your Majesty, I wish you peace and prosperity. And my concubine stayed up all night to beg to see you. That's right.
Li Mabai waved his hand to interrupt her, raised his eyelids and looked at the bed.
If you have anything to say, let's talk in bed. Your Majesty, you have misunderstood. This is not what I meant by concubine.
What?
You're not here to sleep with me?
He joked with Shinseyo seriously, and found it interesting when he saw her face flushing all the way to her ears.
I won't tease you anymore. What do you want to tell me?
Shinseyo looked serious, took 2 steps back and suddenly knelt in front of Li Mabai.
Your Majesty, I am guilty of this concubine.
She was not used to the rules, and she suddenly gave herself such a gift, which made Li Mabai confused. But he didn't think much about it. He just remembered the imperial doctor's instructions that Shinseyo couldn't bear the cold due to iron deficiency and cold body. The marble floor of the bedroom was polished and freezing. How could she endure it while kneeling in her thin clothes? He didn't know what he was thinking. But somehow, he stood up and helped her up.
The ground is cold. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't kneel down.
His palms were thick and warm, and the warmth fell on Shinseyo's arms, quickly flowing into her heart like electricity. She looked at the man so close in front of her and her heart beat faster. The bedroom was quiet, and Li Mabai could clearly hear her erratic heartbeat. This crazy bitch. Why is your heart beating so fast? Could it be that you have fallen in love with me? At the same time, Shinseyo's heart soon started to complain after a brief turmoil. This dog emperor. Why are you holding on so tightly? Could it be that you have fallen in love with me? Chapter 72. It's not like I haven't slept with you before.
Your Majesty, concubines are punished by death.
Shinseyo knelt down as soon as she stood up. Li Mabai was annoyed, so he simply picked her up by the waist and dropped her directly on the warm seat.
You don't kneel when I tell you to, and you kneel when I don't tell you to. Are you sincerely going against me? I don't dare. It's just that I know it's an unforgivable crime, and I'm afraid. Since the Emperor doesn't let me kneel on the ground, I can kneel on the warm seat.
As she spoke, she knelt down on the warm seat in a funny manner. This move really made Li Mabai laugh. He couldn't help but let out a poof at first, but soon felt that it was damaging to his dragon power, and immediately put on a straight face.
Tell me, what's the matter?
Shinseyo lowered his eyes, gritted his teeth, and said word by word in a very low voice.
I am your undercover agent.
I thought Li Mabai would be furious after hearing this, but unexpectedly he acted calmly and said,
What next? Huh? Your Majesty, don't you know what undercover means? Undercover means careful work. I know.
Li Mabai raised his eyebrows.
Then what?
Why is he so calm? Why don't you give me some reaction to this big deal? Boss, I don't want to lose face. Seeing that Li Mabai's attitude was relatively calm, Shinseyo simply told everything he knew. After she finished detailing, Li Mabai said,
So? What do you mean by telling me this? Do you want me to kill you? If you want to die, you can just hit yourself to death. Why rush to ask me to kill you?
An imperial edict? No. No.
Shinseyo hurriedly waved her hands and explained.
I hate making mistakes, and all the wrong things I did in the past were to save my brother's life. Now that my brother is dead, I don't want to deal with the thief anymore. If the Emperor is still willing to trust me, I am willing to betray you and work as an undercover agent for you to find out who is behind the scenes.
These words were sincere, but Shinseyo's hand kept tugging on her sleeve. The amnesia powder was hidden inside. As long as the momentum was wrong, she would immediately sprinkle the powder on Li Mabai. At this moment, Li Mabai's face was solemn, and the atmosphere in the hall was indescribably depressed. He slowly approached Shinseyo, and the invisible aura suppressed her so much that she almost couldn't breathe.
You have made such a huge mistake. How can I still trust you? If I don't sincerely repent and want to get rid of my crime, why would I expose myself in front of the Emperor? Isn't it stupid to act like this?
Li Mabai looked at her intently without saying a word, only complaining in his heart. You actually think you're not stupid? I have never met anyone stupider than you. When Shinseyo saw that he was silent, she knelt on the warm seat and kowtowed to show her loyalty. After kowtowing a few times, I suddenly felt my forehead touch something soft. Taking a closer look, it was Li Mabai who placed his hand on the edge of the hot seat without laying a cushion, exposing the hard part of the bare wood. She raised her eyes and looked at him with confusion.
Cow slowly. You are already stupid. Don't damage your brain again. Your Majesty. You? I believe you.
Shinseyo couldn't believe her ears. He had prepared a lot of quibbles. But now before he could say a word, Li Mabai let her go so easily. How stupid is this emperor? If you are pretending to surrender, you are actually trying to deceive him into trusting him so that you can further harm him. By doing this, wouldn't he be sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth? What should I do? The dog emperor is so stupid. So stupid that I feel a little sad. How did he become the emperor? Could it be that the selection of the emperor during the Qi dynasty was decided by a few princes gathering together in lottery? Right. Li Mabai stared at her and saw that her hair on her temples was a little messy because she had kowtowed just now. So he reached out to smooth her hair. However, this move was so sudden that Shinseyo was so frightened that she subconsciously reached out to block it. It didn't matter that she reached out, but the amnesia powder she had hidden in her cuffs accidentally spilled out because she moved too much. Unbiased, he sprinkled his face again. Li Mabai froze, and Shinseyo shivered, then returned to his frightened look.
Since the emperor doesn't allow my concubine to kneel on the ground, then it's fine for me to kneel on the warm seat. Your Majesty, I am your undercover agent.
For the next quarter of an hour,
Li Mabai kept suppressing his laughter as Shinseyo repeated what she had just said. Finally, when Shinseyo kowtowed repeatedly, his defense was broken and he couldn't help laughing. Shinseyo was stunned, slowly raised his head and glanced at Li Mabai. What's up with him? What is he laughing at? You must be mad at me. Right?
Your Majesty. Are you okay? Nothing. Nothing.
Li Mabai smiled and waved his hand, and said,
I know what you are thinking. Since you want to make a difference, I will give you a chance. Your Majesty, do you believe my concubine now? Don't you want to listen to my concubine's explanation? No need.
He shook his head slightly, looked at Shinseyo firmly, and said seriously,
As long as you say it, I will believe it unconditionally.
His explosive voice filled Shinseyo's ears, and her heart beat uncontrollably again. Such an emperor, who is unparalleled among thousands of people, can actually say without hesitation that he is willing to believe in him unconditionally after learning that he has committed a heinous crime? Let me go! Who can withstand this? He's so good. No. 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 He's calm. He's short-lived. I can't like him. I can't bury him with him. Later, she and Li Mabai sat opposite each other and shared a lot of information she knew. However, Li Mabai didn't seem to care much about what she said. He still didn't respond with twice at first, and then he simply yawned unabashedly. Along with his yawn, thunder suddenly broke out outside the window, and lightning tore through the night. Almost immediately after the lightning and thunder, it started to rain heavily. The raindrops fell like beads, hitting the eaves and rubble hard. Waves of cold wind mixed with moisture rolled in through the cracks in the window. Li Mabai tightened his clothes, while Shinseyo closed the window with a nod.
Your Majesty, it's late at night, and it's raining heavily outside. I'd better go back to the palace first.
It was raining so heavily that she would inevitably get wet even if she took the sedan back home. The imperial doctor had just ordered her not to catch a cold. But how could Li Mabai be willing to let her get wet in the rain?
Don't bother with such heavy rain. Just stay here. Here?
Shinseyo looked around, a little confused.
I'm afraid it's not good. Right. Why is it not so good? My dragon bed is so big. It can't accommodate you. Besides, it's not like I haven't slept with you before.
This sentence was said ambiguously, causing endless reveries in Shinseyo's mind. All these reveries were kept in Li Mabai's heart. So he quickly said,
Don't get me wrong. When I say sleep, I mean it literally. Concubine, thank you for your concern. Your Majesty.
After talking for a while, Shinseyo also felt a little sleepy. She stretched and was about to walk towards the bed. But Li Mabai called her from behind, as if she was frightened.
Wait! What's wrong? Your Majesty? Wait a minute. I'm going to get something.
Li Mabai went straight to the closet, opened the door, and took out 2 brand new quilts. He threw the quilt on Shinseyo, rolled his eyes, and said,
I will give you 2 quilts. You cover one with a bed and another with a bed. You are not allowed to take my quilt again. Do you hear me?
Shinseyo blushed in embarrassment and smiled sheepishly.
Yes. Yes. I don't dare. I don't dare.
Chapter 73. Her life has not yet come to an end.
Don't you take off your clothes when you sleep?
Li Mobai looked at Shinseyo and saw her twitching in front of the couch. So he joked,
Is it possible that you don't have any clothes on?
Shinseyo blushed and replied,
The Emperor is looking at me like this. How can I be embarrassed? Then take it off and I won't look at it.
When Li Mobai turned around, Shinseyo quickly took off his coat. As soon as I unfastened my belt and took off my clothes halfway, I heard a crisp sound. It turned out that when she went to see Su Detian at night, the dagger she wore on her waist for self-protection fell to the ground. Damn it. She was in such a hurry to find Li Mobai. Why did she forget about this? If Li Mobai saw this, wouldn't he think that he was trying to assassinate him? Li Mobai also heard the movement. And when he saw him, he turned around. Shinseyo quickly picked up the dagger from the ground, took an apple from the table, and began to peel it.
What you do? I'm afraid the Emperor is hungry, so I'll peel an apple for him to eat.
Li Mobai glanced at her helplessly.
I'm sick.
Asterisk. This night was considered calm. When he opened his eyes in the morning, Li Mobai was no longer around. Shinseyo was shocked at first, thinking that she had kicked Li Mobai into that corner without knowing it. Looking around the hall, he felt relieved when he saw that Li Mobai's court uniform was gone. Several palace maids came in to help her wash up. She got up late today. If she went back to her palace to put on makeup before paying her respects to the queen, she would probably be late. So after washing up, she simply ordered the palace maid to tie up her forehead and hurried out. As soon as he stepped out of the bedroom door, he bumped into Sanfu. He seemed to have received some great news, smiling from ear to ear as he walked toward Shinseyo.
My slave, please pay your respects to Master Shin.
On weekdays, when he saw Shinseyo, the most he could do was bow and nod, which was considered a courtesy. But today, he showed great etiquette and almost bowed.
Eunuch Sanfu, please get up quickly.
She gave Sanfu a hand, and Sanfu smiled as if he was flattered.
Young master, are you going to the queen's palace to pay your respects?
Shinseyo nodded, and Sanfu added,
The autumn rain came quickly last night, and the temperature dropped sharply this morning. The Emperor was concerned about my little master, so he ordered someone to go to Yonan Palace early in the morning to get a thicker cloak.
Sanfujing waved his whip, and he saw Payer coming up with a smile and wearing a cloak, and Shinseyo put it on her body. Before she could react, Sanfu said again,
It rained yesterday and stopped at 5 o'clock this morning. The ground was full of water, and it was inevitable to slip. The Emperor was concerned about the little master and specially asked the servant to prepare the Emperor's royal clothes. Here comes the auxiliary chariot. Please sit in it and pay your respects to the queen. Second chariot.
Shinseyo's face was filled with the word shock. How could she study history and not know what this chariot was? That was the Emperor's backup chariot, and only the queen was eligible to ride it. How could she go to greet the queen in that thing? Isn't this courting death?
No. No. I'm just a regular person. How can I sit in the Emperor's auxiliary chariot to pay greetings to the queen? Isn't this an act of transgression? Young Master Shin knows etiquette and understands respect and inferiority. No wonder the Emperor shows special pity to you. If you ride in this chariot privately without the Emperor's permission, it would be a crime of disrespect. But now the Emperor is particularly merciful, which is a great blessing that no one else can ask for. How can I refuse? Little master, I don't dare to sit down even if I can't refuse. If I take the auxiliary chariot to Fengwan Palace, not to mention the Empress, even the other concubines can drown me with their saliva. It's not that eunuch Sanfu doesn't know. In the past, Ning Bin was jealous of the Emperor's treatment of me, so she cruelly hurt my pregnant son. It was enough for me to suffer such a scheme once. I don't seek status or money in the palace. I only seek it. It keeps my head on my neck. The little master's head will be able to be properly supported on the neck. But if you don't get on the sedan today, the slave's head may fall off somewhere. The Emperor has ordered the slave to see you in person. The sedan chair is finished, and I dare not resist the order.
Sanfu's words were cryptic. He was talking about himself, but also for Shinseyo to hear. His failure to put himself on the auxiliary carriage was a disobedience to the order. So his insistence on not riding in the sedan was also a disobedience to the order? This dog Emperor really wants to kill me.
Well, I don't want to embarrass my father-in-law. I will sit in this sedan, but it must not stop outside Fengwan Palace. Stop farther away. I will rush over in 2 steps.
San Fu leaned over his shoulders and said with a flattering smile,
Master Shin understands the righteousness well.
Obeys the emperor's will and takes care of the dignity of the queen. I will obey you.
Asterisk. After Li Mabai went to court today, Chu Yueji was already waiting for him in the minister's study room. Seeing his serious expression, Li Mabai immediately stepped back and asked,
What's wrong? Your Majesty, Su Detian met someone new last night.
Yeah. Li Mabai replied lightly, not caring.
Your Majesty, does he know who that person is?
He smiled.
Shincio.
Chu Yueji's pupils were shocked.
The Emperor knew this a long time ago? Then why does the Emperor still need it? Don't worry. She is a spy that I planted in the enemy camp. The purpose is to break into the traitor and find out who he is. The Emperor is wise.
Chu Yu bowed his head to the end.
No wonder the Emperor has great trust in Shin. It turns out that she has always been the Emperor's. In this way, I can feel relieved.
After that, he presented a roster to Li Mabai.
Except for Shinchong. Su Detian has not seen anyone new this month.
On the roster, the information of more than a dozen palace residents was recorded in detail. They are all people Su Detian has met secretly in private over the years. And their positions in the inner court are spread across almost every department.
Keep on doing what you have to do. I'm looking at that big fish. It's almost time to take the bait. There is one more matter that I want to report to the Emperor. The toxins accumulated in Su Dishan's body have reached their peak. He has eaten a lot of cinnabar through eating in the past few years. Will the Emperor send him on his way? There's no rush.
Li Mabai slowly tapped the table with his slender fingers and sneered.
His life is not yet ready to die.
Chu revealed it with just one point.
Wei Chen understands.
As an emperor, how could he let a mere palace maid easily spy on the contents of his memorial? Everything she could spy on was what Li Mabai wanted her to see. Not only the original owner, but also all the maids serving in the Shang Shufang saw the same memorial every day. Just because all the memorials Li Mabai reviewed in Shangshafang were forged in advance. As for the real memorials, they were all sent to his dormitory. During the day, he just pretended. And only at night would he burn the midnight oil to finish reviewing the memorial. This is the reason why he has never entered the harem during the 4 years he has been on the throne. Since he ascended the throne. Except for Chu Yu. No one in the previous dynasty or the harem has gained his true trust. When people are wary of a person, it is easy to discover his flaws. This Su Detian has been targeted by Li Mabai for many years. And he has been holding back just to catch the big fish in the long run. In the past, only he and Chu Yueji fought alone. But now there is another person who can be trusted by his side. Recalling how Shincio dropped the dagger last night and pretended to peel an apple for himself. A warm smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Chapter 74. You can't beat the fox to make yourself horny.
There is so much water in the corridor. Are all the palace servants dead?
Early in the morning, Luo Bin's curses came from the west side of Xiangshu Road. She had to be supported by 2 palace maids, and she walked very carefully to avoid the water on the ground.
Your Majesty, don't dare to scold me anymore. Just turn around and turn into Feng'an Road, and you will soon reach the Queen's palace. It would be bad if the Queen hears you. I didn't scold her. I just heard her. What's the big deal?
Luo Bin looked impatient.
Seeing that the end of autumn is approaching and winter is approaching. The rain will only soak the shoes and socks. When it snows, it will be difficult to move.
Seeing that she was walking slowly and complaining a lot, the palace maid said anxiously,
Your Majesty, Imperial Concubine, she left the palace a quarter of an hour before us. And I'm afraid she has already arrived at the Queen's palace. If we don't hurry up, we may fall behind what others say. Slower. Slower. What's the matter? The concubine can travel in a sedan chair. But I can only rely on one pair of legs to help her sleep in the morning and dusk every day. Was she blind after it rained so heavily last night? What's wrong with the delay? Mumbling in his mouth, he turned around at the end of the corridor. And Luo Bin happened to see the auxiliary chariot about to get off the sedan on Feng'an Road. The look of hesitation on her face was immediately wiped away. She straightened her clothes in a panic, ignoring the water on the ground. She strode through the puddles and walked to the front of the train. She knelt down and said with a flattering look on her face,
Concubine, please give your regards to your Majesty. May your Majesty be blessed.
Hearing Luo Bin's voice, Shincio, who was sitting in the passenger car, felt a headache. The palace servants have been ordered to park the auxiliary chariot so far away from the Queen's palace. How can we still meet people? Luo Bin's expression changed drastically when she saw Shincio coming out of the passenger car with an awkward smile. She accepted the courtesy and stood upright, staring at Shincio and said,
"How could it be you? Long-lasting peace. Concubine Luo, why are you riding in the Emperor's chariot? Do you know that this is a capital offense of disrespect?"
There's no point in being soft when dealing with her. Shincio had no choice but to bite the bullet and said,
"Your Majesty is smart. Why do you think this concubine sits on the Emperor's chariot?"
Luo Bin was choked by her words, and remembered that Li Maobai dug out Saixing's eyes to protect her last time. So she didn't dare to continue talking. The two of them entered Fenghuan Palace one after another. At that time, the concubines in the main palace were already sitting together. They were just waiting for the two of them to greet the queen and take their seats. Concubine Hui said jokingly,
"Hey, this is a rare thing today. Why are you two here together?"
Shinci worriedly said,
"Returning to Concubine Hui, I have a predestined relationship with Concubine Luo, and they happened to meet each other on the way. So they came together."
Luo Bin had been holding back her anger all the way, just waiting to make a big move in front of the queen. She rolled her eyes at Shincio and said,
"Forget it. I don't dare to have a fate with you."
After saying that, she stood up and gave a gift to the queen.
"Queen, there is something I don't know whether to tell or not."
Since Ningbin was relegated to the cold palace, when it comes to talking about right and wrong in the harem, Luo Bin must be the first to bear the brunt. The queen was too lazy to pay attention to her, so she responded,
"If you think it's appropriate to speak, just speak. If you feel it's inappropriate, just go back to your seat and sit down. I just want to ask the queen, if someone does not distinguish between superior and inferior, how should he be punished if he commits a crime below? If you have something to say it clearly. Today, on my way to pay my respects to the queen, I saw the Emperor's auxiliary chariot parked on Fenghuan Road. I haven't seen the Emperor for a long time, and I was thinking that I could pay him a visit from afar. But who knows? The person who came out of the passenger car turned out to be Shinchongzai. That chariot was the Emperor's chariot, and in the entire harem, only you, the Empress, were qualified to ride it. Shinchongzai not only sat on it, but also parked it on Fenghuan Road in a grand manner. That realm has the most palace people coming and going. Isn't she deliberately trying to embarrass you, the queen?"
After hiding for a whole time, Shincio could not escape the situation. Shincio had no choice but to explain.
"Queen, please calm down. I twisted my leg and had difficulty moving. The Emperor was considerate of my frail body after childbirth, so I graciously allowed my concubine to ride in the sedan chair. Come."
As for the sedan chair stopping on Fenghuan Road instead of at the gate of the queen's palace, it was not because Luo concubine said it was to embarrass you, the queen empress. It was just that the concubine kept her identity in mind and categorically did not dare to park the sedan chair at Fenghuan Road, in front of the gate of Luan Palace. He did such a transgressive thing. Why are you so confused?
Concubine Hui raised her eyebrows and said,
"You twisted your feet in your palace. How could the Emperor know about it so early in the morning?" "Exactly. Humeizi is full of lies."
Luo Bin rushed to say,
"The Emperor didn't turn over the cards last night. How could he come to your palace?"
Concubine Shin shook her head and said with a smile,
"Isn't this clear to you, Luo concubine? Maybe Shinchongzai went to Chaoyang Palace to sleep last night."
After the words fell, all the concubines turned their eyes to Shincio. In desperation, she could only nod in agreement. There was inevitably a hint of sadness in everyone's eyes. Many of them have never even seen what Li Maobai's bedroom looks like. Not only could Shincio sleep with her, but she could also stay overnight in the Chaoyang Palace. With such a favor, even the entire harem combined could not compare to her 1/10. She originally thought that the queen, the lord of the sixth palace, would take the opportunity to attack Shincio. But she smiled warmly and raised her hand at Shincio.
"Ping Sheng, I have no intention of holding you accountable. You have served the Emperor with merit. Thank you for your hard work."
One night, I was standing and kneeling in the palace. I looked carefully at Xiang Ling and helped Shinchongzai sit down.
Seeing that the queen ordered her to lie down, Luo Bin also wanted to stand up. But as soon as she moved, she heard the queen sternly say,
"Did I ask you to get up?"
Luo Bin looked at the queen with doubts on her face.
The queen.
The queen's sharp eyes gradually moved from her body to Concubine Shi.
"Concubine Shi, do you know your guilt?"
Concubine Shi was confused. She got up and asked after blessing her,
"I am stupid. Please give me a clear explanation. Did the Emperor turn over the cards yesterday? Why would Luo Bin know about it?" It's obvious that she was secretly inquiring about the Holy Spirit and had the wrong idea.
The queen rubbed the tourmaline ring on her thumb and said solemnly,
She is the queen of your palace. You are a noble concubine of the current dynasty, and your status is second only to this palace. Someone under your jurisdiction has such a wrong idea, and you don't even notice at all?
Concubine, she glared at Luo Bin so hard that she almost collapsed on the ground in fright. She did not contradict the queen.
The queen's lesson is that I will discipline the people in my palace well in the future, and this kind of thing will never happen again.
A few days later, Luo Bin fell ill and did not come to pay her respects to the queen. It was said that after she returned to the palace that day, Concubine she privately ordered her to be grounded. She was not allowed to be served by palace attendants, and she was locked in a side hall of Yueguang Palace alone. It sounds like she deserves it. I have no favor, but I still wonder whether Li Mabai has turned over someone else's plate. Isn't this a dog meddling in other people's business? A stupid and bad woman like her would never be chosen to be an undercover agent in the palace. So Shincio removed her from the list of suspected traitors in the harem first. Chapter 75. He must have a birthday before he dies. Right. September 16th was originally Li Mabai's longevity festival, which was an annual big day in the palace. It was much more lively than the queen and the queen mother's Chinchio banquet, or the New Year's Eve festival. But Li Mabai was too lazy to deal with the crowd of women. When his birthday was only 3 days away, the queen fawningly came to him and said,
Your Majesty, these are the arrangements for your birthday banquet. See if you like it. If there is anything wrong, I will order someone to revise it. Li Mabai took the album and flipped through only 2 pages before handing it back to the queen, saying perfunctorily,
The queen is interested. It's just that I don't plan to celebrate my birthday this year.
For Li Mabai's birthday banquet, the queen started preparing half a year ago, and all the little ideas in it were obtained by her hard-thinking day and night. Li Mabai said no more without even looking at it. She was inevitably a little disappointed.
Your Majesty, last year was your natal year, and bad things happened one after another. Why don't you take advantage of this year's natal year to do your best? It's okay if you have a lot of fun.
Li Mabai just looked at the military book in his hand and replied without raising his head.
Xinchang is having a miscarriage, and I lost my first child after ascending the throne. It's been less than 2 months since the new funeral. How can I have the thoughts to deal with it?
Happy event?
The queen looked slightly depressed, but it was well covered up by the false smile on her face.
It was my concubine who made an oversight and made the emperor think of something sad. It's late at night. Queen, please go back and rest early.
The queen bowed and left the bedroom. Xiangling hurriedly came forward to greet her. Seeing her worried face, she asked with concern,
The queen, your Majesty is not satisfied with the birthday arrangements?
The queen shook her head sadly.
The emperor said it can't be done anymore. It can't be done?
Xiangling was a little worried.
How many nights did the queen stay up to come up with these good ideas? For the emperor's longevity festival, the queen started preparing half a year ago. How could the emperor?
The queen interrupted her words.
After all, it's the emperor's birthday. He doesn't think about it. No matter how much I do. What's the use?
Walking out of the main entrance of Chaoyang Palace, I happened to meet Sanfu and Shincio talking and laughing as they were about to enter. The two of them bumped into the queen and hurriedly greeted her. The queen asked,
Why does Xinchang come to see the emperor so late?
Sanfu said,
Go back to the queen. The emperor has something to say to Xinchangzai, and ordered the servants to welcome Xinchangzai.
Oh! The queen forced a smile, and saw that Shincio's clothes were a little thin, and then said with concern,
The temperature has dropped sharply in autumn, so Xinchang is keeping warm and taking care of himself. Concubine, thank you for your concern. The queen.
Shincio vaguely heard some of the conversation between Queen Kai and Xiangling just now. So after seeing Li Mabai, she asked tentatively,
When I came here, I heard that the queen said that the emperor is not planning to celebrate his birthday this year. I don't prepare for it every year. I feel tired of having to deal with them on my birthday. So I simply found an excuse to take a break.
Li Mabai put down the military book and pointed to the empty seat next to him for Shincio to sit down.
How about it? Has Su Detian been looking for you these past 2 days?
Later, they discussed how to lure the snake out of its hole. When Shincio returned to his palace near the end of the day, he felt filled with panic for some reason. On the way back to the palace, she chatted with Sanfu. Sanfu was a slave who had been serving Li Mabai since he was a child and knew Li Mabai's past very well. When asked about how Li Mabai spent his birthdays in previous years, The smile on Sanfu's face suddenly froze. He shook his head and sighed.
When I was a child, the late emperor kept a close watch on me, and all the princes were diligent. In addition, the queen mother expected her son to become a dragon, and she had special requirements for our emperor.
Strictly, every year when the emperor celebrates his birthday, he only accepts the congratulatory gifts from the empress, and then immerses himself in military documents and political commentaries. It is no different from usual since the emperor ascended the throne. Although birthdays have become more lively, the slaves know that the emperor does not like.
He seemed to feel very sorry for Li Mabai, and his eyes were a little red as he spoke.
The emperor was drunk on his birthday the year before last, and when the servant wiped the emperor's body, he heard the emperor and the servant talking nonsense. The emperor drunkenly said to the servant, I would rather hide in the palace and have a drink with my servants than face those smiling faces who have their own agenda.
Being an emperor seems to be a glorious thing, but precisely because of this glory, it is rare to see the true love in the ordinary world. Shincio couldn't imagine what it must be like to live for 24 years without ever having a birthday. She tossed and turned during the night, unable to fall asleep. Is the host worried? I feel that the dog emperor is a bit pitiful. For such a big man, he has never even had a happy birthday. Host, are you overflowing with the Holy Mother's heart again? Shincio was caught off guard and punched her chest, and Xiao Tuachua immediately changed her words.
The host is such a sweetheart with a beautiful heart and a kind heart.
He birthed at the age of 28, counting on his fingers.
He can live up to 4 birthdays. Maybe next time it's his birthday, I'll have saved enough points to go back. So while I'm here, why not treat him as a good person and celebrate his birthday? Host, you are worrying too much. Xiao Tuachua's tone was full of ridicule. At your current speed, you may not be able to save enough points to go back even if he burps. You are the only one who talks a lot. Shincio was furious. Do me a favor and check it on the computer to see what steps are needed to make a cake. Why doesn't the host buy one at a convenience store? The 3-layer cake only costs 5 points, so it's a great value for money. What's the point of buying it? Only what you do is with your heart. Yes. Yes. Yes, Xiao Tuachua said with a strange air. The host is the most thoughtful. The host is not willing to part with those points. Asterisk. Early the next morning, Shincio started busy in the small kitchen. She asked Pear and Cheer to prepare flour, eggs, milk, salt, sugar, clear oil and other necessary ingredients, and then started messing around based on the cake making process that Xiao Tuachua found out for her. This is the first time in her life to cook, and it is also a very difficult cake making challenge. At this moment, the kitchen has become a battlefield. Just the first step of separating the egg whites and egg yolks and stirring them with chopsticks until the egg whites turned into a creamy consistency took Shincio a whole morning to stir, and his hands almost broke before they finally took shape. The subsequent steps went smoothly. Just when Shincio thought she was okay again, a bigger problem was placed in front of her. How could she steam the cake without a rice cooker? Is it possible to put it on the steamer and steam it directly? The cakes were put on the steamer, and there was firewood burning underneath, and it was impossible to control the heat. The cake she made either collapsed or cracked. In short, they had all kinds of shapes, but none of them could be shaped. Once it is destroyed, she has to repeat a series of tedious steps. Throughout the day, she repeated the process of whisking egg whites into creamy form 7 or 8 times. It wasn't until late at night that she finally made the cake successfully. Chapter 76 Go to your own grave. After making the cake, Shincio deliberately added some details to it and decorated it with some seasonal fruits. Looking at the finished product made by her own hands, she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He went to see Sanfu in advance and conspired with him in private.
Eunuch Sanfu, I have prepared a birthday surprise for the emperor, but you have to cooperate with me. Hey, your majesty will be extremely happy to know that you, Mr. Shin, are so attentive. Come on, just tell me if there is any use for your slaves.
Shincio smiled evilly and whispered her plan to Sanfu. After hearing this, Sanfu winked at her and said,
My lord, you are really good at playing.
Asterisk. Li Mabai, who had been busy with government affairs for a day, finished washing and returned to his dormitory just before midnight. He rubbed his aching neck and looked at the empty bedroom with dim candlelight, feeling a little desolate for no reason. He felt a headache when he thought that tomorrow was his birthday and there were countless people in Chaoyang Palace, Shangshafeng and even Jinwan Palace trying their best to please him. He drank the soothing tea and was about to extinguish the candle and go to sleep when suddenly the familiar voice rang in his mind. Why doesn't he lie down? Why haven't you turned off the lights yet? It was almost time. And he would have no chance if he continued to delay. No chance? No chance? Looking around the bedroom. The only place where someone can hide is in the closet. Li Maobai walked to the closet with cat-like steps, preparing to suddenly open the closet door and scare Shinseyo. But unexpectedly, as soon as he walked to the closet door, he heard Shinseyo muttering in his heart. That's too late. No matter what. We can't delay the good time. Shinseyo pushed the closet door open with all her strength, and heard a bang sound. The open wooden door hit Li Maobai mercilessly in the face, making him dizzy with stars in his eyes. Your Majesty? Seeing that he had caused a big trouble, Shinseyo hurriedly put the cake aside and stepped forward to check on Li Maobai's injuries. The tip of Li Maobai's nose turned red, resembling a clown's rosacea. Your Majesty, are you okay? Go away! Li Maobai stumbled back, keeping a safe distance from Shinseyo. Every time I see you, nothing good happens. He held his nose and burst into tears from the corners of his eyes because of the pain. Your Majesty, I didn't mean it. What are you doing hiding in my room in the middle of the night? Do you want to assassinate me? No. No. I'm here to celebrate the Emperor's birthday. I originally wanted to give him a surprise, but I didn't know that you had a bed and didn't want to sleep. Instead, you had to stand in front of the closet in a daze. The pain on his face eased a little. Li Maobai waved the wide sleeves of his pajamas and said, It's not mine anymore. I'm in my own palace. I can be wherever I want. Is it possible that I still want to be there? Got your approval? I don't dare. Shinseyo knelt down and pursed her mouth, looking aggrieved. But I really didn't mean it. This milky voice instantly wiped away Li Maobai's anger. Seeing her like this, he couldn't bear to scold her anymore. That's all. I'm used to all the ridiculous things that happen to you. Did you just say that you wanted to celebrate my birthday? Shinseyo nodded, and Li Maobai sneered. Oh, you can't even remember when my birthday is? Who are you showing off to? No, Your Majesty. Shinseyo pointed to the copper drain on the table. After midnight. It's the next day. Isn't it the Emperor's birthday? Seeing that there was still one space left in the copper drain, and it was about to end, Shinseyo quickly took out the brocade box with the cake. Li Maobai subconsciously covered his face. What do you want to do again? Shinseyo couldn't help but laugh and said, Your Majesty, don't be afraid. This is a gift I prepared for you. It is a cake made by myself. I will eat this on birthdays in my hometown. As she spoke, she opened the brocade box, and Li Maobai glanced inside the brocade box. I saw a round cake-like thing inside. It was as big as a small basin, and there were many fruit particles regularly placed on it, which looked quite appetizing. Only, what's the word written in red berry jam in the middle of this thing? Bye-bye. Happy birthday? Bye-bye? Li Maobai's eyes wandered back and forth between Shinseyo and the cake. You mean me? Yes. Shinseyo nodded innocently. You are brave. Li Maobai was amused and shy by this title. No one has ever dared to call me that. It's almost time. Shinseyo put the cake on the table and took out a cloth bag that he carried with him. After opening it, there were slender candles inside. You need to blow out the candles before eating cake and making wishes on your birthday. A sense of ritual is a must. There were no candles in ancient times, so she used her ingenuity to melt the red candles used for lighting into wax oil, and then reshape them into elongated shapes. She carefully inserted the candles evenly on the cake, and then took out the candlesticks and lit them one by one. This move stunned Li Maobai. After all, had he ever seen a modern birthday candle? He just felt that the long and thin thing Shinseyo inserted on the cake looked more like incense, and her series of operations didn't look like she was celebrating her birthday. Instead, the more she looked at it, the more it looked like she was visiting her own grave. Are you offering incense to the dead? Bah. 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 Shinseyo slapped her mouth a few times in a very cute way. It's a great day for the Emperor's birthday, so you can't say such unlucky words. It's almost time for the Emperor to make a wish. Then blow out the candles. Everyone in my hometown celebrates birthdays like this, and the wishes made on birthdays are the most effective. Li Maobai refused in his heart, but he couldn't stand Shinseyo's repeated instructions, so he could only do it. Just as he was about to close his eyes, Shinseyo's beautiful singing voice came to his ears. Happy birthday to you. Happy. As she was singing happily, she saw Li Maobai looking at her with a caring look.
Shinseyo quickly changed her words and said, "Sorry. I accidentally sang in dialect." She cleared her throat and continued, "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I wish you happiness. Good health. Happy birthday to you." She sang and clapped her hands, as if suffering from social angst, and was contentedly immersed in her own world without feeling embarrassed at all. Seeing that she was so kind and unable to refuse, Li Mobai had no choice but to close his eyes and make a wish. After making a wish, he felt that something was not quite right. Why are people's customs so weird after thousands of years? Isn't it unlucky to celebrate a birthday by adding incense to someone's grave? Wait, what am I doing? Why should I listen to this crazy woman and close my eyes and make a wish? So, isn't it me who is visiting my own grave? Chapter 77. Do you have any objections to me pampering her? Even though he was reluctant in his heart, Li Mobai finally blew out the candle. Just because Shinseyo muttered in her heart when she saw him closing his eyes and making a wish. Okay. I finally celebrated his birthday. I don't know if he will be happy to celebrate his birthday this way. The most important thing is that there was nothing in ancient times, and he is an emperor and lacks nothing. I really don't know what to do to make him happy. The suffering she endured to make this cake flashed through her mind from time to time, and these images were connected to her inner words just now, and Li Mobai heard them clearly. She did so many things just to make me happy on her birthday? There is no self-interest at all? Is there really someone in this world who would be nice to another person without expecting anything in return? He stared at Shinseyo for a long time, as if he wanted to find the answer from her clear and smart eyes. What wish did the emperor make? Shinseyo blinked and looked at him with a smile. Li Mobai smiled warmly, and his tone was as warm as ever before. I hope that every day in the future, I can be as happy as I am today. Your Majesty will definitely grant your wish. Shinseyo took out a knife and cut out a piece of cake and handed it to Li Mobai. Your Majesty, try it and see if it tastes good. Li Mobai chewed and tasted it carefully, smiled for a while and nodded. Very good. To be honest, the cakes made by Shinseyo did not taste very good, perhaps because it has been stored for a long time. The fruit on the surface has changed its flavor, and the skin of the cake has collapsed. It tastes like a layer of stale fruit on top of the overnight cake. But it was such a birthday gift that was hard to swallow. But it was really sweet in Li Mobai's heart. Asterisk. Early the next morning, Finwan Palace, Xianling murmured in a low voice while serving the queen's hair. Queen, I have inquired and found that someone did go to Chaoyang Palace last night. I am not allowed to see you even if I ask for it. The person with such ability is Shin Changzai. Right. Xianling timidly nodded in agreement. The queen brought gifts to see the emperor last night, but was turned away by eunuch Sanfu. I'm afraid it was also because Shin Changzai was inside. She is just a Changzai, and she has made many oversteps. When things happen, the queen has a good temper and doesn't care about her. But I really can't stand her. The emperor likes her, and nothing she does is considered out of bounds. The queen put the Dongdu earrings through the earrings, looked at herself in the mirror, and smiled gently and generously. Besides, what I brought last night was not only my own gift. Xianling didn't react for a moment. It's not just your gift. But yesterday I brought gifts from all the concubines and above in the harem to meet the holy emperor. The emperor was busy with Shin Changzai and had no time to see me. Therefore, I failed to live up to the expectations of the sisters and did not treat them well. Bring your thoughts to the emperor as soon as possible. The same words were repeated when everyone paid their respects to the queen. Then he looked at Shinseyo and said slowly, The emperor is not in the mood to celebrate his birthday because he lost your child. The emperor has been busy with government affairs recently and has not been able to attend to the harem. I can't see the emperor in this palace. So why not give all the sisters to the emperor? I leave this congratulatory gift to you, and you will have to meet the emperor to pass it on, which can be regarded as conveying our thoughts to the emperor. It's really unusual that after she established a kingdom, she would have to lose face and beg a Changzai to deliver congratulatory gifts to the emperor on her behalf. Before Shinseyo could speak, Concubine Hui cut off her words with a gloomy expression. Why does the queen have to be so polite to Changzai? It's too flattering to her. Concubine Shin said. She lost the baby in her belly. The emperor took her into his heart for a moment just to comfort her from the pain of losing her son. Does she really think that she is like that evergreen tree that can always bloom and bear fruit? Luobin said. That is, the emperor is busy with government affairs, and the queen is not allowed to see him. How can she see him? Among the concubines, only concubine Shi and concubine Duan said nothing.
watching the excitement with cold eyes. The queen raised her brows and said solemnly,
"Why are you all making such a fuss? Is it so difficult for me to be clean for a day?"
She covered her forehead with a painful look on her face. Xiangling hurriedly massaged her temples.
"Everyone, ladies and gentlemen, please stop saying a few words. The queen didn't sleep last night. She stayed up until dawn and had a headache. She was so uncomfortable that she couldn't tolerate any noise."
She ran out to talk. And all the concubines, whether sincere or fake, talked about concern, asked why the queen couldn't sleep last night. The queen waved her hands and refused to mention it again. However, Xiangling glared at Shincio, pursed her lips and said,
"The queen, in order to deliver your congratulatory gifts to the emperor as soon as possible, last night waited all night on the corridor outside Chaoyang Palace." "Xiangling, shut up!"
The queen scolded Xiangling in a weak voice. But she became more and more enthusiastic as she spoke.
"The reason why the emperor cannot see the queen for free is because Shinchong pestered the emperor last night, and the emperor couldn't get away."
As soon as these words came out, Shincio immediately became the target of criticism. Everyone said anything ugly, but Shincio couldn't even open his mouth to argue. Luo Bin even caught the opportunity and started to push Shincio in public in an arrogant manner.
"The emperor has arrived."
Outside the door, a high-pitched call from the internal prison officer paused the farce. The queen left her seat and stood up, leading the concubines to kowtow to Li Mabai, who came with Fengchen. Unexpectedly, Li Mabai ignored them at all, and didn't even say flat. He just walked straight to Shincio, pulled her up from the cold ground, held her hand and walked out. His move was completely disrespectful to the queen. Seeing that the person was about to leave the main hall, the queen finally couldn't help but ask,
"Your Majesty, by doing this, you are favoring the Shin family too much."
Li Mabai stopped at the moment when he was about to step out of the palace door, looked back and looked at the queen condescendingly.
"I am doting on her. How about it? This harem is my harem. I can pamper whoever I like. Do I have to ask you first?"
The meaning of?
The queen's heart skipped a beat, and she was choked by Li Mabai and was speechless. She was protected by the queen mother, and since she entered the palace, she has been regarded as the mother of the country in the palace. Although Li Mabai had never been close to her, he always treated her with respect. Over the years, Li Mabai has never spoken harshly to himself. But today, because of Shincio, he didn't save any face for himself and embarrassed her in public. The queen's lips and teeth were trembling. She tried her best to hold back her raging tears, kowtowed deeply, and said word by word,
"I don't dare."
The concubines followed suit and kowtowed, saying in unison,
"I don't dare."
Chapter 78. The Tyrant is shy again. In fact, Li Mabai did not originally intend to embarrass the queen. The reason why he knew so quickly that there was a commotion in Fenghuan Palace today was because his spy in Fenghuan Palace informed Sanfutong about it.
Li Mobai's initial thought was just to take Shincio away from the troubled place, and he didn't want to cause trouble to her anymore because of himself. But the queen didn't know what to do and insisted on pouring more fuel on his anger. Isn't this a rush to seek death?
Last night the queen came to pay my respects, and Sanfu did not let the queen in according to my instructions. Whether the queen returned to the palace early last night to lay down her pillow, or she was moved by herself and stayed outside Chaoyang Palace all night, all of this is your own decision, has nothing to do with me, and it has nothing to do with Shinchangzai.
He sneered lightly and continued.
Also, Sanfu only reported to me last night. Queen, you only brought your own congratulatory gifts to see me, and did not bring any congratulatory gifts from other concubines. I don't know the relationship between you and Sanfu. Who is lying?
Li Mabai exposed the queen's lies mercilessly, and the concubine just realized that she didn't bring their congratulatory gifts to see Li Mabai at all. With her coy look just now, she was actually acting, so that everyone could point the finger at Shincio. The palace concubine's eyes all turned from Li Mabai to her. Even though the queen was shocked, she did not forget to argue.
I did bring the congratulatory gifts from my sisters to the emperor, but the gifts were numerous and were all placed on my carriage. So it was not.
Li Mabai waved his sleeves and interrupted her.
You don't have to explain to me. It's enough that you have a clear conscience.
After that, he pointed to Luo Bin, who didn't even dare to raise his head at the moment.
You are very good. You are worthy of being the legitimate daughter of the commander of the Shuchi camp. And you are quite as brave as your father. It's just that your father abides by the rules, and but he doesn't distinguish between superior and inferior, and acts arbitrarily.
You dare to fight other concubines in the queen's palace, So what do you do when others can't see you? From now on, you will be confined in your own palace, under the supervision of Concubine Shi. You are not allowed to do anything without my will. Leaving the palace,
Concubine Shi, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke and said softly,
Your Majesty, please calm down. I will teach you the rules.
Li Maobai breathed a long sigh of relief and said with a condensed look,
Today is my birthday, and I don't want to be angry with you on a day like this. The gifts you prepared for me will be sent to me by Imperial Concubine Shi later, if it is done by your own hands. If you want to make it, I will accept it. If you spend a lot of money to buy it, I will accept it.
He stood with his hands behind his hands and suddenly changed his tone.
But I will not keep it for my own use. In recent years, small border countries such as Yueguang, barbarians, and Shino have continued to stir up disputes, testing my bottom line again and again. There are constant wars on the front lines.
Even if Daki's army is well trained, war will inevitably harm the people living on the border. If the people are uneasy, how can our homes and the country be safe? I will break those precious gifts into silver and send them to the border cities as a token of your kindness to the victims.
The gifts given to the Queen Mother on her birthday were already priceless. Now that the Emperor is celebrating his birthday, why don't these concubines use their own money to try their best to please him? If the money in the palace was not enough, they would reach out to their mother's family for it. And Minato would also come up with a decent birthday gift, hoping that when the gift was delivered, their favor would come. Now Li Maobai actually wants to convert these rare treasures into cash to help the victims. Didn't they draw water from a bamboo basket and get nothing? But even if I feel reluctant to give up in my heart, I still have to pretend to be yearning for it on my face. All the concubines kowtowed and said,
My concubines, are willing to help the Emperor solve problems and seek welfare for the victims.
They were reserved and waiting for Li Maobai to say goodbye. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement. When they all looked up again, Li Maobai and Shino had long disappeared. Just from the distance from the main hall of Fenghuan Palace to the door, Shino's hand was already painfully clenched by Li Maobai. This wasn't the first time she held hands with Li Maobai, but the strength of his hand today was a bit heavy. As soon as she left the palace gate, she struggled to free her hand from Li Maobai's palm.
Are you stupid?
Li Maobai suddenly looked at Shino sternly, but his tone of voice was so fierce.
Why are you scolding me? Your Majesty? Which of your ears heard me scolding you? When I said you were stupid, I was stating the truth.
He was so angry that he gasped.
Luo Bin makes a move against you. Won't you fight back? Just let it go. Others bully you?
Shino was surprised.
Why do I think he is angry?
So you were afraid that I would be bullied? This little thing is quite capable of feeling sorry for people. After hearing her voice, Li Maobai realized that he might have been exposed. So he immediately straightened his face and said meticulously,
Don't misunderstand me. You are now united with me and are an important chess piece for me to detect the enemy's situation. You are weak and sick, and you are prone to disasters. Luo Concubine.
Biao Han, I'm afraid that she'll beat you up and you'll have to stay in bed. Wouldn't this delay my important event?
In the past, Li Maobai's somewhat covert explanations would usually result in Shino complaining and scolding him from the bottom of his heart. However, this time, Shino's noisy heart was particularly quiet. She said nothing, just stared at him and smiled.
The concubine didn't ask the Emperor. So why is the Emperor so anxious to explain? That's because of me. Okay, I know it.
Shino waved her hand and asked,
But why did the Emperor come to the Queen's palace at this time? The Queen placed spies around me. How did she know that she didn't have my insiders in the palace? I am not a fool. How they calculated me. And who of the palace servants in front of the Emperor took the benefits of which palace master? I know all these. If you don't fight with him, you are too lazy to bother.
Shino saw that Li Maobai still had a little pride on his face when he said these words, so he leaned forward slightly and looked at him carefully with his head raised. Her forehead was almost touching Li Maobai's chin, and the atmosphere became extremely ambiguous for a time. This time, Li Maobai heard the frantic heartbeat again. The difference is that the sound originates from his own ventricle. Shino blinked her big watery eyes and asked with a smile,
Then why is the Emperor willing to bother today? You?
Li Maobai glared at Shino, and it took him a while to squeeze out 3 words.
You want you to take care of it.
After saying that, he immediately turned around and hurriedly escaped from this place in a sedan. Can't he run away quickly? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if Shino saw her inexplicably red cheeks? Chapter 79 The Straight Man, and the queen knelt down to beg for mercy. Li Maobai didn't save any face for himself in Fenghuan Palace in front of so many concubines, which also made the queen really feel the threat from Shenxiu. She was pregnant in the past, and Li Maobai favored her. It can be understood that it was for the sake of the emperor's heir. But now that the child is gone, who knows that her love has not diminished, but is even stronger than before. Full of resentment, when she went to pay her respects to the queen mother 2 days later, she couldn't say more than 2 words and cried non-stop. Stop crying. A woman's tears can only hit a man's weak point when used appropriately. Otherwise, they will only make people bored. The queen mother held a hand stove covered with a gold-woven hollow sleeve in her hand. Seeing the queen crying in front of her, she ordered Qinju to hand her a clean handkerchief and said, "Wipe your tears clean. You and the emperor are husband and wife. And the relationship between husband and wife is it is normal to have conflicts and disputes. I remember that when the late emperor was here, he often scolded the Ai family. If the Ai family were like you, crying all the time over such trivial matters, how could they survive to be here today? This queen mother's phoenix throne?" The queen wiped the tears from her eyes and choked with sobs. In the past, when the Shen family was not a serious master, the harem was not favored by the emperor, and I didn't think anything of it. But now that I have the Shen family, I am the middle palace. The position is more like a decoration. The Ai family has heard a little bit about Shen Changzai. They thought she was obedient and sensible, but they didn't want to be pretentious for so many days without a child. The imperial doctor said that it would be difficult for her to get pregnant now that she is weak. The emperor's day, what's the purpose of calling her to bed? The Yi family will tell the emperor clearly, "Please go back." In the evening, when Li Maobai came to greet the queen mother, the queen mother stepped back and asked straight to the point. The Ai family heard that the emperor reprimanded the queen in front of all the concubines 2 days ago in order to protect Shen Changzai. Is there such a thing? The son did not reprimand her, but explained the facts to the concubine about what she had done. If she feels that her son's telling the truth is a reprimand to her, it can only be said that she has a guilty conscience. The queen mother squinted at Li Maobai and sneered. The emperor feels that it is better not to reprimand him. Today is the 15th day, after the emperor is busy with the government. He should go to the queen's palace for dinner. 2 days ago, the imperial doctor asked his son to have a safe pulse. He said that his body had heavy turbid qi and told him not to eat after lunch. The emperor is getting better and better at fooling the Ai family now. Without dinner, you can go to the queen's palace to see her newly learned Huxian dance. She practiced this dance hard to celebrate your birthday. If you don't celebrate your birthday, queen, but you can't shake this feeling. Li Maobai's face was full of rejection. My son has something to do tonight. What's the matter? The queen mother snorted. What's the matter? But you want to summon Shen Changzai again? In the past, she was pregnant, so the emperor should have taken more care of Fuyuan. But now that the child is gone, the emperor still blatantly dotes on her. Is it because he wants to where does the queen's face go? The Ai family has ordered the cleaning room to remove Shen Changzai's green head card. The imperial doctor said that she has been weak since the birth and needs to rest. The emperor should not disturb her rest. The queen is doing this to force her son to file a case with the queen? Li Maobai's voice became cold and solemn. What if the son doesn't want to? The Ai family has always felt that mother and son have always been perfect for each other. In the past, you and Mrs. Shen had a good relationship, but the Ai family didn't care about her humble background, and still let you make her a concubine. If the Ai family wants you, I don't understand that if he favors his concubines and neglects his wife, then the Ai family can only purge the harem and remove those who are charming and seducing the emperor from the emperor. Li Maobai's pupils trembled, and he immediately said solemnly, She is my concubine. Mother, please don't have the wrong thoughts. There are always accidents in life. If Mr. Shen accidentally fell down when she went out without looking at the road, she hit her head on the curb and lost her life. Is it possible that the emperor wants to blame the Ai family for this? The queen mother, with a smile of unknown meaning. He stared at Li Maobai and said word by word. In this world, people die accidentally every day. How can the emperor guarantee that the next person to have an accident will not be her? It's not like he doesn't know how vicious his mother-in-law's methods are. In the past, when she ascended the throne and proclaimed herself emperor, as soon as she became the queen mother, she killed all the concubines who had a grudge against her when the late emperor was in power. If she really wants to deal with Shenxiu, she will always be unable to defend herself even if she is protecting her. He stood up from his seat
and bowed his hands to the Queen Mother.
I will stay at the Queen's palace tonight. Not because I have been coerced by my mother, but because I don't want any discord between mother and son to arise over these personal matters of mine. I can go and see you, Queen.
But my mother must also guarantee that Shinchongzai will not be touched at all. Otherwise, I can promise you today that if Shinxio loses a hair, I will make the Queen pay back 10 times. Is the Emperor threatening the Ai family? I have always felt that mother and son have always been perfect for each other. Why do you think my words are a threat to you?
Li Mabai smiled and raised his eyebrows at the Queen Mother and walked away. Asterisk. The Queen prepared a table of delicious delicacies in Fenghuan Palace, added exquisite and gorgeous makeup, and stood in front of the door eagerly looking forward to it. It wasn't until Lai Shi stumbled over from a distance that there was a smile on her face.
Your Majesty. Here we come. Your Majesty is coming to Fenghuan Palace.
The Queen's joy leaped from the corners of her brows, and she knelt down at the palace gate to greet the Holy Emperor.
My concubine, pay your respects to your Majesty.
After Li Mabai got off the sedan, he just said a very flat and walked straight towards the main hall. Today's dinner seemed to suit Li Mabai's taste. He tasted almost every dish. After hearing Xiang Ling say that these were the Queen's craftsmanship, he did not hesitate to praise the Queen. After finishing the meal, the Queen asked tentatively,
Your Majesty, do you want to stay in your concubine's palace tonight?
Li Mabai nodded.
The Queen Mother said that you have newly learned Huxian dance and want to show me a performance?
The Queen bowed her head a little shyly and replied,
I am not good at my skills. I just hope that the Emperor will not make fun of me. It doesn't matter. Good intentions are the most important. You go change your clothes first. I'll be waiting for you in the dormitory.
One sentence made the Queen feel very excited. She thought that Li Mabai was really hinting at something to her. She felt joyfully that after so many years, she was finally going to open today. When she changed into her dance clothes and returned to the dormitory, she saw Li Mabai sitting cross-legged on the warm seat and staring at her. Her cheeks turned red and she said shyly,
Why does the Emperor keep staring at my concubine?
Li Mabai was stunned by her words.
If you want to dance for me, who are you looking at if I don't look at you? Are you looking at the decorations in your palace?
The Queen was slightly startled, then quickly regained her smile and leaned forward with graceful movements.
I'm showing off my embarrassment to you, my concubine.
The musicians were waiting in the outer hall, raising red ribbons with the Queen, and the sound of drums started. The Queen danced to the sound of drums, spinning left and right tirelessly, spinning endlessly, like snowflakes swaying in the air, like fluffy grass flying in the wind. She grasped the essence of Huxuanwu in every leap. She worked hard. The Huxian dance is so named because the dance is famous for its spin. Wearing an elegant fairy skirt and holding a streamer, the faster she spins, the person turns into a dazzling afterimage, which is really pleasing to the eye. A dancing girl who is proficient in this skill can spin so fast that her face and back can barely be seen. A queen is naturally inferior to a professional dancer. So after she finished her dance, Li Mabai first applauded and praised her a few words, and then said,
The dance is beautiful, but the speed of rotation seems to be a bit behind. How about the Queen dance again? And I will watch from the side and point out the shortcomings for you.
Come on! You can be more diligent.
The Queen just thought that Li Mabai liked her to dance this way. So she was so happy that she started dancing again. Then, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. The Queen danced this dance 10 times, which made her dizzy and her feet became weak. Unable to support her standing any longer, she fell to the ground, raised her hand to wipe the sweat dripping from her forehead, and begged Li Mabai for mercy in a weak voice.
Your Majesty, I really can't jump anymore. Don't be in a hurry. Take a break if you can't dance anymore. The night is long and I can wait for you. But the Emperor has to attend the morning court tomorrow, and it seems that it's already late. Why don't we take a rest early? That can't be done.
Li Mabai waved his hand and said seriously,
The Queen Mother told me that you worked hard to practice this dance just to give me a surprise. Since the Queen Mother asked me to come to your palace to watch you dance, how can I disobey it? What does the Queen think? Watching dancing is just watching dancing. What does it have to do with sleeping?
He leaned back and leaned comfortably on the hot seat while eating the tea fruit snacks placed on the small table.
I'm not sleepy. The Queen will continue dancing after she is rested. I will definitely stay with you tonight and watch you dance.
It's a good night for you.
Chapter 80. The Queen was slapped in the face when she pretended to be cool. That night, the Queen danced all night in front of Li Mabai. To be precise, she spent the entire night spinning around. It wasn't until the 5th watch that Li Maobai asked her to stop when he was about to go to the morning court. After he left, the queen fell down on the warm seat. Her feet were so painful that she could not stand up. Xiangling hurriedly stepped forward to take off the queen's dancing shoes, only to see that her toes had been worn out.
Empress, you are suffering.
Xiangling was so distressed that she almost burst into tears. She quickly got the golden sword medicine and gave it to the empress.
Come on. Please call the imperial doctor. Don't go.
The queen looked downcast and her eyes were red.
Don't alarm the hospital. You could apply medicine and bandage briefly, and then redress me. And try not to look tired at all. The empress has been dancing all night. At this moment, you should let the imperial doctor take care of Yuzu's injury before taking a good rest. Why don't you let the concubine come to pay her respects now, so as not to disturb you?
No. The queen refused sternly.
They must come to pay their respects to me today. Remember, I am not injured. The emperor treated me very well last night. Do you understand?
Xiangling didn't understand. She didn't understand why the queen would do this to someone who didn't have her in her eyes or heart. But she also understood that in order to establish authority in the harem and make others think highly of her, the queen must have the emperor's favor. When the concubine saw the queen today, she saw that her face was radiant in the spring breeze. She knew what happened last night without the queen having to say anything.
The emperor stayed in the palace last night?
Concubine Shen asked with a smile. The queen nodded a little shyly, and Concubine Shen added,
Ah, no wonder the queen looks so good today. The emperor must have treated the queen very well last night.
The concubines gathered together to congratulate the queen, as if being slept with by Li Maobai was some great joy. Only Shenxiu looked at the queen with a bit of sympathy and pity. Poor queen. She is so happy that she can't close her mouth when she becomes a co-wife and has so many people blessing her. I didn't expect that the dog emperor is also a double plug. He really knows how to play. And her sympathetic eyes looked in the queen's eyes, thinking that she was a little disappointed due to jealousy. The queen was even more complacent and said deliberately,
The emperor treats me very well and is extremely gentle. He also said that he will often come to accompany me in the future. In fact, the emperor is busy with government affairs, and it is a trivial matter whether he accompanies me or not. The important thing is that we care about each other, just like each other. Shin Chongzai, don't you think so?
Suddenly being called out, Shinxiu could only echo the queen's words. The queen was in a very good mood today. She even used the rare Yuqian Longjing tea to make tea for her concubines. Concubine, she took a sip and first praised the tea. Then she said with a smile,
I couldn't sleep last night, thinking that it was the full moon. I got interested and went to the imperial garden to enjoy the moon. On my way there, I passed by the queen's palace. During the night, I heard the sound of drum music being very lively, and thought it was the empress and the emperor watching a show. Later, after watching the moon, I returned to the palace at midnight, but I heard that the empress' palace was still very lively. She covered her lips and smiled, jokingly.
It can be seen that the emperor and the empress are really interested in each other. When they are deeply in love with each other, they do things they love to do, and they have to listen to the sound of drums and music to cheer up. I am really envious of this.
The queen was calm and said with a careless eye,
The emperor likes it, and I also find it interesting.
While the concubines were talking, Lai Shi bowed inside and reported to the queen.
Queen, eunuch Sanfu is here. Please come in quickly.
Concubine Shen smiled.
Sanfu coming at this time must have brought a reward from the emperor to the empress.
Concubine Duan said.
The queen and the emperor have a deep love, and I am envious of them.
When Sanfu entered, the eunuch behind him was holding a yellow pear-wood tray, on which was neatly stacked a fairy skirt with wide sleeves and densely woven gold threads. The materials and workmanship were all exquisite, and one could tell at a glance that it was worth thousands of gold things.
This servant pays his respects to the queen. The emperor ordered the servant to bring the queen a fairy dress with wide sleeves and commend her for her graceful dance. Ah, these clothes are so beautiful. Look at the beads hanging from the corners of the gold thread. Are they night pearls? I remember that it seemed to be a fine tribute from the western regions in the past. It was worn by the queen of the western regions when she danced the Huxian dance. It is a national treasure of the western regions. The emperor bestowed this gift to the queen, which shows how much I value you. Your Majesty.
The empress smiled and thanked the emperor for his kindness, and ordered Xiangling to make good use of the clothes. Then she said,
It was early after dinner last night. I had nothing to do, so I casually danced for the Emperor. But I didn't expect that the Emperor was still thinking about him. We all really need to thank the Queen for your kindness.
Concubine, she stood up and gave a gift to the Queen. Although the remaining concubines didn't know why. They also knelt down in the same manner. The Queen wondered,
how can Concubine she say this?
Concubine, she smiled warmly.
The Empress has always said that singing and dancing skills are too low level to be mastered on the stage. So she didn't let the concubines have to learn them. But now, the Queen has learned them first, and is trying to please them. Your Majesty, you are so kind and generous in order to test the Emperor's preferences for us by taking the lead and being willing to debase yourself. I bow down to you. My concubine.
Shinseo's eyes were fixed on Concubine she, and couldn't move away. They say big breasts mean no brains. But she is an exception. She was silent many times when greeting the Queen. But as soon as she spoke, she could accurately poke the Queen's pain point. It's still that kind of cotton in the mist needle that makes you feel pain. But there's no reason to get angry. The Queen looked very embarrassed, and could only smile and tell everyone to get down. Hearing Sanfu say again,
Queen, your Majesty still has a reward.
He took out an exquisite little brocade box from his sleeve and handed it to the Queen with his own hands.
This is black jade and purple gold ointment, which has miraculous effects on healing wounds. The Emperor said that the Queen danced all night long last night, and it was very hard for her. Do you want to show off to her?
I have 3-inch golden lotus feet. And if I deliberately wear dance shoes that are not of the correct size, my feet will definitely be bruised. Therefore, the Emperor gave this gift to the Empress, hoping that the injury on her feet would heal soon.
As soon as these words came out, the Queen's face turned green. The expressions of the concubines also had subtle changes. Concubine, she smiled and murmured to Concubine Hui next to her.
It seems that the Emperor likes those low-level skills. If not, he wouldn't have let the Queen dance all night long.
Haha. In this situation, even Shinseo felt embarrassed for the Queen. Which steel factory is this, Lima by a straight man of steel? Is this what the co-author Queen calls
sleeping?
Then she was smiling like a flower just now. It must be a bit embarrassing.